The apocalypse set ascended abruptly, as an unforeseen viral tempest swiftly engulfed the globe. In a matter of 5 days, one Sevi brand hand bustlinkity shot evolved into veritable hellscapes. Within a security room at Southern University, 3 burly men a baldfellow, Abby Ardadone, and as harp-nosed individual gazed disdainfully at Zhao Lei. The baldman, in particular, brutally pointed at Zhao Lei's nose and berated. "You worthless wretch, is this ball triumph to Doi ear tinta starvius?" Zhao Lei's face bore the mark so brutal beating, bruised and battered. Hestra gled to articulate, "The streets are overrun with zombies, and food is sutterly inaccessible. You've consumed all me provisions haven teven hay dasapof water." Fury swelled within Zhao Lei, yethitered and attack trash lion the face soft hatrigians. On sea security guard at Southern University, Zhao Lei had taken Thesamine new tough goodwill when the world collapsed. Only to find himself ensnared in a new ninding nightmare. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's response, the bearded man kicked him twice in anger, exclaiming, "You still dread a thing cough drinking water? Providing Zhao with food and waste." Zhao Lei wasn't sprawling to the ground, his senso fiend just as intensifying, yet he couldn't lie in due insolence. "He have no food left tied be Zhao to spare means seek sustenance elsewhere," Zhao Lei pleaded, his voice coquette with desperation. "Oh? You worthless fool, you actually wish to expel us? Fool, it's a favor that we haven't deemed due as a reserve for the instance away? Get out her in fin food. If I outcant, don't bother coming back." With that, the 3 hulking men unleashed Aneth around off blows upon Zhao Lei forecasting high moot off he secured a room. "Ah, you thirst so much." Zhao Lei crashed heavily to the ground, faintly hearing the conversation inside these current room. "Do I think this worthless wretch will be devoured bizimbius outside? Hokeries about this lifey or death at Tatama like these? That's true. Haha." As Zhao Lei listened to their laughter, Azure Jafferji Corset thruffum helong at the stormbekind and eliminate Tethamal, yet the lack the strength to do so. Damn it. At 50, Fielder had served as a security guard. Zhao Lei, at 20, had taken a shorter path be 30 years. Yet, had it not been for this viral outbreak, he might still have been an ordinary campus security guard. Now, however, alt hate remained ways a holocufus former life. With a deep sigh, Zhao Lei prepared to leave. However, as turned, he was met with the sight of a zombie emerging from around the corner. A themament the spot the creature, his legs sterntigally, nearly buckling beneath him. He whispered to himself, trembling, "Zombies, please don't let them notice him." Yet, paralyzed by fear, his legs felt as the Therian current to the ground, devoid of any strength to move. Zhao Lei stood frozen in place, and the zombie soon detected him. With a grotesque visage and blood stain sat the corner of its mouth, it lunged edwards Zhao Lei. Panic surged through him, and as summoned to oftener Guido flay. Just as Shawace about to escape, Hekot Sido phase accurate baton resting against Thule. Without a scon thought, has seized the baton and swung it at the zombie shed. "I'll fight you." The baton struck the zombie's forehead, and a flash of blue light erupted, causing the creature to collapse a lefellis light at the ground. Zhao Lei stared incredulous at the baton in hissens. What is happening? Zhao Lei wondered, astonished that the had managed to slay a zombie with a single blow. In that moment, a mechanical vsicho in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have Eslan a zombie, triggering system activation conditions. Ding, the apocalypse cultivation system has been activated. Ding, congratulations, host, for defeating Gutkaman zombie cultivation points increased B10. Ding, one security baton detected entry-level staff technique has learned." As the mechanical voice faded, Zhao Lei felt a rush of martial technique has flooding his mind. Before he could comprehend the situation further, Ablu Epinil appeared before his eyes. Hefocudentally. Host Zhao Lei human. Cultivation level none, 100 cultivation points required for increase. Cultivation points 10 points. Staring at the system painless astonishment, Zhao Lei exclaimed, "Is this a system? With zombie-s novelty, what else could be deemed impossible?" Coming to terms with it all, Zhao Lei embraced the situation with exhilaration, laughing heartily, "Ha ha, surely, the heathens don't forsake him." Yet, his slaughter attracted a horde of zombies. Alarmed, Zhao Lei realized that the Tevan with a new-found system and basic staff techniques, he could not contend with the swarm of undead. While there is still life, there shope. Without hesitation, he clutched the security baton and fled desperately. Turning back, He saw zombies merging from the alley, joining the pursuit. A sense of dread washed over him. These want to the hordu along the grow, and nil beaver whelmed. Inito finda placito hide. Scanning his surroundings, He spotted Dasmal Chopin sprint towards it. Up and entering thop, Zhao Lai quickly shoved the cabinet against the door. "Ill hide here for no prathatant fine." Bang! Just as she finished speaking, a noise erupted from behind him, prompting him to instinctively turn around. "Hust here." He peered cautiously behind him, discovering a zombie. Startled, he was relieved to see that the creature's lower half was pinned beneath the cabinet. Regaining his composure, Zhao Li advanced slowly towards the zombie with the security baton in hand. This must be He shopkeeper." Despite having slain a zombie before, He still felt a tremor of anxiety, his grip on the baton shaking. "I am sorry, shopkeeper." With those words, he swung the baton toward the zombie shed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a common zombie cultivation points increase B10. The familiar mechanical voice resonate in Zhao Lai's mindensmore, and he immediately understood. Slaying zombies grants cultivation points. According to his system panel, accumulating 100 points would allow him to alleviate his cultivation level. Thought he was soon certain what changes that might bring. Thud, crack. As Zhao listened to read the perspective increasing his cultivation points, a loud knock and echoed against the shop door, followed with a splintering sound off wood. Clutching the security baton tightly, he met at the entrance. Bang! 3 zombie heads wedged themselves through the door crack. Seeing this, Zhao Lei unleashed a flurry of strikes at the exposed heads. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have esland 3 common zombie-esque cultivation points increase B30. With this precise strikes, Zhao Lei's weef lit a spat shed the 3 zombies. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation point shaver reached 50 a novice gift pa caspinasud. Wuldio likita pin it?" Still reveling in the delight of his newfound cultivation points, the system's voice abruptly interrupted him. Hearing about the novice gift pack, Zhao Lai was overjoyed. As his own dreader, he knew precisely what the novice gift pack entailed. Without hesitation, Heko Satupin it. Chapter 2. The Enhancement of Cultivation. Ding. The novice gift pack has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the cultivation technique Pangu's creation technique, and congratulations, host. You have attained the 5th level of Qi refining. Almost simultaneously with the system's announcement, a fragment of memory regarding Pangu's creation technique emerged in Zhao Lei's mind. Following the method recalled, Zhao Lei began to operate the Pangu's creation technique. As he practiced the technique, he could distinctly feel a mysterious force surging into his body, which he recognized to be spiritual energy. At the same moment, the system's reward of 5th level Qi refining was credited to him, propelling his cultivation directly to the 5th level. The elevation in his cultivation alleviated the hunger pangs he had experienced from not eating for an extended period. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, a sensation both wondrous and invigorating. Zhao Lei promptly accessed his information panel for a review. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, 5th level Qi refining, 600 cultivation points required for increase, cultivation points, 50 points technique, Pangu's creation technique, advances with cultivation, skill, basic staff technique. Upon glancing at the information panel, Zhao Lei noted that advancing to the 6th level of Qi refining required 600 cultivation points. However, since his current 5th level cultivation was sufficient, he felt no urgency to advance further. After reviewing the panel, he dismissed any lingering concerns. The immediate priority was to search for food and water. With the apocalypse having erupted, most food and water sources were contaminated, making sustenance essential for survival. Surveying his surroundings, Zhao Lei discovered that the convenience store still contained a fair amount of supplies. He grabbed a backpack and filled it with 2 buckets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of water. This meager supply would not last long, and although he intended to gather more, the backpack was somewhat small and could accommodate no further items. Shouldering the backpack and wielding a security baton, he exited the convenience store, intent on exacting revenge on the 3 ruffians in the security room. Just as Zhao Lei was about to set off, a horde of zombies surged toward him. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer the timid individual he once was. Scanning his surroundings, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he resolutely declared, Let them all become my cultivation points. As soon as he uttered those words, Zhao Lei launched himself forward like a cannonball, leaving a deep crater in the ground beneath him. Engaging the zombie horde, his staff technique flowed seamlessly. Though merely a beginner's skill, it sufficed for his current capabilities. Channeling spiritual energy into the security baton, its power multiplied several times over. With each strike, a small zombie fell effortlessly. Soon, the surrounding zombies were vanquished, and his cultivation points soared to 720. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei elevated his cultivation to the 6th level of qi refining, reveling in the newfound strength coursing through him. Nodding in satisfaction, with a light touch of his toes on the ground, he sprang into the air as if executing a graceful martial arts move from a television drama. Zhao Lei moved with such speed that he swiftly arrived at the entrance of the security room. As he stood at the door, ready to confront the 3 ruffians, he was suddenly met with the sound of a woman's cries intertwined with the lewd laughter of 3 men. "Please, no. I beg you, spare me. Ha ha ha, my little beauty, just give in to us. We'll make you feel ecstasy like never before. Ha ha ha. Someone, please save me." The woman's voice trembled with desperation. Hearing the escalating distress, Zhao Lei felt a fire igniting within him. "Scum, it seems your time in hell has come." His voice was low and devoid of emotion, yet it was laden with lethal intent. "Unleash your power, little universe." With a powerful kick, Zhao Lei burst through the door of the security room. A cloud of dust erupting around him. The 3 men inside froze in shock, their actions halted as they turned to face the entrance. The blinding light from outside obscured their view of the intruder. But Zhao Lei could see the scene within clearly. One man held the woman's foot, another pinned her hand, while the third's hand was poised at her collar. Anger surged within Zhao Lei at the sight. The 3 men soon recognized Zhao Lei's figure. They released their grips and approached him angrily. "To you're that useless waste," the bald man spat, his voice laden with contempt. Before he could finish, Zhao Lei seized his throat. Instantly, a choking sensation enveloped the bald man. The other 2 men stared at Zhao Lei with disbelief, their expressions akin to that of witnessing a monster, hesitant to intervene. The bald man struggled, trying to pry Zhao Lei's hand away, but it was futile. Crack. With a slight increase in pressure, Zhao Lei snapped the bald man's neck. The sound echoed in the minds of the other 2 men, leaving them stunned. Zhao Lei discarded the bald man's lifeless body, which was immediately surrounded by a horde of zombies that began to feast upon it. Seeing Zhao Lei kill one of their own and use the body to feed the zombies sent the other 2 into a panic, causing them to kneel and beg for mercy. "Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. We won't dare again." Though they pleaded, Zhao Lei had no intention of showing them mercy. His eyes were cold, revealing no emotion as he spoke calmly. "You can die now." Before they could comprehend his words, darkness engulfed them. Such scum had no place in this world, and Zhao Lei sent them swiftly to their demise, leaving them none the wiser about their end. After dealing with the 3 ruffians, Zhao Lei turned his attention to the woman cowering in the corner. Liu. She had been huddled in the corner, and only now did Zhao Lei recognize her. Liu was a humanities teacher at Southern University. Before the apocalypse, she often greeted Zhao Lei, and gradually, they had come to know one another. Zhao Lei felt a rush of relief that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the only friend he had at this school would have been sullied. Upon hearing her name called, Liu looked up. The moment she recognized Zhao Lei, it was as if she had reunited with long-lost parents. Tears streamed down her face like raindrops. She rose and embraced Zhao Lei tightly, terrified of losing him in the next instant. The past few days since the zombie outbreak had been the most harrowing experience of her life. As she clung to Zhao Lei, her body pressed against his, the softness of her form overwhelmed him, leaving the 20-year-old bachelor at a loss for how to respond. But indeed, she was soft. Chapter 3. The zombie horde. After Liu had wept for some time, she suddenly realized she was still in Zhao Lei's embrace, leaving her momentarily flustered. Embarrassed, she tried to extricate herself from the situation. Zhao Lei, thank you for saving me." Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. We are friends to be. By the way, how did you end up in the security room?" Zhao Lei gently inquired. At the mention of his question, Liu's expression shifted, and she seemed to recall something sorrowful. Her emotions spiraling out of control once more as she buried her face in Zhao Lei's chest. Weeping profusely, "I was hiding with Xiaoli, but a horde of zombies found us. Xiaoli sacrificed herself to lead them away so that I could escape. I don't know what has happened to her now, Liu sobbed as she spoke, her heart heavy with worry. Xiaoli, whose full name was Zhongli, was a martial arts coach and Liu's closest friend before the apocalypse. Zhao Lei had a strong impression of her as well. It took considerable strength for a woman to become a martial arts coach. Noticing Zhao Lei's silence, Liu wiped her tears and pleaded. Zhao Lei, you're so strong. Can you help me save Xiaoli? I'll do anything you want if you can bring her back to as she spoke. Liu pulled down her collar, revealing her alabaster shoulder. She was genuinely desperate to save Zhongli, and knowing she could not do it alone, she sought to entice Zhao Lei's assistance, believing that such appeals would sway him. Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback by Liu's forwardness. She was undeniably attractive, but he struggled to comprehend her line of thinking. He gently grasped her hand, which was still pulling at her clothing, and awkwardly said, "You don't need to do this. Zhongli is your friend and mine as well. I will help her." "Really?" Liu asked incredulously, unable to believe that Zhao Lei had agreed without demanding anything in return. If Zhao Lei could truly rescue Xiaoli, she would be willing to offer her body in gratitude. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a powerful ally was invaluable, or so she believed. "Where is Zhongli?" Zhao Lei asked, oblivious to Liu's intentions. His focus solely on rescuing someone in need before it was too late. Liu quickly replied, "She is over by the bathhouse." "Then let us go now." Without waiting for Liu to respond, Zhao Lei scooped her up and swiftly made his way toward the bathhouse. To ensure Liu's safety during their rapid movement, he enveloped her in a protective layer of spiritual energy. Though Liu was still too frightened to open her eyes, the bathhouse was not far from the security room, and it wasn't long before Zhao Lei arrived. As he touched down, Liu finally regained her composure. She exclaimed, "Zhao Lei, you can jump so high. How did you manage that? Can I learn?" Liu gazed at Zhao Lei in utter disbelief. She finally comprehended why those three burly men had been unable to withstand even a single move from him. Zhao Lei did not respond to Liu's inquiry. Instead, he cast a vigilant glance around. The moment they touched down, the surrounding zombies were drawn to them by the sound. Zhao Lei shielded Liu behind him and sternly instructed, "Stay behind me and don't run off." Liu, who had previously been oblivious, now surveyed her surroundings and shivered involuntarily. Over 100 zombies surged toward the two like a relentless tide. She instinctively shrank back behind Zhao Lei, anxious. There are so many zombies. This was the first time Liu had encountered such a horde since the outbreak began. She felt remarkably fortunate. Had she encountered this many zombies on her initial outing, she might have already met her demise. That moment, 3 zombies lunged at them with great ferocity. Zhao Lei stepped forward, wielding his security baton, sending the 3 zombies sprawling several meters away. Witnessing this, Liu gasped in astonishment, "Zhao Lei, you're amazing." At that instant, Zhao Lei's figure loomed even larger in her heart. The sensation of being protected was truly delightful. Zhao Lei's expression remained unchanged as he gravely stated, "I'll take you to a safe place. It's too dangerous here." The sheer number of zombies was no trifling matter. He could handle them alone, as they were no match for his prowess. However, escorting someone as defenseless as Liu posed a significant challenge. Hearing this, Liu fell silent, aware that she was a burden to Zhao Lei. A sense of guilt inexplicably welled up within her. Noticing that Liu remained stationary, Zhao Lei refrained from further chatter and, with one arm, drew her close. With a light push from his toes, he soared several meters into the air, breaking free from the encirclement of zombies. After placing Liu in a secure location, Zhao Lei plunged back into the horde. With so many experience points at stake, he had no intention of letting them go to waste. Upon re-entering the throng of zombies, Zhao Lei cast aside all reservations, ruthlessly striking down his foes. None could withstand the force of his baton. Nearly all fell in an instant. From a distance, Liu watched as Zhao Lei navigated through the masses of zombies, gradually becoming infatuated in this world where life could be snuffed out in a heartbeat. What woman wouldn't adore a man capable of single-handedly fending off 100 foes? Without Liu's presence, Zhao Lei swiftly decimated the remaining zombies. At that moment, his experience points surged to 1230. Zhao Lei glanced at the figures displayed on his system interface and unhesitatingly chose to enhance his abilities. Ding! Consuming 700 experience points, his cultivation broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. With this newfound power, Zhao Lei sensed a remarkable increase in his control over spiritual energy, which now flowed with greater vigor within him. He felt himself undergoing a transformative change, an indescribable sensation that eluded his understanding. He could only surmise that he was evolving in a positive direction. Dismissing the confusion, Zhao Lei leaped back to Li Yu's side. Li Yu regarded him with a look of awe, her perception of this man deepening. If only she could remain by the side of such a formidable figure, she would no longer have to live in fear in this apocalyptic world. Seeing Li Yu gaze intently at him, Zhao Lei was uncertain of her thoughts and spoke, "Time is of the essence. We must hasten to find Zhongli. There are zombies everywhere, and she could be in danger with each passing second." Li Yu felt that Zhao Lei exuded an inexplicable aura, as if everything he said was inherently correct. She softly replied, "When I left, she was on the second floor, but I have no idea where she might be now. Then we shall have to search everywhere. Stick close to me," Zhao Lei replied in a serious tone. Li Yu followed closely behind him as they entered the bathhouse. The establishment had 3 floors. The left side housed the men's bathing area, while the right side was designated for women. After scouring the first floor without encountering anyone, they merely stumbled upon a few zombies, which Zhao Lei effortlessly dispatched. As they ascended to the second floor, they encountered several more zombies, all of which Zhao Lei easily dealt with. After a thorough search, they still found no sign of life. A twinge of worry arose within Li Yu. What if something happened to Zhongli? Sensing her anxiety, Zhao Lei reassured her, "We haven't seen any corpses, so Zhongli should be all right. She might just be upstairs." Li Yu, upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, felt a flicker of hope. She too wished to find Zhongli on the 3rd floor. Otherwise, she truly didn't know what she would do. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they discovered that Zhao Lei had been correct. Zhongli was indeed there, but she was cornered by 6 zombies. Though Zhongli had trained in martial arts, facing 6 zombies left her in a panic, rendering her unable to recall any techniques as she flailed a broom about helplessly. Seeing this, Li Yu couldn't help but call out, "Zhongli, we're here to save you." Upon hearing her voice, Zhongli turned to see Li Yu and inwardly cursed, "This foolish girl. Why has she returned to court death?" Despite her internal admonishment, she felt a surge of relief that Li Yu had come back to rescue her. "I'll hold off the zombies. You must run. I brought Zhao Lei to save you." There's no need to worry at that moment. Zhao Lei was transfixed, observing Zhongli, clad in ultra-short shorts and a revealing crop top that exposed her midriff. Her alluring figure was on full display. Zhao Lei felt his mouth watering, exclaiming, "Wow, she is stunning." Li Yu, witnessing Zhao Lei's reaction, couldn't help but step on his foot. "Stop staring. Hurry and save her. If you keep looking, Zhao Lei will become zombie bait." Startled by the footstep, Zhao Lei snapped back to reality, realizing that a beautiful woman was being besieged by zombies. Gripping his baton tightly, he charged forward. Meanwhile, Li Yu stood there fuming, muttering to herself that Zhao Lei had claimed he wasn't that type of guy, only for her to realize it was merely her own lack of beauty that had led him astray. All men were the same in the time it took her to voice her frustrations. Zhao Lei had dispatched the 6 zombies with remarkable efficiency. Zhongli stared in disbelief as the zombies that had cornered her were effortlessly eliminated by this man's mere swipes with his baton. Truly, it was infuriating how some people were just so superior. As the zombies fell, Li Yu rushed over. The 3 of them, familiar with one another, exchanged stories of their experiences. Li Yu recounted how she had encountered Zhao Lei, to which Zhongli exclaimed, "Those were 3 scoundrels." Just as the trio engaged in casual conversation, Zhao Lei suddenly sensed a peculiar aura and swiftly shielded the 2 women behind him, unaware of the looming danger. The 2 women watched as a zombie emerged from the stairwell. "It's a zombie." Li Yu gasped, "Be careful. This one seems different from the others," Zhao Lei warned gravely. Zhongli chimed in, "What's different about it? It's stronger. You both need to hide while I deal with it." The 2 women understood Zhao Lei's capabilities. If he deemed it strong, then it undoubtedly was. Acknowledging that their presence would only hinder him, they quickly retreated, leaving him with a parting caution to be careful. The zombie, alerted by the commotion, lunged toward Zhao Lei at an astonishing speed. Zhao Lei was taken aback. This creature was far quicker than the ordinary zombies he had previously dispatched. Without hesitation, he swung his baton at the oncoming threat. Crack! The baton shattered upon impact, leaving Zhao Lei in disbelief as he stared at the splintered remains. Although it had been a mere rubber stick, infused with his spiritual energy, it had been akin to wielding an iron rod. He hadn't anticipated the zombie's body to be so resilient. Before Zhao Lei could fully process this shock, The zombie attacked again. He barely had time to defend himself, raising his arms to block. Bang! The zombie's fist collided with Zhao Lei's arm, forcing him to stagger back. Had he not been caught off guard, the creature wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Cursing himself for his carelessness, Zhao Lei fixed his gaze on the zombie, ready for its next assault. As it lunged once more, Zhao Lei acted without hesitation, his hand morphing into a claw as he aimed for the creature's head. Boom! Before the zombie could react, Zhao Lei swiftly grasped its face and slammed it to the ground. Thud! With tremendous force, he crushed the zombie's head against the floor, its green brain matter splattering everywhere. The zombie fell lifelessly, and the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 2 mutated zombie. Experience points 100. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei's lips curled into a slight smile. Previously, he had dispatched ordinary zombies in mere moments, yet this encounter had taken him several seconds. He realized the necessity of acquiring a better weapon. Otherwise, facing a similar situation could become quite awkward. Meanwhile, the two women, having heard the sudden silence of battle, rushed out to investigate. Upon their emergence, they found Zhao Lei sitting against the wall, the remains of the zombie sprawled beside him. Zhao Lei, are you all right? Liu hurried over, concern etched on her face. I'm fine, just a bit heartbroken over my baton, Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly, holding up the now broken baton. What is that? Zhang Li exclaimed, pointing at the zombie's head. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Lei and Liu turned to follow her gaze. They noticed a faint green glow emanating from the head of the fallen zombie. Zhao Lei quickly approached to examine it, digging through the zombie's brain matter. Before long, he unearthed a stone radiating a soft green light, which he held up for closer inspection. Two women approached. And just as the three of them were beginning to comprehend the situation, a system prompt echoed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! A second-tier crystal core detected. Recovery will grant 500 cultivation points. Do you wish to recover? The moment Zhao Lei heard the system notification, he momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by a wave of ecstasy. This object could indeed be exchanged for cultivation points, and a substantial amount at that. 500. To Zhao Lei, anything that could be converted into cultivation points was undeniably valuable. Without hesitation, he chose to recover it. Instantly, the green stone vanished from his grasp. The two women stared at Zhao Lei in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Where did the stone go?" Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively. That object is called a crystal core. I have absorbed it. Absorbed? You can actually absorb such a thing? Liu asked incredulously. Zhao Lei saw no reason to conceal the truth and replied, You have seen for yourselves. I am not an ordinary person, but an ability user. I can use that crystal core to enhance my cultivation. Hence I absorbed it. The two women did not doubt Zhao Lei's words, for with zombies roaming the earth, what else was beyond belief? They spoke up directly. Can we learn to harness abilities too? We wish to possess the strength to protect ourselves and stand by your side in times of danger, rather than always hiding behind you. Chapter 5. Killing. I'm afraid that's not possible. Upon hearing their request, Zhao Lei promptly declined. It was not that he was unwilling to teach them. In truth, he had no abilities to speak of. He was merely fabricating nonsense. Therefore, how could they possibly learn? He simply could not reveal to them that he possessed a system. Thus, he deceived them by saying, only those with special constitutions can awaken abilities. The two women accepted Zhao Lei's explanation without skepticism, merely nodding in disappointment. After Zhao Lei placated them, he moved aside to open his information panel for inspection. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation. Qi refinement level 7, 800 cultivation points required for enhancement, cultivation points, 1130 points skill, Pango creation technique, increases with cultivation level. Skill, basic staff technique. Observing that his cultivation could be elevated once more, Zhao Lei decisively opted for the enhancement. Ding! Consumed 800 cultivation points, cultivation elevated to Qi refinement level 8. The moment the system's voice faded, an enigmatic force radiated from Zhao Lei's body. The two women, engaged in idle chatter nearby, were startled. They turned to see Zhao Lei enveloped in a faint blue aura, resplendent and sacred. At that moment, Zhao Lei's aura transformed, instilling an inexplicable sense of reverence within the two women, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. The oppressive presence of a cultivator naturally exuded an aura that felt overwhelming to ordinary people. and it was only natural for the two women to experience such sensations. As 2 minutes elapsed, the luminous aura surrounding Zhao Lei gradually dissipated. At this juncture, the spiritual energy within him became even more refined and potent. When Zhao Lei previously broke through to Qi refinement level 7, he had been oblivious to the nature of that qualitative change. However, with this breakthrough, he finally understood. He was beginning to transcend the realm of mortals. Zhao Lei realized that when he achieved foundation establishment, he would undoubtedly experience another significant transformation. With these realizations, Zhao Lei ceased to dwell on his thoughts. Meanwhile, the two women continued to gaze at him in a daze. Zhao Lei approached them and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing his question, the two women finally snapped back to reality. Liu replied with a smile, "Of course, I will follow you. Wherever you go, I shall go." Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, could only shake his head helplessly, responding, "I am going to search for my family, which may entail a journey of over 1,000 kilometers. Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" After a moment's contemplation, Liu concluded that following Zhao Lei was far better than facing the zombies alone. Moreover, she had no family to return to. Ultimately, Liu resolved to accompany Zhao Lei. Zhang Li expressed her intention to seek out her family first, thus choosing not to join them. Liu understood Zhang Li's reasoning and did not impede her. The three spent another night in the bathhouse, consumed some food, and then bid each other farewell. Zhao Lei, being an only child who had grown up in a mountain village with his parents, was deeply concerned about their well-being following the outbreak of the apocalypse. With communication devices rendered useless, he had been unable to reach them, prompting him to return home to check on them. The journey was long, and considering the U.S. circumstances, Zhao Lei managed to find a vehicle. Albeit with limited fuel, after estimating, he concluded that they could travel approximately 50 kilometers. As anticipated. Upon reaching the next city, the vehicle was nearly out of fuel. They planned to search for more gasoline and provisions before continuing their journey. Walking along the desolate streets, devoid of any people, Liu felt an eerie chill and tightly grasped Zhao Lei's clothing. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Lei teased, "You are quite timid. Following me means engaging in significant ventures. You cannot always hide behind me. I cannot protect you forever." Indignant, Liu retorted, "I don't care. I have decided to cling onto you for life. There's a saying that goes, a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body." Zhao Lei furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, "Isn't it to repay kindness with gratitude? When did it transform into a pledge of one's body?" Liu's face flushed as she replied, "That's none of your business. If I say it's a pledge of my body, then it is. Very well, whatever you say it is." Zhao Lei chuckled awkwardly. He realized that having Liu by his side had its advantages. Otherwise, dealing with zombies alone every day would drive him to madness. Throughout their journey, the two engaged in numerous conversations, gradually developing a unique bond with each other. Though Liu was inherently timid, she felt emboldened in Zhao Lei's presence, primarily because he was too indifferent to engage in disputes with her. As they scavenged, they occasionally encountered a few zombies, all of which Zhao Lei effortlessly dispatched. Meanwhile, around the corner of an upcoming street, a middle-aged man wielding a knife was leisurely strolling with a group of subordinates. One of the subordinates remarked, "Boss, we have walked 2 blocks now, yet we have encountered hardly any zombies. Where have all the people gone? Let us ask and find out," the knife-wielding middle-aged man said, pointing towards the 2 figures ahead. Known as Sun Chong, he had been a brick mover before the apocalypse but unexpectedly gained the ability to transform into a werewolf, subsequently leading his gang to the pinnacle of their lives. The figures in question were Zhao Lei and Liu, who had also noticed the group ahead. Zhao Lei immediately sensed trouble in an apocalypse. Most people would prefer to hide at home, yet this group was boldly roaming together, clearly not benign. Zhao Lei instinctively shielded Liu behind him. Sun Chong was sizing up Zhao Lei and Liu as well. Observing the woman, he noted her rapid, disordered breathing, while the young man exhibited steady strides and even breathing, clearly a practiced fighter. Sun Chong was about to warn his subordinate that these two were not to be trifled with when he saw the subordinate charge ahead. "The boss actually has a pretty girl. Let us capture her for our brother's enjoyment." The subordinate leered at Liu, making her feel immensely uncomfortable, prompting her to inch closer to Zhao Lei. The moment Zhao Lei caught sight of such a gaze, memories of the 3 brutish men in the security room flooded back to him. In a flash, Zhao Lei seized the subordinate by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. The subordinate was left bewildered, a suffocating sensation spreading throughout his body. Sun Chong was taken aback, realizing he could not perceive the speed at which Zhao Lei had acted. He understood that they had encountered a formidable opponent. Seeing his subordinate in distress, he rushed forward to intervene, saying, "Young man, my subordinate was merely joking. There's no need to be so furious. I hope you can spare me some face and let him go." Zhao Lei coldly responded, "Very well." Crack! Before Sun Chong could feel relief, he heard the sound of his subordinate's neck snapping. Enraged, Sun Chong shouted, "What does this mean, young man? Do you intend to make an enemy of me?" "Make an enemy of you? Ha! You're not worthy," Zhao Lei replied dismissively. "Very well, you are quite bold. You can die now." Sun Chong gritted his teeth in fury, declaring, "You're too arrogant. You will pay for this insolence today." He rallied his subordinates, shouting, "Brothers, charge." Chapter 6, Ability Card. After rallying his subordinates, Sun Chong charged at Zhao Lei with his knife. Zhao Lei shielded Liu behind him. The oppressive aura of Qi Refinement Level 8 enveloped the area. All those present, except for Liu, felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient, ferocious beast, cold sweat trickling down their backs. In Sun Chong's moment of hesitation, Zhao Lei swiftly approached him. Snatching the long knife from his grasp, simultaneously, he kicked Sun Chong to the ground. As Zhao Lei grasped the knife, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Long knife detected. Automatically learned. Intermediate knife technique. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Lei felt the knife fit perfectly in his hand, as though he had wielded it his entire life. His blade flashed through the throng of subordinates, executing the technique with fluidity and grace. Sun Chong had yet to comprehend the situation when he witnessed his subordinates collapsing one by one. His fury reaching a boiling point, he let out a thunderous roar, his body swelling as he transformed into a 3-meter-tall werewolf. Zhao Lei was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. What was happening? This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. However, he quickly regained his composure. Brandishing the knife, he charged at the werewolf Sun Chong. The werewolf bellowed furiously, "Kid, prepare to pay with your life." The claws of the wolf collided with the long blade, producing a sharp sound. Sun Chong stared incredulously at his wolf claws, a wave of shock washing over him. Ordinary swords and blades were utterly incapable of penetrating his furred defenses. Yet, at this moment, a ghastly crimson mark marred his claws. Sun Chong could not fathom how this had come to be. Just then, Zhao Lei charged at him once more, brandishing his weapon. With his intermediate sword technique and the speed of an 8th-layer Qi cultivator, Sun Chong could scarcely perceive the pace at which Zhao Lei struck, and no matter how Sun Chong attempted to evade, he found his body marked with horrendous gashes. As Sun Chong's breath steadily waned, Zhao Lei seized the opportune moment, channeling his entire spiritual energy into the blade. With a swift motion, the wolf's head rolled away, leaving Sun Chong oblivious to how his defenses had been breached until his last breath. The answer was rather straightforward. Zhao Lei had infused a layer of spiritual energy into his blade. One must understand that a blade imbued with spiritual energy stands in stark contrast to one devoid of it. Akin to the difference between a wooden stick and an iron, ROD.AT, the moment the wolf's head fell, a notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 ability user and earning 50 cultivation points, as well as 1 beast transformation ability card. Zhao Lei gazed with curiosity at the card that had appeared in his hand. Beast transformation ability card. What could this be? Liu, witnessing Zhao Lei effortlessly dispatch Sun Chong and his lowly subordinate, quickly trotted over to him. Observing Zhao Lei examining the card, she inquired softly, "What is that you hold?" Hearing her question, Zhao Lei replied uncertainly, "It seems to be some sort of ability card." Sun Chong likely transformed into a werewolf using this. An ability card, meaning possessing this item would allow one to transform into a werewolf. Such a card must be incredibly powerful, Liu exclaimed in excitement. Unfortunately, it would be of no use to me. Zhao Lei sighed. Indeed, Liu nodded in agreement. Zhao Lei had intended to give the ability card to Liu, but she swiftly declined without a second thought. She had no desire to become that hideous and dark werewolf. After some contemplation, Zhao Lei realized that with his capability to protect her, the ability card was indeed superfluous. Liu, not wanting it, allowed Zhao Lei to keep the card, just in case it might prove useful someday. As the sun gradually descended, casting the world into twilight, Zhao Lei and Liu scavenged a considerable amount of supplies throughout the day. However, they encountered not a single survivor, and even the number of zombies they came across was minimal. At that moment, within a modest rental apartment, Liu was bathing, while Zhao Lei sat on the bed, perusing the system panel. Host. Zhao Lei, human, cultivation. 8th layer Qi, can increase by consuming 900 cultivation points, 420 points technique. Pangu creation technique, increases with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique, intermediate sword technique. Within 2 days, Zhao Lei had transformed from an ordinary person devoid of cultivation into a Qi cultivator capable of tearing apart zombies. The leap from one state to another was nothing short of monumental. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zhao Lei could distinctly sense a vortex of spiritual energy in his lower abdomen, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy entering his body through this vortex was extraordinarily pure. Faintly hinting at a tendency to transform into liquid form, as Zhao Lei immersed himself in this sensation, Liu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. I'm done bathing. Do you wish to take your turn? Zhao Lei turned at the sound of her voice. The sight of her fair skin, jet black hair, and long, slender legs rendered him momentarily speechless. Liu, noticing the way Zhao Lei looked at her, smiled mischievously, thinking, I've got you now. In the presence of others, Liu appeared as a timid little kitten hiding behind Zhao Lei. However, when alone, she transformed into a fierce tigress, capable of devouring anyone. Having grown up in an orphanage, Liu had always been shyti until she met Zhongli in middle school that her personality began to change. Zhongli, a strong-willed individual, took care of Liu, and the two gradually became best friends. Later, after becoming a teacher, Liu met Zhao Lei, the security guard, and found herself drawn to him. Following the incident in the security office where Zhao Lei saved her, her admiration blossomed into affection. However, being somewhat introverted, she had never voiced her feelings. After spending 2 days together, Liu sincerely found Zhao Lei to be quite remarkable. Thus, while scavenging for supplies during the day, she boldly declared her desire to be his girlfriend and to have his children. Zhao Lei was taken aback, astonished that this woman did not adhere to the expected norms. He agreed without hesitation, reasoning that any man would be foolish to refuse the advances of a beautiful woman. However, ever since that agreement, he had begun to regret it, as she frequently teased him, and now, it had happened again. Liu, freshly emerged from the bathroom, approached Zhao Lei and pushed him down onto the bed. As Zhao Lei's heart raced at the sight of her lips drawing ever closer, he abruptly pushed her away. I'm going to take a shower. Watching his hurried departure, Liu covered her mouth and chuckled. Who would have thought that a man capable of killing without blinking would ever feel shy? In the bathroom, Zhao Lei muttered to himself, this woman keeps teasing me. Just wait until I come out. I'll show her what's what. Upon exiting the bathroom, Zhao Lei pushed Liu onto the bed. Thus began an indescribable night that swiftly passed. The following morning, bright sunlight streamed through the window. Liu lay delicately in Zhao Lei's embrace. After they both arose, they tidied themselves and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar as they entered their vehicle. Startled, both turned to each other. Chapter 7. The Fleeing Siblings. Zhao Lei scooped Liu into his arms and leaped onto the rooftop. Gazing into the distance, he observed thick plumes of smoke rising ominously. Liu's eyes. All that was visible was the inky blackness, but Zhao Lei could see quite clearly. She asked, perplexed, what happened over there, Zhao Lei? Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly. A man and a woman attempted to eliminate 5 zombies by igniting a vehicle's fuel tank, resulting in an explosion. Even if they succeeded in killing those 5 zombies, the explosion will undoubtedly attract more. Frankly, their actions are tantamount to seeking death. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Liu nodded in agreement. In the distance, the 2 fleeing figures, a man and a woman, were in dire straits. The man glanced back, realizing the 5 zombies had not been killed and that the explosion had drawn even more. At this moment, the girl collapsed to the ground. The man hurriedly helped her up, urging, Xiao Huan, run quickly. They're about to catch up. The girl named Xiao Huan, trembling, struggled to rise with her brother's support. Gasping for breath, she protested, Brother, I can't run anymore. We barely escaped that place. You shouldn't worry about me. Just go. The man's expression darkened with anger. I promised our father that I would take care of you. You must not speak such defeatist words. Xiao Huan felt deeply wronged but understood her brother's intentions were for her sake. Noticing her distress, the man chose not to press the matter further. As the zombies closed in, he quickly crouched down, insisting, "They're almost upon us. Let me carry you." Meanwhile, Zhao Lei observed the entire scene from the rooftop, listening intently to the siblings' conversation. A complex expression crossed his face. This young man, even at the brink of death, remained concerned for his sister, truly a testament to loyalty. With that thought, Zhao Lei turned to Li Yu and instructed, "Zombies cannot reach here. Stay put and do not wander. I will go to help them." Recognizing that accompanying him would only hinder his efforts, Li Yu nodded and settled down in a nearby spot. Zhao Lei smiled gently at her before leaping down from the building and sprinting toward the fleeing siblings. As Zhao Lei listened to their dialogue, he speculated on where they had escaped from. Given that not a single survivor had been encountered in this city, it was likely they had been trapped in that very location. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and his pace quickened in the distance. The man, burdened with his sister on his back, found his steps growing heavier. With a sudden thud, he collapsed to the ground, causing Xiao Huan to fall heavily beside him. Despite his legs failing him, he struggled to support himself and moved in front of his sister, helping her to rise. Breathless, he managed, "Xiao Huan, are you all right? This is all my fault for being useless. You've suffered." Tears streamed down Xiao Huan's face as she looked at her brother's disheveled state. With a choked voice, she lamented, "Brother, I'm the one who has burdened you. I am so sorry." The man's heart nearly shattered at her sobs, and he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying gently, "Silly girl, it's not your fault that I failed to protect you. It seems I cannot fulfill my promise to father." As the zombies approached, he tightly embraced her. The two siblings clung to one another, closing their eyes in resignation, prepared to meet their end. After a brief moment, the siblings slowly sensed something was amiss. Why had the zombies not torn them to shreds? They opened their eyes to a shocking sight. All the pursuing zombies lay lifeless on the ground. A handsome young man clad in athletic gear was seen wielding a large sword, cleaving through the undead as he searched for something. This was none other than Zhao Lei, who had arrived just in time to save them. He had dispatched all the zombies that had chased after the siblings and was thrilled to discover that they were all level 1 zombies with first-tier crystal cores. Thus, the siblings finally noticed Zhao Lei gathering the crystal cores, and he collected 11 of them in total. After collecting the crystal cores, Zhao Lei approached the brother and sister duo. At that moment, they were gazing at him with expressions akin to that of viewing a monster. Noticing their stares, Zhao Lei spoke in a deep voice, "I am Zhao Lei. What are your names?" Upon hearing Zhao Lei's inquiry, the young man quickly responded, "I am Lu Zhibing, and this is my sister, Lu Xiaohuan." While introducing himself, he made sure to also introduce his sister. Feeling Zhao Lei's gaze upon her, Lu Xiaohuan's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson. Lu Zhibing noticed his sister's reaction but chose not to comment further. He stood up, bowed respectfully to Zhao Lei, and with a serious expression said, "Thank you, brother Zhao Lei, for saving our lives. My sister and I have nothing to repay you with, and we feel truly ashamed." Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was merely a small act, no need for such formality. However, I do have a few questions that I would like to inquire about." "Feel free to ask, brother Zhao Lei, that I will share whatever I know," Lu Zhibing replied politely. Zhao Lei smiled slightly and asked, "Do you know where the survivors are located?" Upon hearing Zhao Lei's question, Lu Zhibing's expression suddenly became rigid, as if he recalled a painful memory. He sighed deeply and said, "To be frank with you, brother Zhao Lei, my sister and I just escaped from there. All the survivors in South Sea City are gathered there." Zhao Lei was taken aback by this revelation and pressed further, "They are all there. Please, tell me more about what happened." Lu Zhibing took a moment to compose himself before explaining, "It is in the underground parking lot of a shopping center, where all the people are held captive by zombies. A zombie king that can speak rules over them, and all the zombies from the city are gathered there. My parents perished in that place, and my sister and I barely managed to escape." As he spoke, a tear escaped from the corner of Lu Zhibing's eye. Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, was deeply shocked. The notion of a zombie king capable of speech, commanding all the zombies, sent chills down his spine. Lu Xiaohuan, noticing Zhao Lei deep in thought, gently asked, "Brother Zhao, are you planning to rescue them?" Zhao Lei turned to her and replied solemnly, "I do intend to do so. But after hearing your words, I believe this matter requires careful consideration. Attempting it alone may prove somewhat arduous." Lu Zhibing responded in agreement. Indeed, it should be. He suddenly realized something and exclaimed in astonishment. What? You find it somewhat arduous to go alone? Zhao Lei simply replied, yes. Lu Zhibing was at a loss for words. Are you even speaking human language? I would struggle to escape from a single zombie. And you speak of taking on the zombie stronghold alone as if it might be a bit challenging. After exchanging a few more words, Zhao Lei lifted the brother and sister and leapt onto the rooftop. He moved swiftly across the rooftops, causing Lu Xiaohuan to close her eyes in fright and scream, Brother Zhao, please slow down. I'm scared. She clung tightly to Zhao Lei's hand, terrified of falling to her demise. In contrast, her brother Lu Zhibing was somewhat calmer. Though a bit anxious, he kept his eyes open. Having been fond of martial arts novels since childhood, especially those featuring lightness skill, he dreamed of becoming a martial arts master who could ride the winds and surf the waves. As he looked down at the towering buildings rushing past beneath him, he felt a twinge of envy. He gazed at Zhao Lei in admiration and asked, Brother Zhao Lei, how do you accomplish this? Are you a martial arts master? Can you teach me? Zhao Lei shook his head helplessly and replied with a wry smile. I am an ability user, not a martial arts master. I cannot teach you that. But I do possess something that may assist you. Lu Zhibing's eyes lit up with curiosity. What is it? Can I see it? Zhao Lei teased. Wait until we reach our destination, and I will show you. The item Zhao Lei referred to was the ability card he had obtained the previous day, but whether Lu Zhibing would use it depended on his choice. Zhao Lei moved swiftly, soon arriving at the rooftop where Liu was located. Upon seeing Zhao Lei's return, Liu quickly approached. Zhao Lei briefly introduced the three of them and explained the situation of Lu Zhibing and his sister. He then mentioned his plan to assault the zombie stronghold. Liu believed in Zhao Lei's capabilities and did not attempt to dissuade him. Afterward, Liu and Lu Xiaohuan moved aside to chat. It must be said that women tend to have more topics to discuss amongst themselves. Usually, Liu and Zhao Lei did not share many words. Observing the two women engaged in conversation, Zhao Lei pulled Lu Zhibing aside. He retrieved the beast transformation ability card from his backpack and handed it to Lu Zhibing. Lu Zhibing looked at the ability card in confusion and asked, Brother Zhao Lei, is this the item you mentioned that can help me? Zhao Lei nodded confidently, saying, this is a beast transformation ability card that can allow you to transform into a 3-meter-tall werewolf. More than sufficient to handle ordinary zombies. Lu Zhibing, somewhat skeptical, remarked, this card has such power? Brother Zhao Lei, please do not deceive me. Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively, asserting, how could I deceive you? You will know whether it is true once you try it. Lu Zhibing then inquired, how do I use this card? This question left Zhao Lei momentarily flabbergasted. Right? I don't even know how to use it. Zhao Lei scratched his head awkwardly and suggested, why not try dripping a drop of blood on it? That's how they do it in TV dramas. Lu Zhibing stared at Zhao Lei in disbelief, while Zhao Lei awkwardly smiled. Reluctantly, Lu Zhibing decided to give it a try. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the card. Suddenly, the card radiated a brilliant light, enveloping Lu Zhibing in a white glow. In an instant, a towering 3-meter-tall werewolf stood before Zhao Lei. Lu Zhibing, thrilled by his newfound stature, exclaimed, it really works, Brother Zhao Lei. You are truly amazing. The two women, who had been chatting nearby, were also taken aback by this transformation. Liu approached Zhao Lei and quietly inquired, did you just use that ability card on him? Zhao Lei nodded affirmatively. Lu Zhibing, brimming with excitement, felt invincible, believing he could take on hordes of zombies. However, a new concern arose. How do I turn back into a human? Lu Zhibing suddenly realized this dilemma and his expression shifted from joy to panic. He hurriedly asked Zhao Lei, Brother Zhao, how do I revert to my original form? Zhao Lei, unable to suppress his laughter at Lu Zhibing's frantic demeanor, noticed the two women also chuckling softly. Lu Zhibing stood there, bewildered, contemplating his identity and surroundings. Who am I? Where am I? Can anyone hear me? Seeing Lu Zhibing in distress, Zhao Lei decided not to tease him further and calmly said, just think of your original self, and you will transform back. At that moment, curious minds pondered how Zhao Lei knew this and no need to inquire. Zhao Lei had read the usage instructions written on the ability card. As Lu Zhibing reveled in his newfound form, Zhao Lei turned to the two women, eager to witness Lu Zhibing's reaction when he learned the truth. When Lu Zhibing transformed back into his human form and discovered the reality, his face turned a shade of green, resembling someone who had consumed something unpleasant. So, you all knew, and I was the only one left in the dark. The fool was me. Liu and Lu Xiaohuan approached to tease Lu Zhibing, and the three shared laughter. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei settled down in a corner, retrieving the 11 crystal cores he had acquired. Ding! Detected 11 crystal cores. Recycling them will yield 2,200 cultivation points. Do you wish to recycle? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei did not hesitate to confirm the recycling. Ding! Recycled 11 crystal cores, gaining 2,200 cultivation points. As the system's notification faded, Zhao Lei opened his message panel to check. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level. Qi refining 8th layer, 900 cultivation points required for upgrade, cultivation points. 2620 technique. Pangu creation technique, upgrades with cultivation level, skills. Basic staff technique. Intermediate blade technique. Looking at the 2,620 cultivation points, Zhao Lei couldn't help but grin. He marveled at how easily these cultivation points were acquired. After his moment of reflection, Zhao Lei chose to enhance his cultivation level. Ding! Consumed 900 cultivation points. Cultivation level upgraded to Qi refining 9th layer. Ding! Consumed 1,000 cultivation points. Cultivation level upgraded to Qi refining 10th layer. As his cultivation level rose, a mysterious aura emanated from Zhao Lei's body. The three engaged in playful banter turned their attention to him. Liu, having witnessed this once before, found it unremarkable, while Lu Zhibing and his sister were left in awe. Lu Xiaohuan exclaimed, "Sister Li, look, brother Zhao is glowing. How magical!" Lu Zhibing stared at Zhao Lei in disbelief and asked, "Miss Li, what is happening to brother Zhao?" Liu glanced at the glowing Zhao Lei and replied, "He must have told you. He is an ability user. This is a sign of his cultivation breakthrough." Lu Zhibing was taken aback. He truly is an ability user. When he told me earlier, I thought he was just joking. The realization dawned on him that genuine ability users existed in the world. Lu Xiaohuan gazed at Zhao Lei with envy, wishing she could be as formidable as him one day. As Lu Zhibing and his sister expressed their admiration, the evening gradually approached. The four gathered around to enjoy a self-heating hot pot, filled with laughter and conversation. Zhao Lei mentioned that he would give Lu Xiaohuan an ability card whenever he acquired extra ones in the future, which filled her with immense joy. Chapter 9. Rescuing women and young girls. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhao Lei cast an energy shield to protect Liu and Lu Xiaohuan within the confines of their home. Concerned that he might be unable to manage their safety while escorting them, Zhao Lei's protective barrier was capable of withstanding attacks from first-tier zombies. Moreover, as the zombies were predominantly congregated around the shopping center, the two women were assured of their safety at home. After meticulously arranging everything and advising the two to remain indoors and not wander about, Zhao Lei set off with Lu Zhibing. With Lu Zhibing's current beastly prowess, he could effortlessly dispatch first-tier zombies with a mere swipe of his claw, allowing Zhao Lei to conserve considerable time. Their pace was swift, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived in the vicinity of the shopping center. Zhao Lei gazed down at the throngs of zombies below, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Each of these creatures represented valuable cultivation points, once he vanquished them and augmented his own power. Confronting a zombie king would be a trivial matter. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei solemnly inquired, "Zhibing, lead the way. Let us first rescue the trapped individuals." Acknowledging with a nod, Lu Zhibing leaped directly from the rooftop. He felt emboldened, confident that he could take on a multitude. Observing Lu Zhibing's descent, Zhao Lei couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Initially, he had perceived Lu Zhibing as a reliable older brother, but their interactions revealed him to be more of a comical character. Upon landing, Lu Zhibing turned back and noticed Zhao Lei still on the rooftop, prompting him to call out, "Brother Zhao, hurry down." In response, Zhao Lei executed a leap, performing a somersault mid-air before landing in front of Lu Zhibing. The zombies encircling the shopping center, alerted by their voices, surged towards them. The sheer mass of zombies sent a shiver down Lu Zhibing's spine. Zhao Lei estimated their numbers, around 300. This was merely the outer ring. There were likely even more lurking closer to the center. Without hesitation, the duo engaged. Lu Zhibing's claw swiftly claimed the lives of 2 zombies, while Zhao Lei's blade felled 5 more. As the number of zombies Zhao Lei dispatched grew, the system's notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Lu Zhibing, too, fought with a fervor reminiscent of madness, finally avenging the torment the zombies had inflicted upon him. He owed this opportunity to Zhao Lei, who had provided him with the ability card in a frenzy of slaughter. The over 300 zombies dwindled to a mere handful. Zhao Lei opened the system panel to inspect his gains. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level. Qi refinement stage 10, 5,000 cultivation points required for advancement, cultivation points, 3,000 points techniques, Pangu creation technique, advances with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, intermediate sword technique to reach the foundation establishment stage, 5,000 cultivation points are needed. Among the zombies he had defeated, only 6 were first tier. Zhao Lei collected all the crystal cores, raising his cultivation points to 4,200. Noticing he was still 800 points short, he turned his gaze towards Lu Zhibing. Prior to their departure, Zhao Lei had briefed Lu Zhibing on the classifications of zombies and the significance of crystal cores. Zombies are categorized as first-tier zombies, more agile than ordinary zombies, second-tier zombies, tougher than first-tier, third-tier zombies, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a 6-year-old child, fourth-tier zombies, able to speak human language. First-tier crystal cores appear white. Second-tier are green, third-tier are blue, and fourth-tier are purple. Zhao Lei reminded him to remember to extract the crystal cores from any first-tier zombies they encountered. That moment, upon noticing Zhao Lei's gaze, Lu Zhibing immediately understood. From seemingly nowhere, he produced 2 white crystals. Handing them to Zhao Lei, he stated, "I only found these 2. Zhao Lei smiled faintly. "2 will suffice. Having any is better than none." Without hesitation, he reclaimed the cores, recovered 2 first-tier crystal cores, cultivation points increased by 400, still 400 cultivation points short. Zhao Lei frowned in contemplation. He planned to send Lu Zhibing back first, intending to handle the remaining zombies himself. Otherwise, Lu Zhibing's presence would unduly affect his cultivation points. With this thought, Zhao Lei spoke, "Zhibing, why don't you return and safeguard Xiaohuan and the others? I am quite uneasy with the 2 of them alone. And with your current strength, you can contend with second-tier zombies. I would feel more at ease if you went back." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhibing also felt this was reasonable. However, he countered, "Brother Zhao, what will you do once I leave?" Zhao Lei patted his chest confidently, asserting, "Do you doubt my strength? I can easily handle these zombies. I trust your abilities, but do take care and I'll wait for your return," Lu Zhibing replied before swiftly departing. With Lu Zhibing gone, Zhao Lei wasted no time and hurried towards the underground parking lot. He aimed to gather enough cultivation points to advance to the foundation establishment stage, as he was eager to make that breakthrough. Stealthily, Zhao Lei infiltrated the underground parking area, concealing himself behind a pillar while observing 2 zombies ahead. He surmised that these 2 zombies must possess considerable levels. Eliminating them would surely yield sufficient points for his advancement. Just as Zhao Lei prepared to strike, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A woman, tightly clasping a small girl's mouth, dashed from the depths of the parking lot, as if pursued by some primordial beast. The little girl's tears had soaked the woman's hand. As she ran, the woman frequently glanced over her shoulder in fear. Yet, with the parking lot shrouded in darkness, she could see nothing. However, Zhao Lei, with his Qi refinement stage 10 cultivation, clearly discerned the scene. A dozen or so zombies were hot on their heels. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lei sprang forward, appearing before the zombie he had been observing for some time. With a swift slash, he beheaded both zombies before they could react. He pocketed 1 green and 1 white crystal core and made a beeline for the woman. Zhao Lei moved with incredible speed, reaching the woman and the little girl in an instant. The woman, mistaking him for a zombie as he snatched her daughter away, screamed, "Return my daughter!" Before she could finish her sentence, her teeth sank into Zhao Lei's arm. He flinched slightly, but bit back the pain as he dashed outside. Once out of the parking lot, Zhao Lei leaped, soaring over several buildings before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, the woman remained with her eyes tightly shut. Still clinging to Zhao Lei, "You are safe now. There's no need for concern," Zhao Lei spoke gently. Hearing a human voice, the woman finally opened her eyes and, upon realizing it was a young and handsome man, she quickly released her grip, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought you were a zombie." At this point, the little girl had succumbed to unconsciousness, likely from starvation. Zhao Lei hastily infused her with a trickle of energy to temporarily preserve her life. The woman took her daughter in her arms and fervently expressed her gratitude to Zhao Lei for saving them. Zhao Lei, however, was indifferent, considering it a mere act of kindness. His immediate priority was still to advance his cultivation. Finding a safe location, he settled the mother and daughter there, leaving behind a modest amount of food before taking his leave. He intended to seek out a quiet spot to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 10. Foundation establishment perched atop a towering 50-story building, Zhao Lei sat cross-legged. He retrieved a green crystal core from his bag. Ding! Detected second-tier crystal core. Reclaiming will yield 500 cultivation points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Upon reclaiming the core, his cultivation points surged to 5250. Without further hesitation, he opted to enhance his cultivation. Ding! Consumed 5,000 cultivation points. Cultivation has broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. As the system notification echoed. Zhao Lei felt the surrounding spiritual energy of the world rush towards him with wild abandon. He sensed the spiritual vortex within his dantian compressing further. His body began undergoing a profound transformation. Zhao Lei did not rush. Instead, he activated the Pangu creation technique. As he channeled the technique, a small spiritual energy cyclone formed around him. 10 minutes later, the spiritual vortex in his dantian had vanished. Replaced by a golden square platform, Zhao Lei surmised that this golden platform was his spiritual stage. The ambient spiritual energy, transformed by the spiritual stage, became more refined spiritual power. This power could manifest externally, achieving a nearly tangible effect. Most importantly, it would enable him to fly with the sword. The dream of soaring through the skies on a sword was no longer a fantasy. Who wouldn't he yearn to be a celestial being, riding the winds to vanquish demons across the heavens? As Zhao Lei indulged in visions of decapitating zombies from miles away, a series of system notifications jolted him back to reality. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Reward, Inside Eye X1. Note: the Inside Eye allows the user to view the basic information of all physical objects. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. The synthesis function is now enabled. Note: the synthesis system allows for combining items placed in the synthesis panel to create a combination product of the two items. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. The system space is now accessible. Note: the system space automatically stores all items acquired by the host, including zombie crystal cores, with unlimited capacity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. The system task function is now activated. Note: the system will randomly issue tasks. Completing them will yield corresponding rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. The faction establishment function is now available. Note: after successfully founding a faction, the zombies killed by its members will still count towards the host's cultivation points. This cascade of system notifications left Zhao Lei utterly bewildered, silently marveling at the turn of events. The breakthrough in foundational cultivation unexpectedly unlocked a plethora of functionalities. After overcoming his astonishment, Zhao Lei quietly accessed the information panel. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level. Early stage foundation establishment can be increased by consuming 10,000 cultivation points, 250 points techniques, Pangu creation technique, improves with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique, intermediate sword technique, Eye of Insight, system space, infinite, automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies, synthesis function. Current synthesis limit is once. Items already synthesized cannot be synthesized again. Consuming 1,000 cultivation points can enhance the synthesis limit. Mission function. Main quest: eliminate all zombies on Blue Planet and uncover the mastermind behind them to eliminate them. Mission rewards unknown. Side quest: establish a personal faction to expedite the extermination of zombies. Mission rewards unknown. Random quest: none, randomly triggered. At this moment, the information panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Zhao Lei gazed at the multitude of functionalities listed, his heart swirling with indescribable emotions. However, it must be said, the power of this system is truly formidable. Not to mention, the mere existence of an infinite system space was enough to elicit applause from Zhao Lei. Eagerly, he placed his backpack and long knife into the system space. Zhao Lei felt that having a system space was undeniably convenient. He then turned his attention to the system's synthesis function, pondering what items he possessed that could be synthesized. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Lei retrieved 2 sausages from the system space, items he had previously stored in his backpack. He placed the sausages into the synthesis slot. Ding! Synthesis commencing. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained premium sausage X1. All synthesized items are stored within the system space. Zhao Lei took out the premium sausage he had just synthesized. It seemed there was no apparent change. He unwrapped the sausage and took a bite. To his surprise, it was truly delightful. Zhao Lei savored it eagerly until it was gone, wiping his mouth with his hand. At this moment, he began to grasp the concept of the synthesis function. Determined to validate his hypothesis, Zhao Lei retrieved his long knife and a white crystal core from the system space. He placed both items into the synthesis slot. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first-grade spiritual weapon. Demon-slaying flying knife. Wow, incredible. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei couldn't help but exclaim. He knew that with the demon-slaying flying knife, he could soar through the skies with his blade. Slaying enemies from 1,000 meters away was no longer a dream. With that thought, Zhao Lei took out the spiritual weapon. Examining it closely. He focused intently on the demon-slaying flying knife. Anyone observing would notice his right eye's pupil had turned blue. At that moment, Zhao Lei joyfully discovered a blue panel appearing on the demon-slaying flying knife. First-grade spiritual weapon. Demon-slaying flying knife, capable of unleashing the strongest attack with minimal spiritual energy, can slay enemies from 1,000 meters away. Zhao Lei activated the Eye of Insight, a feature he found immensely satisfying. With the Eye of Insight, he no longer needed to guess the levels of the zombies. Each new system function surpassed the previous one. Zhao Lei then glanced at the faction creation function and mission function. These two functions could be set aside for now. He needed to hurry and rescue people. At this moment, with the demon-slaying flying knife in hand, Zhao Lei felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. He believed he could take on a horde alone. Zhao Lei, with the flying knife beneath his feet, wobbled towards the shopping center. He did not linger. Heading straight for the underground parking lot, Zhao Lei walked slowly, directing the flying knife to eliminate zombies ahead. The sharpness of the flying knife was not something that mere first or second level zombies could withstand. Wherever the flying knife passed, zombies fell one after another. The system's prompt resonated continuously in Zhao Lei's mind. As he ventured deeper, he could vaguely hear the sound of a child crying. Zhao Lei speculated that it might be the survivors trapped within. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, deep within the underground parking lot, a ragged woman faced hundreds of zombies without a trace of fear. Her name was Xue Xiaoran, a retired female soldier. When the apocalypse broke out, she had been captured by zombies and brought here. When she first arrived, there were over 1,000 people. Now, all had transformed into zombies, leaving only her and 6 small children behind. At this moment, the 6 children huddled closely together. Sister, we are scared. There's no need to be afraid. Your sister is here, and I will protect you. Xue Xiaoran repeatedly turned to comfort the group of children, as hundreds of zombies lunged at her. She wielded a wooden stick and knocked one zombie to the ground. However, the sheer number of zombies was far beyond her capability to handle. They quickly overwhelmed her, as the threat of death loomed. Xue Xiaoran struggled fiercely. She was not ready to die. I am a soldier. I have people to protect. I cannot perish here. This declaration erupted from Xue Xiaoran with a fierce intensity. As her words fell, her entire body radiated a brilliant red light. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated. Accompanied by the explosion, the entire underground parking lot was illuminated. Zhao Lei, who was furiously slaughtering zombies, sensed something was amiss upon witnessing this spectacle. He disregarded the surrounding zombies. With the demon-slaying flying knife in hand, Zhao Lei hesitated not for a moment, channeling spiritual energy into the flying knife before slicing it through the air. A beam of blue light instantly pierced through the horde of zombies, clearing a path as Zhao Lei sped towards the source of the explosion. He soon approached the epicenter of the blast, where, in the distance, a red figure was relentlessly launching fireballs at the zombies. Zhao Lei focused his gaze. Name: Xue Xiaoran, retired soldier, cultivation level, level 3 ability user skill, fireball technique. Upon contact with the target, it produces a massive explosion with extreme lethality. Talent evaluation: S-class. Just as Zhao Lei finished examining Xue Xiaoran's information panel, he looked up to see a zombie lunging towards him. Thud. Fortunately, Zhao Lei was quick enough to evade with a swift movement. He watched in awe as Xue Xiaoran unleashed fireballs, sending zombie parts flying everywhere. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She was extraordinarily ferocious. Ding. Random mission triggered. Rescue the beauty from the horde of zombies. Mission reward: 60 favorability with Xue Xiaoran. As Zhao Lei marveled at the beauty's ferocity, the system's voice echoed in his mind. He instantly understood the implication. The system was suggesting that he should win over this stunning beauty. A grin crept onto Zhao Lei's face. He realized that, despite her fearsome appearance, Xue Xiaoran was, in reality, at her wit's end. If Zhao Lei did not intervene, she would undoubtedly perish here. However, Zhao Lei was determined to prevent this from happening. As a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, how could he allow so many zombies to threaten such a magnificent woman? Brutes, release that girl. I'll take care of this, Zhao Lei shouted and charged forward. Hearing his voice, Xue Xiaoran turned to look at Zhao Lei. Cursing inwardly, where did this fool come from? Unaware of her thoughts, Zhao Lei reached Xue Xiaoran and intercepted her attacks. Beautiful lady, you take a rest. Let me handle these small fry. With that, Zhao Lei swung his knife wildly in battle. Xue Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Lei's actions. She thought to herself, this man may appear somewhat dim-witted, but he gives me a sense of reliability. She felt something different about the man before her. Yet she could not precisely identify what that feeling was. Since she couldn't figure it out, Xue Xiaoran decided not to dwell on it. The fact that she found Zhao Lei dependable was enough. She hadn't eaten for days and was barely holding on. Had it not been for her awakening abilities in this dire situation, she would have surely perished. Zhao Lei relentlessly pushed the zombies back, clearing a space before Xue Xiaoran. She knelt beside the 6 children, gently stroking the head of a little girl, a wave of sadness washing over her. These children were the last embers of hope, preserved by their parents at great cost. Xue Xiaoran vowed silently to protect them at all costs. With the demon-slaying flying knife, Zhao Lei continued to fell zombies in droves. At this point, he had already dispatched the majority of zombies in the underground parking lot. He sighed deeply. It must be said, fighting so many zombies was incredibly draining on his spiritual energy. Zhao Lei felt utterly depleted. With the survivors found, it would be best to make their exit. If a zombie king were to appear now, Zhao Lei could not be certain of his ability to confront it. After all, the strength of a level 4 zombie was comparable to his early-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. With this in mind, Zhao Lei hurried to call out to Xue Xiaoran. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Xue Xiaoran too realized the urgency of their departure. The 36 stratagems advocate retreat as the best plan. Zhao Lei cleared a path and hastily led Xue Xiaoran along with a group of children to flee. Once out of the underground parking lot, Zhao Lei found a bus and, after ushering everyone aboard, he set off towards the location where Li Yu and the others were situated. On the bus, Xue Xiaoran stood beside Zhao Lei and quietly inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhao Lei," he replied nonchalantly. "Where are you taking us?" "To a safe place." Since Zhao Lei had taken Xue Xiaoran and several children onto the bus, a notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! The mission to rescue the beautiful woman has been completed. Xue Xiaoran's favorability increased by 60 Da. When the system's voice sounded, he discreetly examined Xue Xiaoran's information panel. Name: Xue Xiaoran, Veteran, Level, Tier 3 Ability User Skills, Fireball Technique, upon contact with the target. It creates a massive explosion with tremendous lethality. Talent rating: S-grade favorability, 8100. Upon reviewing the information panel, Zhao Lei was pleasantly surprised to discover the addition of the favorability metric. It must be said, the system's favorability feature was indeed impressive. Not only did Xue Xiaoran not resist Zhao Lei, but she also completely trusted his words. Throughout the journey, Xue Xiaoran chattered incessantly to Zhao Lei. By the time they reached the building where Li Yu and the others were located, Xue Xiaoran's favorability had astonishingly risen to 90 Da. Zhao Lei, having attracted the attention of a stunning beauty, felt elated. Chapter 12. Mid-stage Foundation Establishment. When Lu Zhibing and Lu Xiaohuan saw Zhao Lei return with Xue Xiaoran, they were overjoyed. It was Xue Xiaoran who had initially assisted them in escaping. The siblings surrounded Zhao Lei, chattering excitedly. Had Zhao Lei not expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy to support Xue Xiaoran midway, she might have faltered much earlier. Observing the siblings' incessant chatter, Zhao Lei could no longer contain himself and interjected, "You two should stop pestering Xiaoran. She hasn't eaten in days. Instead of being considerate, you just bombard her with questions. Don't you see how famished this group of children is?" Zhao Lei's fervent outburst left Lu Zhibing and his sister speechless. They quickly went to retrieve the food they had gathered. Witnessing the siblings' embarrassment, Xue Xiaoran couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Zhao Lei took the opportunity to check Lu Zhibing, Lu Xiaohuan, and Li Yu's information. Name: Li Yu, Teacher, Level, None Skills, None Talent Rating, a Grade Favorability, 95-100. Name: Lu Zhibing, Breakfast Shop Owner, Level, Tier 2 Ability User Skills, Beast Transformation, Can transform into a 3-meter-tall werewolf. Talent rating. A grade favorability. 9100. Name. Lu Xiaohuan. University student. Level. None skills. None talent rating. B grade favorability. 9100. After reviewing the information panels of the three, Zhao Lei felt quite satisfied. He was now ready to explore the power creation functionality. Ding. Please enter the name of the faction. Zhao Lei opened the faction creation feature. A name. How about we call it the Ascending Dragon Pavilion? Ding. Faction creation successful. Recruit 5 members to receive system rewards. Upon confirming the faction name, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Including himself and several children, they currently had only 4 members, needing 1 more. Since the children lacked combat abilities, Zhao Lei did not consider including them. In the evening, Zhao Lei, Lu Zhibing, Xue Xiaoran, Li Yu, and 6 children gathered to eat instant noodles. After a few casual exchanges, Zhao Lei informed them of his plans to establish the Ascending Dragon Pavilion. He stated, in order to survive in this chaotic world, relying solely on oneself is impossible. Therefore, we must unite and form our own faction to thrive in this apocalyptic era. The others listened attentively, engrossed in Zhao Lei's words, refraining from interruption. Once he finished speaking, they all found his reasoning compelling. After joining the Ascending Dragon Pavilion, Zhao Lei's information panel displayed changes. Zhao Lei clicked on the faction icon, revealing, Faction, Ascending Dragon Pavilion, Unremarkable, Pavilion Master, Zhao Lei members, Xue Xiaoran, Lu Zhibing, Lu Xiaohuan, Li Yu. After dinner, Lu Xiaohuan and Xue Xiaoran took the 6 children to arrange their sleeping quarters. In the wake of the apocalypse, the city's inhabitants had turned into zombies, allowing them to choose any floor of the building to reside in. However, Xue Xiaoran ensured that everyone was grouped together, so they could respond swiftly to any unexpected occurrences. That moment, while sitting on the balcony, Zhao Lei suddenly recalled something. He had rescued a mother and daughter duo earlier that afternoon but had forgotten to bring them back. Zhao Lei swiftly headed to the location where he had left them. Upon arrival, he found the mother and daughter preparing to leave, and he felt relieved to have reached them in time. Otherwise, in this perilous city, 2 defenseless individuals would easily fall into danger. Zhao Lei escorted the mother and daughter back to their residence and took the opportunity to check their information. Name: Tang Huifang, steamed bun shop owner. Level: None skills. Mastery of steamed buns, expert in crafting various types of steamed buns. Talent rating: B grade favorability, 85-100. In name: Zhang Xiaowen, Tang Huifang's daughter. Level: None skills. None talent rating. A grade. Favorability: 80-100. After bringing Tang Huifang and her daughter back, Xue Xiaoran greeted them with delight. She had thought the duo had perished and was pleasantly surprised that Zhao Lei had rescued them. Tang Huifang and her daughter had escaped only because Tang Huifang's husband, Zhang Lin, fought valiantly through a horde of zombies. Ultimately, Zhang Lin succumbed to the zombie virus and transformed into a zombie. Witnessing this scene had left Xue Xiaoran feeling deeply remorseful. As a soldier, she felt powerless to protect others. However, seeing that the mother and daughter were safe lifted her spirits significantly, and she became increasingly grateful to Zhao Lei. Ding! Xue Xiaoran's favorability increased by 5, while Zhao Lei was playfully teasing Li Yu. He heard the system's notification sound and turned to look at Xue Xiaoran in confusion, wondering why her favorability had risen despite his lack of action. Liu, noticing Zhao Lei's gaze on Xue Xiaoran, kicked him playfully in feigned anger. What are you looking at? Is she that captivating? I'm just admiring Xiaoran. Look at her figure. It's far superior to yours. Zhao Lei chuckled. Stepping away, Li Yu huffed in annoyance. Knowing full well that the previous Zhao Lei had merely been an ordinary security guard, overlooked by everyone. Yet now, Zhao Lei had become a figure of admiration, making it understandable that he would attract the attention of several women. As night fell, everyone drifted off to sleep, and Zhao Lei found himself alone on the rooftop. During the day, he had slain numerous zombies but had not carefully counted the cultivation points he had gained. Now, he opened his information panel. Host: Zhao Lei, human, level. Early foundation establishment can be increased by consuming 10,000 cultivation points. Cultivation points, 13,400 points. Techniques: Pangu creation technique, enhances with cultivation level. Skills: Basic staff technique, intermediate sword technique, Eye of Insight. System space: Infinite, automatically recovers the crystal cores of slain zombies. Synthesis function: Current synthesis limit is once. Synthesized items cannot be resynthesized. Consuming 1,000 cultivation points can raise the synthesis limit. Ascending Dragon Pavilion. Here you can view member information, mission function, main mission. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for elimination. Mission rewards unknown. Side mission. Establish a faction of your own. Mission progress 4-5. Mission rewards unknown. Hidden mission. None. Randomly triggered. Cultivation points can enhance cultivation. And without hesitation, Zhao Lei opted to improve his level. Ding. Consuming 10,000 cultivation points. Cultivation upgraded to mid-foundation establishment. The moment the system's voice faded, Zhao Lei felt a transformation within his body. This moment. On the golden spiritual platform in his dantian. A golden alchemical furnace's illusory form solidified. The spiritual energy within Zhao Lei became increasingly pure, and he sensed a burgeoning tendency for it to crystallize. Once crystallized, Zhao Lei would be on the verge of reaching the golden core stage. After enhancing his cultivation, Zhao Lei also decided to upgrade the synthesis function. Ding. Consuming 1,000 cultivation points, synthesis successfully upgraded to level 2. Note. Synthesized items can undergo secondary synthesis, but as soon as the synthesis function was upgraded, Zhao Lei eagerly retrieved a Tier 3 crystal core and his demon-slaying flying blade. The Tier 3 crystal core was obtained from the only Tier 3 zombie in the underground parking lot. Zhao Lei had anticipated this moment while slaying the zombie. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained Tier 4 spiritual artifact. Demon-slaying flying blade. Chapter 13. Slaying the zombie king. Upon obtaining the Tier 4 spiritual artifact, Zhao Lei felt as though he could cleave through a building. Ding. Detected Tier 4 spiritual artifact. Demon-slaying flying blade. Upgrading sword techniques. Ding. Congratulations. Host has learned the demon-slaying sword technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Lei was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of exhilaration. A profound sword technique was imprinted directly into Zhao Lei's mind. This technique was in a league of its own compared to his previous sword techniques. The prior intermediate sword technique was action-based, while this new technique utilized spiritual energy for execution. As long as Zhao Lei possessed sufficient spiritual energy, cleaving a mountain would not be beyond his capabilities. Zhao Lei meticulously examined the Demon Slayer flying knife. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The recovery of a first-tier crystal core yields 200 cultivation points. A second-tier crystal core provides 500 points. A third-tier crystal core grants 1,000 points. And a fourth-tier crystal core offers a staggering 10,000 points. Presently, the system allows for a maximum of 2 synthesizing operations. If he were to combine all the second-tier crystal cores into a fourth-tier crystal core, would he not amass an incredible fortune? With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei laid out all his crystal cores. 103 first-tier cores, 16 second-tier cores. After counting the cores, Zhao Lei immediately began the synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a second-tier crystal core. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a third-tier crystal core. Half an hour later, he had 1 first-tier crystal core, 1 second-tier crystal core, 25 third-tier crystal cores, and 4 fourth-tier crystal cores. Zhao Lei took stock of his current crystal cores, and rather than rushing to recover them, he checked the information panel. To upgrade the synthesis function once more would require 10,000 cultivation points. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei recycled 1 fourth-tier crystal core. Ding! Recycled 1 fourth-tier crystal core, cultivation points increased by 10,000. As soon as the points were credited, Zhao Lei elevated the synthesis function to level 3. To reach the next stage, however, he would need 100,000 cultivation points. The upgrade was successful, and Zhao Lei began synthesizing crystal cores again. This time, his inventory displayed 1 first-tier crystal core, 1 second-tier crystal core, 12 third-tier crystal cores, 1 fourth-tier crystal core, and 1 fifth-tier crystal core. Zhao Lei recycled the 5th-tier crystal core. Ding! Recycled 1 fifth-tier crystal core, cultivation points increased by 100,000. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. Without a moment's hesitation, he expended 100,000 cultivation points to enhance his cultivation. Ding! Consumed 100,000 cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to the late foundation establishment stage. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Lei felt a transformation occurring within his dantian. A flicker of flame ignited within the previously dim alchemical furnace. Zhao Lei's spiritual energy began converging towards the furnace, causing the flame to blaze fiercely as if fueled by oil. The spiritual energy refined by the alchemical fire grew increasingly pure. Zhao Lei drew forth the Demon Slayer flying knife and tested his skill. Demon Slayer blade technique. With a single slash, Zhao Lei cleaved through the air. Boom! A tall building collapsed at his strike. Staring at the knife in his hand, Zhao Lei marveled. This is astonishingly powerful now. With a single strike, he could dispatch a horde of zombies. Efficient and convenient. With that thought, Zhao Lei fused another 4th-tier crystal core with the Demon Slayer flying knife, enhancing it into an 8th-tier spiritual weapon, after which he retired to rest. The following morning, Zhao Lei set out with Xue Xiaoran and Lu Zhibing to eradicate zombies. The cultivation points for killing zombies would still accrue to Zhao Lei, so he need not worry about them stealing his points. A small number of zombies remained in the underground parking lot, while Xue Xiaoran and Lu Zhibing ventured to that location. Zhao Lei, however, strode confidently into the shopping center. The treasures were right here. Inside the shopping center, the majority of zombies were 2nd-tier. Had Zhao Lei entered here during his initial Foundation establishment stage, he would likely have met a swift demise. Controlling the Demon Slayer flying knife, he dispatched each 2nd-tier zombie with effortless ease, as if leisurely shopping. Meanwhile, in the underground parking area, Xue Xiaoran unleashed fireballs with wild abandon, while the transformed Lu Zhibing cowered in the shadows. Too fearful to approach, he knew that should a fireball strike him, it would spell disaster. Despite being merely a 3rd-tier ability user, Xue Xiaoran's fireballs could likely overwhelm even 4th-tier zombies. At that moment, Lu Zhibing felt utterly useless, merely a bystander. As Zhao Lei continued to slay zombies, he ascended to the upper floors of the shopping center. With 5 floors in total, he surmised that the Zombie King must be located at the very top. Upon reaching a corner, a 3rd-tier zombie lunged at him. With a flash of his blade, it fell lifeless to the ground. After clearing the 3rd floor, Zhao Lei noticed something amiss. With so many 2nd-tier zombies, it seemed odd that 3rd-tier zombies were so scarce. Yet, he had encountered only one thus far. Pondering this, Zhao Lei proceeded to the 4th floor. What was happening? Observing the desolate 4th floor, Zhao Lei was met with a barrage of questions. He scanned the area, astonished to find not a single zombie. After a brief moment of confusion, he made his way to the 5th floor. There lay the Zombie King. Halfway up, Zhao Lei suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He recognized that the source of this energy must be the Zombie King. Quickening his pace, he arrived on the 5th floor, where a grotesquely large zombie opened its gaping maw. This creature was none other than the Zombie King. At that moment, a throng of zombies surged towards their leader like a tidal wave. The Zombie King's cavernous mouth opened wide, and the zombies entered in an orderly fashion. Upon witnessing this horrific spectacle from the 3rd floor, Zhao Lei was rendered speechless. It was utterly chilling. He had wondered why he had only encountered one 3rd-tier zombie after such a lengthy battle. It turned out they were all here, feeding the king. At this juncture, the Zombie King noticed Zhao Lei lurking at the back of the horde. With a grotesque visage, it uttered, "A human? Capture him." As soon as the words left the Zombie King's mouth, all the zombies ceased their feeding and charged towards Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei concentrated his spiritual energy into the Demon Slayer flying knife, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he faced the oncoming horde. Demon Slayer blade technique. With a low utterance, a blinding arc of light sliced through the zombie ranks, striking the Zombie King directly. Instantly, all zombies disintegrated into nothingness. The Zombie King was hurled backward, crashing through the wall and landing on the street, tumbling in a disheveled heap. Rising unsteadily, the Zombie King let out a furious roar, "Damn human, I will make you pay." At that moment, Zhao Lei stood on the 4th floor, resembling a celestial judge passing judgment upon the wicked. The Zombie King, gazing at Zhao Lei's disdainful expression, felt rage boil within. How dare this human look down upon him? He vowed to tear this insolent human to shreds. With a leap, the Zombie King lunged at Zhao Lei. Unfazed by the king's fury, Zhao Lei maintained a stoic demeanor. Gathering all his spiritual energy into the Demon Slayer flying knife, he calmly declared, "I have come to escort you to your final resting place." As his words faded, a blinding arc of light shot skyward in the face of overwhelming power. The Zombie King had no chance to react. Boomed. A deafening sound echoed, and dust billowed into the air. When the haze finally cleared, a 10-meter-long chasm remained on the ground, with no sign of the Zombie King to be found. Chapter 14. Synthesis of crystal cores. After Zhao Lei dispatched the Zombie King, Xue Xiaoran and Lu Zhibing had also completed their task in the underground parking lot. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, Lu Zhibing immediately began to voice his grievances, lamenting that he felt like merely a bystander. After listening to Lu Zhibing's tale, Zhao Lei could only express his helplessness. Xue Xiaoran, standing nearby, merely scoffed, choosing to remain silent. Thus, amidst Lu Zhibing's lamentations, the trio returned to their dwelling. Upon their return, they were quickly surrounded by Tang Huifeng. Lu Xiaohuan and Li Yue inquired with concern. Did everything go smoothly? Zhao Lei smiled and replied, quite smoothly. Merely some inconsequential foes. While Zhao Lei's words held truth, it was only from his perspective. Had it been a third-tier ability user like Xue Xiaoran, they might not have survived 2 rounds against the Zombie King. Even so, Xue Xiaoran was among the elite of third-tier ability users. A standard third-tier ability user likely wouldn't last even 3 seconds. The group engaged in casual conversation. Now that the Zombie King had been dealt with, Zhao Lei knew he could not linger here much longer. The appearance of 4th-tier zombies in a small city raised alarming questions about what horrors might await in larger metropolitan areas with dense populations. Zhao Lei's immediate priority was to enhance his strength and locate his parents. Everything else could be postponed in the evening. Zhao Lei informed everyone present of his intention to leave. Liu was unsurprised, as she had planned to accompany Zhao Lei in search of his parents. However, Xue Xiaoran and Lu Zhibing were unaware of this. Zhao Lei took the time to explain that he asked if anyone wished to join him. As expected, no one expressed a desire to stay behind. Xue Xiaoran's father had been a soldier who perished in service, while her mother had also succumbed to the zombie outbreak, tragically, at Xue Xiaoran's own hand. She had been burdened by guilt for some time, but there was no choice. Her mother had become a zombie, and Xue Xiaoran could not bear to let her suffer in that wretched state. Thus, she found solace in following Zhao Lei, a semblance of support amidst the chaos. Similarly, Lu Zhibing and Lu Xiaohuan faced a parallel fate. Their mother had transformed into a zombie and killed their father. On his deathbed, their father had entrusted Lu Zhibing with the care of his sister, leaving them with no place to go but to accompany Zhao Lei. Tang Huifeng and her daughter also chose to follow Zhao Lei, as their situation as a mother-daughter duo in a desolate world rendered survival exceedingly challenging. The 6 children had no choice in the matter. They were not given a say. Thus, a party of 12 agreed to journey together. In this post-apocalyptic world, countless stories like those of Lu Zhibing and Xue Xiaoran existed. No one could remain isolated. Zhao Lei, too, was oblivious to his parents' fate. Despite his formidable strength, who could fathom his despair? That night, everyone retired early. Zhao Lei ascended to the rooftop, gazing into the distance. The cold wind cut like ice, yet Zhao Lei felt little of it that moment. A figure clad in pink pajamas approached. It was Li Yu. Due to the modest height of the building, which only comprised 6 stories, coupled with the presence of a ladder, Li Yu found it effortless to ascend to the rooftop. "What are you doing here all alone?" Li Yu inquired softly. Zhao Lei turned to her upon hearing her voice and gently replied, "How did you manage to come up here? It's quite cold. You mustn't catch a chill." As he spoke, Zhao Lei effortlessly enveloped Li Yu in a protective barrier of spiritual energy, rendering her impervious to the cold. Feeling the warmth envelop her, Li Yu embraced Zhao Lei from behind. Smiling as she said, "With you here, I don't feel cold at all." Zhao Lei affectionately ruffled her hair and said softly, "We should head back to rest soon. We have a journey to continue tomorrow. I'll come down shortly." Upon hearing this, Li Yu did not appear disheartened. Instead, she planted a gentle kiss on Zhao Lei's cheek and softly urged, "Then hurry up. I'll wait for you to come down so we can go together." With that, she turned and departed. Zhao Lei watched her retreating figure with a faint smile before accessing his information panel. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level. Late-stage foundation establishment, can be increased by consuming 1,000,000 cultivation points, 22,700 points technique. Pangu creation art, advances with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying blade technique, insightful eye, system space, infinite, automatically recycles the cores of slain zombies, synthesis function. Current synthesis limit is 3 times. Items that have been synthesized cannot be synthesized again. Consuming 100,000 cultivation points can increase the synthesis limit. Dragon Ascension Pavilion. View member information here. Task function. Main quest. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for elimination. Task rewards unknown. Side quest. Establish a faction of your own. Task progress, 4-5. Task rewards unknown. Hidden tasks, none. Randomly triggered, Zhao Lei gazed at the information panel in astonishment. The next level of cultivation would require an astounding one. 0.00000 points. He pondered the system's description, which delineated the cultivation realms. Qi refinement stage, divided into 10 levels, serves as an introduction to cultivation. Foundation establishment stage, where the natural spiritual energy transforms into spiritual power. Allowing for external attacks with spiritual energy, comprising early, middle, and late stages. Golden core stage, where one can traverse the skies and roam the heavens, also divided into early, middle, and late stages. Nascent soul stage, where one begins to grasp the laws of space, enabling them to tear open space for short-distance teleportation, again divided into early, middle, and late stages. God transformation stage, where one can condense the laws of heaven and earth, wielding the power to obliterate creation with a mere gesture. Also divided into early, middle, and late stages. Tribulation stage, consisting of 9 levels, with each level requiring the overcoming of 9 heavenly tribulations, culminating in ascension to immortality after passing through the final tribulation. With thoughts of the Golden Core Stage's ability to traverse the skies, Zhao Lei dismissed his concerns over the 1 million cultivation points. He laid out all the cores before him, 123 first-tier cores, 52 second-tier cores, 21 third-tier cores, and 1 fourth-tier core after a brief count. He proceeded with the synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Half an hour later, he had 1 first-tier core, 1 second-tier core, 2 third-tier cores, 16 fourth-tier cores, and 11 fifth-tier cores. As before, Zhao Lei only reclaimed 1 fifth-tier core. Ding. Reclaimed 1 fifth-tier core. Cultivation points increased by 100,000. Upon receiving the points, Zhao Lei upgraded the synthesis function. Ding. Consumed 100,000 cultivation points. Synthesis attempts increased by 1. Note. The synthesis function has reached its limit and cannot be upgraded further. With the system's notification ringing in his mind, Zhao Lei began synthesizing again. 1 first-tier core, 1 second-tier core, 1 fourth-tier core, 8 fifth-tier cores, and 5 sixth-tier cores. He picked up 1 sixth-tier core. Ding. 6th-tier core detected. Reclaiming it will yield 1 million cultivation points. Do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhao Lei was taken aback. Reclaiming just 1 core would elevate his cultivation level, although 1,000,000 points seemed considerable. Zhao Lei chose not to reclaim it immediately, but rather looked towards the synthesis function once more, believing it foolish not to seize a bargain. Chapter 15. Breaking through to Golden Core. Encountering ruffians on the way. Ding. Reclaimed 1 6th-tier core. Cultivation points increased by 1,000,000. Ding. Consumed 1 million cultivation points. Synthesis limit increased by 1. Note. The synthesis function has reached its limit and cannot be upgraded further. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained. As the system continued to announce, Zhao Lei's inventory now consisted of 1 first-tier core, 1 second-tier core, 1 fourth-tier core, 4 sixth-tier cores, and 2 seventh-tier cores. Having realized that the synthesis function had indeed reached its limit, he promptly reclaimed 2 seventh-tier cores. Ding. Reclaimed 2 seventh-tier cores. Cultivation points increased by 20,000,000. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Lei felt as though he had become wealthy. Without hesitation, he opened the information panel to initiate another upgrade. Ding. Consumed 1 million cultivation points. Cultivation level increased to early golden core. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Lei sensed the transformation occurring within him. At that moment, spiritual energy was converging towards the cauldron in his spiritual platform, continuously refined by the alchemical fire, compressing further. 1 hour later, a golden bead the size of a bean floated quietly within the cauldron, majestic magical power radiating from it throughout his body. Zhao Lei marveled at the golden core within him, murmuring, "So this is the golden core? Truly marvelous. I feel as though I've been reborn." At this moment, the spiritual energy within him had transformed into what could be termed magical power, representing a higher level of strength. While spiritual energy allowed for sword flight, magical power enabled him to traverse the skies. After savoring the changes within, Zhao Lei again accessed the information panel for a status check. The next upgrade required 10 million cultivation points. Without hesitation, he proceeded to elevate his cultivation level. Ding. Consumed 10 million cultivation points. Cultivation level increased to mid-golden core. As the system's voice echoed, the golden core in Zhao Lei's dantian began to transform. The once bean-sized core was visibly enlarging at an astonishing rate until it reached a size comparable to a ping-pong ball before finally stabilizing. If the magical power within Zhao Lei at the early golden core stage resembled a tranquil lake, at this moment, it felt like an expansive ocean. In simple terms, while he could only maintain flight for 10 minutes at the early golden core stage, the mid-golden core Zhao Lei could soar through the skies for an entire day without exhausting his magical power. This exemplified the vast difference between a lake and an ocean. Zhao Lei practiced traversing the skies with his magical power, taking a leisurely flight over the city to adapt to his newfound strength, lest he inadvertently collapse a building the following morning. As dawn broke, Zhao Lei and his companions busily packed their belongings. Zhao Lei cleared out all the food, water, and usable supplies from the entire city. With the strength of the mid-golden core, this task was merely a trifle for him. Additionally, with Zhao Lei's infinite system space, scavenging was an effortless endeavor. Once everything was packed, Zhao Lei drove a double-decker bus, transporting everyone away. This double-decker bus featured beds on the second level, and the 7 children, who were of similar ages, had grown familiar with one another over the past few days. Among the 7, 4 were boys and 3 were girls. Zhang Xiaowen was the eldest at 6 years old, while the other 2 girls, Lu Pingping and Su Feng, were both 5. Among the boys, Linda's was 5, while the remaining 3, Lu Yuchuan, Peng Zajuan, and Zhang Shuoyang, were all 4 years old. The children were cared for by Tang Huifang, the only one among them with child-rearing experience. Zhao Lei and his companions enjoyed a leisurely journey. Their next destination was Xingjia City, located 250 kilometers away from their current position. They were heading northwest along the southern coastal route. Although the journey was long, the food Zhao Lei brought was sufficient for a year's worth of consumption for their small group. The system space's time was frozen, ensuring the food would not spoil. For added security, Zhao Lei also stored fuel from 2 gas stations in the system space, alongside a dozen vehicles. As Zhao Lei was a security guard and lacked mechanical skills, he prudently brought several vehicles along for contingencies. Surely, this was not excessive. A day passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Zhao Lei and his companions arrived at a village. Concerned for the children's safety, Zhao Lei did not allow them to disembark. After enjoying dinner, the children played joyfully together while Zhao Lei and the others engaged in light conversation. Just as the atmosphere was filled with warmth and laughter, a jarring voice pierced through from outside the vehicle. "You've been surrounded. Get out here obediently and hand over your women and food." The loud voice startled everyone in the vehicle awake. Liu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, approached Zhao Lei and asked, "What is going on, Zhao Lei? It seems we've run into some ruffians." "Judging by their posture, there are quite a few of them," Zhao Lei replied. Scanning the area outside the vehicle, approximately 20 individuals, gaunt and starving, surrounded them. If they had approached with a better attitude, Zhao Lei might have considered sharing some food. However, it seemed unnecessary now. "Brother Zhao, shall I go teach them a lesson?" Before Zhao Lei could respond, Lu Zhibing eagerly expressed his willingness to step out and showcase his skills. Zhao Lei cast a discerning glance with his insightful gaze, surveying the ordinary individuals before him. Lu Zhibing, confident in his abilities, spoke up, "You may proceed. They are merely a bunch of trifling clowns. Just ensure they are not killed." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhibing nodded and disembarked from the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Within moments, over 20 individuals were taken down by Lu Zhibing, who left them groaning on the ground. Brother Zhibing is truly formidable. Indeed, Brother Zhibing is a level 2 ability user, which certainly makes him powerful. I believe Xiao Ran is even more impressive. Brother Zhibing's ability to teach the villains a lesson is quite remarkable. A group of children leaned against the window, engaging in lively discussion. That moment, the situation outside the vehicle shifted dramatically. Banged, a 2-meter-high earthen spike erupted from the ground. Had Lu Zhibing not reacted swiftly, he would have been pierced. Lu Zhibing surveyed his surroundings, growing increasingly vigilant, still unaware of the identity of his assailant. "Who dares to wreak havoc in my prosperous village?" Just as Lu Zhibing sought the source of the attack, a booming voice from a middle-aged man emanated from a distant building. Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice. Zhao Lei, peering through his insightful gaze, examined the individual. Name: Lu Jianpain, farmer of prosperous village. Level 3 ability user skills. Earth manipulation. Can freely control the ground within a 30-meter radius to take any desired shape. Talent evaluation. S-class. After reviewing the information panel, Zhao Lei was somewhat taken aback. Tio think he is a level 3 ability user. Zhibing is bound to face difficulties. Despite this observation, Zhao Lei had no intention of intervening. He believed Lu Zhibing could use this opportunity to hone his skills, perhaps leading to unexpected surprises. After all, Zhao Lei was present, ready to act should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Chapter 16. The pressure from the Golden Core period. The moment Lu Zhibing laid eyes on the middle-aged man, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, yet he did not falter. As Lu Jianping approached, Lu Zhibing remained on high alert. A howl echoed in the air, and Lu Zhibing transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall werewolf, lunging fiercely at Lu Jianping. Lu Jianping, quick to react, swiftly retreated. Boomed. As Lu Jianping pulled back, a 1-meter-thick earthen wall shot up from the ground. Swish! Lu Zhibing's claws scraped against the wall, leaving deep marks. Realizing his attack had missed, Lu Zhibing prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, the earthen wall before him suddenly vanished. A massive earthen ball came crashing towards Lu Zhibing. He had no time to evade and raised his claws to block. Boom! At the instant of impact, Lu Zhibing was sent flying several meters away, feeling as though he had been struck by a truck. The force was insurmountable, yet he refused to surrender so easily. A mere level 2 ability user dares to confront me head-on. He is truly courting death. Lu Jianping regarded Lu Zhibing with disdain, uttering, "You may proceed to your demise." At that moment, Lu Zhibing's head throbbed painfully. Shaking his head, he glared at Lu Jianping with a glint of murderous intent. "If you think this is death, test me and you shall find out." With that, Lu Zhibing surged forward, claws bared, as if intent on tearing Lu Jianping apart. Observing this, Lu Jianping smirked, an ant attempting to shake a tree. As soon as he spoke, Lu Jianping raised his hands skyward. Instantly, a multitude of earthen spikes erupted from the ground. Lu Zhibing was too large to evade them. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Zhibing was struck multiple times, blood dripping from his fur. Those in the vehicle gasped in alarm, particularly Lu Xiaohuan, who fervently prayed for Lu Zhibing's safety. Outside the vehicle, Lu Zhibing was gravely injured, barely holding on. This moment starkly illustrated the disparity in strength between Lu Zhibing and Lu Jianping. Lu Zhibing could not harm Lu Jianping, yet he himself was deeply wounded. Lu Jianping looked down at the injured Lu Zhibing with contempt. Stating, "You may proceed to your journey beyond," he began to approach Lu Zhibing slowly, his powers already in play. Lu Zhibing's heart sank. Was he truly destined to perish here? He felt a sense of injustice. Having never even grazed the hem of his opponent's garment, doubt crept into Lu Zhibing's mind. Was he truly this useless? At that moment, Lu Jianping had commanded a massive earthen spike to descend upon Lu Zhibing. If struck, Lu Zhibing would likely be impaled. "Perish!" Lu Jianping shouted, hurling the spike towards Lu Zhibing. Just as the massive earthen mass was about to strike Lu Zhibing, a miraculous sight unfolded. The 2-meter-long spike inexplicably hovered in front of Lu Zhibing. Refusing to advance an inch, Lu Jianping felt the connection to the floating spike sever, rendering his powers ineffective at that moment. Panic gripped him as he grappled with the inexplicable occurrence. Just as confusion enveloped everyone, Zhao Lei stepped out of the vehicle. He spoke softly, "That's enough." Zhao Lei's words were laced with a wave of magical energy, causing all in Prosperous Village, including Lu Jianping, to experience a painful ringing in their ears. Save for those in the vehicle and Lu Zhibing. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Zhibing was instantly propelled towards Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei infused a measure of magical energy into Lu Zhibing, and in an instant, Lu Zhibing's injuries began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Lu Jianping and all the villagers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sheer terror of this divine intervention. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd of villagers. Meanwhile, Lu Jianping went from shock to sheer terror. As Zhao Lei healed Lu Zhibing, Lu Jianping felt an immense force pinning him in place, rendering him immobile. Zhao Lei approached Lu Jianping slowly, each step feeling as though it was crushing him underfoot, a stinging sensation coursing through his body. Lu Jianping attempted to speak but found himself utterly voiceless. Zhao Lei raised his hand, pointing at Lu Jianping, and the previously suspended earthen spike turned to charge at him. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Jianping's forehead as he attempted to flee, but he was powerless to move. Thud! The earthen spike pierced Lu Jianping's body, pinning him to the ground. Thus, A level 3 ability user met his demise. Ding, level 3 ability user killed, 1000 experience points acquired, Earth Element high-level ability card X1 obtained. With Lu Jianping's death, the system notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Lu Zhibing, having witnessed Zhao Lei effortlessly dispose of Lu Jianping, was filled with profound admiration for him. After resolving the conflict, Zhao Lei turned his gaze to the villagers of Prosperous Village, who felt as though they were under a magnifying glass, too afraid to breathe. Recognizing them as mere ordinary people who posed no threat, Zhao Lei decided to let them go. As the villagers learned they could leave, they scattered in a hurry, having been subjugated by Lu Jianping, thus indifferent to his fate. Why linger when they could escape? Watching the villagers vanish from sight, Zhao Lei and Lu Zhibing returned to the vehicle. Once inside, a group of children surrounded Zhao Lei. Brother Zhao Lei, you are so amazing. Yes, that villain just disappeared in an instant. In that moment, Zhao Lei became the idol of these children. After a brief exchange with everyone, they settled down for the night. Once the others had fallen asleep, Zhao Lei ascended to the roof of the vehicle, sitting cross-legged. He retrieved the Earth Element ability card. Ability cards are categorized into low, medium, high, and premium levels, and this particular Earth Element card was a high-level one. Lu Zhibing's card was merely a low-level one, and given that he was one rank below Lu Jianping, it was only natural that he couldn't contend with him. Zhao Lei stored the ability card, intending to present it to Tang Huifeng. Since Tang Huifeng was not yet a member of his Rising Dragon Pavilion, Zhao Lei planned to recruit her the following day, helping him complete his system tasks more swiftly. As for the task of eliminating all zombies on Blue Star, Zhao Lei had contemplated it, but he felt too weak at present. He was determined to uncover the puppet master behind it all once he had grown stronger. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Lei settled into a meditative posture. He had now reached the golden core period, and meditating was more comfortable for him than sleeping. Even if he were to go a month without food or water, it would pose no issue. Reaching the golden core stage, he had become a being akin to a celestial entity in the eyes of ordinary people. Chapter 17. The transmission of the Tao and the derivation of scriptures throughout the night. Zhao Lei did not merely meditate. He pondered many matters. Based on the system tasks, Zhao Lei understood that the zombie outbreak was orchestrated by someone with intent. However, who could it be, and what was their purpose? Furthermore, what exactly was the system? This power was beyond comprehension. All of this awaited Zhao Lei's exploration. The following morning, Zhao Lei opened his eyes while seated atop the vehicle, releasing a breath of stale air. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Since acquiring the system, this was his first time meditating, and the pleasant sensation cleared his mind. At this moment, the others in the vehicle were also waking up. Previously, when Zhao Lei established his faction, Tang Huifeng had been occupied caring for the children, so she was not present. Now, he intended to discuss her joining the faction. When Zhao Lei approached Tang Huifeng to propose the idea, she agreed without hesitation. Upon her agreement, the system's notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! The initial establishment of the power has been successfully accomplished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Daoi derivative scripture. Note: the Daoi derivative scripture is specially designed for the cultivation of the members of the Ascending Dragon Pavilion. The host only needs to place their hand on the member's forehead and silently recite the transmission of the Daoi derivative scripture. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei was overjoyed. He had long contemplated the cultivation matters of Li Yu and the others, but had never found an opportunity to at that moment. Zhao Lei immediately called Li Yu over. Why did you call me? Li Yu approached Zhao Lei with a puzzled expression. I'm here to teach you cultivation. Dio, you want to learn? Zhao Lei pretended to be profound. Hearing that Zhao Lei was going to teach her cultivation, Li Yu was filled with excitement. Ever since she learned that Xue Xiaoran was a level 3 ability user, she had longed to cultivate herself. She didn't want to always hide behind Zhao Lei, yet had never found the chance. Now, hearing Zhao Lei's offer to teach her, she eagerly asked, Are you teaching me right now? Zhao Lei nodded affirmatively. Then how will you teach me? Come over here, Zhao Lei beckoned to Li Yu. Indicating for her to approach, as Li Yu stood before him, Zhao Lei lifted his hand and placed it on her forehead. Transmission of the Tao derivative scripture. Zhao Lei silently recited in his heart. Ding! Transmission begins. The system's voice resonated in tandem. At that moment, a segment regarding the Tao derivative scripture's cultivation method appeared in Li Yu's mind. As she sensed the influx of new memories. Li Yu was astonished by Zhao Lei's astonishing technique. It was truly remarkable. After the successful transmission of the Tao derivative scripture, Liu seated herself cross-legged and began to operate the scripture. Zhao Lei observed the faint blue light radiating from Liu. His curiosity piqued. Although it was he who transmitted the Tao E derivative scripture, he had no idea what its contents entailed. Xue Xiaoran, Tang Huifeng, Lu Zhibing, and Lu Xiaohuan gathered around, intrigued by the glowing Liu. Lu Xiaohuan curiously inquired, Zhao Gu, what is happening with Sister Yu? She is cultivating. Cultivating. Is it the same as you, practicing immortality? Upon hearing Lu Xiaohuan's question, Zhao Lei was equally perplexed. He used the eye of insight to examine Liu. Name: Liu, cultivation, none, ability. Ice element ability in comprehension, talent evaluation, a grade. She is actually cultivating an ability. Zhao Lei muttered in confusion as he gazed at Liu's information panel. Though he spoke softly, Lu Xiaohuan and the others still heard him. Can abilities be cultivated? I've awakened my abilities for so long and still didn't know they could be cultivated. How is this possible? The group looked at Zhao Lei, each eager to extract answers from him. However, Zhao Lei himself was also only half-informed. He had assumed that the Tao E derivative scripture was a method for practicing immortality, not realizing it was for cultivating abilities. Just then, a strong blue light erupted from Liu. Everyone suddenly felt the temperature around them plummet. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Lei quickly conjured a magical barrier. Enveloping Liu within its protection, Zhao Lei glanced at Liu's information panel, which had now changed. Name: Liu, cultivation. Level 1 ability user, ability. Ice seal of 1,000 miles. Note: absolute freezing within a radius of 100 meters. Complete control over ice elements within the frozen area, with the range of freezing increasing as cultivation level rises. Talent evaluation. SSS grade. Zhao Lei was left speechless in astonishment at Liu's information panel. Ice seal of 1,000 miles. SSS grade talent, absolute freezing. This ability sounds incredibly powerful. Zhao Gu, what's wrong? Lu Xiaohuan, noticing Zhao Lei's astonished expression, couldn't he help but ask. Zhao Lei cleared his throat. It's nothing. Do you want to cultivate abilities? I can teach you right now. Upon hearing Zhao Lei say they could also cultivate abilities, the group erupted in joy, particularly Lu Zhibing. Although he was already an ability user, he felt utterly inadequate. Learning that he could grow stronger, Lu Zhibing excitedly clung to Zhao Lei's leg. Big brother, please accept me as your disciple. Thus, Zhao Lei imparted the Taoyi derivative scripture to Lu Zhibing, Lu Xiaohuan, Tang Huifeng, and Xue Xiaoran. Each of them was shocked by the influx of new memories. It was nothing short of a divine technique. After that, they all, like Liu, sat down to begin their cultivation. Zhao Lei, not idle himself, conjured a magical barrier for each of them before seeking out the children. When Zhao Lei expressed his intention to teach the children how to cultivate abilities, their eyes lit up with excitement. Over the past few days, these children had heard numerous things about abilities while following Zhao Lei. Thus, they were thrilled to learn that Zhao Lei would teach them about abilities. With that, Zhao Lei began to impart the Taoyi derivative scripture to them as well. Once everything was complete, Zhao Lei took a moment to reflect. He remembered that after upgrading the fusion function last time, he had yet to synthesize his demon-slaying flying dagger. Zhao Lei then took out the demon-slaying flying dagger along with a level 6 crystal core. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtained a grade 1 magical artifact, demon-slaying sword. Ding! Detecting the magical artifact, demon-slaying sword, automatically learning the demon-slaying sword technique. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei was instantly thrilled. The demon-slaying flying dagger had transformed into a sword. With the sword, I shall ride the winds and slay demons across the realms. This scene had been a dream of Zhao Lei's. He suddenly realized that the system's fusion function was indeed a remarkable tool. At that moment, a bold idea struck Zhao Lei. Without hesitation, he acted on it. He directly stored the large bus behind him into the system space. Opening the fusion function, he placed the bus together with a level 1 crystal core inside. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtained a level 1 spiritual energy magical vehicle. What the heck? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This fusion function was nothing short of a means to synthesize all things. Chapter 18. Everyone becomes ability users after synthesizing the magical vehicle. Zhao Lei promptly brought it out. At a glance, the vehicle appeared much like its original form. Entering the vehicle, Zhao Lei observed that the interior was largely unchanged. However, the steering wheel and accelerator were absent. Zhao Lei pondered, how is this supposed to be operated? He looked around, suddenly noticing a blue crystal ball where the steering wheel used to be. Approaching the crystal ball, Zhao Lei placed his hand on it. Having watched numerous science fiction films, he surmised that this was likely the control device for the magical energy vehicle. Zhao Lei attempted to infuse a bit of magical energy into the crystal. He channeled about 1% of his magical energy into it. Instantly, the crystal ball glowed brilliantly, and Zhao Lei felt a pulling force attempting to establish a connection with him. He did not resist, allowing the connection with the crystal ball to unfold naturally. With his eyes closed, Zhao Lei could distinctly perceive the surroundings of the bus. Moreover, he could control the vehicle with ease, commanding it to move or stop at will. It was utterly astonishing. Zhao Lei realized that the system's fusion function still had much to be explored. He was merely scratching the surface. Determined to delve deeper into this fusion function, Zhao Lei found a clear space and seated himself cross-legged. He opened the system's fusion panel and continuously placed items inside for synthesis. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining gourmet instant noodles. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spiritual water converter. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. The system's prompt continued in succession. Time flew by rapidly. Before long, afternoon arrived. Liu, the first to transmit the Daoi derivative scripture, awoke. At that moment, Liu appeared distinctly different from before. Her brows were tightly knit, and her eyes, reminiscent of a cold night, sparkled with a chilling light. Her complexion was as pale as snow, devoid of any expression, making her entire visage seem as frigid as the depths of winter. When Liu awoke, the magical barrier that Zhao Lei had set around her dissipated. Sensing the barrier's disappearance, Zhao Lei immediately halted his actions. Liu noticed Zhao Lei as well, and the icy demeanor on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by joy as she rushed over to Zhao Lei. Just as Zhao Lei stood up, Liu embraced him tightly. I am an ability user now. I will no longer hide behind you. Liu spoke softly. Zhao Lei affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, even if you are an ability user, I will always protect you. As he spoke, Zhao Lei leaned closer to Liu's rosy lips, their eyes preparing to close. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their moment. Wonderful. I have broken through to a level 3 ability user. Both Liu and Zhao Lei turned towards the source of the voice. Lu Zhibing was hopping around like an excited child. Zhao Lei used the Eye of Insight to take a look. Name: Lu Zhibing, cultivation, level 3 ability user, ability, demon wolf transformation. Note: an upgraded version of wolf transformation can transform into a 3-meter-tall blood-red wolfman with extremely high attack power. Ability points: 1000. Talent evaluation: SSS grade. What the heck? Zhao Lei couldn't help but exclaim as he gazed at Lu Zhibing's information panel. Could it be that imparting the Daoi derivative scripture grants everyone an SSS grade talent? If that's the case, it would be terrifying. With this thought, Zhao Lei once again checked Liu's status using the Eye of Insight. Name: Liu, cultivation, level 3 ability user, ability, ice seal of 1,000 miles. Note: absolute freezing within a radius of 500 meters, complete control over ice elements within the frozen area. With the range of freezing increasing as cultivation level rises, ability points: 1000. Talent evaluation, SSS grade. Just as Zhao Lei finished examining Liu's information, all those who had been seated in meditation to cultivate suddenly awoke. Zhao Lei's discerning gaze swept over everyone present. Name: Xue Xiaoran, level, tier 4 ability user, ability, 9 Shenli fire. Note: can manipulate 9 Shenli fire, which can instantaneously generate a temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius. Ability points: 5,000. Talent evaluation, SSS level, name: Lu Xiaohuan, level, tier 3 ability user, ability, with spirit power. Note: can manipulate trees or vines to attack, also capable of using the spring breeze to heal others' injuries. With the degree of recovery related to the user's ability points. Ability points: 1000. Talent evaluation, SSS level, name: Tang Huifeng, level, tier 3 ability user, ability, invincible golden body. Note: activating the invincible golden body grants absolute immunity to any attack, with the duration proportional to the user's ability points. Ability points: 1000. Talent evaluation, SSS level. After reviewing the information panels of the individuals, Zhao Lei was left utterly astounded. System: is this what you call cultivating abilities? Surely, you are not attempting to create superhumans. Zhao Lei genuinely harbored doubts. The Daoi derivative scripture was indeed terrifying. At that moment, The few who had awakened approached Zhao Lei, their faces beaming with joy. Brother Zhao Lei, this Daoi derivative scripture is simply extraordinary. I have directly advanced to a Tier 3 ability user. Lu Zhibing exclaimed excitedly. Brother, I am also now a Tier 3 ability user. Just like you, Lu Xiaohuan retorted mockingly, unable to stand her brother's showiness. Meanwhile, Xue Xiaoran regarded Lu Zhibing as though he were a fool. Tang Huifeng smiled at the exchange but remained silent. Among the group, Tang Huifeng was the eldest and the most composed. She understood that all of this was a gift from Zhao Lei and had no desire to compete with these youngsters. As the group continued to boast, Zhao Lei chose not to interrupt their exuberance. Once he regained his composure from the shock, he suddenly felt as though he were a cultivator, far surpassing them in prowess. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Zhao Lei gestured to the others before approaching the 7 little ones. At that moment, the children had completed their final transformations. Utilizing his discerning gaze, Zhao Lei observed their information clearly. Tang Huifeng's daughter, Zhang Xiaowen, had broken through to a Tier 2 ability user, her ability being wildfire that cannot be extinguished, which allows plants to grow rapidly. Lin Days, the eldest among the 4 boys, was also a Tier 2 ability user with the same beast transformation ability as Lu Zhibing. But he transformed into a large gray bear standing at an impressive 2 meters tall. The remaining 3 boys, Lu Yuchuan, Peng Zajuan, and Zheng Shuoyang, had awakened abilities in fire manipulation, earth mastery, and radiance, respectively. The 2 girls, Su Feng and Lu Pingping, had awakened beast transformation into a white powder butterfly and a dark night spirit cat, respectively. All 5 of them were Tier 1 ability users. After absorbing all the information, Zhao Lei gasped in astonishment. The world was now teeming with ability users, and even 4-year-olds were among their ranks. This was nothing short of terrifying. After marveling at this reality, Zhao Lei invited the 7 children to join the Shenglong Pavilion. Naturally, the children were delighted to accept. At this point, every member of the Shenglong Pavilion had awakened their abilities and become ability users. Chapter 19. Reunion with old friends. A day passed swiftly. The residents of the neighboring rich village, frightened by recent events, had not dared to approach Zhao Lei and his group throughout the day. As evening fell, Zhao Lei and the others gathered around a fire. Zhao Lei retrieved an abundance of food from the system space, most of which had been synthesized, thus possessing superior flavor compared to ordinary food. Everyone feasted heartily, their mouths dripping with grease. Observing the joyous laughter of the group, Zhao Lei felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. It had been several days since the apocalypse began, and he was deeply concerned for his parents' safety. Sensing Zhao Lei's thoughts, Liu comforted him, saying, "Uncle and Auntie will surely be fine. At our pace, we will reach them in just a few days." Zhao Lei sighed. "Let us hope so." Upon hearing his sigh, the others ceased their conversations and turned their attention to him. They then encircled Zhao Lei, offering him words of comfort. Overwhelmed by their warmth, Zhao Lei hurriedly assured them that he was fine. The following morning, Zhao Lei rose early and roused everyone else. The group did not protest, understanding that Zhao Lei was anxious to return home to find his parents. Zhao Lei drove the magically powered vehicle down the highway, marveling at the upgraded bus, which was anything but ordinary. Its speed rivaled that of a supercar. The group praised the vehicle, exclaiming it was indeed a marvel. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they traveled. Meanwhile, on their route, 3 Wuling vans intercepted a speeding car. From the Wuling Hongguang emerged over a dozen bald men clad in black suits, brandishing iron rods. The occupants of the speeding car, realizing there was no escape, also exited the vehicle. One slender, exquisite woman stepped out. Had Zhao Lei been present, he would have recognized her as Zhang Li. After disembarking, she instructed a woman inside the car, "Mom, stay in the car. I will handle this." Zhang Li's mother nodded, and Zhang Li approached the group of bald men. The weak woman facing such a fierce crowd remained unfazed. Showing no sign of fear, she pointed at the only handsome man among the bald men, who had hair, and declared, "Bai Wu, give up. Even if I am killed by zombies, I will never marry you." Bai Wu chuckled, responding, "Shao Li, your father has already turned into a zombie. It is just you and your mother left. How long do you think you can survive in this zombie-infested world? My father is a Tier 5 ability user and the head of the Zhangzhou safety base. If you come with me, I assure you a safe and secure life." Zhang Li felt conflicted upon hearing Bai Wu's words. While she could endure on her own, her mother's safety weighed heavily on her mind. The thought of any harm coming to her mother left her speechless. Bai Wu, noticing her silence, did not press her tea that moment. The passengers on the bus were laughing and chatting. Look, it seems there are people ahead. Zhang Xiaowen's youthful voice piped up. Hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted forward. Indeed, there were people, all bald. Lu Zhibing squinted at the scene, clearly discerning the group of bald men. Indeed, Lu Xiaohuan echoed. Xue Xiaoran merely cast a glance before losing interest. What is happening up there? Who knows? Should we go take a look? The group began discussing amongst themselves. Zhao Lei concentrated his magical energy in his eyes and peered ahead. The sight startled him. Wasn't that Zhongli? What was she doing here? Zhao Lei's voice was low, but all in the vehicle heard him. They did not recognize Zhongli, but Li Yu's expression changed when she realized Zhao Lei was referring to her. She quickly approached Zhao Lei, asking anxiously, "Is it really Zhongli?" Zhao Lei nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving his confirmation, an inexplicable worry rose within Li Yu. She urged Zhao Lei to accelerate. Zhao Lei shook his head helplessly. "We are already at full speed, but from the looks of it, Zhongli should be fine for now. Isn't that woman from Nanhai City? How did she end up here?" Li Yu exclaimed, frustrated. Despite her words, her concern for Zhongli was evident. As Zhao Lei and the others drew nearer to Zhongli's location, Bai Wu noticed the approaching bus. "Young master, should we stop that bus?" One bald man inquired. Bai Wu rolled his eyes at him, replying, "What do you think?" Understanding the implication, the bald man quickly rallied a few others to block the road. Observing the impending obstruction, Zhao Lei did not charge ahead but gradually brought the bus to a halt. As the vehicle stopped, one bald man shouted, "Hey, my young master is conducting business here. Everyone in the car, get out." Zhao Lei and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, regarding the bald men as if they were fools. None of them moved. Zhao Lei signaled to Lindays beside him. Lindays understood immediately. It was the perfect opportunity to test his abilities as a Tier 2 ability user. Lindays, the eldest among the boys and possessing the ability to transform into a towering gray bear, stepped out confidently. Though only 5 years old, he had matured beyond his years as an orphan. Liu tugged at Zhao Lei's sleeve, anxiously asking, "Is Days going to be okay?" "Don't worry, they are just ordinary people. He is a Tier 2 ability user and can handle this," Zhao Lei reassured her softly. At that moment, the bald men blocking the bus noticed the door opening and turned their gazes toward it. When they realized a 5-year-old child was stepping out, their expressions were frozen in disbelief. Are the people in the car cowards? They actually sent a 5-year-old out? Do they look down on us? One bald man scoffed. The passengers inside the bus remained silent, simply observing the unfolding scene. As the bald men moved closer to Lin Days, one of them taunted, "Hey, little brat, are your adults planning to abandon you?" A bald man pushed Lin Days' shoulder with his finger. Lin Days stood motionless, unfazed. The bald man found this somewhat perplexing but attributed it to his own lack of force. With an expressionless face, Lin Days gazed contemptuously at the man who had pushed him. The bald man felt uncomfortable under Lin Days' stare and angrily retorted, "Kid, do you wish to die? How dare you look at me like that?" Chapter 20. Lin Days observed the bald man before him, a faint smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. The bald man, noticing Lin Days' provocative expression, snorted disdainfully, "Kid, go die." With that, the bald man swung his fist towards Lin Days. As the punch approached, Lin Days displayed no sign of panic on his face. He raised his own small fist to meet the bald man's attack. The bald man could not suppress a laugh at Lin Days' audacity. "Ha! Truly overestimating yourself." However, as soon as the bald man finished speaking, he felt a tremendous force collide with his fist. Boom! The impact was beyond his capacity to withstand, causing him to be sent flying, his face etched with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a mere 5-year-old child could unleash such terrifying strength. By the time the bald man processed this, he realized his right hand was broken. The excruciating pain coursing through his arm confirmed the harsh reality. He had been defeated by a child. The injured bald man felt fortunate that he had only suffered a broken hand. Had Lin Days' punch struck his head or another vital area, he was certain he would have met his demise on the spot. At that moment, the surrounding bald men in suits stared at Lin Days in shock, none daring to approach. Such power was beyond any of them to endure. Noticing the commotion, Bai Wu shouted, "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a child. Don't you know how to use weapons? Attack together, right?" We have weapons. Are we afraid of this kid? The bald men rallied, gripping their iron rods tightly. Observing this scene, Lin Days remained unperturbed. He had yet to unleash his beast transformation. He had only relied on pure physical strength. Crossing his arms, Lin Days shouted, "Transform!" This action was inspired by a television show, and he felt it looked quite impressive. The approaching bald men were momentarily amused by this display. However, before they could fully laugh, they were rendered speechless as Lin Days completed his transformation shout. His body began to swell rapidly in an instant. His height surged from 1.2 meters to 2 meters, and his entire form was enveloped in gray fur. The sight of his bear-like visage sent shivers down the spines of the bald men. Seizing the moment while they were still in shock, Lin Days charged forward, knocking every bald man to the ground. The impact felt akin to being struck by a heavy truck, leaving them with the sensation that their bones had shattered. They writhed on the ground, groaning in agony. Bai Wu, witnessing this, sensed impending doom. Although he was not a superhuman, his father was a level 5 superhuman, so he had some understanding of their capabilities. This 5 or 6-year-old child was, astonishingly, a beast-transformed superhuman. After a brief moment of surprise, Bai Wu erupted into maniacal laughter, for he too had a hidden ace. With this thought, Bai Wu laughed uncontrollably, embodying the sentiment that he was the top dog while Lin Days was beneath him. Zhang Li, observing this foolish man, felt a sudden chill. She thought to herself that marrying such a person would be worse than death. Bai Wu ceased his laughter and approached Lin Days, disdainfully declaring, "So what if you're a superhuman? My father is a level 5 superhuman. Do you dare to strike me?" Lin Days regarded this man as if he were a simpleton and unleashed a punch. Before Bai Wu could react, Lin Days' fist sent him hurtling backward. The arrogance he displayed upon arrival was met with utter bewilderment on his return. Bai Wu was sent flying. Several suited bald men rushed to catch him. But their efforts were futile against overwhelming power. Boom! Bai Wu, along with several bald men, collided heavily with the rear of a nearby Wuling van. Bai Wu, cushioned by the bodies of the bald men, sustained only minor injuries, but the direct hit from Lin Days left him reeling. The other bald men were rendered unconscious from the impact. Bai Wu found himself utterly powerless, kneeling on the ground. Lin Days approached Bai Wu but refrained from striking him. He calmly stated, "Big brother advised me not to harm your lives. You may leave now. You insolent child, thinking yourself invincible just because you possess some strength, unaware that there are greater powers beyond you." As Lin Days finished speaking, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man emerged. Bai Wu, upon hearing this voice, grew excited and exclaimed, "Uncle Hong, quickly deal with this brat." "Ah, it hurts too much." At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle behind Bai Wu. His demeanor exuded an air of authority born from years of holding high positions. Recognizing the man's significance, Lin Days understood he was no ordinary opponent. He remained cautious and did not act impulsively. Uncle Hong approached Lin Days and said solemnly, "Youngster, where are your guardians? I would like to invite you to join our Tsangzhou safe base. Could you call them out?" Bai Wu, incredulous, looked at his Uncle Hong. "What do you mean, uncle? I'm in this state due to him." Uncle Hong waved his hand dismissively at Bai Wu, indicating he would handle the situation here. Hearing their exchange, Lin Days remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. Just as Lin Days pondered his next move, a cold female voice interjected, "We will not join you." Descending from the vehicle was Li Yu, who spoke indifferently. Upon seeing Li Yu, Zhang Li was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. She knew Li Yu was searching for her parents alongside Zhao Lei, and this outing was specifically to find Li Yu. Now that she had found her, Zhang Li felt relieved, believing Zhao Lei would be with her in the vehicle. Li Yu approached Zhang Li and shielded her from view. "Zhao Li, what is the situation with these people?" Li Yu inquired. Zhang Li, pointing at the grounded Bai Wu, replied, "Bai Wu wants to take me back to be his wife." Upon hearing this, Li Yu's eyes narrowed. "This fool wishes to marry you?" What a delusional thought. Bai Wu, panting beside them, was utterly bewildered. "I haven't even done anything yet. How did I become worthless?" He thought this silently, refraining from voicing it. Uncle Hong, noticing the connection between Li Yu and Zhang Li, saw an opportunity to recruit them. "Since you two know each other, that's splendid. Why not join us at the Tsangzhou safe base together? Wouldn't that be delightful?" In response, Li Yu shot a glance at the middle-aged man named Uncle Hong. Zhao Lei had informed her earlier that he was a level 3 superhuman. If Li Yu unleashed her absolute freezing ability, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade it. Zhao Lei had assured her of her capabilities, and Li Yu believed in herself. Chapter 21. A level 3 superhuman defeats a level 3 superhuman. Xiao Li is my closest friend. As long as I am here, you will not take her away, Li Yu proclaimed, her tone frigid as she faced Uncle Hong. Uncle Hong, irked by her demeanor, retorted, "Little girl, do you comprehend the disparity between us? I advise you not to overstep your bounds, or I could easily end your life with a mere flick of my hand." Hearing this, Zhang Li anxiously tugged at Li Yu's clothing. She was acutely aware that this man was Bai Wu's uncle. A brother to his father, and a level 3 superhuman. In Zhang Li's mind, Li Yu was just an ordinary person. If Uncle Hong truly intended to kill her, it would be a simple task. At this moment, Li Yu remained composed, gazing at Uncle Hong with derision. "Do you genuinely believe you can effortlessly kill me? What gives you such confidence? Is it your so-called level 3 superhuman strength? How absurd." She was no longer the timid girl who perpetually hid behind Zhao Lei. With absolute power, even the most timid individuals can become courageous and resilient, especially with Zhao Lei backing her. Liu had unwavering faith in Zhao Lei, convinced he would protect her in any circumstance. So she felt no fear. Uncle Hong, infuriated by Li Yu's mockery, seethed with rage. He glared at her, unleashing the aura of a level 3 superhuman. "Do you truly fear nothing? Fear? You may certainly try," Li Yu retorted defiantly. Uncle Hong, now at his boiling point, had initially intended to persuade the two to join his forces. However, since they were so obstinate, he would no longer hold back from attacking a woman with that. Uncle Hong activated his ability, his skin hardening like stone. He raised his fist and struck towards Li Yu. Seeing this, Zhang Li's heart raced, and she fervently prayed for Zhao Lei to arrive and rescue Li Yu. As Uncle Hong's fist approached, Li Yu showed no inclination to dodge. She lightly tapped her toes on the ground, and in an instant, an overwhelming chill radiated from her being. Lin Days, observing this, shifted away, aware of Li Yu's powers and wishing to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As the cold air spread, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted dramatically. Uncle Hong had yet to comprehend the situation when he was instantly encased in ice. A sharp crack echoed as he fell to the ground, transforming into a heap of icy fragments. Thus, a third-level ability user had effortlessly obliterated another of the same rank, thanks to Li Yu's precise control over the icy aura. No one else was affected at that moment. Zhang Li gazed at Li Yu with a look of astonishment, as if she were witnessing a monster. Bai Wu, slumped beneath the Wuling Shanshe, was equally flabbergasted. Unable to believe the spectacle before him, a third-level ability user had perished with such ease. To eliminate him would be as simple as squashing an ant. Lowering his head, Bai Wu refrained from speaking, quietly observing as Li Yu called for Zhang Li and her mother, Zhao Weiping, to board the bus. Even the onlookers, a group of bald men, dared not intervene. Anyone capable of effortlessly dispatching a third-level ability user would only seal their own fate. Once aboard the bus, Li Yu introduced Zhang Li and her mother to the other passengers. Subsequently, Zhang Li incessantly inquired about Li Yu's abilities. Liu attributed her transformation into an ability user to Zhao Lei's influence. Zhang Li then latched onto Zhao Lei, who, with a resigned shake of his head, informed her that to learn the methods of cultivating abilities, one must join the Shanglong Pavilion. Upon discovering that the condition for mastering the technique was to join Zhao Lei's faction, Zhang Li readily agreed, bringing her mother, Zhao Weiping, along as well. Thus, Zhao Lei transmitted the Daoyi Yin Shangjing to both Zhao Weiping and Zhang Li, and the mother-daughter duo began to familiarize themselves with the text on the bus. Observing them, the crowd engaged in lively conversation, exchanging remarks. Zhao Lei, indifferent to Bai Wu and his companions outside, ascended the bus as if riding a sword, soaring high above the three Wuling Shanshe blocking the road, and sped away into the distance. The day passed swiftly, with everyone once again spending their time on the bus. Approaching dusk, Zhao Weiping and Zhang Li finally roused from their slumber. Upon their awakening, Zhao Lei promptly examined their information panels. Name, Zhao Weiping. Level, third-level ability user. Ability, summon grenades. Note, the number of grenades summoned is proportional to ability points. Ability points, 1000 1000. Talent rating, SSS level. Name, Zhang Li. Level, third-level ability user. Ability, Mesmeric gaze can manipulate enemies with a lower level. Those of higher level may experience temporary disorientation. Ability points, 1000. Talent rating, SSS level. After reviewing the attributes of the mother and daughter, Zhao Lei was quite satisfied, particularly intrigued by Zhang Li's mesmeric gaze. He considered how beneficial it would be if his ability could directly control zombies, serving as an effective weapon against foes. Due to Zhang Li's acquaintance with Li Yu, she and Zhao Weiping quickly assimilated into the group, engaging in cheerful conversation. Through their discussions, Zhao Lei gleaned a wealth of useful information. Across the globe, ability users had emerged, and the military had dispatched numerous troops to establish secure bases. As long as no one else transformed into a zombie, the zombie population would gradually dwindle. However, once the zombies were eradicated, addressing the issue of water contamination would prove challenging, making a return to the original state a formidable task. Moreover, according to the system's mission, there was a hidden mastermind orchestrating everything, capable of unleashing the zombie virus worldwide. Zhao Lei speculated that such a feat could not be accomplished by mere humans, leaving only one possibility: extraterrestrials. While he was uncertain of the existence of aliens, the emergence of zombies and ability users was indeed suspicious. As night fell and everyone retired to their slumber, Zhao Lei made his way to the roof of the bus. Host: Zhao Lei, human, level, mid-stage gold core, can be increased by consuming 100 million cultivation points. Cultivation points, 22,700. Technique: Pango creation technique, increases with cultivation level. Skills: Basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, insightful eye. System space, infinite, automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies. Synthesis function, current synthesis limit 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Shanglong Pavilion, can view member information here. Mission function, main mission, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover and eliminate the mastermind behind it. Mission rewards unknown. Hidden mission, none, randomly triggered. Zhao Lei gazed at the information panel, lost in thought. It had been several days since he last encountered a zombie. The prospect of needing to accumulate 100 million cultivation points for his next level made him apprehensive. This daunting task loomed large. Ultimately, Zhao Lei decided to set aside his worries. After all, with his current cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to claim he was invincible among mortals. With that thought, Zhao Lei settled into a meditative posture, initiating the Pango creation technique. Chapter 22. Spaceship.as dawn broke. Zhao Lei slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Following the bus upgrade, it could now cover the distance that previously took 3 days in just 1 day. This was merely the effect of integrating a first-tier crystal core. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei awakened everyone. The little ones, still groggy from sleep, squinted their eyes at the sudden disturbance, eliciting chuckles from the onlookers. Zhao Lei teased them a bit before instructing the group to rest while he modified the vehicle. The others refrained from questioning Zhao Lei about the modifications. As a cultivator, they understood he was capable of performing extraordinary feats. Subsequently, they gathered under a tree, forming a circle to meditate. Zhao Lei approached the bus and stored it in the system space. He did not rush to synthesize the bus, but instead merged the 16 vehicles in the system space all at once. Ultimately, he acquired 8 sleek sports cars. Without hesitation, he placed the sports cars into the synthesis module. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small aircraft. Zhao Lei, perplexed, gazed at the 2-seater aircraft before him, deep in contemplation. 2 minutes later, Zhao Lei had acquired 4 small aircraft. As the aircraft proved insufficient, he commenced another synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an exquisite fighter jet. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small spaceship. Upon seeing the 2-seater spaceship in the system space, Zhao Lei beamed with delight. He then placed the spaceship back into the synthesis module, adding a 6th-tier crystal core. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-grade magical spaceship. Zhao Lei gazed at the high-tech, black and red spaceship in the system space, a triumphant expression gracing his features. Now, he aimed to test his hypothesis. The current spaceship was too small, accommodating a maximum of 3 people. Zhao Lei wondered if he could merge the bus with the spaceship to enlarge it. Resolving to act, Zhao Lei placed both the bus and the spaceship into the system synthesis module. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a magical Energy Man spaceship. Zhao Lei surveyed his achievement with pride. This method was indeed feasible. With that thought, he released the spaceship. Boom! The spaceship landed on the highway with a resounding thud, startling the group training nearby. They were abruptly roused from their trance. Fortunately, as they were cultivating abilities rather than practicing cultivation techniques, they were not at risk of losing control of their internal energy. Upon awakening, the onlookers were rendered speechless by the sight of the massive spaceship before Zhao Lei. You mentioned modifying a vehicle. And yet you've produced a spaceship? Is this what you call vehicle modification? The crowd stared in awe at the black and red spaceship, imbued with a sense of technology, struggling to regain their composure. As the hatch opened, Zhao Lei stepped aboard. Upon entering the spaceship, he felt as if he had stepped into a science fiction film. He never imagined he would one day possess his very own spaceship. Zhao Lei surveyed his surroundings and discovered a circular crystal similar to the one on the original bus. Only this one floated. He approached the crystal and placed his hand upon it. The operation was not much different from controlling the bus. By channeling magical energy into the spaceship, he could manipulate it with his thoughts. However, this time, Zhao Lei input a full third of his magical energy. Compared to the bus, the disparity was monumental. They were in entirely different leagues. Everyone, hurry aboard. We're ready for departure. Zhao Lei called out to the others outside the spaceship. Although the spaceship was well equipped with soundproofing, his words, infused with magical energy, were crystal clear to all. Hearing this, the group gradually boarded the spaceship, their expressions resembling those of wide-eyed children seeing something extraordinary for the first time. Given the current technological level on Blue Star, a spaceship of this caliber might not be constructed for centuries, as it was powered by magical energy. Zhao Lei cherished the spaceship greatly, wishing he could also acquire a mech. After all, who wouldn't he want their very own Optimus Prime? As Zhao Lei mused, excited gasps echoed around him. Lindes approached Zhao Lei, tugging at his pants, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao Lei, your spaceship is amazing." Zhao Lei smiled. "Is it? Then I'll get you one too, Brother Zhao Lei. I want one too. Lu Yuchuan, Peng Zajuan, and Zheng Shuoyang, upon hearing Zhao Lei's promise to Lindes, rushed over, equally eager to express their desires. All right. When I have the materials, each of you will get one." Zhao Lei reassured the excited children before preparing to pilot the spaceship. Just then, Lu Zhibing mischievously nudged Zhao Lei and shot him a knowing glance. "Don't forget about me, Brother Zhao Lei." Zhao Lei immediately grasped Lu Zhibing's intention, expressing his commitment to reserve a ship for him once the materials became available. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhibing walked away with a smile. Only a few boys showed genuine interest in the matter, while the girls merely found it intriguing but were not particularly engaged. After dismissing Lu Zhibing, Zhao Lei prepared to control the spaceship for takeoff. Ding! The detection of the spacecraft triggered an automatic comprehension, merging man and vessel into one. The system's voice resonated in Zhao Lei's mind, and a plethora of memories regarding spaceship operations flooded his consciousness, instantly transforming him into a seasoned pilot. Without further hesitation, Zhao Lei navigated the spacecraft towards his hometown, Shango Village. The spacecraft moved swiftly, attracting the attention of onlookers as it soared over several cities. Look up at the sky. What is that? Wow, it's moving so fast. Could it be aliens? While you're busy gawking at the UFO, run. The zombies are back. The comments from the witnesses were a cacophony of confusion, ultimately leading to a frantic escape. On board the spacecraft, the young ones marveled at its speed. This ship is incredibly fast. Of course it is. It was built by Zhao Lei Gij. So what? Zhao Lei Gij promised to give me one too. The group of little ones exchanged excited remarks as they watched the ground recede beneath them. Zhao Lei, observing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation as he continued piloting the vessel. Meanwhile, Lu Zhibing, Xue Xiaoran, and others settled down to cultivate in a corner. The stability of the spacecraft ensured that their practice was undisturbed. Look, what is that? The voice of the child, Zheng Shuoyang, broke the concentration as he pointed excitedly towards a tall building below. The collective attention of the group shifted towards his direction, even pulling the cultivators from their practice. Zhao Lei promptly reduced the speed of the spacecraft, directing his gaze where Zheng Shuoyang indicated. Chapter 23. Level 7 Zombie. At that moment on the spacecraft, Zhao Lei discerned the situation below. He beheld a multitude of zombies climbing towards the base of a well-fortified skyscraper. Atop the building, a group of soldiers had encircled a cluster of survivors, relentlessly shooting at the advancing undead. Upon careful counting, Zhao Lei realized there were over 10,000 zombies, an alarming number. If this continued, The soldiers would soon exhaust their ammunition. Ding! A random mission was triggered. Rescue all individuals on the skyscraper. Mission rewards unknown. Stunned by the system's announcement, Zhao Lei felt this was fortuitous. Even without a system mission, he would have endeavored to save lives, thus achieving two objectives simultaneously. With this thought, Zhao Lei ceased hesitating and halted the spacecraft mid-air. There are soldiers and survivors down there. You stay on the ship while I go to rescue them. Zhao Lei instructed his companions before opening the hatch. Acknowledging Zhao Lei's strength, they did not attempt to dissuade him, except for Li Yu, who cautioned, "Stay safe." Zhao Lei nodded in response and stepped out of the hatch. As the onlookers witnessed Zhao Lei standing in midair, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. "Look, Zhao Lei Gij can actually fly," Peng Zijuan exclaimed, pointing at Zhao Lei, who was effortlessly gliding through the air. The others wore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom the extent of Zhao Lei's abilities. Unaware of their reactions, Zhao Lei was solely focused on exterminating zombies and saving lives. He dashed through the air at breakneck speed. "Look, what is that? It's so fast. It looks like a person. He's running in the sky." On the skyscraper, someone shouted, redirecting the crowd's attention towards Zhao Lei. Noticing the gazes from the rooftop, Zhao Lei acknowledged them but prioritized eliminating the zombies first. He intended to gather information only after dealing with the immediate threat. With this resolve, Zhao Lei unleashed the pressure of his mid-stage gold core cultivation, enveloping the entire city. Summoning a protective shield with his magical energy, he shielded the individuals atop the skyscraper from the oppressive force. Under the weight of Zhao Lei's aura, the zombies that had nearly reached the rooftop were forced back to the ground, with the weaker ones meeting their demise upon impact. Observing this, the soldiers ceased their gunfire. A relatively short soldier approached a robust one, incredulously stating, "Captain, that person must be a superhuman. How could he possess such terrifying power?" The burly soldier, known as Captain Sun Shiqiang, shared his incredulity. "That man can walk in midair. He may have reached the 7th level of superhuman ability, or perhaps even greater." They were a government task force dispatched to eradicate the zombies. When they had arrived, there had been over 100 of them, but now only 30 remained. Though they had superhumans among their ranks, many had sacrificed themselves to ensure the survival of others. Sun Shiqiang gazed mournfully at his dwindling team, feeling like a most ineffectual captain for failing to protect his subordinates. Just as he contemplated his own demise, the sight of Zhao Lei soaring towards them sparked a glimmer of hope within him. At that moment, Zhao Lei, having pinned the zombies to the ground, conjured an enormous hand with his magical prowess and brought it crashing down upon the horde. The ensuing explosion sent debris flying, reducing the zombies beneath his strike to mere pulp. Lu Zhibing, witnessing this from the spacecraft, was rendered speechless, pondering how long it would take him to reach Zhao Lei's level. The others were equally awestruck, unable to shake the profound impact of the scene before them. Feeling that one hand was insufficient for his carnage, Zhao Lei summoned another colossal hand while simultaneously invoking the demon-slaying sword. As the sword cut through the air, no zombie was left unscathed. The onlookers atop the skyscraper were engulfed in a tumult of emotions as they witnessed Zhao Lei's unrelenting slaughter of the undead, which had previously cornered them now appearing as easily dispatched as ants beneath his heel. Sun Shiqiang lamented internally, wishing he possessed such power. Had he done so, he could have saved more of his brothers. Shaking his head, he sighed, lamenting his own lack of strength. Amidst the horde of zombies, Zhao Lei's mind was inundated with the system's notifications, having already decimated over half of the undead. Suddenly, a level 7 zombie entered his line of sight. Zhao Lei utilized his insightful eye to examine it. What? A level 7 zombie? Staring at the information panel before him, Zhao Lei struggled to regain his composure. A level 7 zombie equated to the strength of a mid-stage gold core cultivator. He believed that had he not arrived, none of the individuals atop the skyscraper would have survived. For such a formidable zombie, bullets would be as ineffective as plastic toys striking steel. As the level 7 zombie ascended and lunged at Zhao Lei, he acted without hesitation, summoning the demon-slaying sword back to him. Gripping it tightly, Zhao Lei unleashed the Pangu creation technique, causing the heavens and earth to shift. A vast reservoir of magical energy coalesced within the sword. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Lei swung the sword down upon the level 7 zombie, unleashing a cataclysmic force that cleaved the creature in twain. The street bore witness to a gaping chasm spanning 100 meters. Just as Zhao Lei assumed the zombie had perished, the severed halves rose once more, Zhao Lei gaped in astonishment at this uncanny spectacle. Even cleaved asunder, it had not succumbed. Suddenly, an even more bewildering sight unfolded before him. The two halves, rather than merging back together, transformed into two distinct zombies. Staring in disbelief, Zhao Lei exclaimed, "What is happening? How can this be?" Yet, he had no time to ponder, as the two newly formed zombies launched themselves at him. "Roar! You cannot kill me, human!" The two zombies snarled, mocking Zhao Lei before charging at him with ferocity. "How dare mere zombies speak so brazenly before me?" With that, Zhao Lei raised the demon-slaying sword and unleashed another strike. With a resounding crash, the two zombies were bisected, and several buildings fell victim to his onslaught as well. The resulting chaos sent debris cascading down, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. "Humans, I have already warned you. You cannot kill us. Submit and become our sustenance." Though obscured by the dust, multiple voices echoed forth. Zhao Lei realized that the voice belonged to the zombies, and it seemed there were now more than just two. Chapter 24. Elimination. What is happening? Why do they multiply with each strike? What kind of insanity is this? Zhao Lei stared at the four identical zombies before him, questioning his very existence. With a swift motion, he swung his sword once more, and the four zombies were severed at the waist. Mere moments later, 8 identical zombies stood before him again. Zhao Lei was at a loss for how to proceed. While the damage inflicted was negligible, they simply would not die. "Human, you cannot kill me. I will feast upon you." The 8 zombies chorused, simultaneously lunging at Zhao Lei. Alarm bells rang in his mind. "No, this won't do. I cannot keep using the sword, or they will only multiply further." With a cold snort, Zhao Lei declared, "You mere zombies dare to speak so arrogantly." As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Lei sheathed the Demon Slayer sword, then clenched his fists to confront the oncoming horde of zombies. Despite the presence of 8 undead, Zhao Lei could distinctly sense their diminished strength, likely reduced to a mere level 6. He launched a powerful punch at one of the zombies, and with a resounding thud, it was sent flying backward. Panting heavily, Zhao Lei noted that the zombie kept returning, repeatedly propelled away only to rush back at him. If this continued, he could very well be worn out. Observing the 8 zombies, Zhao Lei activated his Eye of Insight, and to his astonishment, he discovered that only one among them was the true body. He surmised that by eliminating the true body, the remaining clones would also perish. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Lei disregarded the other clones and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the true body. The zombie had no capacity to defend against Zhao Lei's onslaught. However, Zhao Lei found himself at a disadvantage. This zombie was remarkably resilient, akin to an indestructible cockroach. With an impassive expression, he felt a pang of disbelief within as the zombie charged at him once more. Zhao Lei concentrated his magical energy into his palm, seizing the zombie's head and smashing it into the ground. The creature offered no resistance whatsoever. With a resounding crack, the zombie's head was crushed beneath his force. To his surprise, Zhao Lei discovered that the shattered head contained no crystal core. Logically, all zombies should possess a crystal core, and he had previously synthesized a level 7 core. Lost in thought, he noticed that the zombie's head was regenerating. This time, instead of launching it away with a punch, Zhao Lei matched its strength blow for blow. As they fought, Zhao Lei gradually sensed something amiss. Each time he aimed to strike the zombie's heart, it instinctively raised its hands to shield itself. Zhao Lei deduced that this must be the creature's weak point. Recognizing the vulnerability, he grasped the zombie's neck and forcefully slammed it to the ground. With a sharp crack, the zombie's neck snapped. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was in the midst of regeneration, Zhao Lei transformed his hands into claws and executed a swift strike to its heart. With a squelch, he held a pulsing green heart in his hand, showing no hesitation as he crushed it with a decisive blow. The heart exploded, revealing a black-red crystal core within Zhao Lei's grasp. The 7 rushing zombie clones instantly vanished, and the main body began to decay. "Pathetic zombies, you think you can challenge me?" Zhao Lei thought, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. After dispatching the level 7 zombie, the remaining undead, now frenzied, charged toward him. Zhao Lei surveyed his surroundings and unsheathed the Demon Slayer sword. Not a single zombie above level 4 would be spared. Why did Zhao Lei only target zombies of level 4 and above? It was, of course, to provide training for Lu Zhibing and the others. Otherwise, they would have no opportunity to showcase their abilities with Zhao Lei around. Under the scrutiny of his eye of insight, all high-level zombies became painfully clear. The sound of the sword severing zombie heads echoed through the air as Zhao Lei continued his assault, and within minutes, all zombies above level 4 were eradicated. After finishing off the undead, Zhao Lei returned to the spaceship. Upon his arrival, the others eagerly surrounded him. The warmth of their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Clearing his throat, Zhao Lei coughed lightly, prompting the crowd to quiet down. With a serious demeanor, he surveyed the city ravaged by zombies and spoke. There are still approximately 4,000 zombies remaining. You cannot remain idle every day. Go and hone your skills. Upon hearing this, the group eagerly rubbed their hands together, having longed for an opportunity to test their abilities, which had finally arrived. Encouraged by their enthusiasm, Zhao Lei lowered the spaceship to within 10 meters of the ground and opened the hatch. Lu Zhibing was the first to leap out in a beastly transformation, followed closely by several others. With so many individuals present, Zhao Lei was not concerned about the safety of the smaller ones. After retracting the spaceship into the system's space, he approached the soldiers and survivors atop the skyscraper. Ding! Rescue mission for survivors completed. Rewards will be issued alongside the next task. Ding! Random mission initiated. Recruit Captain Sun Shiqiang and all his soldiers. System reward. 1 Apocalypse safe-based. AS Zhao Lei near the skyscraper. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Stunned for half a second by the notification, Zhao Lei soon felt a wave of astonishment. Recruiting Sun Shiqiang and his soldiers could yield a base. He began to scan the individuals atop the building, determined to identify Sun Shiqiang, the one who would bring such generous rewards. Soon, he noticed a sturdy middle-aged man and confirmed that this was indeed Sun Shiqiang. At that moment, the crowd atop the skyscraper also turned their attention toward Zhao Lei. Their gazes varied from fear to reverence to admiration. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei approached Sun Shiqiang directly. Thank you for your timely assistance. Senior. Sun Shiqiang clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, many powerful individuals existed within Huaxia, but ordinary people seldom encountered them. Sun Shiqiang, however, was different. As a soldier, he had been briefed by higher-ups. He was fortunate enough to have once met the legendary protector of Huaxia, rumored to be a master of level 7 or above. The gesture of clasping fists was learned during that encounter. Seeing Sun Shiqiang's salute, Zhao Lei did not object but instead spoke directly. I have established a faction called the Rising Dragon Pavilion, which is newly formed and in urgent need of leadership. Would you be willing to bring your comrades into the fold? Sun Shiqiang, still reeling from the encounter with Zhao Lei, hesitated. Although this individual was undoubtedly powerful, he was a representative of the state and could not simply join another faction. Furthermore, despite Zhao Lei saving them all, who could guarantee that he had no ulterior motives? Chapter 25. Recruitment. Observing Sun Shiqiang's indecision, Zhao Lei surmised his concerns. You need not worry. I am no villain. I simply wish to establish my own force to protect a region of peace. Zhao Lei pointed to Li Yu and her companions below, who were currently dispatching zombies. You see, they are my teammates. By joining my faction, you will still be serving your country. I will not impose upon you. And in fact, I can help you all become awakened beings. Initially uninterested in Zhao Lei's proposition, Sun Shiqiang felt his resolve waver upon hearing the possibility of becoming an awakened being. If he could gain such power, he would be able to protect more people. No longer would he have to witness his comrades fall in battle without the ability to intervene. Despite this enticing thought, Sun Shiqiang did not immediately agree. I cannot act independently. I should consult my comrades first. Understanding Sun Shiqiang's intentions, Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. Sun Shiqiang gathered all his men and relayed Zhao Lei's proposal. Unsurprisingly, everyone agreed. They had witnessed far too many comrades perish. The haunting memories of those tragic events were not something they wished to relive. Upon hearing that Zhao Lei could grant them the power of awakened beings, their excitement was palpable. They, too, wished to become awakened beings. To protect more lives, their mission was to safeguard the people and eradicate any threats to national security. They sought to protect their country and loved ones, and there was nothing wrong with that. The soldiers present brimmed with determination. Zhao Lei smiled at these admirable individuals. It was because of them that the people of Huaxia could live free from worry on this land. The outbreak of zombies that impacted the entire world was faced head-on by this very group. Ding! Random mission completed. Point 1 Apocalypse safe base acquired. Ding! Cumulative reward issued. Congratulations, host, on receiving 2 acres of spiritual farmland. Note: The farmland has been integrated into the base. After the soldiers unanimously agreed to join the Rising Dragon Pavilion, the system's notification resounded in Zhao Lei's mind. He gazed at the system space where a base, approximately 10 square kilometers in size, appeared, his mouth agape in disbelief. The system was simply extraordinary, Zhao Lei exclaimed in awe at the magnitude of the base. Marveling at the system's generosity, he promptly prepared to release this city from the confines of the system. Soaring into the sky, he surveyed the land below, searching for a location surrounded by mountains to unveil this colossal structure. With a thunderous rumble, the massive base emerged into existence, unbeknownst to anyone. Previously, when mobile communications were still operational, Zhao Lei believed that within an hour, the entire nation would be aware of such a grand base's presence. However, in this current situation, as long as Zhao Lei remained discreet, no one would know. He wandered alone through the expansive base. Ding! The Apocalypse safe base has been established. The protective barrier is now active. Note: the defensive capacity of the barrier increases with the host's cultivation level. It can currently withstand attacks from mid-level golden core cultivators. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Lei observed a blue barrier enveloping the base's perimeter. This barrier was invisible to ordinary people but would hinder their passage. Only those who joined or received Zhao Lei's approval could enter. The base was divided into several areas: spiritual farmland, residential quarters, administrative offices, and military management zones, all encircled by a towering steel wall, 40 meters high and 10 meters wide. This level of defense would keep out zombies below level 6, even without the protective barrier. Do not question why those above level 6 are permitted to enter. Simply accept it, for level 7 zombies possess the ability to fly. Without a defensive barrier, it is utterly impossible to thwart level 7 and above zombies. Zhao Lei circled the base once more, surveying the terrain, which he deemed quite satisfactory. Nestled within a basin and surrounded by mountains, this location would typically remain undiscovered by outsiders. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei soared back to the skyscraper. Upon his departure, he had left some provisions and water for the survivors and the military. Now, everyone was well-fed and engaged in cheerful banter. As Zhao Lei returned, Sun Shiqiang immediately approached him, unaware that Zhao Lei had been setting up the base. He inquired, "Senior, you have finally returned. Currently, we have a total of 67 survivors, along with 36 soldiers, making 103 individuals in total. How should we arrange for them?" Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. "Captain Sun, I would prefer if you cease calling me senior. It feels rather awkward. Simply refer to me as Zhao Lei." "Very well, Zhao Lei, my brother," Sun Shiqiang replied, somewhat puzzled about how Zhao Lei knew his surname. However, considering Zhao Lei's formidable strength, he decided not to dwell on it. Zhao Lei smiled at Sun Shiqiang and assured him, "I have already arranged accommodations, so you need not worry." Captain Sunday, upon hearing that accommodations were prepared, Sun Shiqiang ceased his inquiries. Zhao Lei glanced down at the skyscraper. At that moment, only a few zombies remained, and their presence was hardly concerning. With this in mind, Zhao Lei retrieved a spaceship from the system space. "You have mostly dispatched the zombies, so board the spaceship. I shall take you to our future outpost." Zhao Lei communicated this telepathically to Xue Xiaoran and the others. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's voice, the group of 13 immediately returned to the spaceship. As they spotted Zhao Lei, several of the children rushed toward him. "Zhao Lei Gij, I killed 20 zombies. Am I impressive?" "Humph, what is that?" "I killed 25. "You all are nothing. I killed a full 50. The one who boasted about eliminating 50 zombies was Lin Days, the strongest among the group of children. Although Zhang Xiaowen was also a level 2 ability user, her powers were not particularly potent, rendering her less remarkable. With the children's enthusiasm, Zhao Lei did not know how to respond. He patted each of their heads and smiled. "You are all impressive. However, I have matters to attend to. So please go play for now." And in response, the children began to bicker among themselves and ran off to the side. Xue Xiaoran and Lu Xiaohuan also boarded the spaceship. Zhao Lei disembarked and approached Sun Shiqiang, stating, "Captain Sun, please lead all your team members onto the spaceship. I will take you to our base." Sun Shiqiang nodded and beckoned his comrades to board the spaceship. The soldiers, as if they had never seen such a sight, began to explore the interior eagerly. Observing their childish behavior, Sun Shiqiang scolded, "Could you all exhibit a little more composure? You will be accompanying Zhao Lei, who is destined for great things. Such behavior is utterly inappropriate." The soldiers fell silent, rendered speechless. One diminutive soldier muttered under his breath, You shouldn't talk. You were also touching everything. Chapter 26. Zhang Xiaowen's ability. Zhao Lei briefed the remaining survivors, instructing them to stay put as he would return shortly. He then left Lu Zhibing behind before taking the others to the safe base. Upon seeing the base, everyone gasped in astonishment. The defensive measures in place were simply unparalleled. This was merely their initial assessment before they were informed of the protective barrier. Soon, another round of gasps echoed as they realized the base was virtually impregnable. It was clear they had chosen wisely, and Sun Shiqiang silently praised Zhao Lei. After Zhao Lei introduced the basic layout of the base, he went back to fetch the others. Zhao Lei piloted the spaceship at impressive speed, making the round trip in just a few minutes. When everyone laid eyes on the grand structure, they were utterly stunned. This would be their home from now on. Once everyone was brought to the base, Zhao Lei instructed Tang Huifang to arrange their accommodations. He planned to leave the management of daily life to her, as the children were well-behaved and did not require constant supervision. Next, Zhao Lei sought out Sun Shiqiang to discuss the management of the base. Sun Shiqiang suggested that although the base was secure, it would be prudent to assign some individuals to patrol. Zhao Lei, who had previously worked as a security guard, was not particularly knowledgeable in this area, so he ultimately entrusted the arrangements to Sun Shiqiang. Becoming something of a hands-off manager, the pressing issue remained that of food and water. Although the provisions Zhao Lei had brought could last a considerable time, they were halved after he utilized the synthesis function. With an additional 100 mouths to feed, he estimated they could only last 3 more days. After that, they would face a shortage of food and water. This reminded Zhao Lei of the spiritual field he had received as a reward from the system. He had previously examined it with the inside eye, noting that it could facilitate rapid crop growth. He planted the spiritual rice he had synthesized into the spiritual field. The infusion of spiritual energy had remarkable effects on both flora and fauna, and the survival rate of these spiritually infused seeds was exceptionally high. Though Zhao Lei had never farmed before and was somewhat unfamiliar with the process, he decided to scatter the seeds haphazardly until he could find someone with expertise. Given the rapid growth potential of the spiritual field, sustaining over 100 individuals should not pose a problem. With this in mind, Zhao Lei added the task of finding a farming expert to his agenda. Now that the seeds were sown, the only remaining issue was water. Zhao Lei recalled that he had synthesized a spiritual water converter previously. The spiritual water converter should function similarly to the evolution water, he thought. After rummaging through the system space, he finally located the spiritual water converter. Holding it in his hands, which resembled a faucet, he felt a twinge of doubt about its efficacy. To verify its authenticity, Zhao Lei took a bottle of mineral water, levitated it, and poured it steadily into the spiritual water converter. Upon turning on the faucet, a faint green liquid flowed out. The moment he beheld that green liquid, he sensed an abundance of spiritual energy. Although he had never encountered spiritual water before, he was confident that this was indeed it. Zhao Lei poured some of the purified spiritual water into the spiritual field. Instantly, a green sprout emerged from the soil. Witnessing this scene, he marveled inwardly. However, using spiritual water to irrigate crops felt excessively lavish. In a moment of inspiration, Zhao Lei thought of someone. Zhang Xiaowen. Zhang Xiaowen was the daughter of Tang Huifang. Her ability allowed plants to grow rapidly. If she were here to unleash her powers, their food predicament could be resolved swiftly. With this thought, Zhao Lei promptly pinpointed Zhang Xiaowen's location. That moment, the children had gathered again, competing to showcase whose abilities were superior. Observing this, Zhao Lei shook his head helplessly. They were still merely a group of children. Approaching, he spoke in a serious tone. Xiaowen, could you come here for a moment? Upon hearing someone call her, Zhang Xiaowen turned around and, upon seeing Zhao Lei, bounded over eagerly. Zhao Lei Gij, did you call for me? What is it? I need you to do something. If you accomplish it, your ability will become the most formidable, Zhao Lei replied softly. Upon hearing that Zhao Lei claimed Zhang Xiaowen's ability could become the strongest, the group of children rushed over excitedly. Zhao Lei Gij, what is it? I want to join. Yes, we all want to see. Isn't Xiaowen's ability to control plant growth? Are you taking her to farm? At the mention of farming, the children erupted into laughter. Zhang Xiaowen appeared somewhat disheartened. Zhao Lei, sensing her disappointment, clarified, yes, we are going to farm, though not underestimate farming. Without the farmers, you would not have the delicious rice you enjoy. Upon hearing that not farming would prevent them from eating, the children began to view farming as a commendable profession, and their gazes towards Zhang Xiaowen shifted to one of respect. Lin Days piped up, "Zhao Lei Gij, can I come along to watch?" "Of course," Zhao Lei replied. Hearing that Lin Days could accompany Zhang Xiaowen to observe the farming, the other children eagerly expressed their desire to join as well. Since it was not a fight, Zhao Lei led them all to the spiritual field. Upon arriving at the spiritual field, Zhao Lei gestured for Zhang Xiaowen to begin. As she activated her ability, a green light radiated from her. Enveloping the area, the light descended upon the freshly sown seeds, causing them to break through the soil almost immediately. Zhao Lei observed Zhang Xiaowen's information paneled. That moment, her ability points were rapidly depleting. 450 points, 320 points, 240 points. Soon, Zhang Xiaowen was left with only 10 points. Watching the rice sprouting in the spiritual field and noticing Zhang Xiaowen's exhaustion, Zhao Lei immediately grasped her limits. A level 2 mutant. She could not yet fully mature the rice. However, once she advanced to level 3, she would be able to hasten the growth of the crops in the spiritual field directly. Seeing that Zhang Xiaowen was on the verge of collapse, Zhao Lei swiftly infused some of his mana into her. Mana, being of a higher order than ability points, quickly restored Zhang Xiaowen's ability points to their peak. Zhao Lei assessed that the rice, bolstered by the spiritual field, would likely mature in 3 days. Thus, he refrained from asking Zhang Xiaowen to expedite the process further. A group of children, witnessing the astonishing ability of Zhang Xiaowen to cause such an abundant growth of rice in one go, were momentarily struck with disbelief. They now regarded Zhang Xiaowen's extraordinary powers as the most formidable, for her abilities could ensure their sustenance. Having experienced the gnawing pangs of hunger during their recent confinement in an underground parking lot for several days, they were resolute in their desire to never endure that plight again. Chapter 27. Sudden turn of events. As night fell, the base was abuzz with activity, including Sun Shiqiang and the soldiers. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, it had been a long while since they had enjoyed such relaxation, free from the fear of zombie ambushes and dangers lurking in the shadows. Once everyone had exhausted themselves in play and settled down for a hearty discussion, Zhao Lei announced his intention to leave in search of his parents. During his absence, he entrusted the management of the base to Sun Shiqiang, confident in a soldier's administrative capabilities. Sun Shiqiang accepted without hesitation. Zhao Lei then briefed Sun Shiqiang on the matters concerning the spiritual fields, instructing him to ensure the rice was harvested once it reached maturity. "Rest assured, Brother Zhao, under my watch, the base will be managed with utmost diligence," Sun Shiqiang assured him with a pat on his chest. That night, everyone slept soundly. Seizing the opportunity while Li Yu was in slumber, Zhao Lei stealthily slipped away. He made his way to a mountaintop, where he sat in contemplation. The number of zombies he had slain today surpassed all those he had encountered since acquiring his system. Zhao Lei felt he was on the verge of breaking through to the Yuaning stage. He opened his information panel. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, mid-gold core stage, can be increased by consuming 100 million cultivation points, 10 million technique, Pango creation technique, advances with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, unity of man and ship, system space, infinite, automatically recovers the cores of slain zombies, synthesis function, current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Dragon Ascension Pavilion, view member information here, safe base, view base information here, mission function, main mission. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind it to eliminate them. Rewards unknown. Hidden mission, none, randomly triggered. Upon glancing at the information panel, Zhao Lei noticed the addition of base information but paid it little heed. The sight of a multitude of cores in the system space brought a grin to his face. There were 4,760 first-level cores, 532 second-level cores, 245 third-level cores, 130 fourth-level cores, 22 fifth-level cores, 15 sixth-level cores, and 1 seventh-level core. After a moment of lament for the system, he set about synthesizing them. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host on obtaining. Ding. Synthesis successful. The system's notification sounds rang incessantly, causing Zhao Lei to worry he might inadvertently damage the system. After 5 hours, the system fulfilled its mission, elevating all cores to their highest synthesis levels. 1 second-level core, 1 third-level core, 1 fourth-level core, 148 fifth-level cores, 16 sixth-level cores, 7 seventh-level cores, 4 legendary cores, and 3 lord-level cores. Zhao Lei beamed at the fruits of his synthesis, feeling as if he were about to soar to new heights. Ding. Detecting a large quantity of cores. Would you like to recover them? Recover. Ding. Recovered 148 fifth-level cores. 16 sixth-level cores, 7 seventh-level cores, 4 legendary cores, and 3 lord-level cores, yielding 30.5 billion cultivation points. Upon hearing the notification of his cultivation points, Zhao Lei was eager to enhance his cultivation. Ding. Consumed 100 million cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to late gold core stage. As the system's notification faded, a transformation began within Zhao Lei's Dantian. The gold core, originally the size of a ping-pong ball, started to solidify further. As the core continued to condense, the Danding gradually vanished, radiating a blinding light that illuminated his entire Dantian. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden aura enveloped Zhao Lei, casting a glow across the dark night. When the radiance dissipated, Zhao Lei took stock of his condition. His internal energy felt inexhaustible, flowing abundantly. Without pausing, he continued to elevate his cultivation. Ding. Consumed 10 billion cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to early Yuan Ing stage. As the system's voice echoed, the gold core within Zhao Lei underwent yet another transformation. The core, previously floating above his spiritual platform, began to descend. Upon reaching the platform, it expanded at a visible rate, gradually becoming ethereal. When it finally vanished, it was replaced by a golden figure resembling Zhao Lei, seated on the platform, performing various gestures. Just as Zhao Lei was captivated by the sight, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host on breaking through to the Yuaning stage. Pango creation technique is being perfected. Ding. Pango creation technique perfected. Comprehension initiated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Pango opening heaven technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Pango creation heart sutra. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the laws of space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the laws of time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending. Ding. A cascade of system notifications flooded his mind. Initially overjoyed at comprehending the laws of space, Zhao Lei soon found the deluge of information overwhelming. The intense influx of knowledge caused his head to throb violently. The searing pain of his mind felt as if it were being torn apart. Compelling Zhao Lei to clutch his head and howl at the sky, he rolled about on the mountaintop, as if his mind were being ripped and reassembled in a relentless cycle. The pain rendered his Yuan in cultivation utterly ineffective. The mountaintop was besieged by raging winds and crackling lightning, resembling an apocalyptic scene. In that moment, Zhao Lei's essence seemed to oscillate between the distant past and a far-off future, his form shifting from that of a wizened elder to a wailing infant. The entire mountain peak bore the brunt of Zhao Lei's turmoil. As time slipped away at an alarming rate, the agony in Zhao Lei's mind intensified. After 3 more hours, he felt as though his very soul was being stripped away. Leaving him numb. At dawn, Liu awoke to find Zhao Lei missing and frantically searched for him. She scoured the entire base without success. Just then, a startled voice reached her ears. Look over there. What is that? A soldier pointed towards a distant mountain peak. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the mountaintop, where dark clouds loomed and lightning flashed, starkly contrasting the clear skies surrounding it. A sense of unease washed over Liu as she observed the scene. What could be happening up there? Should we investigate? Suggested Lu Zhibing, who was particularly fond of stirring up excitement. Liu had not disclosed Zhao Lei's absence to anyone, but now, with everyone concerned about the situation at the mountaintop, Lu Xiaohuan chimed in. Hey, where's brother Zhao? He usually wakes up the earliest. Upon hearing Lu Xiaohuan's remark, everyone finally grasped Zhao Lei's absence and turned to Liu for answers. Only then did she reveal that Zhao Lei was missing. As they pieced together the information with the ominous flashes of lightning in the distance, realization dawned upon them. Only one person could orchestrate such a spectacle. Zhao Lei. With that, they resolved to ascend the mountain and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Zhao Lei had succumbed to unconsciousness. As time slowly passed, the pain he felt began to diminish in his mind. A vivid image replayed repeatedly. A beautiful blue planet. Upon seeing this, Zhao Lei's first thought was, Blue Star. He felt as if he were immersed in the scene, experiencing it vividly. Just as he admired the breathtaking blue planet, suddenly, countless cosmic warships materialized in the void, surrounding Blue Star and firing plasma laser cannons. As a colossal warship, nearly a third the size of Blue Star, unleashed its firepower. Smaller vessels followed suit, raining blue laser beams upon the planet. The multitude of blue beams illuminated the cosmos, and with a resounding crash, Blue Star was reduced to fragments. The sound of the explosion echoed deeply within Zhao Lei's heart, replaying in his mind ad infinitum. Finally, as the dread within him reached a critical threshold, Zhao Lei jolted awake. No! Zhao Lei's eyes flew open, meeting the gaze of several onlookers. Sweat beaded on his forehead as Liu rushed forward to support him, wiping the perspiration away. Are you all right? Zhao Lei patted his heavy head and offered an awkward smile to the crowd. I'm fine. Just had a rather frightening dream. A bit of rest is all I need. That moment, Zhao Lei's mind was still in a haze. Had he not already attained the Yuaning stage? He might have succumbed in that instance. Observing Liu assisting Zhao Lei, Lu Zhibing proposed carrying him back to the base. Liu assessed Zhao Lei's condition and realized it would be a struggle. Thus Lu Zhibing hoisted Zhao Lei onto his back and made their way back to the base. Zhao Lei found himself atop Lu Zhibing's back, feeling considerably more at ease, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The onlookers, witnessing Zhao Lei's state, were left perplexed as to what had transpired. Upon returning to the base and ensuring Zhao Lei was comfortably settled, no one broached the subject further, each engrossed in their own tasks. Only Liu remained steadfastly by Zhao Lei's side. A day later, Zhao Lei gradually awakened. His first sight was of Liu, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on the bedside. This sight stirred something within him. With utmost care, he sat up and, employing his magical prowess, shielded Liu's senses. He then gently lifted her onto the bed and tucked her in with a blanket. Having completed these actions, Zhao Lei did not depart. Instead, he seated himself nearby in a meditative posture. The influx of information from the system had overwhelmed his mind yesterday, leading to his fainting spell. Now, he began to meticulously recall the myriad of knowledge that had been imparted to him, each piece of information falling into an orderly arrangement within his thoughts. An hour passed, and Zhao Lei finally managed to organize all the knowledge. He opened the information panel to review it. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level. Early stage nascent soul, can be increased by consuming 100 billion cultivation points. Cultivation points, 20. 5 billion points. Techniques: Pangu creation technique, enhances with cultivation level. Skills: basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, unity of man and ship, heart of Pangu creation, Pangu's heaven opening decision, 3,000 laws. System space, infinite, automatically recycles the cores of slain zombies. Combination function, current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Ascending dragon pavilion, view member information here. Safe base, view base information here. Mission function, main quest, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for extermination. Rewards unknown. Hidden quest, none, randomly triggered. After perusing the information, Zhao Lei pondered deeply. The reason for his headache was the overwhelming force of the 3,000 laws. These laws formed the fundamental principles of the universe. If he could comprehend the 3,000 laws to the level of the 3,000 great avenues, creating a world with his bare hands would not be beyond the realm of possibility. However, achieving a singular law to manifest the great avenue was already an arduous task, let alone accomplishing this with all 3,000 laws. The magnitude of effort required was beyond anyone's reckoning. Focusing his mind, Zhao Lei endeavored to sense the operation of his own 3,000 laws. That moment, he suddenly discerned something unusual. There were only 1,500 laws of power on Blue Star. A wave of confusion washed over him. Did this imply that the laws of Blue Star were incomplete? The thought sent a chill down his spine. To seize the great avenue, what realm would one need to attain? Currently, at the nascent soul stage, had it not been for the system imparting the 3,000 laws, he would have barely grasped a mere hint of the law's power. Such existence was simply terrifying. Moreover, that dream had felt so tangible. Could there be a connection? Zhao Lei dared not delve further into these thoughts. The secrets of this world were far too numerous, and his current strength was still inadequate. It was paramount to address the immediate zombie threat before contemplating other issues. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Lei quieted his mind and began to circulate the Pangu creation technique. As his magical energy coursed through him, he suddenly felt a distinct change. Typically, while performing the Pangu creation technique, he would merely feel a sense of comfort throughout his body, but now he distinctly sensed his nascent soul growing stronger. Astonished, Zhao Lei speculated if this was a result of comprehending the 3,000 laws. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. With the great avenue of Blue Star being incomplete and the path of cultivation severed, he had initially relied on the system to elevate his cultivation. However, now that he had grasped the 3,000 laws, it meant that even without the system, he could gradually enhance his cultivation through diligent practice. Enlightened by this realization, Zhao Lei understood why only he could cultivate while others could not. They lacked the system and the complete laws. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he slowly rose. It seemed he needed to devote more time to cultivation to expedite his progress. Casting a glance at the sun outside, he noted it was nearing noon. He had already delayed a day and needed to hasten to find his parents. With his newfound understanding of spatial laws, reaching Shanggu village was merely a matter of thought. Zhao Lei, you're awake. Just as he was about to tear through the void to depart, a gentle voice called out. It was Li Yu. Upon awakening, she had realized Zhao Lei was now conscious. As she turned her head, she spotted him preparing to leave and called out. Noticing Li Yu was awake, Zhao Lei paused his departure. Sitting beside her and affectionately ruffling her hair. Why not sleep a little longer? You've exhausted yourself staying up late to care for me. In Chapter 29, The Pit, Zhao Lei infused a modicum of magical energy into Li Yu, noticeably improving her spirits. Are you leaving? Li Yu inquired, grasping Zhao Lei's hand. I'm going to find my parents. I'll return shortly. Please wait for me here. No, I want to go with you. Seeing the glistening moisture in Li Yu's eyes, Zhao Lei sighed. All right, you can come along. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's consent, Li Yu smiled and said nothing further. She casually tidied her hair and exchanged brief farewells with Zhongli before Zhao Lei led her away. Outside the base, Zhao Lei held Li Yu's hand as they stood at the entrance. Are we not taking the spaceship? Li Yu asked curiously. No need. The spaceship is too slow. After Zhao Lei spoke, Li Yu watched as he drew his fingertip through the air, creating a tear in the fabric of space that resembled the starry sky before them. Without hesitation, he took Li Yu's hand and stepped inside. Li Yu, brimming with curiosity, gazed around in wonder. What is this, Zhao Lei? This is a spatial passage, he replied. A spatial passage? Like the ones in the TV shows that span thousands of miles in an instant? Upon hearing Zhao Lei refer to it as a spatial passage, Li Yu was taken aback. Something like that, Zhao Lei replied, somewhat uncertain. This was his first time utilizing the power of spatial laws, and he was unsure of the exact distances it could traverse. They had only walked a few steps within the passage when they spotted the exit. Stepping out, they found themselves at the entrance of a village. As Zhao Lei recognized the village before him, he immediately confirmed, this is Shanggu village. Estimating the distance, he calculated that the spatial passage spanned over 300 kilometers. Perhaps as his cultivation improved, this distance would also increase. Li Yu surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and expressed her doubts. Is anyone here? Indeed, this is my hometown, Zhao Lei assured her. This village seems deserted, Li Yu remarked as she scanned the area. Zhao Lei also took a look around. Although there were no people, there were no signs of conflict either. The villagers should still be safe. Indeed, Li Yu concurred with Zhao Lei's observation. Zhao Lei's home is at the edge of the village. He led Li Yu directly toward his house, intending to investigate for any clues. Their pace was swift, and soon they arrived in front of an old, dilapidated earthen house. Zhao Lei gently pushed open the creaky wooden door. Stepping inside the courtyard to find everything meticulously arranged, as if someone had recently tidied up. Yet, the village was conspicuously devoid of inhabitants. Zhao Lei wandered around the house. Not a single soul was in sight. Not even a fly. Who are you? What are you doing here? Just as the two were engulfed in confusion, a young girl's voice rang out. There's someone here. They both jolted and turned to see a girl of about 13 or 14. Her hair tied in two playful ponytails, approaching them. I'm asking you a question. Noticing their silence, the girl pressed on. I'm from Shanggu village. This is my home. Zhao Lei snapped back to reality, pointing at the ground beneath him. Upon hearing this, the girl felt a surge of delight. Another one had taken the bait. Perhaps she could boost her performance today. This was her inner thought, though her face displayed a cheerful demeanor. You must be back looking for your family, right? The villagers have all fled to other places, which is why it's empty here. Upon hearing the girl's words, Li Yu immediately exclaimed, Do you know where they are? Zhao Lei, however, remained composed and quietly examined the girl's information panel. Name: Xiaoling cultivation level, none skills, none favorability, -40. Upon hearing Li Yu's inquiry, Xiaoling patted her chest, declaring, of course, I live there too. I just came back to retrieve some things. Zhao Lei regarded Xiaoling with a neutral expression, but inwardly he was filled with suspicion. It was the first time the Eye of Insight had revealed a negative favorability. Zhao Lei maintained his composure, saying, Can you take us there? I've come back to find my family. Sure, the girl readily agreed. Thus, Zhao Lei and Liu followed Xiaoling as she led them. After about half an hour of walking, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Liu gazed into the pitch-black cave, perplexed. Are you sure all the villagers are inside? Xiaoling nodded affirmatively. This cave leads to the other side. Not only the villagers of Shangur, but also those from nearby villages are there. Her words. Liu was taken aback. Does that mean there are a lot of people there? Yes, there are several ability users guarding it, so it's very safe. Xiaoling chimed cheerfully. Zhao Lei frowned slightly at the mention of ability users. Xiaoling took the lead and entered the cave. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhao Lei and Liu caught sight of a glimmering light ahead. Xiaoling spoke in a low voice, It's just up ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei and Liu maintained their composure. Along the way, Zhao Lei transmitted a message to Liu, warning her to be cautious, for the little girl seemed suspicious. The girl, oblivious to their concerns, continued to approach the cave entrance. Zhao Lei and Liu followed closely behind. As Xiaoling emerged from the cave, she cast a sidelong glance and then sprinted off into the distance. Zhao Lei and Liu noticed this but did not take it to heart. They prepared to collaborate and observe how these individuals intended to proceed. Once ready, Zhao Lei and Liu stepped out of the cave. Suddenly, green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the two of them completely. A man named Hazy chuckled maliciously. These two were ensnared so easily. Ha ha. Let us hand them over to the boss. Perhaps he'll reward us with a little girl to play with. Feigning fear, Zhao Lei and Liu exclaimed, What do you want? Isn't this place a refuge for survivors? Why are you capturing us? Let us go. The couple's performance was overly theatrical. Had it not been for the lack of intelligence of the two brothers, they might have been exposed. The lanky man named Hazy burst into laughter. Now that you're here, you think we'll let you go? Dream on. It's best to do our bidding as laborers. Who knows, if the boss is in a good mood, he might even grant you a minor position. Zhao Lei and Liu watched the chubby and thin brothers put on a show. When the duo noticed their silence, they began to escort Zhao Lei and Liu towards a distant building. Zhao Lei surveyed his surroundings. They were in a valley surrounded by mountains, with a relatively large area containing a sparse number of houses and vast fields. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Lei noted that the crops were growing quite well. Chapter 30. The fate of parents. As Zhao Lei continued to observe the environment, a little girl with pigtails approached them. It was Xiaoling. She made a face at the two and then, with a playful grin, headed towards the cave entrance. Zhao Lei and Liu had no intention of stooping to the level of a child. Their objective was to locate the boss mentioned by the chubby and thin brothers. According to Xiaoling, people from several nearby villages had come here, yet since their arrival, few had been seen. It seemed there were secrets lurking in this place. Zhao Lei pondered, but in the next moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Random task activated. Rescue the enslaved individuals. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei speculated, could it be that all the villagers have been enslaved? Since the system task is to save people, they must still be alive. But where could they be? As Zhao Lei contemplated. They arrived in front of a larger house. The lanky man named Hazy turned to the chubby one, saying, You keep an eye on these two. I'll go notify the boss. Okay, the chubby man replied. Hazy pushed the door open and entered. Just then, a man in his 20s emerged from inside. The chubby man quickly bowed and greeted, Third Master. The man, referred to as the Third Master, ignored the chubby man, adopting an air of superiority. The chubby man, accustomed to this treatment, showed no surprise. That moment, Zhao Lei also saw the man who had come out. When he recognized the man's face, he was taken aback and exclaimed, Zhao Yuhai. Zhao Yuhai was the son of Zhao Lei's uncle, Zhao Zhenxing. He had always excelled in his studies, later earning admission to a prestigious university in the north. He had consistently looked down upon Zhao Lei, making his life miserable during family gatherings. Seeing Zhao Yuhai now, Zhao Lei couldn't help but cry out in shock. Zhao Zhenxing noticed Zhao Lei's exclamation and finally turned his attention to the bound Zhao Lei and Liu. When Zhao Yuhai realized it was Zhao Lei, he was equally astonished, but that quickly morphed into laughter. He approached Zhao Lei, scrutinizing him and taunted, Oh, Isn't this our big security guard, Zhao Lei? What's this? Still alive, huh? You're quite lucky. Zhao Lei, unperturbed, replied coolly, I won't die before you do. Hearing this, Zhao Yuhai angrily seized Zhao Lei by the collar, declaring, I'm already a level 2 ability user. You, a mere waste. Dare to compare yourself to me? Zhao Lei regarded Zhao Yuhai's expression with a faint smile. Is that so? With that, the vines binding him and Li Yu suddenly vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhai felt a sense of dread. In the next moment, he released Zhao Lei's collar, attempting to flee. But just as he made his move, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers. Zhao Yuhai froze in place. Panic evident on his face, he quickly realized that Zhao Lei was merely pretending to be weak. Straining with all his might to move, he found it futile. This was Zhao Lei employing spatial laws to execute a space confinement. Unless Zhao Yuhai could break free from this spatial hold, escape was impossible. Observing Zhao Yuhai's terrified expression, Zhao Lei stepped closer and said coolly, You come here brandishing a match, unaware that I possess a whole box of lighters. Don't get cocky, Zhao Lei. My father is a level 5 ability user. He is in the house ahead, and if I shout, he'll come to save me, Zhao Yuhai threatened. Zhao Lei was unfazed. What did it matter if it was a level 5 ability user? Even if a level 10 user showed up, it would simply mean a bit more effort. Meanwhile, the chubby man, witnessing the predicament of his third master, shouted, Let go of the third master. Smack! Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers again. The chubby man was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He looked at Zhao Lei's murderous gaze and dared not bark any further. After subduing the chubby man, Zhao Lei turned his attention back to Zhao Yuhai, demanding, Tell me where the people you deceived are. Zhao Yuhai scoffed, Why should I tell you? Seeing that Zhao Yuhai still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, Zhao Lei seized him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The chubby man had just called him third master, so Zhao Lei deduced that Zhao Yuhai held a significant position. Let go of my son, or you'll never see your parents again. Just as Zhao Yuhai was about to speak, an enraged voice erupted from inside the house. Zhao Lei turned to see his uncle, Zhao Zhenxing, emerging from the building, followed closely by the lanky man named Hazy. What have you done to my parents? Upon hearing Zhao Zhenxing mention his parents, Zhao Lei immediately demanded an explanation. Seeing that his threat had taken effect, Zhao Zhenxing continued, Let go of my son Yuhai, and I'll tell you at these words, Zhao Lei's demeanor turned serious. He had come here specifically to find his parents and had no intention of wasting time on irrelevant matters. With that thought, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, immobilizing Zhao Zhenxing. He tossed Zhao Yuhai aside and approached Zhao Zhenxing, seizing him by the throat. You answer my questions. Otherwise, you die.as, Zhao Lei spoke. A chilling aura emanated from him. Zhao Zhenxing shuddered involuntarily and nodded vigorously. Zhao Lei fixed his gaze on Zhao Zhenxing, asking, Are my parents here? Nod if yes, shake your head if no. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenxing promptly nodded. After confirming the answer, Zhao Lei released him. Just as Zhao Lei was about to inquire further, Zhao Zhenxing unleashed a massive fireball towards him. Anticipating this, Zhao Lei raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing the fireball to vanish into thin air. Following that, with a casual wave, Zhao Zhenxing was sent crashing against the wall. Cough, cough. Zhao Zhenxing spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Zhao Lei reached out, and Zhao Zhenxing was instantly back in his grasp. Zhao Lei's expression was icy as he said, Don't try any tricks in front of me. Lead me to my parents, and perhaps I'll spare your life. Everyone present, including Li Yu, was left speechless. Astonished by Zhao Lei's display of power, Zhao Yuhai was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bladder. His father was a level 5 ability user, yet Zhao Lei was effortlessly toying with him. Now on the ground, Zhao Zhenxing trembled, unable to stand firm. He couldn't believe that as a level 5 ability user, he was overpowered by a mere youth. Why yes, I'll take you there right away. Hearing Zhao Lei command him to lead the way to his parents, Zhao Zhenxing hastily complied. He dared not entertain any deceitful thoughts. Otherwise, he might find himself at the receiving end of Zhao Lei's ruthless tactics. Chapter 31. The reunion. Zhao Zhenxing, visibly shaken, led Zhao Lei and Li Yu in a particular direction. After walking for a short while, Zhao Lei inquired, Are we there yet? Almost there, just ahead, Zhao Zhenxing replied anxiously. Although Zhao Zhenxing was Zhao Lei's uncle, he had always looked down on Zhao Lei's family and made things difficult for them. So Zhao Lei showed him no courtesy. After walking a bit further, they finally arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave was secured with an iron door, through which a hole allowed a glimpse into the dark interior. Zhao Lei kicked Zhao Zhenxing in the rear, demanding, "Open the door." Zhao Zhenxing stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Seeing the murderous glare from Zhao Lei, he dared not utter a word and hurriedly got up to unlock the iron door with a key he had prepared in advance. "Zhao, please, we beg you for some food. We haven't eaten in days. If this continues, we will all perish here." As soon as the iron gate swung open, the people inside surrounded him, each exchanging words. Zhao Zhenxing gazed at these individuals, paralyzed by fear and unable to react. The cave was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the deeper circumstances. Zhao Lei raised his hand and snapped his fingers, invoking the law of light. Instantly, the cave was illuminated. Zhao Lei scanned the surroundings and immediately noticed two figures at the farthest recesses of the cave. Who else could those figures be but Zhao Lei's parents? Upon seeing his emaciated parents, Zhao Lei's eyes turned crimson and tears streamed down his cheeks. Ignoring the others, he rushed straight towards them. That moment, Zhao's father and mother also caught sight of Zhao Lei, but they were utterly drained of strength. Zhao Lei approached them and embraced them tightly. With a voice tinged with sorrow, he said, "Dad, Mom, your son has come late. It is my filial unworthiness that has caused you to suffer." His parents, gazing at their long-lost son, had tears welling in their eyes. Yet, they were so starved that they lacked the energy to speak. Witnessing this, Zhao Lei felt an overwhelming guilt. He gently raised his hand, invoking the law of life. And two streams of life force flowed into his parents' bodies. In an instant, they felt their strength gradually returning, and the gnawing hunger that had plagued them vanished. As Zhao Lei's parents sensed their vitality restored, they embraced their dearly missed son. Zhao Lei's father, with a voice slightly hoarse, remarked, "Ever since the outbreak of the zombies, your mother and I have been extremely worried about you. Seeing you safe now brings us immense relief." In response, Zhao Lei comforted them, saying, "Dad, Mom, everything is all right now. From this point forward, with your son around, you can enjoy your old age in peace. I will ensure that those who harmed you face dire consequences." While speaking, Zhao Lei cast a glance outside the cave at Zhao Zhenxing. Their eyes met, causing Zhao Zhenxing to collapse in terror. Liu, witnessing Zhao Lei's reunion with his parents, refrained from interrupting the tender moment. Zhao Lei and his parents exchanged numerous words. Hearing about their son's accomplishments brought joy to the elderly couple. Once the family had reminisced for a while, Liu finally approached. The people in the cave were so famished that even moving was a struggle. The few individuals who had initially spoken with Zhao Zhenxing had exerted all their strength just to crawl to the entrance and were now sprawled on the ground. It was hard to fathom what these people had endured to end up in such a state. As Liu walked in, observing the feeble individuals around her, she silently cursed Zhao Zhenxing, deeming him utterly despicable. Despite her internal grievances, when she arrived before Zhao Lei's parents, she greeted them with a smile, saying, "Hello, uncle and aunt." During their earlier conversation, Zhao Lei had already informed his parents about Liu. Upon seeing her, they immediately showered her with compliments. "Little Yu has grown so lovely. That rascal Zhao Lei hasn't bullied you, has he? If he has, just tell Auntie, and I will teach him a lesson." "No, Auntie. Zhao Lei has been very kind to me. Indeed, I treat little Yu very well." Zhao Lei attempted to defend himself. Subsequently, Liu and Zhao Lei assisted the elderly couple as they made their way toward the cave's exit. When the four of them reached Zhao Zhenxing, Zhao Lei's parents merely shot him a glance before falling silent. However, Zhao Lei was not one to let this go unpunished. Allowing such heinous acts to go unpunished would be a grave injustice. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei flicked his fingers at Zhao Zhenxing, invoking the law of destruction, a dark orb of energy piercing into Zhao Zhenxing's forehead. Just when Zhao Zhenxing thought he had escaped unscathed, he suddenly felt darkness enveloping him and lost all vitality, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Lei's parents remained silent, recognizing that, although Zhao Zhenxing was their elder brother, he had often belittled their family, and during the apocalypse, he had brazenly abused his powers. Such a person deserved their fate. Zhao Lei's father looked at the fellow villagers in the cave, a sense of compassion swelling within him. These individuals had cared for his elderly parents during their time of oppression by Zhao Zhenxing, and now that they were saved, they could not afford to be ungrateful. With this in mind, Zhao Lei's father said to him, "Could you also help them? These people have looked after your mother and me during our time here. If you can save them, please do so." After his father spoke, Zhao Lei remained silent, prompting him to add, "If you cannot save them, then it is fine." Zhao Lei looked at his father, a hint of resentment crossing his face, and softly replied, "If I can save them, I certainly will. It won't cost me much effort." With that, Zhao Lei turned towards the cave and waved his hand, invoking the law of life. Streams of life energy flowed into the foreheads of all present. Everyone felt their bodies rapidly revitalizing. As their strength returned, they flocked towards Zhao Lei. They had all witnessed the moment Zhao Lei had dispatched Zhao Zhenxing. Grateful voices echoed around him. "Thank you, young Zhao, for saving our lives. Thank you, young Zhao. I have no way to repay you, except perhaps to offer my daughter in marriage." "Old Huang, what are you saying? Can't you see that young Zhao has a girlfriend?" "Indeed, if I must, I would serve young Zhao as a humble servant. In these chaotic times, with zombies lurking everywhere, we have nowhere else to turn." "Exactly, our lives now belong to young Zhao. Why not follow him?" Someone in the crowd suggested that Zhao Lei should become their leader, leaving him utterly speechless at their enthusiasm. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! Completed random task. Rescued enslaved individuals. System reward, 1 interstellar battleship. Chapter 32. AK-47 Thunder God Zhao Lei informed the crowd about his base, inviting anyone who wished to accompany him back. Unsurprisingly, everyone agreed. Following Zhao Lei was far better than starving in the mountains. With the water supply contaminated, staying on the mountain posed a problem. Thus, joining Zhao Lei offered a glimmer of hope. As no one expressed a desire to stay behind, Zhao Lei saw no reason to force them out. The base was vast, and the addition of over 100 people would be beneficial for farming, thus resolving the food issue. Zhao Lei waved his hand, opening a spatial portal, and led the group back to the base. He instructed Tang Huifeng to arrange accommodations for the newcomers while he summoned Captain Sun Shiqiang. "Captain Sun, gather all the soldiers. I will teach them how to cultivate their abilities." "Yes." Captain Sun, thrilled at the prospect of learning to cultivate abilities, quickly gathered all the soldiers. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Lei began transmitting the Daoyi Transformation Sutra to them. 20 minutes later, he had successfully imparted the teachings to all the soldiers. Seeing them deeply engrossed in comprehension, Zhao Lei smiled with satisfaction. He then set off to find his parents, intending to teach them the Daoyi Transformation Sutra as well. Once they became capable of defending themselves, he would feel more at ease. After locating his parents, Zhao Lei taught them the sutra. Following this, he headed to the spiritual field area. In addition to the 2 acres of spiritual land rewarded by the system, there were nearly 1,000 acres of ordinary farmland. Zhao Lei pondered the situation. The base lacked sufficient seeds for planting. With over 100 newcomers arriving, the 2 acres of spiritual land would be insufficient to sustain them. Currently, there were 173 survivors who had not joined the Shenglong Pavilion. Zhao Lei's base could not afford to support idle individuals. That evening, Zhao Lei gathered everyone. Aside from Sun Shiqiang and his parents, along with soldiers comprehending the Daoyi Transformation Sutra, all others were present. "I have called you here tonight to discuss the future direction and planning of the base." Zhao Lei spoke eloquently from the platform. The military management area covered a vast expanse of 3 square kilometers, and over 100 people standing there appeared out of place. Although night had fallen, under Zhao Lei's law of light, the entire base was as bright as day. After half an hour of speech, Zhao Lei finally covered all topics. Among the 100-plus survivors, there were no children, with strong men comprising the majority. Those without the means to protect themselves had perished during the outbreak. Only the rural women, typically stronger, had survived, along with a few others. In the previous group of survivors Zhao Lei had encountered in the skyscraper, only 5 were female. Consequently, Zhao Lei assigned 100 people to work the fields, ready to spring into action as soon as he procured seeds. The remaining individuals were divided into groups for cooking and miscellaneous tasks. Since Zhao Lei had saved them, no one voiced objections. Moreover, these responsibilities were inherently theirs, aimed at ensuring their survival in this apocalyptic world, and no one would seek trouble. Lu Zhibing, Lu Xiaohuan, Xue Xiaoran, and others who had joined the Shenglong Pavilion early on were not left idle either. Zhao Lei tasked them with assisting Sun Shiqiang in patrolling the perimeter of the base, even including a few younger ones. Though they were young, Zhao Lei intended to cultivate their abilities from an early age and not indulge them. After arranging everything, Zhao Lei dismissed the assembly, advising everyone to rest. Once Liu had fallen into slumber, he stealthily emerged once more. Upon arriving at a spacious area, Zhao Lei settled into a meditative position. As the Pango creation technique commenced its operation, He felt a wave of clarity wash over his mind, and his cultivation began to ascend gradually. The following dawn, Zhao Lei expelled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. He activated his information panel to take stock. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level. Early stage Yuan Ing, 970 billion cultivation points required for enhancement, cultivation points, 20.5 billion technique. Pangu creation technique, advances with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, unity of man and ship, Pangu creation heart sutra, Pango heaven splitting decision, power of the 3000 laws, system space, infinite, automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies, synthesis function. Current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Dragon Ascension Pavilion, view member information here, safe base. View base information here, mission function, main quest, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for extermination. Rewards unknown. Hidden mission, none, randomly triggered. Upon reviewing the information panel, Zhao Lei was astonished to discover that the points required for enhancing his cultivation had actually diminished. He speculated that this might be the influence of the 3000 laws. If that were the case, he could improve his cultivation through self-training even without cultivation points. With this thought, Zhao Lei beamed a radiant smile. Sun Shiqiang and the others were also beginning to awaken, prompting Zhao Lei to check on them. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, and a spatial passage materialized before him. He stepped into the portal and emerged to find Sun Shiqiang and a group of soldiers. Brother Zhao Lei, thank you for enabling my brothers to become superhumans. I am at a loss for how to repay you, but I am willing to lead my brothers in following you, even into the depths of danger, Sun Shiqiang expressed, bowing respectfully to Zhao Lei. Upon hearing this, the soldiers echoed in agreement, we will follow without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Lei quickly assisted Sun Shiqiang. Captain Sun, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty. Besides, your increased strength ensures the safety of the entire base. As they spoke, Zhao Lei employed his eye of insight to scan everyone present. Name, Sun Shiqiang cultivation level, level 4 superhuman superpower. Earth element manipulation, can manipulate earth elements at will. Proportional to the superpower points. Superpower points, 5,000 talent evaluation. SSS rank, in name. Wang Yinwu cultivation level, level 3 superhuman superpower. Rifle summoning, can summon AK-47 rifles, currently able to summon 10. All with infinite ammunition, the 10 rifles can merge into the AK-47 Thunder God, doubling the power and each bullet delivering a paralyzing electric effect. Superpower points, 1,000 talent evaluation. SSS rank, upon seeing Wang Yinwu. Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled with surprise. This Wang Yinwu was the short soldier who often spoke ill of Sun Shiqiang behind his back. Zhao Lei had not anticipated that his superpower would be so formidable. If he were to level up further, one could only imagine the extraordinary effects that might manifest. After examining the information panels of all the soldiers, Zhao Lei gained a general understanding. Among the 34 soldiers, the majority had awakened powers from the 5 elemental categories: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. A small number possessed beast transformation abilities. One soldier, named Wu Dinghai, stood out with a particularly unique power, a Barrett sniper rifle, whose destructive capability was akin to that of a small cannon. Now a level 3 superhuman, if his accuracy were high, he could potentially deal with even level 5 zombies with ease. Zhao Lei then discussed Wang Yinwu with Sun Shiqiang. Pointing to his location, Captain Sun, nurture him well. He is a promising talent. Sun Shiqiang turned to observe Wang Yinwu, scrutinizing him carefully, but found nothing particularly remarkable. Zhao Lei did not intend to elaborate further, allowing Sun Shiqiang to discover it for himself. Following this, Zhao Lei informed Sun Shiqiang of his impending departure, mentioning that he might be gone for an extended period and requesting him to oversee the base's affairs. After relaying these instructions, Zhao Lei proceeded to visit his parents. Upon arriving at their residence, he found them in high spirits. He immediately checked their information panels. Name, Zhao Haiquan cultivation level, level 3 superhuman superpower, King of Thunder, can control thunder within a radius of 100 meters. Superpower points, 1,000 talent evaluation. SSS rank, name, Li Lingji cultivation level, level 3 superhuman superpower, wind element manipulation, can control fierce winds, and speed increases by 100 when using superpowers. Superpower points, 1,000 talent evaluation. SSS rank. Zhao Lei was astonished to see the rare powers awakened by his parents. He had not anticipated that their abilities would be so exceptional. Moreover, his father's superpower, judging by its name, was undoubtedly lethal. After reviewing their information panels, Zhao Lei chatted with his parents for a while before taking his leave. Having departed from his parents' abode, Zhao Lei sought out Li Yu. She remained her usual cheerful self, closely following him. Since Zhao Lei's system space contained all necessary supplies, they did not need to carry anything. After bidding farewell to Xue Xiaoran, Lu Xiaohuan, and the others, Zhao Lei set off with Li Yu. This time, Zhao Lei refrained from utilizing spatial laws or a spacecraft. Instead, he drew forth the demon-slaying sword and took to the skies. He had only employed sword flight twice during his foundational stage. Thereafter, upon reaching the Golden Core stage, he had not used it again. With Zhao Lei leading the way and Li Yu following closely, she clung tightly to him, fearful of falling. Zhao Lei's Yuaning stage cultivation allowed for sword flight that was exponentially faster than any vessel. After a while, Li Yu began to acclimate to the experience of flying on the sword. "This is far more exhilarating than racing cars," she exclaimed. Ahead lay a city, and Li Yu pointed in that direction. "Look, it seems there are people ahead. We've been flying for quite some time. We can stop here for the night." Zhao Lei replied in a deep voice. Coastal cities are generally more developed and resource-rich, and Zhao Lei had set out specifically to search for supplies along the coast. However, they were still quite a distance from the coastal region. As they gazed upon the once thriving city, now shrouded in silence, they could not help but lament. Who would have thought that just over 10 days could transform such a bustling city into a desolate wasteland? Indeed, had we lacked any strength, we might have become mere members of the zombie horde ourselves. Tonight, we shall rest here and see if any survivors remain. After exchanging a few words, they arrived above the city. "Zhao Lei, look over there. It seems there are people," Li Yu exclaimed, pointing towards a direction. Following her gaze, Zhao Lei spotted dozens of military jeeps and trucks traversing the city. "That must be the official army, here to eradicate the zombies," Zhao Lei remarked casually. "Last time I spoke with Captain Sun, he mentioned that the government has dispatched a large number of troops nationwide to eliminate zombies, and several cities have already established safe bases." Hearing Zhao Lei's explanation, Li Yu's spirits lifted. "Does that mean the zombies will soon be completely eradicated?" Zhao Lei's expression turned somber. "It's not that simple. Without a substantial number of superhumans, these firearms alone cannot hope to eradicate the zombies." Liu, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that? With such a military force and weaponry, it should be easy to eliminate all the zombies, right?" This brings us to the matter of zombie classifications. I previously told you about the categorization of zombies up to level 7, but beyond that, there are even more terrifying entities, the legendary zombies and the lord-level zombies. Do you have any idea how horrifying these super-level zombies can be? Li Yu was taken aback by Zhao Lei's revelation of the existence of even more formidable zombies. She had not encountered any mention of zombies above level 7 in the Daoi Derivative Sutra, believing that 7 was the peak. Hearing Zhao Lei now speak of something beyond that was astonishing. She then asked, "What are the specific strengths of legendary zombies and lord-level zombies?" Zhao Lei elaborated for Li Yu. A legendary zombie is equivalent to the simultaneous assault of over 1 million level 1 zombies. One can only imagine the devastation it could unleash. Even more frightening is that this level of zombie could withstand the explosion of an atomic bomb with only minor injuries, and they possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. If such a being were to lay waste to a city, how could humanity possibly defend itself? And let's not even discuss the lord-level zombies. Should one appear in this world, it would spell catastrophic doom for all. Li Yu was utterly stunned by Zhao Lei's words. The disparity in strength between a legendary zombie and a level 7 zombie was far more profound than she had anticipated. With curiosity, she asked, "If you were to encounter a legendary zombie, who would be stronger?" Zhao Lei smiled confidently and replied, "Does that even need to be said? I would easily subdue it with one hand." Li Yu regarded Zhao Lei with skepticism. "You're just boasting. While I know you're powerful, I refuse to believe you could withstand an atomic bomb." "You still don't believe it? My strength now is akin to that of a lord-level zombie. I could even challenge those above that tier. Go ahead and boast. But who was it that fainted atop the mountain last time?" Li Yu pouted and turned her head away, unwilling to listen to Zhao Lei's bluster any longer. Upon hearing Li Yu mention the previous incident of fainting, Zhao Lei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He replied softly, "I could actually argue my way out of that last incident. I won't listen." Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the city's center, interrupting Liu mid-sentence. Chapter 34. The 7th level space ability user gazing towards the direction of the explosion, Liu exclaimed, "That direction seems to be where the military just went. Something must have happened. Let's go take a look." After Zhao Lei spoke, he maneuvered his flying sword toward the source of the explosion. Zhao Lei moved swiftly, reaching the site of the blast in mere seconds. Below them, over 100 soldiers were confronting a single zombie, with the front 10 soldiers shouldering rocket launchers. The moment Zhao Lei and Liu spotted the rocket launchers, they understood the cause of the earlier explosion. The impending clash between the two sides was palpable, yet no one noticed the two figures hovering above. Zhao Lei scanned below with his insightful eye and suddenly gasped, "It's a legendary zombie." Fortunately, Zhao Lei had used his magical powers to mute their presence. Otherwise, the soldiers below would have taken notice of them. "You mean that zombie down there is a legendary one?" Liu, upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, was equally astonished. They had just discussed legendary zombies 2 minutes prior, and now they encountered one. This zombie appeared to be perilously close to the Lord level. Zhao Lei stated coolly, while Liu looked down at the soldiers with a worried expression, exclaiming, "If it's that formidable, aren't the soldiers below in danger?" Zhao Lei was about to reassure Liu that there would be no accidents with him around when he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation. He hastily urged Liu to remain silent. Below, before the legendary zombie, stood a tall man clad in military uniform, appearing out of thin AI art. Liu's mouth fell open in astonishment at the man's sudden appearance. In that instant, Zhao Lei activated his insightful eye. Name: Li Zhengshan level, 7th level ability user ability. Space control, can manipulate space for short-distance teleportation, condense spatial blades, ability points, 850,000 1 million talent rating. SSS level goodness. A 7th level ability user, Zhao Lei exclaimed, staring at Li Zhengshan's information panel in disbelief. Liu was equally stunned. A 7th level ability user. What does that even mean? Zhao Lei had never encountered one before. It is known that an ability user's level does not increase simply by consuming their kind like zombies. They either awaken with a high level or cultivate through training. Zhao Lei couldn't believe that Li Zhengshan had attained such a high level through innate awakening alone. The only plausible explanation was that he had worked hard to elevate his level post-awakening. Zhao Lei speculated that this individual was likely an ability user even before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Realizing this, Zhao Lei turned to Liu and remarked, "This person was probably an ability user before the zombie outbreak, and he possesses the rare space ability. His standing in the military must be considerable." Liu was shocked, realizing that individuals had already acquired abilities prior to the outbreak, while they had been completely unaware. She had always assumed that the outbreak triggered the awakening of abilities in others. As Zhao Lei and Liu conversed above, the confrontation between the man and the zombie continued below. The 7th level zombie spoke, "Li Zhengshan, I told you, I genuinely had no knowledge of this. Don't force my hand. Even if you're with the authorities, I won't hesitate to kill you." "Had no knowledge?" Li Zhengshan replied coldly. "We had an agreement during negotiations, yet now, with the world engulfed in this terrifying zombie virus, you, a legendary zombie, claim ignorance? Do you expect me to believe that?" Listening to the exchange below, Zhao Lei and Liu sensed something monumental unfolding. Liu tugged at Zhao Lei's clothing and said, "Zhao Lei, did we just overhear something significant? That zombie and that man seem to have known each other, and their tone suggests they were acquainted before the virus outbreak." Zhao Lei replied, "It appears this world harbors unspeakable secrets." The two looked down again, where the confrontation between the man and the zombie was still at a standstill. The zombie seemed agitated and insisted, "There are plenty of Lord-level zombies stronger than me. I usually reside in the mountains, training. How could I possibly know what's happening?" Li Zhengshan could no longer tolerate the zombie's evasions. He declared, "If you refuse to speak, then let us settle this matter through action." With that, Li Zhengshan concentrated the power of space and unleashed an attack on the 7th level zombie. "I already told you I don't know. Why won't you listen? If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless." The zombie clenched its fists, charging at Li Zhengshan. The collision of their fists generated a tremendous shock wave, causing the soldiers surrounding them to stagger back. The soldiers murmured among themselves. Watching Li Zhengshan battle the legendary zombie, Commander Li is incredibly formidable. He can actually hold his own against that legendary zombie. Of course, Commander Li ranks among the best in the nation. I've heard his ability is also an incredibly rare space ability. It's said that such abilities are rarer than 1 in a million among ability users. Is it really that impressive? As the soldiers whispered, Zhao Lei and Li Yu were equally captivated. Zhao Lei observed Li Jingshan wielding the spatial blade with remarkable skill. Although he was somewhat taken aback, he knew that in a direct comparison, there remained a disparity between them. Abilities and laws belonged to different realms of power and were simply incomparable. Li Yu watched the battle below with awe. Realizing that observing powerful fighters could enhance her own combat techniques, the disparity between the man and the zombie became increasingly evident. While Li Jingshan's spatial blade was sharp, the legendary zombie was no pushover. Its regenerative abilities were nothing short of terrifying. Li Jingshan watched in disbelief as he severed the zombie's arm, only to see it rapidly regrow. Seeing the astonishment on Li Jingshan's face, the zombie seized the opportunity to taunt him. Li Jingshan, you are pathetic. After all this time, you still haven't genuinely harmed me. You're utterly inept. Li Jingshan, hearing the zombie's mockery, felt helpless. He could not inflict even a scratch on the zombie as he noticed his ability points dwindling. A sense of urgency washed over him. He had initiated this confrontation, and if he were to be outmatched by this zombie, it would be a tremendous humiliation. Above, Zhao Lei observed as Li Jingshan's ability points dwindled to a mere 3,000 and shook his head in dismay. While the spatial blade was powerful, it also consumed considerable energy. Given the zombie's incredible regeneration, it was entirely possible for Li Jingshan to be worn down to nothing. Chapter 35. Shocking everyone, it seems Commander Li's ability points are nearly exhausted. Should we intervene? Damn it, perhaps I should launch a barrage of artillery at that zombie. That is a legendary zombie. Your artillery won't have any effect. Exactly. Didn't you see Commander Li sever its arm, only for it to regrow instantly? A group of soldiers watched as the 7th-level zombie advanced relentlessly toward Li Jingshan. Some wished to assist, but alas, they were powerless to inflict any damage on the zombie. At that moment, as Li Jingshan felt the weight of his dwindling ability points and observed the approaching legendary zombie, he steeled himself. Damn it, I'll confront you head-on with that. Li Jingshan charged once more at the zombie. This time, he acted wisely. Since his spatial ability was ineffective against the zombie, he decided to engage in a physical confrontation instead. Once Li Jingshan abandoned his use of spatial abilities, the gap between them became starkly apparent. Li Jingshan was already one level lower than the legendary zombie, and without utilizing his abilities, the moment they clashed, he was sent flying backward, crashing into the ranks of soldiers behind him. The soldiers rushed to support him, one asking with concern, Commander Li, are you all right? At this point, do you really need to ask? Another soldier replied, helping him up with a hint of exasperation. With a sheepish grin, the first soldier remarked, I suppose that's true, Li Jingshan. How have you grown so weak that you can't even withstand a single punch from me? The legendary zombie taunted as it approached the military ranks. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward to shield Li Jingshan. You had better not come any closer, or I will open fire. A soldier wielding a rocket launcher aimed it at the legendary zombie. As if he truly believed he could inflict harm, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Has this guy lost his mind? Big Black, you truly are brave. I respect no one but you. A soldier, wielding a rocket launcher, praised a towering figure known as Dahe, whose imposing stature was accentuated by his dark complexion. Upon hearing this, Dahe chuckled heartily. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, Dahe accidentally pulled the trigger, sending a projectile crashing into a nearby zombie. Enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and debris. Dahe's face blanched in terror as he witnessed the event unfold. He was acutely aware that such an explosive round would hardly leave a dent on a legendary-level zombie. If they provoked the creature, dire consequences would surely follow. The soldiers remained on high alert, eyes fixed on the epicenter of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, they beheld the legendary zombie standing unscathed. Not a single hair out of place, you, big fellow. Have some nerve to fire at me, the legendary zombie taunted, extending its hands in an aggressive manner towards Dahe. Paralyzed with fear, Dahe dared not open his eyes. After all, he faced a legendary zombie from which there was no escape. Just as Dahe resigned himself to his fate, a sudden sound sliced through the tension. A swift, slicing noise followed by the thud of the zombie's severed arm hitting the ground. In that critical moment, Li Jingshan had concentrated his last remnants of power into a spatial blade, severing the zombie's limb. However, the exertion had left him on the brink of collapse. Dahe, initially mistaking the sound for his own impending doom, gradually discerned that he was still alive. Upon opening his eyes, he found Li Jingshan weakly standing before him, swaying precariously. Realization dawned upon Dahe. Commander Li had saved him. Rushing forward, he supported Li Jingshan, who, having exhausted all his energy, slumped into Dahe's arms. Meanwhile, the severed arm of the zombie began to regenerate. The creature glared at the feeble Li Jingshan, mocking him. Li Jingshan, is that all it takes to bring you down? You seem rather feebled, as it spoke. The legendary zombie advanced menacingly towards them. The soldiers felt a collective dread. If Commander Li were to fall, none among them would escape unscathed. Observing from above, Zhao Lei noted the zombie's incessant taunts and deduced that it bore no immediate intent to kill Li Jingshan. After all, this was a legendary zombie. The implications were staggering. It could easily annihilate an entire city. Clearly, the legendary zombie had been holding back its full strength during the confrontation with Li Jingshan. Even with his spatial abilities, Li Jingshan would not last more than 10 exchanges against such a formidable opponent. While Zhao Lei sensed that Li Jingshan was in no real danger, he recognized that both the zombie and Li Jingshan harbored secrets that could be crucial. This was the perfect moment for him to intervene. As the zombie approached, Dahe instinctively shielded Li Jingshan with his own body. Although Li Jingshan remained conscious, his strength had all but vanished, leaving him entirely reliant on Dahe. Just as Dahe prepared to close his eyes for a second time, bracing for death, a sudden snapping sound echoed in the minds of all present. With a resounding clap, time seemed to freeze. The legendary zombie's hand, poised to grasp Dahe's throat, abruptly halted. In that moment, a tall figure and a curvaceous woman appeared beside the legendary zombie. The tall figure raised a hand and snapped his fingers, and time resumed its flow. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Zhao Lei, their minds racing. Even the legendary zombie regarded Zhao Lei with a mix of fear and astonishment. It had never felt such an oppressive force, not even from the guardian of the Huaxia kingdom. Unfazed by the expressions of disbelief surrounding him, Zhao Lei maintained a stoic demeanor, though internally he reveled in the success of his ruse. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Li Jingshan, who was now crouched behind Dahe, his eyes wide with bewilderment. How could someone possess the ability to halt time? Such terrifying power was foreign to him. He had encountered the 7 guardians of the Huaxia kingdom, yet this stranger remained an enigma. As Li Jingshan pondered the implications, Zhao Lei pointed at him, and in an instant, a green glow enveloped Li Jingshan, restoring his depleted power. Amazed, Li Jingshan marveled at the phenomenon, realizing his energy points were rapidly replenishing. Rejuvenated, he stepped forward to Zhao Lei, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for aiding my recovery." Suddenly, notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Random task activated. Recruit the legendary zombie Duanquan. Reward unknown. Note: Duanquan is a zombie formed from a decaying corpse that retained its physical integrity post-mortem, later transformed into a zombie due to the viral outbreak. Zhao Lei, momentarily taken aback by the system's prompt, registered that this legendary zombie had once been a mere corpse. However, what truly surprised him was the system's suggestion to recruit the creature. Choosing to ignore Li Jingshan for the moment, Zhao Lei turned to face the immobilized Duanquan. Their eyes locked, and Duanquan felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, an instinctual warning of danger coursing through him. Zhao Lei, too, scrutinized Duanquan, recalling a technique from the Pango Creation Sutra that allowed one to pierce through illusions and discern the essence of beings. More importantly, it revealed the burdens of karma that individuals carried. If Duanquan's transgressions were not severe, Zhao Lei might consider inviting him to join the Shenglong Pavilion. Conversely, if his sins were grave, Zhao Lei would not hesitate to eliminate him, disregarding any system mandates. With that resolve, Zhao Lei activated the eye technique. In an instant, his pupils transformed into a black and white yin-yang pattern as he scrutinized Duanquan. To his astonishment, he discovered that Duanquan possessed a golden elixir within him, a testament to his cultivation. The presence of such a treasure indicated that Duanquan had indeed reached a high level of mastery. Stunned, Zhao Lei was momentarily lost in thought. "What's wrong with you?" Liu, noticing Zhao Lei's distraction, gently nudged him back to reality. Quickly regaining his composure, Zhao Lei replied, "I am merely contemplating a few matters." Liu, sensing that Zhao Lei was preoccupied, refrained from pressing further. Trusting that he would share if he chose to. As Zhao Lei continued to assess Duanquan's karma, he was once again taken aback. golden light radiated from Duanquoin's form, a stark contrast to the usual black or purple hues typically associated with karmic burdens. Confounded, Zhao Lei delved deeper into the Pangu Creation Sutra for clarity. Meanwhile, the others, barring Li Yu, observed Zhao Lei in a state of bewilderment, unsure of his sudden trance. "We have no idea what's happening. Perhaps we should refrain from speculating," two soldiers whispered to each other. Li Jingshan, equally perplexed, pondered what the powerful elder was contemplating in silence. Oblivious to the murmurs, Zhao Lei finally uncovered the meaning behind the golden light. It was a manifestation of merit. Astonished, he regarded Duanquoin, a being that had transitioned from a corpse to a zombie-possessed merit. The absence of karmic burdens meant that Zhao Lei could confidently accept him into his ranks. Other considerations could wait for later. With this conclusion, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, releasing Duanquoin from his stasis. The moment Duanquoin regained his mobility, he regarded Zhao Lei with apprehension, acutely aware of the unfathomable power that had restrained him. Fearful yet resolute, he remained still, prepared to resist should Zhao Lei intend to strike. Li Jingshan, witnessing Zhao Lei's decision to release Duanquoin, felt a wave of surprise. He had anticipated the elder would eliminate the zombie. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Zhao Lei turned to Li Jingshan. "What is the situation here?" he inquired, seeking clarification on the conflict between Li Jingshan and Duanquoin. Taken aback by the question, Li Jingshan hesitated but ultimately responded, "Esteemed elder, I was dispatched by higher authorities to cleanse the city of zombies. I encountered Duanquoin, and after a misunderstanding, we came to blows." After absorbing Li Jingshan's explanation, Zhao Lei directed his attention to Duanquoin. "And you? What is your account?" Without a hint of fear, Duanquoin replied, "I came to this city to eliminate zombies as well, but Li Jingshan accused me of being the source of the zombie virus. I denied it and he attacked me without provocation. Had you not arrived, esteemed elder, I would have incapacitated him for his slander." Upon hearing Duanquoin's words, Li Jingshan immediately felt displeased. "What? I slander you? You have already become a legendary zombie. Does none of this pertain to you? You are talking nonsense. Just because I am more formidable than you, you claim that I concocted the virus out of jealousy? How absurd, jealous of you. I am a dignified space ability user. Why would I envy you? You must be dreaming." Observing the endless back and forth between the two, Zhao Lei was rendered speechless. If he did not intervene, it was likely that a fight would ensue. Stop, stop, stop. I am the one posing the questions here. Have you noticed that I am still present? Be careful, or I may have to deal with both of you simultaneously." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's threat of taking on both of them, the duo fell silent. They were unaware of Zhao Lei's true power, but they sensed that he was formidable enough to warrant caution. With the tension dissipated, Zhao Lei finally inquired, "Have you two known each other for long?" At this question, Duanquoin merely curled his lip in silence. Li Jingshan, noticing Duanquoin's reticence, spoke up. "In response to the senior's inquiry, we indeed became acquainted quite some time ago. I recall that at that time, I was merely a level 5 ability user, while Duanquoin had already ascended to a level 7 zombie. The classification of zombies is akin to that of the undead.my master, who is now one of the top 3 guardians of the Huaxia nation. And I went to negotiate with Duanquoin, stipulating that he was not to harm innocent people and in return, we would not hunt him down. That negotiation went smoothly, and it was during that encounter that I first met Duanquoin. Subsequently, I have been dispatched annually to Liaoqing to assess Duanquoin's situation, thus becoming quite familiar with him. However, recently, he has unexpectedly transformed into a zombie, leading me to suspect that this virus is somehow linked to him." Zhao Lei pondered Li Jingshan's account thoughtfully, then turned to Duanquoin and asked, "What do you have to say about this?" Li Jingshan's narrative was entirely speculative. The zombie virus had no connection to him. His transformation into a zombie was solely due to consuming the blood of zombies. He was oblivious to the circumstances, but he was certain that he bore no relation to this so-called virus. Duanquoin fervently defended himself. After hearing both parties, Zhao Lei gleaned some insights. Chapter 37. The matter concluded. Though Duanquoin was a zombie, the power of virtue coursed through him, indicating he was not a threat to humanity. Zhao Lei resolved to recruit him. Li Jingshan, being a level 7 ability user with significant standing in the official ranks, could serve as a valuable ally when Zhao Lei eventually sought to engage with the authorities. With this in mind, Zhao Lei addressed both individuals. "I have come to understand your situation. It is merely a misunderstanding." He then turned to Li Jingshan. "It is evident that Duanquoin is not a malevolent figure. I am also in pursuit of the origins of this zombie virus, and clearly, Duanquan lacks the capability to be its source. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Li Jingshan concurred, especially considering Zhao Lei's displayed prowess. Even if his master were present, facing Zhao Lei would likely result in defeat. You speak wisely, senior, yet Duanquan remains a legendary-level zombie. Allowing him to roam free could still impact society. Li Jingshan's words implied a desire to hinder Duanquan's freedom. While Zhao Lei intended to harness Duanquan's potential for his own purposes, I will personally manage Duanquan, Zhao Lei replied coolly. After this exchange, he turned his attention to Duanquan, who was also sizing up Zhao Lei. The individual before him exuded strength, yet Duanquan could sense no malice emanating from him. With the absence of hostility, he was willing to cooperate. Zhao Lei, noticing Duanquan's lack of reaction, inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Duanquan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question. Though puzzled, he answered sincerely, "I wish to first eradicate the zombies in Liaoqing before moving on to other cities to eliminate more of them. Despite my current state as a zombie, I was once a living person. I cannot stand idly by while my fellow beings become zombies or food for the undead. I will seek the source of the virus and put an end to this war." Duanquan spoke with unwavering confidence. Zhao Lei was profoundly moved by his words. Although his own motivation for exterminating zombies was to enhance his abilities, his desire for growth stemmed from the need to protect his homeland. Zhao Lei placed a reassuring hand on Duanquan's shoulder, saying, "Well done. One day, you will bring this vision to fruition." "Thank you for your support, senior," Duanquan replied, clasping his fists in salute. After this exchange, Li Jingshan recognized Duanquan as a resolute zombie and ceased to view him as an adversary. Their pre-existing acquaintance and amicable rapport became evident, as Duanquan had previously yielded to Li Jingshan. With Li Jingshan's change of heart, the relationship between the two began to thaw. From their conversations, Zhao Lei gleaned additional information. Coastal cities had established secure bases, and the number of ability users nationwide had significantly increased, allowing for the dispatch of ability users to the interior to eliminate zombies. Li Jingshan mentioned he was part of the second wave of ability users, with the first wave having likely departed several days prior. Upon learning that they were the second wave, Zhao Lei immediately thought of Sun Shiqiang and his team. Observing Li Jingshan's party, Zhao Lei noted that their collective strength surpassed that of Sun Shiqiang's group. Even their weaponry was on an entirely different level. While Sun Shiqiang's team was armed solely with rifles, Li Jingshan's group possessed rocket launchers. The disparity between these two types of weaponry was palpable. Furthermore, Li Jingshan was a level 7 ability user, while Sun Shiqiang was merely an ordinary soldier. Nevertheless, a confrontation between the two groups would still yield unpredictable results. Although Li Jingshan's side had greater numbers, Sun Shiqiang's team comprised ability users. Throughout the day, they engaged in extensive discussions. Li Jingshan instructed his team to begin establishing a secure base. With hundreds of individuals working together, significant progress was made within a day. However, when compared to Zhao Lei's base, their efforts were still considerably lacking. While Li Jingshan's group was constructing their base, Zhao Lei scavenged extensively in the area. He collected a substantial amount of seeds, determined to return to his base and plant them. Should the base ever experience a food shortage, it would pose a grave problem. The following morning, Zhao Lei informed Li Jingshan and his group of his impending departure. "Commander Li, I must prepare to leave. I have another base to sustain, and I need to take these seeds back to plant. That a food shortage would be troublesome." Both Li Jingshan and Duanquan were aware of Zhao Lei's extensive scavenging efforts in Liaoqing. Yet no one raised objections. Li Jingshan's group was well stocked with provisions and had no intention of antagonizing Zhao Lei over such matters. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's intention to depart, Li Jingshan realized he could not impede him and presented Zhao Lei with a token resembling a mobile device. He explained that this token was a special communication device crafted from zombie crystal cores. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, all electronic devices ceased to function for reasons unknown. This token had been developed at great expense by the authorities and was not available for purchase, even for those with ample funds. Zhao Lei, recognizing the value of such a device, graciously accepted it. "I shall take this." After receiving the communication device from Li Jingshan, a faint smile graced the latter's face. Although he was unaware of Zhao Lei's true identity, he sensed that this individual was not malicious. In these chaotic times, fostering a good relationship was always advantageous. After accepting the token, Zhao Lei turned to Duanquan and asked, "Would you like to accompany me?" Upon hearing Zhao Lei's invitation, Duanquan, the zombie, was momentarily stunned. It was so sudden that he was unsure how to respond. Noticing Duanquin's hesitation, Zhao Lei continued, "You know I have my own forces and base. And our goals align. If you are willing to join my faction, I can impart to you the methods of cultivating ability." Zhao Lei was determined to recruit Duanquin. Otherwise, if he left now, who knew when he would return? And what would become of the rewards from the system's tasks? After weighing the pros and cons of Zhao Lei's proposal, Duanquin recognized that remaining with Li Jingshan offered little assistance, while joining, Zhao Lei could provide him with the opportunity to learn about ability cultivation. Previously, he had relied solely on trial and error for his training. Having access to a proper technique would undoubtedly enhance his abilities. Truth be told, Duanquin was genuinely tempted. He exclaimed, "Senior, you can teach me the cultivation methods? Is that true?" "Of course. Would I deceive you?" Zhao Lei replied with a smile. However, he was uncertain whether he could actually teach Duanquin the Daoyin Shengjing. He himself was unable to cultivate it, possibly due to his status as a cultivator. Nevertheless, Zhao Lei was undeterred. He would first secure Duanquin's allegiance and address the future as it came. Chapter 38. The principles of which shocked everyone. Zhao Lei opened a spatial passageway, preparing to return to the base with Duanquin and Li Yu. Upon witnessing Zhao Lei create the spatial portal, both Li Jingshan and Duanquin were left utterly dumbfounded. Li Jingshan had trained for decades and could only manage short-range teleportation with one individual. He had some understanding of spatial portals, yet he was currently far from that level. He could hardly believe the extent of Zhao Lei's capabilities in opening such a passageway. Just as Li Jingshan was taken aback, Duanquin shared the same astonishment. Upon witnessing Zhao Lei open the spatial passage, he began to speculate in secret. Currently a legendary-level zombie, even the pressure emanating from Zhao Lei was somewhat overwhelming for him. He suspected that Zhao Lei possessed a realm beyond that of a lord. Duanquin had previously experienced the oppressive force of a lord, yet what he felt from Zhao Lei was entirely different, a profound fear emanating from the soul. At that moment, as he saw Zhao Lei effortlessly slice through the fabric of space, his heart raced with exhilaration. Initially, Duanquin regarded Zhao Lei with the reverence of a weaker individual towards a stronger one. But now, he was filled with deep admiration. Under Li Jingshan's astonished gaze, Zhao Lei led Duanquin and Li Yu into the spatial passage. As the two individuals and one zombie stepped through, the passage closed instantly. Upon their exit, they found themselves before a towering gate crafted from metal. Duanquin gazed at the immense space ahead, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. As he prepared to follow Zhao Lei. He had assumed Zhao Lei's base was akin to the temporary one at Li Jingshan's location. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his worldview was utterly transformed. Having spent years hidden in the deep mountains, he had never encountered such a technologically advanced setting. It was simply breathtaking. "I in disbelief," he murmured. "Is this truly the base of my senior?" Zhao Lei, noticing Duanquin's shocked expression, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he replied, "Indeed, let us enter." With a grand gesture, the gate began to open slowly as the gate swung ajar. A short soldier clad in military attire approached, none other than Wang Yinwu, who often whispered disparaging remarks about Sun Shiqiang. Just then, on his patrol, Wang Yinwu had witnessed the gate opening and, suspecting an emergency, hurried over to investigate. However, upon getting closer, he realized it was Zhao Lei and his companions, and he quickly approached them. The moment Wang Yinwu spotted Duanquin, he promptly drew his AK-47, on high alert, exclaiming, "This is a zombie." Observing Wang Yinwu's vigilance, Zhao Lei swiftly intervened, "Brother Yinwu, this is a new member of our base. Although he is a zombie, he has never harmed anyone," Zhao Lei explained in a serious tone. Upon hearing that Duanquin was a new member, Wang Yinwu immediately apologized, as he held Zhao Lei's words in high regard. After a brief exchange, Zhao Lei instructed Wang Yinwu to show Duanquin around the base. Duanquin dismissed the earlier misunderstanding from his mind. Wang Yinwu guided Duanquin, pointing out various features of the base. Duanquin, being quite talkative, quickly became familiar with Wang Yinwu. Observing their jovial interaction, Zhao Lei felt no concern. Duanquin, being a natural socialite, seamlessly integrated into the group, which was no surprise to Zhao Lei. After Duanquin and Wang Yinwu departed, Li Yu rushed off to find Zhongli. Zhao Lei proceeded directly to the Lingtian district, where, at that moment, hundreds of burly men were diligently harvesting rice. Given the limited seeds in the base, they needed to swiftly gather the rice before planting new seeds. Thanks to Zhang Xiaowen, if they planted just one mu of land in a day, they could essentially harvest it by the next day. They were determined to gather all the rice and then replant the seeds, so that once Zhang Xiaowen's ability points were restored, they could prepare for the next harvest. However, this relentless pace was exhausting Zhang Xiaowen, prompting Zhao Lei to take matters into his own hands. As Zhao Lei arrived, all eyes turned to him and greetings were exchanged. "Brother Zhao Lei, we are still busy with the harvest. Is there something you need?" inquired a middle-aged man, shirtless. Zhao Lei smiled slightly and replied, "Your efficiency is too low. Allow me to take over." The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Could it be that Zhao Lei could accomplish more than the combined efforts of over 100 men? "Surely, Brother Zhao Lei is not jesting," murmured one. "Isn't he a celestial being? Have you forgotten the methods he employed when he brought us back?" Another remarked, "Indeed, Brother Zhao Lei managed to teleport us from such a distance. Surely harvesting some rice would be a trivial task for him." The crowd buzzed with speculation. "Let us not squabble. Results will speak for themselves." As they spoke, Zhao Lei waved his hand, and the rice in the fields was neatly cut down. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the severed stalks began to levitate. "Look, the rice is floating," they exclaimed. "Brother Zhao Lei, this is astounding. If we were to do it ourselves, it would have taken us at least another 10 minutes. Yet with a mere wave, he has completed it all." They continued to murmur in awe, however. Zhao Lei had no intention of stopping there. With his hand gesturing in the air, the rice seeds and roots separated seamlessly. The farmers, who had toiled their entire lives, were left speechless by this unprecedented display of skill. After the roots and seeds were entirely separated, the realization struck them. Brother Zhao Lei's prowess is nothing short of divine. With such a large quantity of rice, they would have needed at least half an hour to accomplish what Zhao Lei achieved in mere seconds. It was utterly inconceivable. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Zhao Lei quieted the crowd, stating, "Pay close attention. The real spectacle is yet to come." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei waved his hand once more, and the seeds, which had just been separated, fell back to the ground. But the spectacle did not end there. Zhao Lei scattered all the seeds from the system's storage across the field. In mere minutes, nearly 1,000 acres were sown with seeds. The crowd stood agape, utterly astonished. What followed left them utterly speechless. With a snap of his fingers, the recently sown seeds began to grow at an astonishingly visible rate. The simultaneous growth across nearly 1,000 acres was a breathtaking sight. Previously, they had considered Zhang Xiaowen's abilities to be remarkable, but witnessing Zhao Lei merely snap his fingers to induce such growth was a revelation that shattered their previous understanding. Chapter 39. Sufficient grain under the astonished gaze of the crowd. All the rice transformed from green to golden yellow, the brilliant hue enveloping the entire rice field, appearing exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the group. Brother Zhao Lei's methods are simply extraordinary. From this day forth, shall we no longer fret over our food supply? They mused. With nearly 1,000 acres of rice thriving so splendidly, each acre could yield at least 500 kilograms of grain. Calculating this, the total yield could amount to approximately 500,000 kilograms of grain, meaning they would not have to worry about food for several years to come. The crowd erupted in cheers, overwhelmed by the magnitude of Zhao Lei's revelation. Having farmed their entire lives, they never imagined that someone could produce 500,000 kilograms of grain in just a few minutes. They could hardly believe their eyes, yet it was undeniably happening. Just as they were still reeling from the shock of 500,000 kilograms of grain, Zhao Lei waved his hand once more, severing all the ripe rice stalks. He controlled the floating rice, forming a magnificent golden river in the air. This grand spectacle captured the attention of everyone in the base. "Look over there. What is that?" A soldier pointed towards the distant golden river. That direction towards the Lingtian district? Could it be that the rice is floating in the sky? As they beheld the floating river of rice, the entire base erupted in excitement, with everyone rushing toward the Lingtian district. Wang Yinwu, who was busy introducing a building to Duanquan, was also drawn by the sight of the floating rice. Moments later, over 200 individuals from the base gathered at the scene. Before them, Zhao Lei's hands moved gracefully in the air, separating the rice seeds from the roots. He skillfully piled the roots together while directing the separated rice toward a nearby storage facility designated for grain. Under Zhao Lei's precise control, the rice soared into the storage, forming a magnificent golden mound. Those who had just arrived, including Sun Shiqiang, Lu Xiaohuan, Tang Huifeng, Duanquan, and Wang Yinwu were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. The entire base was awestruck by Zhao Lei's display of power. Duanquan silently marveled. Senior Zhao is truly remarkable. When will I ever reach his level? He never imagined that Brother Zhou could be so formidable. I previously thought he was merely skilled in combat. But my perspective has now changed. Brother Zhao, didn't he also create a spaceship? He is simply omnipotent. The crowd buzzed with chatter. At that moment, Zhao Lei's internal reserves of magical energy had been significantly depleted. The simultaneous growth of nearly 1,000 acres had drained even the abundant magical energy within him. It is evident that Zhao Lei is somewhat overwhelmed by the extensive application of the wood principle. However, when he gazes upon the warehouse brimming with rice, a smile adorns his face. With this abundance of grain, the base need not worry about food for the next 2 to 3 years. Yet, should the population at the base increase, Zhao Lei would not object to tilling the land once more. Are you all right? Liu inquired as she approached Zhao Lei, clearly noticing his fatigue. Zhao Lei responded with a reassuring smile. I am fine. It is merely an overexpenditure of my magical energy. A brief rest will suffice. Once Zhao Lei regained some strength, he instructed everyone to attend to their respective tasks. The rice still required husking, and the over 100 individuals who had previously farmed began their labors anew. Once husked, the rice would transform into brown rice, which would then undergo a series of processes to become the white rice commonly consumed. Observing the industrious workers, Zhao Lei felt a sense of gratification. Acquiring rice was merely the first step. Next, he needed to address the issue of meat. Most animals had been infected by the zombie virus, making meat a rare commodity in this apocalyptic world. Consuming animals infected with the zombie virus posed a significant risk, as humans could also become infected and turn into zombies. Tio resolved the meat issue. It was imperative to locate animals that had not been exposed to the virus and raise them. However, finding such animals in the short term proved to be an insurmountable challenge for Zhao Lei. Even if he succeeded, their numbers would likely be insufficient to sustain over 200 people. Presently, his system space contained some frozen meat, which could be used occasionally to satisfy cravings, likely enough for the time being. The base was still in its infancy, and progress needed to be gradual. With this thought, Zhao Lei chose to refrain from dwelling too much on the matter. In the following days, the hundreds of workers remained busy separating the rice. Sun Shiqiang and his fellow soldiers dedicated time not only to patrolling the base, but also to practicing their skills. Liu, Xue Xiaoran, Lu Zhibing, and others who had previously followed Zhao Lei also devoted themselves to diligent training while occasionally joining Sun Shiqiang in patrolling the base. When Duan Kuan agreed to join the base, a notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind, announcing a reward of a technique called the Canon of Heaven and Earth. According to the system's explanation, this technique was custom-tailored for Duan Kuan. After Zhao Lei transmitted the technique to him, Duan Kuan underwent a remarkable transformation, reverting from a zombie to a being indistinguishable from a human, and his cultivation level surged to the nascent soul stage. Upon first examining Duan Kuan's information panel, Zhao Lei noted he was classified as a legendary zombie. However, upon reviewing it again, he found it had significantly changed. Name: Duan Kuan. Zombie, cultivation, nascent soul stage skills, limb rebirth. Indestructible body, basic spatial power. Talent, exceptional spiritual root. Note: spiritual roots are categorized into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and exceptional. Zhao Lei was taken aback by Duan Kuan's exceptional spiritual root. Why could everyone else not cultivate? Yet Duan Kuan could. He found himself perplexed, feeling that his previous analysis was fundamentally flawed. If the inability to cultivate stemmed from incomplete laws, how had Duan Kuan achieved such progress? Zhao Lei could only conceive one possibility. Perhaps Duan Kuan had cultivated while the laws were intact. But later, due to their incompleteness, his progress stagnated. When the zombie virus erupted, Duan Kuan inadvertently absorbed the zombie's power, leading to his breakthrough, albeit at the cost of becoming a zombie himself. Zhao Lei found this hypothesis remarkably plausible. Yet, another mystery emerged. Chapter 40. Preparing to contact government departments. How could Duan Kuan, lacking complete laws, experience a breakthrough from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage? Was it possible that the canon of heaven and earth possessed extraordinary effects, akin to how the Tao One derivative scripture could alter a cultivator's innate talent? The more Zhao Lei pondered, the more convinced he became of this theory. With no other answers at hand, he decided to accept it for the time being. During these days, the inhabitants of the base gradually accepted the reality of Duan Kuan as a zombie. Through his observations, Zhao Lei discerned that the other survivors in the base exhibited commendable character, devoid of the arrogance and bullying often seen in the powerful. Moreover, these individuals had fully adapted to life within the base. Ultimately, Zhao Lei resolved to integrate them into the Rising Dragon Pavilion. Once everyone had joined, he imparted the Tao One derivative scripture to all. After a night spent familiarizing themselves with the entirety of the base, everyone awakened as ability users. Among the more than 100 individuals, some awakened elemental powers, while others acquired beast transformation abilities. Several even manifested peculiar powers, such as bodies capable of stretching like rubber or hair that could elongate and become incredibly resilient, and hands that could transform into various weapons. With everyone now possessing abilities, their efficiency in tasks significantly improved. What once took an hour could now be completed in just over 20 minutes. The patrol teams were also reduced in size, allowing more personnel to dedicate additional time to training. A month later, Zhao Lei sat cross-legged atop a building in the administrative area, reflecting on the events of the past month. The base's lowest-level inhabitants were now at least level 2 ability users. Those with better physical constitutions tended to awaken at higher levels, while those with less favorable physiques generally awakened at lower levels. Talent merely determined the upper limits, but individual effort ultimately dictated one's level. Without diligence, even those with SSS-level talent would languish in the first or second tiers. It was evident that everyone at the base was quite industrious. Xue Xiaoran had reached the 5th level of ability users, having originally awakened as a 3rd-level user and subsequently advanced to the 4th level through training with the Tao One derivative scripture. Additionally, Xue Xiaoran's hard work had propelled her to the 5th level within the month. Lu Zhibing and others who joined the Flying Dragon Pavilion first had also ascended to 4th-level ability users. Even Zhang Xiaowen and the younger members had all become 3rd-level ability users. Throughout the month, Li Jingshan occasionally communicated with Zhao Lei via the communication token. The zombie threat on Li Jingshan's side had been completely eradicated, and the base had started to take shape. After reviewing all that had transpired, Zhao Lei opened his information panel to assess his cultivation progress over the past month. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation. Early nascent soul stage, 610 billion cultivation points required for advancement. Cultivation points, 20. 5 billion points technique. Pengu creation technique, rises with cultivation, skills. Basic staff technique. Demon slaying sword technique. Insightful eye. Unity of man and ship. Pengu creation heart sutra. Pangoth opens the heavens decision, 3,000 laws of power. System space. Infinite, automatically recycles the cores of slain zombies. Fusion function. Current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Rising Dragon Pavilion. View member information here, safe base. View base information here, task function. Main task, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and identify the mastermind behind them for elimination. Task reward, unknown. Hidden task, none, randomly triggered. With just 610 billion points remaining, Zhao Lei could advance to the mid-nascent soul stage. Based on previous progress, coupled with the current 20.5 billion cultivation points, he estimated that it would take at least another month to break through. Zhao Lei realized that killing zombies was indeed the fastest way to enhance his cultivation. However, a month had passed, and the global zombie population had significantly diminished. What remained were primarily advanced zombies, and if Zhao Lei could take down a few legendary-level zombies, he would likely achieve a swift breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage. Nevertheless, he recalled that legendary zombies were typically sparse. Locating even one was a daunting task, let alone several. If he had the time to search for zombies, he would have already advanced to the nascent soul stage. Lost in thought, Zhao Lei suddenly remembered Li Jingshan. He slapped his forehead in realization. Of course, Li Jingshan possessed the communication token. Since Li Jingshan had extra tokens to spare, it was likely that other dispatched military units also had them. Consequently, Li Jingshan likely held valuable intelligence regarding advanced zombies. With this thought, Zhao Lei felt a surge of confidence. If he could accurately ascertain the locations of advanced zombies, there would be no need for a search. This would not only bolster his strength, but also allow him to commence the task of exterminating all zombies in Huaxia, progressing step by step. With this plan in mind, Zhao Lei rose to gather personnel and prepare for the impending zombie hunt. At noon, under the blazing sun, Zhao Lei summoned everyone in the military management area. You all must be curious about the purpose of my gathering you here, Zhao Lei announced from a raised platform. In response, the crowd below called out, Brother Zhao, are we to assemble for the purpose of hunting zombies? We've been itching to get started. Indeed, Brother Zhao. I've already attained the 3rd level of ability, yet I've had no opportunity to test my skills. Those vile zombies have caused us immeasurable suffering. Now that we possess the strength, we shall annihilate them without mercy." As the murmurs from the audience grew increasingly urgent, Zhao Lei could not help but smile. Indeed, these individuals had not been saved in vain. "Everyone, please quiet down and allow me to speak," Zhao Lei declared loudly. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the crowd. As the discussions below gradually subsided, Zhao Lei began his address. "As you are all aware, a zombie virus has erupted worldwide, and a significant portion of the population has already transformed into zombies, posing a threat to the remaining survivors. Currently, all individuals at our base are now endowed with extraordinary abilities. We possess the capability to eradicate these zombies for our nation. Therefore, we can no longer remain here living in comfort. I intend to contact the national authorities to arrange for everyone to be deployed across the country for zombie extermination. I trust that there will be no objections to this plan." Upon concluding his speech, the crowd responded in unison. "Brother Zhao Lei, we have no objections. Indeed, we are in full support. When shall we depart? I can hardly wait." The enthusiasm surged among the crowd at the prospect of engaging in the hunt for zombies. Chapter 41. The next course of action. Zhao Lei spoke eloquently from the stage, elaborating on the future development of the base and the selection of individuals to remain behind to guard it. After his address, he dismissed the assembly. He then retrieved a communication token, resembling a mobile phone. Each token bore a unique number, allowing communication with corresponding tokens once the number was entered. At that moment, Zhao Lei's token held only Li Zhengshan's number, which he selected to initiate a call. As he did so, the token emitted a radiant white light. Simultaneously, Li Zhengshan's token also shone brilliantly and vibrated vigorously. He took out his token, which floated before him. A tall figure materialized from the token, revealing Zhao Lei. Upon seeing Zhao Lei's visage, Li Zhengshan hurriedly clasped his fists in greeting. "Zhao Senior, do you have any instructions for me?" Why was Li Zhengshan so respectful towards Zhao Lei? This can be traced back to a conversation he had with his master regarding Zhao Lei 20 days prior. During a call with his master, the 3rd protector of Huaxia, Li Zhengshan mentioned Zhao Lei's ability to effortlessly tear open space and create spatial rifts. His master was taken aback, having not anticipated the existence of such a reclusive master. As a Lord-level extraordinary being, he understood that breaking through space was an exceedingly arduous task. However, Li Zhengshan asserted that Zhao Lei could do so with ease, leading his master to conclude that Zhao Lei's power must surpass his own, possibly even reaching the legendary level of a war god. From that moment on, Li Zhengshan's master instructed him to treat Zhao Lei with utmost respect and, should the opportunity arise, to invite him to join the national authorities. Hence, Li Zhengshan has been making a conscious effort to communicate with Zhao Lei, believing anyone his master deemed significant must possess extraordinary capabilities, compounded by Zhao Lei's ability to immobilize hundreds of individuals at will. At this moment, Zhao Lei waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. "It's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to request Commander Li's assistance," Li Zhengshan replied respectfully. "Senior, please feel free to speak. As long as it is within my capacity, I will exert every effort." Zhao Lei smiled upon hearing this. "It's quite simple, really. There are a few extraordinary individuals in my base who would like to undergo training in a location where they can combat zombies. This should not pose any issue, correct? Senior, how could such a trivial matter be a burden? I would be grateful for the assistance in eliminating zombies. How many individuals should I expect? Please bring them over." Li Zhengshan confidently stated. "Very well, I shall bring them over tomorrow," Zhao Lei replied solemnly. "Then I shall make the necessary arrangements for their arrival," Li Zhengshan courteously responded. Zhao Lei reciprocated. "Thank you, Commander Li. We shall be in touch tomorrow." After concluding the call, Li Zhengshan immediately contacted another individual, inputting the number into the token, which then radiated a brilliant white light. Meanwhile, at the Linjiang safety base in Huaxia, a robust man dressed in military attire stood anxiously at the conference table. The officers beside him bore expressions of distress. One officer spoke up. "Commander, do we have no viable options? The zombies are overwhelming, and our ammunition is nearly depleted. If we do not resupply soon, we may very well be trapped here by the zombies." This group, like Li Zhengshan, was part of the second batch dispatched to eliminate zombies. However, they were clearly encountering difficulties. Not every team sent to exterminate zombies had a senior extraordinary being like Li Zhengshan in their ranks. A high-level extraordinary individual could often single-handedly fend off thousands of zombies. It was evident that this team lacked such an individual, which accounted for their rapid ammunition depletion. Moreover, fifth-level zombies and above were impervious to bullets. Their appearance often resulted in significant casualties. Currently, this team had lost a considerable number of their members, while outside the base, zombies continued to swarm in relentless waves. Just as the team faced despair amidst the encroaching horde, the robust man's communication token suddenly lit up and trembled violently. He retrieved the token, which levitated above the table. "Who could be contacting me at this time?" he wondered aloud. An officer nearby responded urgently. "Could it be that headquarters is sending reinforcements?" "Unlikely. Headquarters is also in dire need of personnel," another officer countered. "No need for debate. Let's answer it and find out," the robust man interjected. Upon connecting, a middle-aged figure with refined features appeared on the token's display, none other than Li Jingshan, who had just initiated the call. As soon as Li Jingshan's image materialized, his jovial laughter resonated. "Brother Peng Yin, I have splendid news for you. Would you like to hear it?" Peng Yin, the robust man, felt a rush of excitement upon hearing the familiar voice. "What good news could you possibly have?" "I'm on the verge of being overwhelmed by zombies here," he lamented with a heavy sigh. Li Jingshan chuckled heartily. "The good news is that it pertains to your predicament. Just a moment ago, a senior contacted me via token. He mentioned that he has some extraordinary individuals who need to be deployed for zombie extermination. Isn't that precisely what you require?" Upon hearing that extraordinary beings would be sent to his location, a radiant smile spread across Peng Yin's face. They were in desperate need of such individuals. If Li Jingshan could indeed arrange for some to come, it would be a tremendous boon. "Are you serious?" Peng Yin inquired, his tone laced with urgency. "The situation here leaves no room for jest." "Brother Peng, what sort of person do you take me for? Have I ever joked with you?" Li Jingshan replied earnestly. "How many extraordinary beings can I expect?" Peng Yin pressed. "It's still uncertain, but I can guarantee at least 10. Li Jingshan assured him. Peng Yin could hardly believe his ears. 10 extraordinary individuals would be a miraculous reinforcement. Given that their entire military district had fewer than 300 extraordinary beings, this was nothing short of a lifeline. He calmed himself before exclaiming, "10? Are you certain? If you can send 10 extraordinary beings, I would gladly serve as your subordinate." To Peng Yin, 10 extraordinary beings were nothing less than salvation. Chapter 42. The Spatial Ring. After concluding the communication, Peng Yin addressed the gathered officers. "Make the necessary arrangements. We must hold on until reinforcements arrive." "Yes, Commander," the officers replied in unison before hastily departing. Given the urgent circumstances outside the base, they had to join the fray. The scene shifted back to Zhao Lei's safety base. After organizing everything, Zhao Lei went to visit his parents. The elderly couple seemed to be living quite comfortably in the base. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Lei took his leave. Most individuals were preparing to venture out to hunt zombies, and thus the collection of crystal cores was essential. Zhao Lei planned to craft spatial equipment for everyone, allowing them to gather crystal cores and store personal belongings. Returning to his room, Zhao Lei began to gather materials. He retrieved a multitude of rings from the system space, placing them on the ground. These rings, numbering over 1,000, had been acquired from a jewelry store during Zhao Lei's foray into Liaoqing. He picked up one of the rings and attempted to apply spatial principles to create a storage space within it. On his first attempt, Zhao Lei infused the ring with spatial energy. In an instant, the ring radiated a brilliant light. Bang! Just as Zhao Lei aimed to create a space of 100 cubic meters, the ring shattered unexpectedly. Startled, Zhao Lei realized that such a vast space was beyond the ring's capacity. Pondering this, he picked up another ring, intending to create a space of 50 cubic meters. Bang! As anticipated, the ring again shattered. Zhao Lei scratched his head, realizing that even 50 cubic meters was still too ambitious. He reached for yet another ring. This time, he dared not carve out too vast a space. Zhao Lei slowly infused the ring with the laws of space. The ring radiated a brilliant light. This time, Zhao Lei had learned his lesson. He first opened a 1 cubic meter space. After confirming that the ring did not shatter, he expanded the space to 2 cubic meters. Thus, Zhao Lei began to incrementally enlarge the space within the ring. 3 cubic meters, 4 cubic meters, 6 cubic meters. When Zhao Lei expanded the space to 11 cubic meters, a resounding bang echoed, and the ring shattered into fragments. Zhao Lei murmured, It seems the maximum capacity of this ring is 10 cubic meters. With this realization, he took another ring and directly created a 10 cubic meter space within it. 5 seconds later, without any mishaps, a spatial ring appeared in Zhao Lei's hand. The spatial ring had been successfully crafted, yet a new dilemma arose. How could he store items within it? And how could he retrieve them? Zhao Lei fumbled with the ring. After an hour, he finally deciphered some of its mechanics. Once an item made contact with the gem atop the ring, the gem would absorb it. Retrieving items was equally simple. One merely needed to stroke the ring 3 times, and their consciousness would sink into the ring, allowing them to summon the desired item with a mere thought. Having grasped the method of utilizing the ring, Zhao Lei commenced the mass production of spatial rings. His crafting speed was astonishing. After just 1 hour, he had produced over 1,000 spatial rings. Gazing at the pile of rings before him, Zhao Lei suddenly conceived a bold idea. What would happen if he combined these spatial rings using the synthesis function? With this thought, he activated the system's synthesis feature. After placing 2 spatial rings into the synthesis slot, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Synthesis commenced. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spatial ring X1. Zhao Lei examined the newly synthesized spatial ring. It appeared unchanged. Did it not? As he pondered, he utilized the laws of space to investigate. To his astonishment, the ring that originally contained only 10 cubic meters of space had now transformed into one with 20 cubic meters. Zhao Lei felt as though he had discovered a new continent and began synthesizing frantically. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spatial ring X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Ding. Synthesis successful. Ding. The system's incessant notifications echoed in Zhao Lei's mind. Half an hour later, the system fulfilled its promise, and Zhao Lei had acquired 520 synthesized spatial rings. Each of these rings possessed a space of 20 cubic meters. After a moment of contemplation, he took 20 rings and began to synthesize again. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained spatial rings X10. The 10 newly synthesized rings now contained 40 cubic meters each. Having completed this task, the afternoon had already arrived. Within the base, every area had a cafeteria. However, at this moment, over 200 individuals were gathered in the military management zone for their meal. This was primarily due to the scarcity of cooks, prompting everyone to eat together, thereby saving time, as most would embark on a mission to eradicate zombies the following day. This afternoon, Tang Huifeng personally took to the kitchen, preparing over 400 buns. Fortunately, Lu Xiaohuan, Xue Xiaoran, Li Yu, and Zhang Li all lent a hand. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Tang Huifeng alone to produce such a large quantity. Due to the absence of meat, these buns were entirely vegetarian. Normally, with a few seeds scattered in the field, Zhang Xiaowen could summon fresh, untainted vegetables with her abilities. All the inhabitants of the base regularly consumed spiritual water, resulting in increasingly robust physiques. Everyone had broken through within a month, a feat closely tied to this spiritual water. Given the substantial size of the buns, consuming 2 was enough to leave one feeling quite stuffed. For the likes of Zhang Xiaowen and Lin Days, merely 1 bun was more than sufficient. In the end, dozens of buns remained uneaten. Once everyone was satiated, Zhao Lei gathered them together and distributed the spatial rings one by one. After dispensing the rings, he explained their usage. To store items in the spatial ring, simply touch the item to the gem atop the ring, and it will be automatically absorbed. Retrieve an item. Stroke the ring 3 times. Your consciousness will enter the ring, and with a thought, you can summon the desired item. Additionally, the maximum capacity of this ring is 20 cubic meters. Should it be full, no further items can be stored. After elucidating the usage of the spatial rings, Zhao Lei proceeded to educate them about zombies. Zombies were classified from levels 1 to 7, with legendary and lord-level zombies existing beyond level 7. The first level crystal core appeared white, the second level green, the third blue, the fourth purple, the fifth black, the sixth red, and the seventh black-red. Legendary crystal cores were golden, while lord-level cores shone a reddish gold. Aside from ordinary zombies, all other zombies possessed crystal cores. Zhao Lei instructed everyone that upon encountering a zombie with a crystal core, they were to extract it and place it within the spatial ring for safekeeping. Chapter 43. Shocked Commander Li, we are on our way. We are prepared on our end as well, Senior. You may come at any time. Early the next morning, Zhao Lei concluded his call with Li Jingshan. He gathered the group, ready to embark. Among those remaining at the base were Zhao Lei's parents and 20 other members. Excluding these 20 individuals and Zhao Lei's parents, a total of 200 people were set to depart. All 200 were ability users. If Zhao Lei wished, seizing a small nation would be a trivial endeavor. However, Zhao Lei would never entertain such a notion. His duty was to exterminate zombies. He would never engage in the heinous act of obliterating nations. Once everyone was assembled, Zhao Lei opened the spatial passage. The 200 individuals marched forth into the passage. Zhao Lei was the last to enter, and as he did, the passage sealed behind him. On the other side, Li Zhengshan awaited the emergence of the spatial passage at the base, already prepared to welcome them. Under the excited gazes of Li Zhengshan and the others, several individuals clad in military uniforms stepped forth. Among them were Sun Shiqiang and his soldiers. When Li Zhengshan and the others beheld that the newcomers wore the same military attire as themselves, astonishment washed over their faces. Li Zhengshan felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that Senior Zhao was also affiliated with the official military? But he had not disclosed this during their last encounter. That seemed unlikely, given Senior Zhao's prowess. If he were indeed part of the official military, why would they seek his assistance? With these thoughts, Li Zhengshan dismissed his concerns. What was the situation? Wouldn't he find out by merely asking? Just as Li Zhengshan prepared to inquire, Sun Shiqiang stepped forward. Greeting, hello, Commander Li Zhengshan found Sun Shiqiang somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where they had previously met. He inquired, haven't we met somewhere before? It's quite normal for Commander Li not to remember me. I was one of the first batch of team leaders dispatched to eradicate zombies, Sun Shiqiang replied with a smile. Upon hearing that Sun Shiqiang was from the first batch dispatched, Li Zhengshan was taken aback. Recently, headquarters had sent individuals searching for the first batch, but all efforts were in vain, leading everyone to conclude that the first batch had perished in battle. To think there was a survivor, and that he had encountered them. It was worth noting that the first batch dispatched had no communication tokens, rendering their situation completely unknown. The communication tokens had only been developed 2 days later. Now that Li Zhengshan stood before the first dispatched team, he felt immense honor. These were the heroes of the nation. With this in mind, Li Zhengshan promptly asked, may I inquire about the name of this team leader? Sun Shiqiang replied nonchalantly, I am Sun Shiqiang. When Li Zhengshan realized he was speaking to Sun Shiqiang, a wave of surprise washed over him. You are the legendary god of death in the military, team leader Sun Shiqiang? Li Zhengshan exclaimed in astonishment. He knew well that while the first batch of teams was predominantly composed of non-ability users, they were all elite soldiers. Among them, Sun Shiqiang's name was the most renowned, famously known as the god of death in the military. This legendary figure had led a team of 20 to annihilate nearly 500 enemy soldiers, a reputation that stood tall even against that of Li Zhengshan. A level 7 ability user. In response to Li Zhengshan mentioning the title God of Death, Sun Shiqiang humbly remarked, it's merely a reputation. If compared to a level 7 ability user like you, it is insignificant. Team leader Sun is being too modest. Such comparisons are unfounded. If I were to lead 20 individuals without utilizing any abilities to take down nearly 500 soldiers, it would be utterly impossible. Li Zhengshan countered. Sun Shiqiang, realizing he could not refute Li Zhengshan's statement, chose to change the subject. Commander Li, the number of people accompanying us this time might be a bit excessive. Is there sufficient accommodation for everyone? Understanding he should not dwell on the previous topic, Li Zhengshan replied, rest assured, I have already arranged for your accommodations. By the way, how many individuals are accompanying you? Altogether, there are 200, Sun Shiqiang responded nonchalantly. 200? That should be manageable, Li Zhengshan replied with equal composure. Immediately, Li Zhengshan inquired, how many of you among these 200 individuals possess special abilities? How many? Did Brother Zhao not mention it to you? All 200 of us are endowed with special powers, Sun Shiqiang replied. All 200 are endowed with special abilities? That certainly counts as... What did you say? Li Zhengshan's tone was initially calm, but upon grasping the enormity of the revelation, he nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. The notion of 200 superpowered individuals was staggering. The total number of such individuals in the entirety of Huaxia was scarcely 300. Yet, here before him, an astonishing 200 more had suddenly emerged, leaving anyone who heard it utterly flabbergasted. Observing Li Zhengshan's shocked demeanor, Sun Shiqiang, beaming with delight, reiterated, if I am not mistaken, it is indeed 200 individuals. Li Zhengshan gazed at Sun Shiqiang in disbelief. In the next moment, Sun Shiqiang's words were validated as a throng of individuals streamed forth from the spatial passage. As they all emerged, Li Zhengshan, still incredulous, counted them repeatedly. "Commander Li, what are you doing?" Just as Li Zhengshan was engrossed in his counting, a familiar voice pierced through his thoughts. The speaker was none other than Zhao Lei, who had just exited the passage. Zhao Lei noticed Li Zhengshan standing in a daze and inquired, "What's wrong?" Upon realizing it was Zhao Lei addressing him, Li Zhengshan hurriedly approached. "Senior Zhao, you have an overwhelming number of superpowered individuals here. I had expected you to send over merely a dozen. Yet you brought 200. Li Zhengshan's tone reflected his astonishment. "Is that you cannot manage these individuals, Commander Li?" Zhao Lei asked with a chuckle. Li Zhengshan quickly waved his hands. "Senior Zhao, you jest? How could that be possible? I have a brother who is currently in dire need of manpower. I can hardly express my gratitude to you." Zhao Lei had no intention of questioning Li Zhengshan and merely made a light-hearted remark. "You say your brother is in urgent need of manpower? What is the situation?" Zhao Lei probed at Li Zhengshan promptly explained. "Senior Zhao, my brother's name is Peng Yan. He is part of the second batch dispatched to eliminate zombies. Just like me. However, unlike myself, who is a level 7 superpowered individual, he is an ordinary person. With no superpowered assistance, his ammunition is nearly depleted, and he is now surrounded by zombies. Upon hearing that you were bringing superpowered individuals today, I contacted him and informed him that I would send some over to assist. Initially, I had promised him 10 superpowered individuals, yet I had no inkling that there would be so many on your side." This is indeed a timely resolution to his predicament. Chapter 44. Reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that there were still regions beset by hordes of zombies. It seemed that the superpowered individuals from the official ranks were still quite limited. With this in mind, Zhao Lei stated, "How far is your brother from here? How long will it take to send people?" Li Zhengshan replied, "Not far. It is merely over 200 kilometers away. If we set out now, we can reach him in about 7 hours. Zhao Lei shook his head. 7 hours is too long. Who knows how many lives will be lost in that time? This is already our fastest speed. It is unavoidable." Li Zhengshan sighed deeply. Zhao Lei, recognizing Li Zhengshan's helplessness, suggested, "How about this? I will personally lead the team over. This will save more time and potentially spare many lives." Li Zhengshan, delighted at the prospect, was well aware that Zhao Lei could traverse space. If Zhao Lei could utilize the spatial passage to send people over, it would be splendid. With that thought, Li Zhengshan responded, "If Senior Zhao is going in person, that is indeed excellent. Very well, let us depart now. In which direction is your brother located?" Zhao Lei inquired. "To the west." Li Zhengshan pointed in that direction. Zhao Lei looked towards the direction indicated by Li Zhengshan and gently carved through the void, instantly revealing a passage reminiscent of a starry sky before all present. "Follow me," Zhao Lei commanded, and the 200 individuals who had just emerged from the spatial passage surged into the newly formed passage. Watching the crowd enter, Li Zhengshan promptly retrieved his communication token to relay a message to Peng Yin. The token radiated a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, on Peng Yin's end, the token floated before him, revealing Li Zhengshan's image. Peng Yin heard Li Zhengshan's excited voice resounding, "Prepare yourself, Brother Peng. Reinforcements are on their way." Peng Yin was momentarily taken aback. Weren't they supposed to arrive today? How could they be here already? "There's no time to explain. I am on my way as well, so prepare to welcome me." With that, Li Zhengshan ended the communication. Peng Yin stared at the token in his hand, bewildered. What is happening? Are they playing a joke on me? How could they arrive so instantly? Just then, a military officer rushed in hastily. "Commander Peng, is it true that reinforcements have arrived?" Upon hearing this, Peng Yin was filled with confusion. "What has transpired?" "I just saw a group of individuals appearing at the outskirts of the zombie horde, and as I was about to report, I witnessed them dispersing the zombies," the officer replied. Astonished, Peng Yin's expression mirrored his bewilderment. Could it be that Li Zhengshan's claim of imminent arrival was indeed true? The officer, noticing Peng Yin's stunned silence, pulled him along towards the door. "Commander Peng, stop dawdling. Come with me to witness it for yourself." At the same time, outside the Linjiang safe base, Zhao Lei led the 200 individuals, and upon exiting the passage, they plunged into the horde of zombies. Zhao Lei observed his comrades bravely combating the undead, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Within the zombie throng, Zhao Lei moved with an air of leisure, as if taking a stroll, with Li Zhengshan following closely behind. Zhao Lei had erected an energy shield enveloping both himself and Li Jingshan. Any zombie that came into contact with the shield would instantly disintegrate into ash. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Jingshan could not help but express his amazement. Such a technique was surely beyond the capabilities of even the 7 esteemed guardians of Huaxia when combined. Zhao Lei remained unaware that the protective barrier he had established would further elevate Li Jingshan's respect for him. Amidst Li Jingshan's reverent gaze, he followed Zhao Lei leisurely towards the safe base where Peng Yin was located. Ding! Members of the Shenglong Pavilion slay zombies, earning 1,500 cultivation points. Ding! Members of the Shenglong Pavilion slay zombies, earning 1,000 cultivation points. Ding! Members of the Shenglong Pavilion slay zombies, earning 2,000 cultivation points. As the members of the Shenglong Pavilion swiftly vanquished the zombies, the system notifications echoed incessantly in Zhao Lei's mind. At that moment, within the safe base, Peng Yin exited the conference room and beheld the distant scene. A massive breach had been carved through the horde of zombies that had besieged the base for several days. Stunned into silence, Peng Yin could hardly believe his eyes as the zombies, which had plagued them for days, were now dwindling at a visible pace. After a prolonged moment of shock, Peng Yin finally regained his composure. He hastily retrieved his communication token to convey the news to Li Jingshan. As the token activated, Li Jingshan's image materialized. "Commander Li, are your people truly here?" Peng Yin exclaimed with excitement. "Of course. I am currently amidst the horde myself. If you doubt me, you may use binoculars to verify," Li Jingshan replied, a smug tone lacing his voice. Immediately, Peng Yin called for his subordinate to bring him a pair of binoculars. He peered towards the direction of the breach in the horde. There, he beheld a towering werewolf, its claws effortlessly dispatching 4 or 5 zombies with a single swipe. He also spotted a striking young woman, launching fireballs that obliterated entire clusters of zombies. Moreover, he noticed a woman armed with a multitude of grenades, hurling them with abandon, causing the surrounding zombies to scatter in terror. The scenes of soldiers in identical military garb, wielding AK-47s, pursuing and firing at the zombies were plentiful. Peng Yin could scarcely believe it. The zombies that had besieged them for days were now being relentlessly hunted down by a throng of individuals. As he scanned the area with the binoculars, he suddenly caught sight of 2 distinct figures moving slowly towards him from within the horde. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of them as Li Jingshan. Remembering that he was still communicating with Li Jingshan through the token, Peng Yin hurriedly asked, "Commander Li, are you truly amidst the horde of zombies?" The incredulity in Peng Yin's expression brought a smile to Li Jingshan's face. "Brother Peng, I told you I would arrive shortly, yet you still doubt me," Li Jingshan teased at that moment. Peng Yin was oblivious to Li Jingshan's jest, for his attention was captured by the white protective barrier surrounding Li Jingshan and Zhao Lei. He noticed that any zombie approaching the barrier would instantly turn to ash. This sight left Peng Yin equally astonished. Such a technique truly existed in this world. The individual before Li Jingshan must be the senior he had previously mentioned. Peng Yin's gaze settled on Zhao Lei. Although this person appeared youthful, anyone whom Li Jingshan referred to as a senior must undoubtedly possess superior strength. In this world, age alone did not dictate the title of senior. Rather, anyone stronger than oneself could rightly be called so. This was precisely why Li Jingshan, despite being older than Zhao Lei, still referred to him as senior. Chapter 45. The Emergence of Lord-Level Zombies. Senior Zhao, Commander Li, Zhao Lei and Li Jingshan entered the Linjiang security base, and Peng Yin hurriedly approached to greet them. These 2 were his great saviors, and he could not afford to be negligent. With that thought, Peng Yin gestured for them to enter. Upon seeing this, Li Jingshan playfully draped an arm over Peng Yin's shoulder, joking, "Why so courteous today, my friend Peng Yin?" Peng Yin chuckled awkwardly. With Senior Zhao present today, it was only natural to be a bit more polite. As the 3 engaged in conversation, they made their way to the conference room. At that moment, the room was occupied solely by Peng Yin, Li Jingshan, and Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei spoke up, "Do you 2 happen to know where high-level zombies can be found?" "Say, those above level 7? Upon hearing this, Peng Yin replied, "Senior Zhao, are you planning to hunt down those zombies?" "Indeed, these high-level zombies are the greatest menace. It is best to eliminate them all at once to prevent further casualties," Zhao Lei asserted, his words resonating with wisdom. "If we are to discuss where high-level zombies can be found, I recall that there is a Lord-level zombie near the northern Heilong base," Peng Yin suggested. Li Jingshan chimed in, "That is correct. I heard from my master that the 7th Guardian is also there. locked in a stalemate with that Lord-level zombie. Then I shall pay a visit soon. If it truly is a Lord-level zombie, I shall dispatch it, Zhao Lei remarked nonchalantly, as if the act of slaying a Lord-level zombie were a trivial matter. Both Lai Zingshan and Peng Yin were left speechless at Zhao Lei's casual dismissal of the danger. A Lord-level zombie, after all. How could a senior speak of killing it so flippantly? Lai Zingshan, knowing Zhao Lei possessed the strength for such feats, thought little of it. However, Peng Yin remained skeptical, unaware of Zhao Lei's ability to traverse dimensions. Yet, seeing Lai Zingshan's silence, he too refrained from voicing his doubts. Thus, the three sat in an awkward silence until an unexpected arrival shattered the tension. With a resounding crash, the wall of the conference room was suddenly breached, and the entire conference table before them was reduced to splinters, sending dust and debris into the air. Both Lai Zingshan and Peng Yin were startled by the spectacle, while Zhao Lei remained composed. Damn it. That nearly cost me my life. A furious voice echoed in their ears. As the dust settled, the three discerned the identity of the intruder. Upon recognizing him, Lai Zingshan's face was a mask of confusion. He felt as if he had seen this individual before. Just as Lai Zingshan pondered this, Zhao Lei's voice broke through. Duan Kuan. What happened? Indeed, it is Duan Kuan, the newcomer replied, hastily addressing Zhao Lei. Senior Zhao, there is a Lord-level zombie outside that ambushed me. Once I get outside, I shall twist it into a pretzel. Lai Zingshan looked at Duan Kuan, his mind racing. He could hardly believe that this transformed individual was Duan Kuan. After a month apart, the change was astounding. He wondered why he had not seen him in the ranks before. Was it due to his transformation? A Lord-level zombie? This could be interesting, Zhao Lei remarked casually. Before I boast further, I must go teach that ambusher a lesson. Duan Kuan declared, leaping through the hole he had created. Watching him go, Lai Zingshan suggested, Senior Zhao, Duan Kuan just mentioned he was ambushed by a Lord-level zombie. Could it be that he has already reached that level? Zhao Lei nodded. Indeed. He broke through shortly after joining my faction, and he even reverted from a zombie back to his human form, resulting in his current appearance. Lai Zingshan was astonished. He could hardly believe the fortunate turn of events for Duan Kuan. Suspecting that Senior Zhao must have provided him with some extraordinary boon. Deep in thought, he spoke, I see. Should we not go out to take a look? I have yet to witness a Lord-level zombie myself. Peng Yin echoed, I too have never seen a Lord engage in battle. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement, very well. I too wish to observe the extent of Duan Kuan's abilities. With that, the three exited the conference room. Outside the security base, they beheld Duan Kuan locked in confrontation with the Lord-level zombie. You dare to ambush me? Today, I shall make you flee in terror, Duan Kuan shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at the zombie. Who will send whom fleeing? Such matters shall be settled in combat, not mere words, the zombie retorted, and thus began a fierce clash between the two. Duan Kuan and the zombie collided in the air. Shockwaves emanating from their encounters. Had they been on the ground, the weaker ability users and zombies caught in the blast would have faced instant annihilation. Lai Zingshan and Peng Yin watched in awe, marveling at the ferocity of the battle between lords. However, Zhao Lei and Lai Zingshan's perspectives diverged greatly. Zhao Lei perceived that Duan Kuan was clearly outmatched by the Lord-level zombie. If the zombie devoured tens of thousands of lesser zombies, it might very well undergo a breakthrough. Thus, the current Lord-level zombie was equivalent to a late-stage Yuan Ing practitioner, while Duan Kuan had merely entered the initial Yuan Ing stage. Even with the aid of spatial laws, Duan Kuan's advantage would be negligible. He had merely brushed against the threshold of spatial laws, a far cry from Zhao Lei's mastery. Although Zhao Lei recognized that Duan Kuan was no match for the zombie, he had yet to intervene. He was curious to see just how far Duan Kuan could push himself. As Zhao Lei contemplated, Duan Kuan and the zombie had exchanged over 100 blows. The Lord-level zombie had evidently not yet exerted its full strength, choosing instead to toy with Duan Kuan, leaving Zhao Lei perplexed about its motives. Yet, after half an hour of relentless combat, both Duan Kuan and the zombie bore no injuries. Duan Kuan's indestructible body and regenerative abilities rendered him impervious to damage, while the zombie's efforts to breach his defenses proved futile. As the battle dragged on, Zhao Lei realized that his previous assumptions had been incorrect. Even at full strength, the Lord-level zombie could not penetrate Duan Kuan's defenses. Why, then, did the zombie persist in this drawn-out engagement? If it could not deliver a decisive blow, Such a strategy would surely yield diminishing returns. Any creature reaching the Lord level possessed considerable intelligence. Yet Zhao Lei remained baffled by the zombies' tactics. An hour passed. Watching Duan Kuan and the zombie continue their relentless assault, Li Zingshan and Peng Yin had grown numb to the spectacle. Yet Zhao Lei discerned a pattern. The Lord-level zombie seemed intent on exhausting Duan Kuan. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Zhao Lei prepared to intervene. This stalemate could drag on indefinitely. Just as Zhao Lei was poised to act, he noticed the Lord-level zombie preparing for a decisive move. After over an hour of engagement, even the zombie was likely running out of stamina. Suddenly, the Lord-level zombie expanded in size, transforming into a towering 10-meter giant. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Duan Kuan. Caught off guard, Duan Kuan was bitten, losing an arm in the process. "Damn it, is this a game? You dare to bite my arm?" he exclaimed, fury radiating from him. In an instant, his arm regrew, and he activated his spatial powers. Appearing behind the Lord-level zombie, with a surge of energy coursing through him, he conjured a colossal fist 5 meters in size before delivering a thunderous blow. The massive fist struck the towering zombie, sending it crashing down. Duan Kuan showed no mercy, employing his spatial powers again to appear beneath the fallen creature. Another resounding hit followed, propelling the zombie backward. Without pausing, Duan Kuan utilized his powers once more, positioning himself above the zombie. This time, he clasped his fists together, forming an enormous fist nearly 10 meters tall. With a mighty crash, the fist descended, leaving the zombie no opportunity to react as it was driven deep into the ground. Duan Kuan stood aloft, shaking out his hands, seemingly unsatisfied with the display. The onlookers, Li Zingshan and Peng Yin, were left agape at the ferocity of Duan Kuan's assault. Yet, before they had time to process their astonishment, the Lord-level zombie soared back into the air, completely unscathed. Though Duan Kuan's onslaught had been fierce, it had failed to inflict even a scratch upon his foe. Infuriated, the Lord-level zombie bellowed, "Prepare to meet your end." As it spoke, the creature opened its gaping maw once more. With a tremendous inhale, an overwhelming gravitational force emanated from its mouth. Duan Kuan, realizing the peril he faced, thought to himself that he did not wish to become the zombie's next meal. Zhao Lei, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of alarm. The zombie aimed to consume Duan Kuan. It sought to seize this opportunity to ascend to an even greater level, just as Duan Kuan was drawn perilously close to the maw of the zombie. A sharp crack echoed through the AI. In an instant, the entire Linjiang security base froze in time. Utilizing the laws of space, Zhao Lei materialized beside Duan Kuan, seizing him and flinging him away from danger. In situations like this, Zhao Lei's time manipulation could only halt the zombie for a maximum of 10 seconds. However, that brief window was ample for Zhao Lei to devise a subsequent plan. Zhao Lei, with a snap of his fingers, summoned the laws of space, firmly immobilizing the legendary zombie in its place. The flow of time around them returned to its normal pace. Upon regaining his senses, Duan Kuan immediately recognized Zhao Lei standing before the Lord-level zombie and understood the gravity of the situation. The moment the zombie's gravitational pull struck him, Duan Kuan believed his demise was imminent. The devouring power of that zombie was nothing short of terrifying. Had Zhao Lei not intervened in time, Duan Kuan had no doubt that he would have fallen prey to the creature. At that moment, in the heavens above, the Lord-level zombie seemed to exhibit a tendency to break free from its spatial confinement. The fact that it could potentially shatter the fabric of space with sheer physical strength left Zhao Lei utterly astonished. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the Lord-level zombie managed to break free from the confines of space. As soon as it regained its freedom, it swung a fist towards Zhao Lei. Reacting with remarkable speed, Zhao Lei cast another spatial binding spell, once again securing the zombie in place. 3 minutes passed before the creature broke free of its restraints again. Observing this, Zhao Lei chose not to hasten the zombie's demise. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers once more. "I can kill you, yet I choose not to. This is merely a game." The Lord-level zombie repeatedly shattered the spatial confinements, while Zhao Lei persistently reimposed them. His intention was to toy with the creature's psyche. "Go forth and wreak havoc, while I simply indulge in this amusement." Eventually, after the zombie broke free for what felt like the umpteenth time, it finally conceded. "For heaven's sake, spare me. Just grant me a swift end." The zombie knelt midair, nearly on the verge of tears, a Lord-level zombie, reduced to such humiliation. Upon hearing the zombie's plea, Zhao Lei felt no urgency to end its life. He regarded the creature with a bemused expression and teased, "Are you certain you won't resist any further? Perhaps if you attempt to resist 100 more times, I might consider sparing you." The zombie could hardly contain itself. "Are you even speaking human language? If you dare, come and try. Please, just spare me. Sparing you like this would be far too mundane," Zhao Lei remarked, as he once again ensnared the zombie with a spatial binding. This time, after a prolonged wait, the creature showed no signs of attempting to break free. Zhao Lei recognized that the zombie had relinquished its will to resist. With that realization, Zhao Lei spoke, "Since you've ceased your resistance, this has become rather dull. Allow me to send you on your way." As his words fell, he snapped his fingers, and the laws of death enveloped the Lord-level zombie. The creature felt an indescribable force descend upon it. And in the next instant, it was stripped of all vitality, transforming into a desiccated corpse that plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Zhao Lei's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Lord-level zombie. You have gained 500,000 cultivation points and acquired a Lord-level Crystal Core X1. Meanwhile, Duanquan, Peng Yin, Li Jingshan, and everyone in the Linjiang safety base, who had been observing Zhao Lei toy with the Lord-level zombie, collectively gasped in astonishment. Zhao Senior is simply terrifying. They could only imagine the psychological toll it would take to be subjected to such torment themselves. Peng Yin, who had previously doubted Zhao Lei's prowess, now understood why Li Jingshan held him in such high regard. His strength transcended mere description. It was extraordinarily formidable. The onlookers gained a renewed understanding of Zhao Lei's capabilities, realizing that it was best not to provoke this formidable figure. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a fate worse than death. Fear and respect for Zhao Lei doubled among them. Chapter 47. The third guardian outside the Linjiang safety base. The once dense horde of zombies had dwindled to a mere handful. After slaying the Lord-level zombie, Zhao Lei returned to the base. It was evident that the Lord-level zombie had not originally been present. It had arrived only after Zhao Lei and his team did. Had the creature come 2 hours earlier and consumed a significant number of zombies, it might have ascended to an even higher realm. Alas, it met its demise at Zhao Lei's hands. Zhao Lei sighed, reflecting, "This is life. One can never predict what the next moment may bring." Contemplating the recent encounter with the Lord-level zombie, Zhao Lei had rejoined Li Jingshan, Peng Yin, and others in the conference room. The remaining lesser zombies outside could be easily dealt with by Lu Zhibing, Sun Shiqiang, and their team, thus alleviating the crisis at the Linjiang safety base. Upon entering the conference room, Zhao Lei glanced at Duanquan and then at the wall that Duanquan had smashed through, shaking his head in resignation. With a casual wave of his hand, the destroyed wall and shattered conference table were restored to their original state. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Divine technique!" Peng Yin, enthusiastic as ever, lavished Zhao Lei with praise. Although he relished compliments, the endless accolades from Peng Yin and his companions were overwhelming. Zhao Lei feigned a cough to silence the crowd. With a serious expression, he stated, "I am aware of your thoughts. Spare me the flattery. Our immediate priority is to eradicate the zombies within our borders. Commander Peng, Commander Li, you are both senior members of the second wave of teams deployed. Please reach out to others and identify areas where zombies are particularly rampant. Once we establish these locations, we will strike with decisive force. Delaying action will only result in greater casualties. If we can eliminate all zombies domestically first, we will outpace all other countries in the world. This is irrefutable." Zhao Lei suddenly felt that slaying the Lord-level zombie was not as critical as he had initially believed. Generally, Lord-level zombies did not indiscriminately kill the innocent. They were more focused on consuming other zombies to enhance their own power. Moreover, the known Lord-level zombies were being contained by the 7 Guardians, making this the optimal moment to eradicate the zombie threat. Failure to act now would only allow the zombies to grow stronger, a scenario that would spell disaster. Li Jingshan concurred with Zhao Lei's reasoning and spoke up, "Indeed, the population of Huaxia is vast, and the outbreak of the zombie virus has turned a significant portion of the populace into zombies. If we do not swiftly resolve this issue, we may find ourselves vulnerable to attacks from the beautiful nation and the northern Zhou Kingdom. Then, should we directly contact the local teams tasked with exterminating zombies, or should we reach out to headquarters?" Peng Yin inquired. Just as he posed this question, a notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding, random mission triggered. Become the 8th Guardian of Huaxia. Mission reward, Zulong Heart Sutra. Note: Zulong Heart Sutra is a specially crafted cultivation method for the people of Huaxia. It cannot be practiced by foreigners. This technique allows those who are wholeheartedly devoted to the country and willing to make sacrifices for it to awaken their supernatural abilities. With the talents and powers varying from person to person. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Lei was profoundly astonished. An unparalleled cultivation method. With this technique, how could the great Xia fail to thrive? Peng Nian, Li Jingshan, Duan Kuan, and the gathered officers stared at Zhao Lei, who stood in place with a foolish grin, bewildered by what had transpired. Peng Nian wondered if he had misspoken, replaying his earlier words in his mind. This shouldn't be a problem, right? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion. As the others remained puzzled, Zhao Lei finally spoke. Let us set aside the matter of exterminating the zombies for now. I have something of greater importance. If this endeavor succeeds, it will result in a significant increase in the number of supernatural beings across the nation. What? An increase in supernatural beings? Zhao Senior, are you serious? Peng Yin asked, his excitement palpable. What does this matter? Do you need my assistance? Li Jingshan inquired solemnly. Commander Li, can you reach your master? Zhao Lei questioned intently. Yes, Zhao Senior. Why do you ask? Li Jingshan replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. I wish to become the 8th Guardian of Huaxia. Could you inquire about the necessary conditions? Upon Zhao Lei's declaration, the room fell silent in shock. Peng Yin was the first to voice his astonishment. What do you mean, Senior Zhao? You wish to become the 8th Guardian of Huaxia. Is this truly the case, Zhao Senior? Indeed, it is. You merely need to ask your master what the requirements are, Zhao Lei affirmed. I will contact my master immediately. If he learns that you wish to become a guardian, he will undoubtedly be thrilled. As Li Jingshan spoke, he produced a communication token. The token radiated a brilliant white light as he dialed his master's number. Moments later, a figure clad in white traditional attire with hair as white as snow materialized before them. Except for Zhao Lei, everyone present recognized the elderly man as Zhang Zhenghua, the 3rd Guardian of Huaxia and Li Jingshan as master. Before Li Jingshan could speak, the elderly voice resonated. Jingshan, what brings you to seek me? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Li Jingshan promptly conveyed Zhao Lei's desire to become the 8th Guardian of Huaxia. Master, Zhao Senior wishes to become the 8th Guardian of Huaxia. He asked me to inquire about the requirements. Zhang Zhenghua paused, slightly taken aback. Which Zhao Senior are you referring to, Master? You truly are getting old. Your memory seems to be failing you. It's the Zhao Senior I mentioned last time. The one who can break through space, Li Jingshan reminded him. Upon this reminder, Zhang Zhenghua suddenly recalled and exclaimed, Is it the same senior who was said to be capable of shattering space? Yes, Master. What conditions must Zhao Senior fulfill to become a guardian? Zhang Zhenghua appeared to have not heard Li Jingshan's inquiry. Responding instead with an unrelated question, You have contact information for that Senior Zhao, don't you? I wish to speak with him in person. Master, Senior Zhao is right beside me. You may speak directly. Li Jingshan remarked. Upon hearing that Li Jingshan was also present, Zhao Lei did not shy away, directly stating, Zhang is in charge. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's voice, Zhang Zhenghua inquired, Is this the brother Zhao Lei? The crowd was taken aback when they heard Zhang Zhenghua refer to Zhao Lei as brother. The 3rd Guardian of Huaxia actually addressed Senior Zhao as a brother. Zhao Lei was also somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Zhang Zhenghua would lower himself to refer to him as such, which caused Zhao Lei to regard Zhang Zhenghua with even greater esteem. However, upon further contemplation, Zhao Lei realized that someone who could ascend to the position of guardian could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Chapter 48. Guardian Zhang Zhenghua. By addressing Zhao Lei as brother, Zhang Zhenghua had granted him considerable respect, and Zhao Lei naturally felt inclined to respond with politeness. Thus, Zhao Lei began, Thank you, Guardian Zhang, for your kindness. If you wish to call me brother, then I shall not beat around the bush. What are the requirements to become a guardian of Huaxia? Zhang Zhenghua, rather than providing a direct answer, created an air of suspense by suggesting, Brother Zhao Lei, perhaps it would be better to discuss this in person? This way, I can assess your capabilities for a more accurate judgment. Zhang Zhenghua's mention of assessing capabilities was, in truth, a desire to ascertain whether Zhao Lei truly possessed the ability to breach space. As soon as Zhang Zhenghua finished speaking, Zhao Lei readily agreed, Very well, where shall I meet you? Zhao Lei's swift response took Zhang Zhenghua by surprise, prompting him to reply, I did not expect you. Brother Zhao Lei, to be so forthright, I am at the safety base in Modu. When might you arrive? Zhao Lei answered. I can come right now. Zhang Zhenghua laughed heartily. Haha, brother Zhao is indeed a man of his word. I, Lao Zhang, look forward to your arrival at the highest tower of the Modu safety base. With that, Zhang Zhenghua abruptly severed the communication. Senior Zhao, are you truly going? Duanquan inquired. Of course. Matters concerning the survival of the nation must be addressed. Zhao Lei replied, already opening a spatial passage. You stay here and inform Captain Sun and the others that I am heading to Modu. I will return immediately once the matter is resolved. This statement was directed at Duanquan. Duanquan nodded in agreement. After uttering this, Zhao Lei stepped into the passage, which began to slowly close behind him. Within the spatial passage, Zhao Lei ambled leisurely. The journey to Modu spanned at least over 1,000 kilometers. Currently, Zhao Lei could only traverse a maximum of over 300 kilometers in a single opening of a spatial passage, necessitating at least 4 such openings to reach Modu. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei suddenly felt that his strength was insufficient. If only he could break through to the late Yuanying stage, perhaps he would only need to open 2 passages to arrive. With this thought, Zhao Lei had already exited the passage. He did not linger, but instead opened another passage and stepped inside. In truth, it was Zhao Lei's first visit to Modu. Before the outbreak of the virus, he had never been there, only having seen images on his phone. This visit stirred a sense of excitement within him, especially as he was going to meet the Guardian of Huaxia. Although his current strength was already comparable to that of the Guardian, if one were to add the 3,000 rules, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was invincible in the world. Nevertheless, the Guardian remained a godlike figure for Huaxia, and Zhao Lei felt it appropriate to address him as senior. Despite Zhang Zhenghua referring to him as brother earlier, Zhao Lei felt it inappropriate. He believed that when he arrived in Modu to meet Zhang Zhenghua, he should still observe the proper etiquette and not let his strength lead to arrogance. As Zhao Lei pondered, he reached the exit of the 4th spatial passage. Gazing at the once prosperous city, now reduced to ruins, he was overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. Zhao Lei took to the air, directing his gaze towards the highest tower in the distance. At that moment, atop the tower stood an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his hair entirely white. Zhao Lei focused intently. Name: Zhang Zhenghua, 3rd Guardian of Huaxia, Cultivation. Lord level ability user ability. Demonized Gorilla. Note: Demonized Gorilla can transform into a 5-meter-tall gorilla. With a 100 increase in strength when beastified. Skills: Demon Yuan Transformation Talent. SSS level. Zhao Lei marveled at Zhang Zhenghua's information panel. The uniqueness of Zhang Zhenghua's abilities suggested that his strength was formidable. As Zhao Lei gazed at Zhang Zhenghua, the latter seemed to have noticed Zhao Lei's presence as well, turning his gaze towards him. The 2 locked eyes, both taken aback. Zhao Lei realized that Zhang Zhenghua's strength was far beyond what it appeared. If classified according to cultivation levels, Zhang Zhenghua was at least at the peak of the late Yuanying stage, already half a step into the transformation stage. Zhang Zhenghua, observing Zhao Lei's astonishment, could not discern Zhao Lei's exact strength. Perceiving him as an ordinary person, Zhang Zhenghua secretly speculated. Could it be that this young man has stepped into the legendary realm of returning to simplicity? If that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. As they speculated, Zhao Lei had already approached within 3 meters of Zhang Zhenghua. Noticing Zhang Zhenghua's gaze upon him, Zhao Lei clasped his fists and slightly bowed. Senior Zhang I in response. Zhang Zhenghua chuckled. Given our comparable strength, it is fitting to address each other as brothers. However, I find it quite unaccustomed to be called senior by you this time. Zhao Lei quickly replied, Senior Zhang, you jest. You are the guardian of Huaxia, while I am merely a rising star. Although I possess some strength, I remain a junior. How could I possibly engage with you as an equal? Since you insist, let us each refer to ourselves accordingly, Zhang Zhenghua stated. Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, did not object. Very well, then let us each refer to ourselves as such. By the way, senior, what are the requirements to become a guardian? Zhao Lei continued. Zhang Zhenghua sighed. Brother Zhao Lei, to be frank, there are only 7 positions for guardians in Huaxia. If you wish to become one, you will need to convene all 7 guardians for a discussion. However, as you are aware, the 7 guardians are currently preoccupied with the Lord-level zombies within their jurisdictions and are unable to spare the time. So this matter may have to be postponed. Isn't it just a matter of slaying some Lord-level zombies? How difficult can that be? We can take them all down, Zhao Lei said confidently, smiling at Zhang Zhenghua. Instantly, Zhang Zhenghua's expression darkened. If it were that easy to kill them, we would have done so long ago. Lord-level zombies are not so easily dispatched. Despite thinking this, Zhang Zhenghua refrained from speaking it aloud. Zhao Lei, observing Zhang Zhenghua's darkening countenance, realized he had misspoken and quickly added, "Senior Zhao, don't you have a Lord-level zombie here? I happen to have a method for defeating such zombies. Why not take me to show you?" Upon hearing that Zhao Lei had a method to slay Lord-level zombies, Zhang Zhenghua was taken aback, quickly grasping Zhao Lei's hand. "Do you truly have a way to kill Lord-level zombies?" "Of course." "It is true, I have no reason to deceive you, Senior," Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly. Zhang Zhenghua's voice trembled slightly as he responded, "If that is the case, it would be wonderful. If we can eliminate the Lord-level zombies, the 7 of us Guardians can then free ourselves to eradicate zombies nationwide. In just a few months, we could nearly clear out all the zombies across the country. Senior, shall we proceed to slay the Lord-level zombie you are guarding?" Zhao Lei suggested. Chapter 49. Lord-level zombie Supu. Zhang Zhenghua led Zhao Lei to the outskirts of the Modu safety base. Outside the base stood many abandoned buildings. Zhang Zhenghua informed Zhao Lei that the zombie was hiding within one of the dilapidated structures outside. There was an agreement between Zhang Zhenghua and the zombie. The zombie could not leave this area, and likewise, Zhang Zhenghua would not seek trouble with it. As they spoke, Zhang Zhenghua led Zhao Lei to the entrance of a subway station. Zhao Lei inquired about the subway station. "Senior, is the zombie down there?" "Indeed, I keep a close watch on it. It usually resides within this subway station and rarely ventures elsewhere," Zhang Zhenghua replied. Zhao Lei nodded. "Then let us descend and find it." With that, Zhao Lei took the lead into the station. The outer city had become desolate, leaving subway stations like this one devoid of power. As they entered the subway station, it was enveloped in darkness. Any ordinary person would see nothing. However, Zhao Lei, as a Yuanying stage cultivator, could perceive everything within a kilometer radius even with his eyes closed. Zhang Zhenghua, being a Lord-level ability user, found this darkness to be no issue either. "What brings you here?" A sinister voice suddenly echoed within the subway station. Both Zhao Lei and Zhang Zhenghua turned to face the source of the voice, revealing a man dressed in a black suit with an ashen complexion approaching them. This man was the Lord-level zombie known as Supu. Supu questioned Zhang Zhenghua, who did not respond immediately but instead glanced at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei immediately understood. Zhang Zhenghua intended to test his strength. "In that case, let me take the first strike." Zhao Lei regarded Supu, a hint of murderous intent emanating from him, causing the ambient temperature to drop several degrees. "I am here to kill you today," Zhao Lei declared as he stepped forward towards Supu. "Where did this insolent brat come from, daring to be so audacious?" Supu was practically seething with rage. Even Zhang Zhenghua had to give him some leeway, yet this young man was so brazen as to threaten his life upon their first encounter. Supu resolved to teach this impudent lad a lesson. It was evident that Zhang Zhenghua had failed to discipline him properly, and today, he would take it upon himself to rectify that. With that thought, Supu struck first, his palms outstretched towards Zhao Lei. Unfazed, Zhao Lei simply snapped his fingers. In an instant, the binding of space was unleashed. Supu's advance halted before Zhao Lei, bewildered. "What have you done to me?" he gasped, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Zhao Lei. Yet, Zhao Lei showed him no mercy. Utilizing the law of strength, he seized Supu by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. The spatial confinement that had ensnared Supu vanished the moment Zhao Lei hoisted him up. Realizing he was free, Supu initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to strike Zhao Lei down. However, as he felt the overwhelming force emanating from Zhao Lei's arm, a chilling sense of mortality engulfed him. He struggled with all his might, but under the influence of the law of strength, his efforts proved futile. The law of strength, cultivated to the utmost, could reshape the very fabric of reality. It was the very essence that enabled the great Pango to create the universe. Even spatial confinement paled in comparison to its might. Zhao Lei held Supu as one would a mere chick, bringing him before Zhang Zhenghua. "Senior Zhang, shall we dispose of this insolent brat?" Zhao Lei inquired. Zhang Zhenghua, utterly astonished, regarded Zhao Lei as if he were a creature from another realm. He had faced Supu numerous times and had only narrowly triumphed, yet here was Zhao Lei. Effortlessly holding Supu in his grasp, Zhang Zhenghua could scarcely believe his eyes. Noticing Zhang Zhenghua's silence, Zhao Lei's gaze shifted back to Supu. The latter, sensing the peril in Zhao Lei's eyes, began to thrash violently once more, but it was all in vain. Zhao Lei invoked the law of destruction. In the next moment, Supu's body began to dissipate, starting from his toes. "I'll do anything you ask." Just please don't kill me, Su Pu pleaded, his upper body writhing in desperation as he begged for mercy. Zhao Lei, however, remained unmoved, observing Su Pu's gradual disappearance with cold detachment. After all, those were 100 mi. Zhao Lei hesitated not for a moment. With a single hand, he summoned a colossal, almost tangible palm of arcane energy into the air. Infusing the palm with the essence of the law of strength, he directed it towards the grave. A thunderous roar erupted as the mound of earth, along with the undead buried beneath, was seized by Zhao Lei's grasp. Who dares to disturb my rest? Is it that old wretch Lei Lingxiao? If he possesses the ability, let him bring me down so we may combat fairly. From within the palm of Zhao Lei, the garbled voice of the zombie emerged, cursing incessantly. Enveloped in dirt, the creature could not discern its surroundings. Otherwise, it would not mistakenly believe it was Lei Lingxiao who had captured it. Observing the spectacle from above, Lei Lingxiao's displeasure was palpable upon hearing the zombie's taunts. Damn it, Jiang Yun, do you not know how to speak? Even as he spoke, Lei Lingxiao had already arrived beside Zhao Lei. Release this creature. I intend to teach it a lesson. With such a declaration from Lei Lingxiao, Zhao Lei felt no urgency to eliminate the zombie. After all, with Lei Lingxiao present, nothing unexpected would transpire. Zhao Lei seized the opportunity to witness the prowess of Lei Lingxiao, a wielder of the law of lightning. With that thought, he retracted his palm. With a resounding thud, the arcane hand dissipated, and the mound of earth erupted violently. So, Lei Lingxiao dares to ambush me. Taste my wrath. Upon seeing Lei Lingxiao, the zombie named Jiang Yun charged forward with clenched fists. Lei Lingxiao, undeterred, gathered immense power of lightning in his hands. Thunder rumbled as the two clashed. Lightning engulfed the entire hillock, transforming the once lush terrain into a barren expanse. Zhang Zhenghua, the third guardian of the Huaxia nation, was forced back several steps by the sheer force of their confrontation. Zhao Lei, endowed with 3,000 laws, remained unaffected by the tumultuous energies exchanged between Lei Lingxiao and Jiang Yun. Lightning crackled around Lei Lingxiao, while numerous spots on Jiang Yun's body were singed black from the electric onslaught. However, those charred areas soon reverted to their original state. The ferocity of their attacks, while fierce, inflicted little actual harm upon one another. Chapter 51. Unfazed, both Jiang Yun and Lei Lingxiao possessed formidable strength. Given more time, it seemed plausible that Lei Lingxiao could ascend to the rank of war god. Under the overwhelming law of lightning wielded by Lei Lingxiao, Jiang Yun found himself steadily retreating. Although Zhao Lei too commanded the law of lightning, he was still significantly outclassed by Lei Lingxiao, who had grown up amidst the electric currents, whereas Zhao Lei was merely an amateur. At that moment, Jiang Yun was repelled by a strike of lightning, leaving a scorched mark upon his body. Yet, he regarded his injury with indifference, taunting Lei Lingxiao, "Old man, it appears your strength has waned. You strike with little power." Hearing this provocation, Lei Lingxiao's fury intensified, the lightning around him becoming even more tempestuous. "Jiang Yun, you are not my match. Do you truly believe I cannot eliminate you?" His voice was cold, brimming with a desire to obliterate Jiang Yun. "I know you cannot kill me. If you dare, use your strongest technique against me." Jiang Yun, undaunted by death, continued to provoke Lei Lingxiao. Lei Lingxiao's face turned pale with rage upon hearing Jiang Yun's taunt. "As you wish, thunder pierces the rainbow." With that incantation, the lightning enveloping Lei Lingxiao transformed into a deep crimson hue as he launched himself at Jiang Yun. Thunder roared, and in an instant, Jiang Yun's body was pierced through. Zhang Zhenghua, witnessing this scene, was filled with trepidation. The lightning was utterly terrifying. Zhao Lei observed the battle between Lei Lingxiao and Jiang Yun with a sense of bewilderment. It was peculiar that Lei Lingxiao, the foremost guardian of Huaxia, was so easily provoked by Jiang Yun's words, a behavior unbecoming of a guardian. Furthermore, while Lei Lingxiao's offensive was fierce, the resilience of the zombie meant that such injuries would soon be inconsequential. From the moment Zhao Lei first encountered Lei Lingxiao, he sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the exact nature of the anomaly. As Zhao Lei pondered, Jiang Yun's body, having been pierced by lightning, swiftly regained its form. The two resumed their fierce skirmish. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Lei noticed that Jiang Yun had been intentionally provoking Lei Lingxiao with his words, and each time faced with an attack, he chose not to evade, as if it were deliberate. At the level of a lord, Typical zombies would not perish unless faced with the death law, which could drain their vitality, or the law of annihilation, which would eradicate them entirely. Continuous assaults from someone like Lei Lingxiao would ultimately prove futile. As time wore on, Lei Lingxiao's attacks began to slow. Zhao Lei examined Lei Lingxiao's status panel, discovering that his ability points were nearly depleted. Nonetheless, Lei Lingxiao continued his relentless assault on Jiang Yun, resembling an automaton. Controlled? A sudden realization struck Zhao Lei. Was it possible that Lei Lingxiao was being manipulated? With that thought, he immediately activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions. The Eye of Breaking Illusions dispelled all falsehoods, revealing the essence of things. As the ability activated, Jiang Yun and Lei Lingxiao appeared devoid of secrets to Zhao Lei. Under the scrutiny of the eye, Zhao Lei discerned an odd sight. A black thread emanated from Jiang Yun, connecting to the top of Lei Lingxiao's head, as though it were siphoning something from him. Just as Zhao Lei prepared to investigate further, the world around him shifted ominously. Caw, caw, caw. Jiang Yun emitted an eerie, cackling laugh, his body crackling with latent lightning. Zhang Zhenghua, still oblivious to the unfolding events, waited in silence for Lei Lingxiao to act. That moment, Zhao Lei's status panel for Jiang Yun updated. Name: Jiang Yun, zombie, cultivation, ascending to war god. Just as Zhao Lei comprehended the information, Lei Lingxiao plummeted from the sky, seemingly rendered unconscious. Reacting swiftly, Zhao Lei invoked the space law, transporting Lei Lingxiao before him before he could hit the ground. Supporting Lei Lingxiao, he examined his status panel. Name: Lei Lingxiao, First Guardian of Huaxia, Cultivation, Lord-level Extraordinary Being Ability, Incomplete Law of Lightning, Fragmented Law, Skill, Thunder Pierces the Rainbow Talent, SSS Level. Upon reading Lei Lingxiao's information, Zhao Lei surmised what Jiang Yun had been extracting from him. The Law of Lightning. Zhao Lei was genuinely astonished, never having anticipated that the power of the laws could be siphoned in such a manner. Glancing at the unconscious Lei Lingxiao and then at the lightning-wreathed Jiang Yun, a daring idea took root in Zhao Lei's mind. If he were to eliminate Jiang Yun after his ascension, could he not claim a war god-level crystal core? Zhao brother, what has happened to old Lei? Why did he suddenly fall from the sky? Zhang Zhenghua, finally grasping the situation, hurried to Zhao Lei's side. Seeing Zhang Zhenghua approach, Zhao Lei promptly placed Lei Lingxiao into his arms. Elder Zhang, take old Lei and leave. Jiang Yun is on the verge of breaking through to the war god level. Zhang Zhenghua's face turned pale with shock. War god level? Are you certain? If that is the case, how can I leave first? As a guardian of Huaxia, it would be disgraceful to flee in the face of danger. Elder Zhang, have no fear. Take old Lei and depart. Should I find myself overwhelmed, I can always escape through the space law. But if you remain here, not only will you perish, but so will old Lei. Leave now, and even if I fall, we shall suffer no losses. Having heard Zhao Lei's words, Zhang Zhenghua understood that his presence would only hinder Zhao Lei very well. I shall take old Lei and depart. Zhao brother, do take care. Zhang Zhenghua acquiesced and, with Lei Lingxiao in tow, retreated, casting glances behind him with every few steps. Once Zhang Zhenghua had left, Zhao Lei turned his attention to the advancing Jiang Yun. Murmuring softly, this is my cultivation point. Hurry and break through. I await you here to strike. With that, Zhao Lei retrieved a table and a complete tea set from his system space, leisurely taking a seat as he awaited Jiang Yun's ascension. Had Zhang Zhenghua witnessed this scene, he might have erupted in exasperation, thinking, I considered you a brother, and yet you disdain my presence. However, this was merely a hypothetical, as Zhang Zhenghua was oblivious to Zhao Lei's calm demeanor. Observing Jiang Yun, now enveloped in lightning, Zhao Lei took a sip of tea. What emboldened him to remain so unfazed while his opponent was on the verge of a breakthrough, surpassing him by 3 realms? It was, of course, the unparalleled protection of his 3,000 laws. With the laws shielding him, he existed as a realm unto himself. Unless his adversary possessed the power to shake the very foundations of the world, it would be impossible for Zhao Lei to suffer even the slightest harm. Chapter 52. Unyielding in the face of death. After more than half an hour, an aura of terror radiated from Jiang Yun. Zhao Lei observed him, taking a delicate sip of tea. He has broken through, though not as swiftly as I anticipated. Just as Jiang Yun completed his ascension, he caught sight of Zhao Lei's presence and felt an immediate surge of hostility. You, boy, who dares to slay a lord-level zombie? Humph, now that I have ascended, Let us see how you intend to kill me. Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly. Oh, you hold great confidence in your newfound strength? Haha, boy. I am now a war god-level zombie. I could easily crush you, Jiang Yun boasted, his tone dripping with arrogance. Observing Jiang Yun's smug demeanor, Zhao Lei couldn't help but chuckle. If you possess such prowess, feel free to test it. I shall grant you 3 moves. Jiang Yun fixed his gaze on Zhao Lei as if intending to slay him with mere looks, and spoke. It appears you have great confidence in your abilities, so allow me to demonstrate mine. Zhao Lei, unfazed, calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip. Upon witnessing Zhao Lei's audacity, Jiang Yun's expression darkened immediately. You dare to dismiss me so lightly? You shall perish. Jiang Yun roared furiously. Subsequently, he summoned a colossal lightning serpent. Harnessing the power of the lightning laws he had seized from Lei Lingxiao and unleashed it towards Zhao Lei in response. Zhao Lei waved his hand nonchalantly, conjuring an energy barrier formed from 3,000 laws, enveloping himself within. The clash between Jiang Yun's lightning serpent and Zhao Lei's barrier produced no ripples, and astonishingly, the barrier seemed to gain strength. Jiang Yun stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Observing this spectacle from a distance was another figure, a venerable elder with graying hair, none other than Zhang Zhenghua, who had departed with Lei Lingxiao. After ensuring Lei Lingxiao's safety, he returned to ascertain Zhao Lei's situation. He had intended to keep his distance and flee at the first sign of danger, but what he witnessed was utterly shocking. He had not anticipated Zhao Lei to be so formidable, effortlessly neutralizing Jiang Yun's ferocious assault. At that moment, Jiang Yun had already reached the level of a war god. Had that lightning serpent struck him, he would have bid farewell to this world. As Jiang Yun beheld his lightning serpent effortlessly dismantled by Zhao Lei, disbelief washed over him. You must have been fortunate. Face my next strike, Jiang Yun declared, conjuring several more lightning serpents behind him. Yet again, upon contact with the barrier, the serpents vanished instantly. Zhao Lei regarded Jiang Yun, his countenance unfazed, and remarked, You have one more opportunity to attack. Humph. You should not be so pleased with yourself. That was not my full strength. Witness my ultimate move. The lightning serpent transforms into a python, Jiang Yun retorted, and a massive serpent composed of lightning materialized behind him, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Zhao Lei remained unfazed, sipping his tea leisurely. Jiang Yun, infuriated by Zhao Lei's demeanor, bellowed, You shall die. As he finished speaking, the colossal lightning python surged forth towards Zhao Lei with overwhelming force. The impact generated a tremendous shockwave upon colliding with the barrier. Yet Zhao Lei remained unperturbed. In contrast, Jiang Yun was sent flying several meters away. Struggling to rise, his eyes burned with murderous intent. You rely solely on the power of your barrier. Have the courage to fight me fairly. Zhao Lei smirked slightly at his words. Very well, I shall indulge you, he replied coldly, as the protective barrier gradually dissipated. Seizing the moment Zhao Lei stepped beyond the barrier, Jiang Yun swiftly harnessed the lightning laws in his hands and lunged toward him. Zhao Lei, showing no leniency, snapped his fingers, activating the laws of time. In an instant, time froze, and Jiang Yun's lethal strike was halted mere inches from Zhao Lei. For a war god-level zombie like Jiang Yun, spatial confinement had become ineffective. Zhao Lei had no intention of employing such tactics. Instead, he concentrated the laws of strength in his left hand, gripping Jiang Yun by the throat and lifting him off the ground. As the time laws were lifted, Jiang Yun found himself utterly powerless to resist. Even as a war god-level zombie, he could not contend with Zhao Lei's strength. Jiang Yun's attempts to strike Zhao Lei with lightning laws proved futile. The energy merely dissipated upon contact, merging seamlessly into Zhao Lei's being. Desperately struggling in Zhao Lei's grasp, Jiang Yun realized his efforts were in vain. Zhao Lei, fixing his gaze on him, inquired, From whom did you acquire the means to control Lei Lingxiao and absorb his power? Why would I disclose that to you? If you possess the ability, then kill me, Jiang Yun retorted defiantly. Perceiving Jiang Yun's refusal to cooperate, Zhao Lei tightened his grip, eliciting audible cracks from Jiang Yun's neck. Will you speak? Zhao Lei pressed once more. Jiang Yun labored to respond, Dream on, you may kill me, but I shall never reveal it. Since you are uncooperative, do not blame me for resorting to drastic measures. Zhao Lei warned, as he conjured a blade of space in his right hand, infused with the essence of destruction. Jiang Yun's heart sank at the sight of the blade. "What do you intend to do?" he croaked, ignoring him. Zhao Lei swiftly severed Jiang Yun's right arm. Jiang Yun, anticipating an immediate regeneration of his limb, was horrified to find a malevolent force clinging to the severed stump, rendering his attempts to restore it futile. Gradually, excruciating pain coursed through his arm. Observing Jiang Yun's agony, Zhao Lei pressed, "Will you finally speak?" When Jiang Yun remained silent, Zhao Lei struck again, severing his right leg. "Will you divulge your secret now?" Zhao Lei queried. "Go ahead and kill me. I will never tell you." Jiang Yun grimaced, yet remained steadfast. Zhao Lei felt a twinge of respect for Jiang Yun's resolve, lamenting that he was merely a zombie. Moreover, the weight of his sins had thickened to near tangibility. Or else Zhao Lei might have considered sparing him. Shaking his head, Zhao Lei delivered another blow, cleaving Jiang Yun's left leg and arm. Jiang Yun howled in pain, yet he resolutely withheld the origin of the technique to control Lei Lingxiao. Chapter 53. The unknown enemy unyielding in his defiance, Jiang Yun refused to reveal the source of his ability to control Lei Lingxiao and seize his power. Zhao Lei surmised that anyone capable of imparting such sinister arts to a zombie could not be a benevolent figure. Even reduced to a mere husk, Jiang Yun remained silent. Zhao Lei resorted to threats. "Is that individual coercing you? If you do not speak, you shall die, nay, live in torment." Jiang Yun's expression wavered at Zhao Lei's words, and after a moment's internal struggle, he ultimately shook his head in stubborn refusal to cooperate. With no other option, Zhao Lei decided to unleash his most potent techniques. He tightened his grip on Jiang Yun's throat and unleashed the laws of death upon him. In an instant, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom envelop him. Zhao Lei wielded the laws of death to gradually siphon Jiang Yun's life force. As his vitality dwindled, Jiang Yun's visage contorted in agony. Resembling a tormented spirit from the depths of hell, from a distance, Zhang Zhenghua shuddered at the sight. He had initially perceived Zhao Lei as a powerful yet amicable young man, but witnessing Jiang Yun's suffering shifted his perspective entirely. In the face of an adversary, Zhao Lei was ruthless and unyielding. As Jiang Yun's life force neared depletion, Zhao Lei employed the laws of life, restoring Jiang Yun to his peak vitality. Observing the revitalized Jiang Yun, Zhao Lei once again invoked the laws of death to drain his life force. This cycle of torment continued, with Zhao Lei alternating between extracting and restoring Jiang Yun's vitality until the latter could no longer endure. This secret technique was bestowed upon me by an individual claiming to be a messenger of the divine. Jiang Yun confessed. He bore a striking resemblance to humans, yet his skin was blue and adorned with sharp bone protrusions. He promised that by following his teachings, I could one day reach the pinnacle of this world and dominate the entire blue planet. He warned me never to disclose his existence to anyone. Otherwise, even in death, he could resurrect me to suffer perpetually. Zhao Lei was taken aback by Jiang Yun's description, a being somewhat resembling a human, with blue skin and sharp bone spikes. This could only signify an extraterrestrial. Furthermore, the ability to resurrect the dead was even more alarming, suggesting that an even more terrifying entity loomed above this so-called divine messenger. With this realization, Zhao Lei made a decision. If this alien could revive Jiang Yun, then he would ensure that Jiang Yun's existence was eradicated entirely. The laws of causality surged around Zhao Lei as he prepared to obliterate the threads of Jiang Yun's existence, rendering any potential resurrection impossible. As the laws of causality manifested, strands appeared before Zhao Lei's eyes. These strands represented Jiang Yun's very existence. Zhao Lei began to erase these threads. During this process, he noticed a particular strand leading to a distant mountaintop. Following the thread, he glimpsed Zhang Zhenghua atop the hill. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei severed the connection between Zhang Zhenghua and Jiang Yun. Although Zhao Lei had mastered the laws of causality, erasing a person's existence proved challenging, especially given his current cultivation level. Had it not been for the self-sustaining nature of his inner world, he might not have succeeded at all. After half an hour, Zhao Lei successfully erased all traces of Jiang Yun's existence. As a precaution, he further employed the principle of annihilation to completely obliterate Jiang Yun's body and soul. A notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. "Congratulations! You have slain a god-level zombie, earning 1,000,000 cultivation points and acquiring a god-level crystal core X1 and a thunder law X1. Surprised by the unexpected acquisition of a law, Zhao Lei realized it could restore the lost power of Lei Lingxiao. Contemplating this, he vanished from his location. Shortly after Zhao Lei's departure, a being resembling a human but with blue skin and sharp bone protrusions appeared at the site of Jiang Yun's demise. Observing the ruins, the figure murmured, "Necromancy." As the words left his lips, a dense black mist enveloped him. Half an hour passed without any occurrence. Gazing at the emptiness before him, the peculiar figure was filled with confusion. Typically, his resurrection technique would yield results within 30 seconds. Yet now, despite exerting all his strength, he failed to sense Jiang Yun's presence, as if he had never existed at all. Could there have been a deviation? It seemed he must return to report to his master that the evolution had been expedited. Whispering once more, the strange figure vanished from sight. The Kyoto safe base. Zhao Lei had returned with Zhang Zhenghua. Initially, Zhang Zhenghua had been interrogating Zhao Lei about Jiang Yun, but in the next moment, Zhao Lei appeared before him, startling him. Zhao Lei immediately requested Zhang Zhenghua to lead him to Lei Lingxiao, who lay unconscious in bed. Zhang Zhenghua watched as Zhao Lei worked his magic. With a grand gesture, Zhao Lei invoked the law of life, instantly restoring Lei Lingxiao to his peak condition. Moments later, Lei Lingxiao awakened, and Zhao Lei recounted the events that transpired. Lei Lingxiao hurriedly bowed in gratitude, revealing that he had been entirely manipulated by Jiang Yun, oblivious to everything. Zhao Lei, aware of Jiang Yun's control over Lei Lingxiao, chose not to pursue the matter further. Upon learning of the situation, Lei Lingxiao's expression darkened at the thought of his thunder law being extracted by Jiang Yun. It was something he had painstakingly comprehended over the course of his life. Observing Lei Lingxiao's despondency, Zhao Lei retrieved the thunder law he had acquired from slaying Jiang Yun from his system space. As he presented it, a golden lightning serpent manifested in his hand. Upon seeing the serpent, Lei Lingxiao felt an immediate sense of kinship. The serpent slithered around Lei Lingxiao, displaying an affinity for him. This was the thunder law that Jiang Yun had extracted from the senior Lei. As Zhao Lei noticed the puzzled expressions on Lei Lingxiao and Zhang Jinggua's faces regarding the golden serpent, he proceeded to clarify their confusion. He instructed Lei Lingxiao to sit cross-legged, intending to integrate the law into his being. Upon hearing that Zhao Lei would bestow this law upon him, Lei Lingxiao excitedly complied and settled down. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei infused the golden serpent into Lei Lingxiao's body. Chapter 54. Breaking through to God level once Lei Lingxiao was seated. Zhao Lei infused the golden serpent into him. In an instant, a torrent of golden lightning radiated from Lei Lingxiao, expanding outward. Zhang Zhenghua quickly retreated to a safe distance, while Zhao Lei remained unaffected by the tempest of lightning. Approximately half an hour later, Lei Lingxiao abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of lightning darting through the corners. Zhao Lei observed changes in Lei Lingxiao's information panel. Name: Lei Lingxiao, First Guardian of Huaxia, Cultivation. God level ability user ability. Thunder Law, Mastered, Skills, Thunder Strikes. Thunderous Might, Talent, SSS level. Not only had Lei Lingxiao broken through to the God level, but he had also comprehended a new skill, Thunderous Might. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately noticed Zhao Lei's gaze. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands in salute, expressing, "Thank you, Zhao Senior, for your rebirth." Zhao Lei, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to assist him, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Lei Senior. It was merely a small effort on my part." "Zhao Senior, I believe you deserve this gratitude," Zhang Zhenghua interjected. Zhao Lei felt a sense of discomfort as both senior guardians, who were of a similar age to his grandfather, referred to him as senior. Finding it inappropriate, he suggested, "It is truly unfit for you two to address me in such a manner. If you hold me in esteem, let us regard each other as equals and call me brother instead." Zhang Zhenghua and Lei Lingxiao found this proposal agreeable. "That sounds splendid. From now on, we shall refer to you as Brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao," they both echoed. Zhao Lei smiled at their response. Although it felt somewhat odd to have two nearly century-old men calling him brother, it was certainly more comfortable than being addressed as senior. Thus concluded the affairs in Kyoto. As dusk settled, concerned about potential mishaps with the seventh guardian, Zhao Lei resolved to depart immediately. With the Lord-level zombies in Kyoto dealt with, Lei Lingxiao was now free to accompany Zhao Lei and Zhang Zhenghua. Thus, the trio stepped into the spatial passage. As they walked, their conversation flowed casually. Zhao Lei discussed the situations in neighboring countries surrounding Huaxia, to which Lei Lingxiao and Zhang Zhenghua provided insights. Most smaller nations had effectively ceased to exist since the outbreak of the zombie virus. Those with slightly larger populations had a better chance of producing ability users. Even a single ability user could save a portion of their people. Nations lacking ability users had begun to align themselves with those that possessed them. Countries like Beizhou, with vast territories and sparse populations, remained largely unaffected. Additionally, Beizhou's military strength was formidable, and in just a month, they had nearly eradicated their zombie infestation. If Huaxia did not act swiftly to eliminate the zombies, they risked being undermined by Beizhou. Huaxia had only recently risen to prominence over the past century. It was worth noting that Huaxia had once been partitioned by several major nations, including the beautiful country, Beizhou, Bagua, Yinzhou, and Deyun. Zhao Lei harbored little fondness for these foreign powers. Although Huaxia upheld a philosophy of peace, should Beizhou attempt to seize Huaxia's resources, Zhao Lei would not hesitate to annihilate them. During their discussion, the trio arrived near the Black Dragon base. This base, located close to Huaxia's northeastern border, was rarely breached by foreigners seeking refuge due to the Black Dragon River that separated it from other nations. Zhao Lei recalled reading an intriguing tale about the Black Dragon River. Legend had it that on a stormy night, a black dragon was seen ascending to the heavens, but ultimately failed its tribulation, plunging into the river, leading people to name it the Black Dragon River. Reflecting on this and combining it with the information from the Pangu creation scripture, Zhao Lei speculated that the dragon incident might indeed be true. According to the scripture, a flood dragon must undergo a trial to transform into a true dragon. Only by successfully navigating the trial during the flood could it leap over the dragon gate and attain its true form. A failed trial would result in death. Zhao Lei planned to investigate the riverbed of the Black Dragon River after resolving the zombie crisis to see if the dragon truly existed. As Zhao Lei contemplated, the trio arrived above the Black Dragon base. Looking out over the dark night sky, they observed two luminous figures colliding above the base. "It's Old Seven," Zhang Zhenghua exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Lei Lingxiao, upon recognizing the situation, joined in, realizing that Old Seven was engaged in battle with a Lord-level zombie. Hearing their exchange, Zhao Lei utilized his inside eye to assess the situation. Name: Sun Jigua, 7th Guardian of Huaxia, Cultivation. Lord-level ability user ability. Radiant Light, note. Emits blinding light. A nemesis to all malevolence. Skills: Sword of Light, note. Wounds inflicted by the Sword of Light heal at a slower rate. Talent: SSS level. Zhao Lei marveled at Sun Jigua's information panel, acknowledging that his ability was among the few capable of harming high-level zombies. However, he lamented the lack of accumulated cultivation. Observing Sun Jigua being pushed back, Zhao Lei privately assessed his strength. Sun Jigua seemed to be at the early stage of the nascent soul, while his opponent was at the late stage. Though he could break through the defenses, he struggled to inflict significant damage. Although Old Seven was a newly appointed lord, he was still among the elite in the god-level tier. Lei Lingxiao noted Sun Jigua's predicament and spoke up. Zhang Zhenghua echoed his sentiments, agreeing that if Sun Jigua trained for a while longer, he might not be able to contend with him. Hearing their conversation, Zhao Lei interjected, "While you two watch, are you not considering helping? Just standing here chatting won't do." Embarrassed, Zhang Zhenghua and Lei Lingxiao chuckled. "We were merely waiting for Brother Zhao to showcase his prowess." "In that case, I shall take my leave," Zhao Lei replied with a slight smile. He was inclined to intervene. Otherwise, if Lei Lingxiao and Zhang Zhenghua were to defeat the zombie, it would complicate his efforts to collect the crystal cores. If he were to slay it himself, the system would automatically recover the cores, saving him the trouble of scavenging the corpse. With that thought, Zhao Lei turned his gaze towards Sun Jigua and the zombie. Zhao Lei stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the zombie that was preparing to attack Sun Jigua abruptly halted mid-motion. Sun Jigua, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stood in bewilderment for half a second before the Sword of Light materialized in his grasp. With a swift thrust, the zombie was sent flying by Sun Jigua's strike. After being propelled 10 meters backward, the zombie seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, its motion abruptly ceasing. Chapter 55. Slaying the Lord-level Zombie, 1. Sun Jigua gazed at the motionless zombie, perplexed. Just as he was about to launch another attack, a slender figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him. It was none other than Zhao Lei, the one who had just immobilized the zombie. Zhao Lei turned to Sun Jigua and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Senior Sun, I will handle the rest from here." Sun Jigua, upon hearing these words, looked at Zhao Lei with confusion, completely unaware of the identity of the person before him. Just as he was about to inquire, two familiar voices reached his ears. Turning towards the source of the voices, he saw Zhang Zhenghua and Lei Lingxiao approaching him with haste. Upon reaching his side, they began to elaborate on Zhao Lei's credentials. At this moment, Zhao Lei had already arrived before the Lord-level zombie. Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers, and the formidable creature was held in place. Thunder, arise! Zhao Lei raised his hand towards the heavens, shouting with fervor. Instantly, dark clouds began to gather above. With a rumble, a bolt of black-red lightning, thick as the zombie itself, descended from the sky and struck the Lord-level zombie directly in that split second. A wave of destructive energy radiated outward, and the zombie was instantly reduced to ashes. The three guardians, who had been chatting nearby, were rendered speechless in shock. Go slay a Lord-level zombie in a single move. What terrifying prowess! Lei Lingxiao, unable to believe his eyes, marveled at the vast disparity in their abilities, despite being a user of lightning himself. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Lei had infused the principles of destruction into his mastery of lightning, amplifying its power exponentially. Zhao Lei referred to this new technique as the destruction divine thunder, capable of effortlessly vanquishing foes below the celestial realm, and even celestial beings would find it challenging to contend with its might. Ding! You have slain a Lord-level zombie, gaining 500,000 cultivation points and acquiring Lord-level Crystal Core X1. Following Zhao Lei's victory over the zombie, the system's notification chimed in as expected. Once the trio of guardians regained their composure, they quickly approached to commend him. Brother Zhao, that technique of yours descending from the heavens is truly extraordinary. I've wielded lightning all my life, yet witnessing your prowess leaves me in awe. Heroes emerge from youth. Brother Zhao has achieved such heights at a young age, his future boundless, they remarked, showering him with praise. As they conversed, Zhao Lei felt a sense of gratification. As dusk approached, the urgency to eliminate zombies elsewhere diminished, prompting the group to decide to rest for the night at Sun Jigua's location. Over the course of the evening, they engaged in extensive discussions. The trio of guardians resolved to split their efforts, with Zhao Lei targeting the Lord-level zombie while they focused on clearing out the numerous lower-level zombies. The three guardians were among the pinnacle of combat strength in China. With their involvement, the zombie threat could potentially be eradicated a month ahead of schedule. Swiftly vanquishing the zombies would allow for the preparation of restoring China's economic framework and the planning of subsequent developments. As their conversation drew to a close, Lei Lingxiao utilized a communication token to contact the other four guardians, informing them that Zhao Lei would assist in slaying the Lord-level zombie and advising them to remain vigilant regarding the movements of such creatures. Although the other four guardians harbored skepticism about Zhao Lei's capabilities, their doubts were dispelled upon hearing Lei Lingxiao's declaration of being a god of war-level ability user. The following morning, Zhao Lei, Lei Lingxiao, Zhang Zhenghua, and Sun Jigua bid their farewells and departed in different directions. Zhao Lei's next destination was a safe base named Huabei, located approximately 400 kilometers east of the Heilong base. The guardian station there was Tian Xinghua, ranked among the top 2 in the nation. Upon Zhao Lei's arrival at the Huabei safe base, he was greeted by Tian Xinghua, who had been waiting outside. Zhao Lei assessed Tian Xinghua's information. Name: Tian Xinghua, second guardian of China. Cultivation: Lord-level ability user ability. Water's domain. Note: Water's domain, a field ability, exerts a 50 suppression effect on fire-type ability users. Skills: Water Blade Formation Talent. SSS level. After reviewing Tian Xinghua's details, Zhao Lei noticed that Tian Xinghua had also recognized him upon his emergence from the spatial portal. Senior Zhao, Tian Xinghua exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. Tian Guardian, I would appreciate your guidance in locating the Lord-level zombie. Zhao Lei stated directly. Tian Xinghua, unperturbed by the request, led Zhao Lei without hesitation, as he had already familiarized himself with Zhao Lei's reputation the previous night. Follow me, Senior Zhao, Tian Xinghua gestured invitingly. Without any further delay, Zhao Lei accompanied Tian Xinghua to confront the Lord-level zombie situated near the Huabei safe base. Upon locating the creature, Zhao Lei unleashed a destruction divine thunder, obliterating the zombie into mere dust. Tian Xinghua, witnessing the spectacle, was left astonished for quite some time. After disposing of the zombie, Zhao Lei exchanged brief farewells with Tian Xinghua before departing for his next destination, a safe base known as Zhengzhou, located over 600 kilometers southwest of Huabei. The guardian there was a woman named Su Guoping, the only female among the 7 guardians of China. Upon Zhao Lei's arrival at the Zhengzhou safe base, Su Guoping, much like Tian Xinghua, awaited him outside. Zhao Lei immediately recognized her. Name: Su Guoping, 4th Guardian of China, Cultivation. Lord level ability user ability. Cat Demon Transformation. Note: Cat Demon Transformation, a beastification ability, allows her to become a cat-headed humanoid, possessing a highly deceptive physique. Skills: Cat Demon S Allure, Cat Demon Claws Talent, SSS level. After reviewing Su Guoping's profile, Zhao Lei scrutinized her closely. He estimated her age to be in her 40s, with an ordinary appearance aside from her commendable physique. If she adorned herself more attractively, she could easily be mistaken for a masterful assassin. As Zhao Lei assessed Su Guoping, she too was observing him. The young man before her appeared unremarkable, yet he had been described by Lei Lingxiao in almost mythical terms. Could he truly be as formidable as claimed? Su Guoping harbored doubts but concealed her thoughts, stepping forward to clasp her hands in respect. Senior Zhao, I am Su Guoping, the head of the Zhongzhou safe base. Indeed, Guardian Su, kindly lead me to the Lord-level zombie. Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly. Su Guoping, feeling somewhat irked by Zhao Lei's demeanor, suppressed her irritation but complied, guiding him towards the location of the Lord-level zombie. Zhao Lei noticed her attitude but chose not to comment. After all, such trivial matters were hardly worth contention. As they approached a building, Su Guoping informed him, Senior Zhao, the zombie resides within this structure. Would you like to make any preparations? None required, Zhao Lei responded as he entered the building. It struck him as peculiar that zombies seemed to prefer dark environments. For this particular structure had no windows, he speculated that it might be a warehouse, explaining the lack of design for openings. Just as Zhao Lei contemplated this, an unexpected attack struck him. Fortunately, his protective barrier of 3,000 laws had shielded him. Otherwise, that strike could have proved fatal. Upon regaining his composure, he realized the assailant had vanished from sight. Zhao Lei surmised that the attacker was either exceptionally powerful or possessed some hidden technique. He leaned towards the latter, as it was impossible for a being of such strength to exist unnoticed in the current world. Cautiously, Zhao Lei scanned his surroundings. The hidden figure, seemingly aware of Zhao Lei's capabilities, refrained from launching another attack. Puzzled, Zhao Lei wondered how he could eliminate his foe if it remained concealed. After circling the area twice, the assailants still did not reveal themselves. Since you wish to play hide and seek, I shall not indulge you, Zhao Lei muttered under his breath, snapping his fingers. In an instant, the principle of light illuminated the entire building. Surveying the stacked items around him, Zhao Lei confirmed his earlier suspicion that it was indeed a warehouse. Yet, the absence of any other figures remained a mystery. Have they fled? He pondered, perplexed, as doubt crept in. Zhao Lei activated his eye of disillusionment, capable of piercing through all illusions. To his shock, upon activating the ability, he locked eyes with a pair of large, glaring orbs. Startled, Zhao Lei realized that the eyes belonged to a zombie, which immediately recoiled upon recognition. Name: Chao Hong, zombie, level, Lord class skill, invisibility. Upon discerning the information about the zombie, Zhao Lei felt a flicker of surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure. Invisibility, you say? Generally speaking, the Eye of Insight only reveals the rank of zombies, and only those of level 7 or above display names. The last time he encountered a zombie with displayed skills was during the incident at the small hill in Kyoto. This is intriguing. It seems yet another outsider has joined the fray. When the zombie Chao Hong first attacked Zhao Lei, the impact had stung his hand painfully, and now, seeing Zhao Lei lost in thought, he dared not make a single move. After contemplating everything, Zhao Lei turned his gaze towards the zombie Chao Hong. Who taught you the art of invisibility? Zhao Lei inquired as he slowly approached the zombie. As Zhao Lei drew nearer, Chao Hong began to panic. Would he answer Zhao Lei's question? If he did, he would wish for death. If he didn't, he would die on the spot. After battling with his thoughts, he suddenly knelt before Zhao Lei. This scene took Zhao Lei aback. He had expected this zombie to be as stubborn as Jiang Yun. Yet here he was, kneeling before Zhao Lei without any provocation. Once on his knees, Chao Hong hastily spoke. It was a person covered in bone spurs who taught me. He said that if I trained diligently, I would surely survive the Great War. I do not know what this Great War entails. I only know that mastering this invisibility skill would enhance my strength. That is all I know. I beg you, spare my life. The fact that this zombie Chao Hong had divulged everything he knew left Zhao Lei both amused and exasperated. Given this, Zhao Lei decided against further tormenting him. With a snap of his fingers, Chao Hong was instantly erased. suffering no pain whatsoever. After completing this action, Zhao Lei began to ponder the implications of what Xiao Hong had said. It seems the scheme orchestrated by the blue-clad individuals is quite extensive, possibly encompassing the entirety of Blue Star. At this thought, a vision suddenly flashed in Zhao Lei's mind. He found himself standing in a void, gazing at a beautiful blue planet. As he admired the splendor of the planet, countless cosmic warships suddenly appeared, surrounding the blue sphere. With a deafening roar, the warships unleashed a barrage of laser fire, obliterating the blue planet into fragments. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Lei felt an overwhelming urge to destroy all the warships, yet he found himself utterly powerless to accede as the blue planet was reduced to rubble. The warships vanished in an instant, leaving Zhao Lei standing alone in the void, staring at the remnants of the shattered world. And then, the vision ended. Zhao Lei stood in the warehouse, lost in thought. This vision had replayed countless times during his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. However, back then, he was merely a spectator. Now, he felt as though he was truly present in that space. He could not discern whether this was a glimpse of the past or a foretelling of the future. After pondering for a long while, Zhao Lei ultimately concluded that he must continuously enhance his strength to confront the unknown. With absolute power, all problems would become trivial. Having reached this understanding, Zhao Lei decided to set aside these thoughts for now. The immediate priority was to eliminate the zombies. He glanced around the warehouse, noting a pile of clothing, shoes, and other items. Zhao Lei felt these might prove useful, and with a wave of his hand, he stored everything in his system space. After completing this task, Zhao Lei stepped out of the warehouse. Outside, Su Guoping had been waiting for him. Upon seeing Su Guoping, Zhao Lei greeted him. "Su Guardian, I have dealt with the zombies inside." Without waiting for a response, Zhao Lei stepped into the spatial portal. His next destination was a prairie located approximately 1,000 kilometers northwest of the Central Continent Safety Base. Zhao Lei had heard from Lei Lingxiao and others that the Lord-class zombie on the prairie was a formidable bull, a top-tier beast among animals. After traversing the spatial portal 4 times, Zhao Lei found himself standing on a vast grassland. As he surveyed the lush green expanse, he spotted a base roughly the size of a small town. Zhao Lei flew toward the base and soon noticed a figure standing outside. As he drew closer, he discerned the details. Name: Wu Rongguei, 5th Guardian of Huaxia, level, Lord class ability, Wind's Whisper, note. Can sense events up to 3,000 meters away through flora. Can transform into any grass or tree, unrecognizable by ordinary means. Skill: all plants are weapons, note. All plants can be transformed into incredibly resilient weapons. Talent: SSS grade, Chapter 57. The arrogant youth in the open grassland. Wu Rongguei spotted Zhao Lei approaching the base and hurried to greet him, clasping his fists. "Zhao Senior, you have finally arrived. Just moments ago, that bull crashed through our base's walls, and I found myself utterly helpless against it. I feel ashamed of my Lord-class strength." Zhao Lei inquired, "Wu Guardian, please elaborate on the bull's situation." Wu Rongguei sighed. "The bull's strength is comparable to mine, but its hide is tough and its defenses are extraordinary. With power beyond imagination, however, it lacks any special abilities." Zhao Lei muttered under his breath. He had expected something more remarkable, but it seemed he had overthought it. "Please lead me to the bull," Zhao Lei requested. "Of course, Senior Zhao, follow me," Wu Rongguei replied, gesturing for Zhao Lei to proceed. Shortly thereafter, the two ascended a small hillside. At the foot of the slope lay a massive black bull, easily 5 meters tall, dozing in the grass. "Senior Zhao, that is the great bull," Wu Rongguei pointed out. Zhao Lei regarded the bull with curiosity. Wu Rongguei had mentioned its tremendous strength. He wondered if it could withstand his own laws of power. With that thought, he descended the slope toward the resting bull. Wu Rongguei called out, "Senior Zhao, do you not wish to prepare for this encounter?" Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively. "No need. It poses no threat to me." As he spoke, Zhao Lei conjured an enormous, almost tangible hand of magical energy, lifting the slumbering bull effortlessly with 2 fingers. Moo moo moo. The bull was suddenly awakened, realizing it had been hoisted by an enormous hand, and it struggled fiercely to escape its captor. Observing the bull's futile attempts, Zhao Lei activated his Eye of Revelation, seeking to discern the bull's karmic burdens. If the burdens were not too pronounced, he might consider recruiting it as a mount. Upon activating the Eye of Revelation, Zhao Lei was taken aback by the dense aura of karma surrounding the bull. instantly dismissing the idea of adding it to his ranks. It was clear that a creature of such power could not have ascended without having harmed humans in the past. Realizing his naivety, Zhao Lei understood that not all zombies were like Duanquan, devoid of karmic burdens and even endowed with merit. Since this bull could not be recruited, it must be eliminated, Zhao Lei stated calmly. Then, the essence of destruction coalesced in his magical hand. With a decisive strike, he brought it down. Boom. The bull, which had caused Wu Ronggui countless troubles, was reduced to ashes. Wu Ronggui watched in astonishment, his eyes wide. The strength of Senior Zhao was truly formidable. It was no wonder that Old Lei had already broken through to the war god level. He treated this elder with the utmost respect. With such power, even if all 7 guardians combined their strength, they would be no match for him. At this realization, Wu Ronggui's respect for Zhao Lei soared. Ding! Killing a Lord-class zombie yielded 500,000 cultivation points and a Lord-class Crystal Core X1. Hearing the notification of his cultivation points, Zhao Lei's lips curled into a slight smile. Just one more, and he could prepare to advance his cultivation. The thought of imminent improvement filled him with delight. After bidding farewell to Wu Ronggui, Zhao Lei set off for the final safety base. This last base was known as the Zhangzhou Safety Base. Zhao Lei felt as though he had heard the name before but could not quite place it in no matter. If he couldn't recall it, he would let it go. Not overly concerned, Zhao Lei continued. And after traversing the spatial portal 9 times, he finally arrived at the Zhangzhou Safety Base. Zhangzhou, a coastal city, was among the first to establish safety bases when the zombie outbreak began. Zhao Lei wandered through the Zhangzhou Safety Base. The guardian here was Hu Weigua, the 6th-rank guardian and the overall commander of the military, the highest-ranking leader in the open governance of Huaxia. Being a busy individual, he had not come to personally welcome Zhao Lei. And Zhao Lei was not surprised by this. Since the other party was occupied, there was no issue with Zhao Lei seeking him out directly. Navigating through the bustling streets, Zhao Lei felt as though he had returned to a time before the outbreak of the virus. You lot are useless. It's been over a month, and you still haven't found Zhang Li's whereabouts. What good are you to me? Entering a tea house, Zhao Lei overheard a young man's furious tirade. He frowned slightly upon hearing the mention of Zhang Li. As he focused on the young man's appearance, recognition struck him. By Wu. It was during the second encounter with Zhang Li that the thought of forcibly taking her back as a wife crossed his mind. Ah, Zhao Lei suddenly exclaimed. Why does this Zhangzhou Safety Base sound so familiar? ISNT by Wu S, father the head of the Zhangzhou Safety Base. If we are to locate Hu Weigua, then Bai Wu's father must know where to find him. With this thought, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, invoking the law of causality. A multitude of intricate threads of fate emerged above Bai Wu's head. Zhao Lei identified the thread connecting Bai Wu to his father and prepared to depart. However, in the next moment, Bai Wu's voice rang out, Hey, you over there, come pour tea for Bai Yi. As soon as Bai Wu finished speaking, 6 men dressed in black suits surrounded Zhao Lei. He furrowed his brow at the sight of the 6 men closing in on him. During his last encounter with Bai Wu, Zhao Lei had not made a move, so it was impossible for Bai Wu to recognize him. What was this boy up to now? Was he tired of living? Noticing Zhao Lei's silence, Bai Wu urged, Hey, kid, didn't you hear? Hurry up and pour tea for Bai Yi. No sooner had Bai Wu spoken than the 6 men in black suits prepared to strike Zhao Lei. Yet in the next instant, Zhao Lei lightly tapped the ground with his foot. With a resounding crash, the 6 men were sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently against the wall. Bai Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Those 6 were all first-level supernatural beings, yet they had been defeated without even putting up a fight. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, he had his own trump card. Seeing Zhao Lei approach, Bai Wu immediately threatened, Don't come any closer. My father, Bai Shan, is a 5th-level supernatural being and the head of the Zhangzhou Safety Base. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you off. If you come over now to apologize and compensate me for my emotional distress, I might persuade my father to spare you. Zhao Lei merely chuckled at Bai Wu's words. Not only was his father a 5th-level supernatural being, but even a war god would have to bow before Zhao Lei. Chapter 58. Taking action to teach a lesson, Zhao Lei looked at Bai Wu with a distant gaze and said, If you wish to live, call your father to come and plead for your release. Otherwise, you will not leave this tea house today. As he spoke, Zhao Lei waved his hand casually, sending Bai Wu flying against the wall, where he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Wu, struggling to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, retorted, Kid, this is your own doing. When my father arrives, I will make sure he skins you alive." With that, Bai Wu took out a communication token and sent a message to Bai Shan. Upon hearing Bai Wu's account, Bai Shan was enraged and vowed to skin Zhao Lei alive. Sitting nearby, Zhao Lei smirked slightly. He was relieved he wouldn't have to seek Bai Shan out himself. He had come to him. The other patrons in the tea house began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is this young man? How dare he strike Bai Wu? Bai Wu is usually so arrogant, relying on his father's power to bully others. It serves him right. Indeed, he often abuses his position as the only son of Bai Shan. Once Bai Shan arrives, this young man will surely be in for it. Yes, young man, you should run while you can. Once Bai Shan is here, there will be no escape. Everyone applauded and urged Zhao Lei to flee. Zhao Lei glanced at those who had previously advised him to run and smiled faintly. It seemed that not all people in this world were evil. Who dares to harm my son Bai Wu? Step forward and meet your demise. Just as Zhao Lei pondered this, a furious voice echoed from outside the tea house. Zhao Lei responded coolly, "It was I dealt with that." Zhao Lei emerged from the tea house, carrying Bai Wu and tossing him before Bai Shan. Bai Shan, gritting his teeth in anger, exclaimed, "You dare to act so brazenly before me? Do you not fear for your life?" Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly, "Your son has been arrogant and bullying others, relying on your influence. Since you have failed to discipline him, I shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson today. What do you think you are? How dare you discipline my son Bai Shan? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father," Bai Shan declared, clenching his fist and launching an attack at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei remained unfazed, snapping his fingers, which halted Bai Shan's movement midair. No matter how hard Bai Shan struggled, he could not break free from Zhao Lei's spatial binding. Panic began to set in. "Kid, what have you done to me?" Zhao Lei replied casually, "Nothing much. Just preparing to educate you as well. Kid, what qualifications do you have to teach me?" As soon as Bai Shan finished speaking, Zhao Lei waved his hand, sending him crashing into the wall with a heavy thud. Zhao Lei then grasped his hand, and Bai Shan reappeared before him. Without pausing, Zhao Lei threw him again, sending Bai Shan sprawling 20 meters away onto the street. Bai Shan lay in the middle of the road. Barely conscious, Zhao Lei reached out again, pulling him back to his grasp. "Do you believe I have the qualifications to educate you now?" Zhao Lei inquired. Hearing Zhao Lei's question, Bai Shan stammered, unable to find his voice. Zhao Lei, seeing this, tossed Bai Shan against the wall once more. The onlookers who had earlier advised Zhao Lei to flee were now left speechless, astonished at his immense strength. Passers-by pointed and whispered, "Look, isn't that Bai Shan? He is being beaten by a young man. Who is that young man? How dare he strike Bai Shan? Bai Shan is a 5th-level supernatural being. This young man must be more powerful. Look, Bai Shan has no room for resistance whatsoever." Zhao Lei effortlessly pulled Bai Shan, embedded in the wall, back to him. "Do you now think I have the qualifications to educate you?" Zhao Lei asked once more. Bai Shan nodded weakly. After Zhao Lei's relentless onslaught, he found himself too exhausted to speak. Zhao Lei, showing no sign of emotion, continued, "If you cannot manage your son in the future, I will take it upon myself to teach him a lesson. Do you understand?" Bai Shan, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, could only nod frantically, wishing to tear Bai Wu into pieces for causing him such humiliation. Seeing Bai Shan nod, Zhao Lei decided not to continue punishing him further. He needed Bai Shan to lead him to Hu Weigua. With this thought, Zhao Lei released Bai Shan, waving his hand to invoke the law of life, restoring Bai Shan to his peak condition. Bai Shan, astonished to find his body fully restored, silently marveled at his benefactor's mercy. Had this elder not wished for his death, he would have perished today. With that thought, he cast a disdainful glance at the nearly lifeless Bai Wu on the ground. "Bring your son back to recuperate, and then you will follow me," Zhao Lei instructed. Bai Shan, filled with trepidation, felt a surge of relief at Zhao Lei's request to take Bai Wu for treatment. "Yes, esteemed elder," he replied hastily, summoning several men in black suits to carry Bai Wu away. Though his son was a failure, he was still Bai Shan's only child. After completing this task, Bai Shan returned to Zhao Lei's side. In the face of absolute power, he dared not make any sudden moves. Respectfully, he asked, "Esteemed elder, where are we headed?" "Take me to find Hu Weigua, Commander Hu. You should know where he is, correct?" "What? You wish to find Commander Hu?" Bai Shan was taken aback upon hearing Zhao Lei's request. He had not expected Zhao Lei to know who Weiguo was present here in the Zhangzhou safety base. Bai Shan was the public head. But in reality, Hu Weiguo was the true leader. Ordinary people could not possibly know of Hu Weiguo. Who on earth was this young man? Despite his curiosity, Bai Shan dared not question further and led Zhao Lei in a specific direction. Soon, they arrived at the center of the Zhangzhou safety base, before a towering building. Bai Shan escorted Zhao Lei inside. Inside, numerous men in black suits patrolled, yet no one dared to intervene due to Bai Shan's presence. Zhao Lei followed Bai Shan to the top floor, which was entirely a conference room. As they reached the door, a voice emerged from within. Commander Hu, there has been a change in Baga country. A virus outbreak has caused a shortage of supplies, and they are gathering their fleet, preparing to seize our hideout island. What should we arrange next? Chapter 59. Lord-level zombies. Commander Hu, there has been a change in Baga country. A virus outbreak has caused a shortage of supplies, and they are gathering their fleet, preparing to seize our hideout island. What should we arrange next? A man in military uniform stood before the conference table. Reporting to Hu Weiguo, Hu Weiguo, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table. Those wretched Baga. Our nation is currently in the critical phase of eradicating zombies, and we cannot possibly spare enough personnel to respond. It is infuriating. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a booming voice resonated through the conference room. It seems Commander Hu is facing difficulties. Would Zhao be of assistance? As soon as the voice subsided, a tall figure pushed open the conference room door and stepped inside. The man in military attire, who had just been reporting to Hu Weiguo, immediately scolded the newcomer upon recognizing him as a young man in his 20s. Where did this brat come from, daring to speak so arrogantly? Do you not realize that the fleet from Xiabega has us all at a standstill, and you think you can offer assistance? It's utterly ludicrous. Zhao Lei frowned slightly at these words, then fixed his gaze upon the military man. Name: Wang Kaishan, Deputy Commander of the Military Region. Level: Legendary level. Ability: User ability. Night Demon Bear. Note: Night Demon Bear. A beast transformation ability, can morph into a 3-meter-tall black giant bear, possessing immense strength and is exceedingly difficult to detect in the dark. Skill: Night Demon Claw. Note: Night Demon Claw is the most powerful attack move of the Night Demon Bear. Incredibly sharp and with devastating lethality. Talent: S level. Zhao Lei silently marveled at the information regarding Wang Kaishan. This ability certainly belongs to the stronger category. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei spoke. It seems that Deputy Commander Wang does not believe that Zhao possesses such strength. Upon hearing Zhao Lei refer to him as Deputy Commander Wang, Wang Kaishan felt a jolt of surprise. He had never appeared before outsiders and did not recall having met Zhao Lei. Yet Zhao Lei had directly called him by name. Although perplexed, Wang Kaishan maintained his composure and replied calmly, "This is not a place for you, kid. Leave at once." Zhao Lei showed no inclination to comply with Wang Kaishan's command. Instead, it was Hu Weiguo, standing nearby, who intervened to block Wang Kaishan, stating, "This is disrespectful." Wang Kaishan looked at Hu Weiguo in confusion. Commander Hu, ignoring Wang Kaishan, Hu Weiguo stepped directly in front of Zhao Lei. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "You must be Zhao Lei. The esteemed Zhao My subordinates are merely concerned for the greater good. If we have caused any offense, I hope you can forgive us." Both Wang Kaishan and the man outside, Bai Shan, were utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that Commander Hu was apologizing to this young man. Zhao Lei was equally startled by Hu Weiguo's actions and hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. "There's no need for such formalities. Commander Hu, I see Deputy Commander Wang as a commendable individual. There is no offense to be taken. If we consider it from another perspective, Deputy Commander Wang's earlier remarks were not inappropriate. You are being excessively courteous. It seems that the esteemed Zhao is not one to hold grudges. You coming here to assist me with the issue at hand without coming out to greet me is indeed a slight oversight." Hu Weiguo said politely. Zhao Lei smiled slightly at this. "You are too kind, Commander Hu. If you do not mind, simply call me brother. I find it rather awkward to be addressed as esteemed all the time." "In that case, I shall shamelessly call you Brother Zhao," Hu Weiguo replied with a hearty laugh. Noticing the atmosphere had lightened, Zhao Lei transitioned to the main topic. "Commander Hu, I overheard you mention that Xiabega is preparing to make a move against us?" "Indeed, Xiabega is simply despicable. We are currently at a critical juncture in clearing out the zombies, and all our forces have already been dispatched. We have no surplus personnel to fend off Xiabega's assault." "Alas!" Hu Weiguo sighed deeply. Zhao Lei understood the gravity of the situation upon hearing this. Xia Bega had invaded Huaxia many years ago, slaughtering countless innocent civilians, and it appeared they were attempting to return once more. This time, Zhao Lei was determined to crush their ambitions of invading Huaxia in the cradle. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei spoke, "Commander Hu, there is no need for excessive concern. Emir Xia Bega cannot stir up much turmoil. Once I eliminate the Lord-level zombies here, I will personally go and wipe them out." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Hu Weiguo exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhao, are you serious? There are 2 Lord-level ability users within that fleet. Do you have confidence?" Zhao Lei nodded in affirmation and then stated, "Since the situation with Xia Bega is pressing, Commander Hu, please take me to the Lord-level zombie here at the Zhangzhou safe base." "No problem, Brother Zhao. Follow me," Hu Weiguo said, gesturing for Zhao Lei to proceed. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei stepped out of the conference room. Wang Kaishan and Bai Shan followed suit as they exited. Hu Weiguo did not linger, leading the group toward the desolate city outside the Zhangzhou safe base. Along the way, Zhao Lei took a moment to glance at Hu Weiguo's information panel. Name: Hu Weiguo, Commander of the Military Region. 6th Guardian of Huaxia, level, Lord-level ability user ability. Eye of Wisdom, note, perceives all thoughts of others. If the opponent's consciousness is weak, can temporarily seize control of their body. Skill: Light of Wisdom, note, a lower-tier version of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Talent: SSS level. While Hu Weiguo's ability was indeed powerful, it also came with significant drawbacks. If the opponent's consciousness was too strong, he could face severe backlash. The 4 of them, all ability users, moved swiftly, arriving at the outskirts of the safe base in no time. Hu Weiguo led them to an abandoned supermarket. He pointed to it and said, "Brother Zhao, the Lord-level zombie is inside. Do you need me to arrange anything, or shall I lure it out?" Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively. No need for such trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei extended his consciousness, instantly locking onto the Lord-level zombie within the supermarket. He raised his hand and grasped the air in front of him, and the targeted Lord-level zombie appeared before Zhao Lei in an instant. Hu Weiguo, Wang Kaishan, and Bai Shan were all taken aback by this display. Hu Weiguo had not anticipated Zhao Lei to be so formidable. Wang Kaishan and Bai Shan stared in stunned silence at the scene. The zombie, oblivious to what had transpired, found itself seized by the neck and lifted effortlessly by Zhao Lei. "Who are you? Release me at once." "Hu Weiguo, so you are here too, is ambushing the only skill you possess. If you have the ability, come at me one-on-one." The zombie began hurling insults at Hu Weiguo upon recognizing him. Hu Weiguo's expression darkened immediately. It was evident that he had a long-standing acquaintance with this Lord-level zombie. They had likely clashed numerous times before, with Hu Weiguo often having the upper hand. Leading the zombie to emerge defiantly challenging him to a duel. It seemed to be a particularly obstinate zombie. Chapter 60. Breakthrough. The Lord-level zombie struggled in Zhao Lei's grasp. "Let me go, you little brat." Zhao Lei, unfazed by the zombie's words, turned to Hu Weiguo. "Commander Hu, shall I eliminate this zombie?" Hu Weiguo, astonished by how effortlessly Zhao Lei had subdued the zombie, nodded in agreement. Zhao Lei was simply astonishingly powerful. Seeing Hu Weiguo nod, Zhao Lei unleashed the law of destruction. In the astonished gazes of Hu Weiguo and the others, the Lord-level zombie began to slowly vanish. Within half a minute, it completely disappeared as if it had never existed. With the zombie's disappearance, the system's notification echoed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding. Kill the Lord-level zombie, gain 500,000 cultivation points, and obtain 1 Lord-level crystal core. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile spread across Zhao Lei's face. He could finally break through his cultivation level. After resolving the Lord-level zombie issue, Zhao Lei bid farewell to Hu Weiguo and his companions before departing. Before leaving, he reassured Hu Weiguo regarding Xia Bega, promising to address it first thing the following morning. With that, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers and vanished from the spot. Hu Weiguo and the others returned to the Zhangzhou safe base to attend to their respective matters. After departing from the Zhangzhou safe base, Zhao Lei immediately sought out a secluded mountaintop to sit cross-legged. He accessed the system's synthesis function, taking out 7 Lord-level crystal cores and 1 War God-level crystal core to initiate synthesis. Ding. Beginning synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained 3 War God-level crystal cores. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained 2 King-level crystal cores. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained 1 Extraordinary-level crystal core. With the continuous notifications from the system, a black and white spherical crystal core soon materialized in Zhao Lei's hand. First tier crystal cores appear white, second tier green, third tier blue, fourth tier purple, fifth tier black, sixth tier red, seventh tier black-red. Legendary crystal cores appear gold. Lord-level crystal cores appear reddish-gold. War God-level crystal cores manifest as light blue crystals. King-level crystal cores as pale red crystals. And extraordinary-level crystal cores take the form of black and white spheres. Crystal cores of War God level and below appear as irregular ovals. Ding! Extraordinary-level crystal core detected. Recovery yields 10 trillion cultivation points. Do you wish to recover? Without hesitation, Zhao Lei selected recovery. Ding! Recovery of extraordinary-level crystal core grants an increase of 10 trillion points in cultivation. Soon as the notification of the cultivation points being credited rang in his ears, Zhao Lei immediately opened his information panel to check. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation. Early stage Yuan Ying, consume 60 billion cultivation points to increase cultivation points. 10 trillion points techniques, Pangu creation technique, increases with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, unity of man and ship, Pangu creation heart sutra, Pango opening heaven decision, 3,000 laws of power, system space, infinite, automatically recovers crystal cores from defeated zombies, synthesis function. Current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Shenglong Pavilion, member information can be viewed here, safe base. Base information can be viewed here, mission function. Main mission, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind it, whose reward remains unknown. Random mission, become the guardian of Huaxia, in progress, no time limit. Upon gazing at the information panel displaying a staggering 100 trillion cultivation points, Zhao Lei immediately opted to enhance his cultivation. Ding! Consumed 60 billion cultivation points, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of Yuan Ying. The system's prompt echoed in his ears. Zhao Lei felt his Yuan Ying begin to swell, its capacity for storing magical power multiplying tenfold compared to before. Sensing the transformation within him, Zhao Lei did not linger. He continued to expend cultivation points to further his advancement. Ding! Consumed 500 billion cultivation points, raising his cultivation to the late stage of Yuan Ying. Ding! Consumed 1 trillion cultivation points, advancing to the early stage of Huaxian. Ding! Consumed 5 trillion cultivation points, elevating to the mid-stage of Huaxian. The system's notification faded. Zhao Lei felt the purity of his magical power enhance by hundreds of times. At this moment, Zhao Lei utilized the laws of space to tear through the fabric of reality, enabling him to traverse at least 1,000 kilometers. The exact distance he could cover would only be revealed through experience. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei was eager to test his newfound abilities, intending to take a jaunt through Baga Nation and eliminate it in the process. With this resolve, Zhao Lei stepped into the spatial passage. When he emerged, he found himself above an expansive ocean. Focusing his consciousness into a pinpoint, he reached out behind him and immediately spotted the mountain peak he had ascended during his breakthrough. Estimating, he realized that the spatial passage he had opened could span a distance of up to 5,000 kilometers. Now aware of this, Zhao Lei established a direct spatial conduit to Baga Nation. As he stepped into the passage, he advanced a few paces before reaching the exit, which led him to hover above a colossal island. Casting his gaze downward upon Baga Nation, he unleashed his vast consciousness. Enveloping the entirety of the nation in his mind's eye, he swiftly pinpointed the 2 most formidable auras within Baga Nation. Noticing that these 2 presences were in close proximity, a faint smile graced Zhao Lei's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to ensnare them all at once. With that, Zhao Lei vanished from his original location. In Baga Nation, at a bustling port, the atmosphere was frantic. Hurry, hurry, bring the ammunition over here. Those over there, stop slacking off and move the weapons and munitions. The fleet is about to set sail. What are we preparing to attack? What? You don't know. We're going to Huaxia Nation to seize supplies. Not just supplies. We're also after women. I've heard the women there are exceptionally splendid. Do we stand a chance against Huaxia Nation? I've heard their military strength is formidable. You really don't get it? Do you? Right now, with the global zombie virus outbreak, Huaxia Nation is struggling to defend itself. They have the capacity to retaliate against us. Once we land, they'll be like sheep ready for slaughter. I've heard that this time we have 2 big shots leading the charge. We'll surely capture this fat sheep known as Huaxia. A crowd of small Baga discussed excitedly, oblivious to the grim fate awaiting them. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon and night descended slowly, these small Baga cheerfully boarded their warships, dreaming of the spoils to come. On board a massive aircraft carrier stood two upright figures at the bow. They shared a common trait, a blade sheathed at their left waist, unmistakably marking them as Baga warriors. Damn these Baga warriors. The moment Zhao Lei makes his move, they'll all be sent to the depths to feed the fish. Chapter 61. The doom of the small Baga on this dark and tempestuous night. The hour of reckoning had arrived for the small Baga. Your time is up. Those who dare to offend Huaxia shall face retribution. No matter how far they flee. Zhao Lei stood above the clouds, gazing down at the fleet, ready to strike as soon as the small Baga ventured halfway across the sea. Zhao Lei's gaze settled on the two figures wielding blades at the forefront of the largest aircraft carrier. Name: Yamamoto S. Jin, commander of the small Baga. Cultivation: Lord-level ability. User ability: Shadow Clone, can create two equally powerful clones. Skill: Shadow/Talent. SSS level. Name: Nakamura Shid, deputy commander of the small Baga. Cultivation: Lord-level ability. User ability: Blade of Shadows, a blade of ultimate darkness. Skill: Shadow Blade Technique. Talent: SSS level. Zhao Lei regarded Yamamoto S. Jin's ability with a sense of awe. This power was impressive, yet, before him, it paled in comparison. A slight smirk played on Zhao Lei's lips as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Zhao Lei maintained his aerial position, following the fleet. Meanwhile, aboard the fleet, Nakamura Shid voiced his concerns to Yamamoto S. Jin. Brother, do you think this attack on Huaxia is overly reckless? Huaxia has 7 guardians, each possessing formidable strength. If we encounter them, we might not escape unscathed. Why the lack of confidence? Those guardians are currently preoccupied with Lord-level zombies. This is our best opportunity for a sneak attack. If we let this chance slip by, we may never encounter such an opening again, Yamamoto S. Jin replied sternly. His words held merit. Had it not been for Zhao Lei eliminating the Lord-level zombies in Huaxia, these small Baga might have truly succeeded. At this moment, the small Baga fleet had ventured deep into the ocean, the crew still laughing and chatting, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Above the clouds, a smirk crept onto Zhao Lei's face. Simply sending them to feed the fish would be too lenient. He intended to play with the small Baga's psyche before sending them to their doom. With this thought, Zhao Lei summoned the laws of thunder and lightning. Boom! Nakamura Shid, witnessing the dark clouds gathering and the thunder rumbling, turned to Yamamoto S. Jin with unease. Brother, why is the sky suddenly thundering? Could something unexpected happen? Yamamoto S. Jin rebuked. What a coward. A Lord-level ability user, and you are frightened by a mere thunderstorm. Just as Yamamoto finished speaking, a fierce wind howled, and torrential rain began to pour. The small Baga, who had been laughing moments before, were tossed about by the gale. It's a storm. Everyone back to the ship's cabin. Don't stay outside. A military officer shouted amidst the chaos. However, the sound of the howling wind drowned out his voice. Amidst the tumult, Yamamoto S. Jin furrowed his brow. Nakamura Shid remarked, how could such a fierce wind arise so suddenly? As soon as Nakamura finished speaking, columns of water shot up from the ocean. Racing toward the fleet. It's a waterspout. Stabilize the fleet, or we'll suffer heavy losses. Yamamoto S. Jin urged gravely, as he spoke. His immense aura enveloped the entire fleet, his ability points surging forth like a tide, forming a protective barrier around the fleet. Seeing Yamamoto S. Jin's seriousness, Nakamura Shid infused his ability points into the protective barrier as well. The moment the shield formed, the fleet stabilized, and the external waterspouts and storms ceased to threaten them. Everyone quickly rose, cheering loudly. Wonderful! The two great leaders have come to our aid. How mighty they are! Above the clouds, Zhao Lei watched this scene with evident displeasure. His amusement was derived from the suffering of the small Baga below. Their cheers only irked him further. With a hand imbued with the laws of thunder, he pressed down lightly. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a grown man's arm, crashed down. Boom! Thunder struck the barrier formed by the ability points, causing the entire fleet to sway violently. Yamamoto S. Jin, witnessing this, increased his output of ability points and shouted, everyone, pour your ability points into the barrier. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, all crew members complied, channeling their ability points into the shield. Above the clouds, Zhao Lei smiled. This was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, these ability users would not perish easily upon falling into the sea. However, If they drained their ability points completely, the outcome would be vastly different. Zhao Lei's amused expression remained intact. This was the fate that awaited those who dared to covet Huaxia. With that thought, Zhao Lei pressed down with both hands, unleashing a torrential downpour of thunder upon the fleet. At this moment, everyone aboard the fleet, including Yamamoto S. Jin and Nakamura Shid, gritted their teeth, holding on for dear life. Nakamura Shid, witnessing the onslaught of lightning. Cursed, damn it. This lightning seems to have a mind of its own, targeting us directly. The wind, waterspouts, and thunder painted a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, far more terrifying than the zombie virus outbreak. They exerted every ounce of strength. Yet beneath the might of nature, they felt as insignificant as ants. Despair flooded the hearts of every small baga. Seeing this, Zhao Lei deemed it time to shatter their final line of defense. In his hands, the laws of thunder continued to gather, and a colossal lightning dragon, stretching 100 meters, manifested before him. Pleased with his creation, Zhao Lei nodded in satisfaction, as he pressed down with his palm. The lightning dragon emerged from the clouds. The moment the small baga glimpsed the dragon breaking through the clouds, those with weaker constitutions immediately lost control of their bodily functions. What monstrous creature is that in the sky? That appears to be the legendary dragon. A dragon? Which dragon? Isn't a dragon supposed to have 2 wings and breathe fire? Are you certain that what we see in the sky is indeed a dragon? Indeed, that is a dragon. I once read in an ancient tome that it belongs to the Huaxia divine dragon. The Huaxia divine dragon? Could it be that our plans to invade Huaxia have already been discovered by them? A group of little fools murmured in panic. At this moment, the thunder dragon had emerged from the clouds, its massive form laid bare before the eyes of all the little fools. Yamamoto Sushin gazed at the giant dragon in the sky, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "The Huaxia divine dragon? Roar." Almost the instant Yamamoto Sushin finished speaking, a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the entire fleet. The colossal thunder, bearing the might of annihilation, plunged downward. Boom! The defensive shield of the little fools collided with the dragon, dissipating instantaneously into the air. The thunder dragon, undeterred, struck the enormous warship, sending sparks flying. Except for Yamamoto Sushin and Nakamura Shido, all the other little fools fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Chapter 62. Annihilating the fleet of little fools. Observing everyone convulsing on the ground, both Yamamoto Sushin and Nakamura Shido wore grave expressions. "Brother, could it truly be the work of the Huaxia?" Nakamura Shido inquired. Yamamoto Sushin immediately dismissed the notion. Impossible. Even if the 7 guardians of Huaxia joined forces, they could not wield such power. "Oh, is that so? It seems you are quite confident in your assumptions," Nakamura Shido replied. Just as Yamamoto Sushin finished speaking, a booming and resonant voice filled the air. Yamamoto Sushin was taken aback. "Who are you? And why are you attacking the fleet of my little fools?" Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly, "You intend to invade my nation, and yet you ask me who I am. Don't you find that rather foolish? You are from Huaxia, but I recall that Huaxia has no one of your caliber," Yamamoto Sushin questioned. "Heh, true depth is seldom displayed openly for your eyes to see." As the words left his mouth, a slender figure appeared before Yamamoto Sushin and Nakamura Shido. It was Zhao Lei. The moment Zhao Lei materialized, without a hint of hesitation, he seized one individual by the throat. Nakamura Shido and Yamamoto Sushin struggled violently in Zhao Lei's grasp, but to no avail. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yamamoto Sushin immediately employed his shadow clone technique, and 2 identical black figures appeared behind Zhao Lei. Sensing the 2 shadow clones at his back, Zhao Lei remained unfazed, invoking the laws of death to siphon the life force from Yamamoto Sushin and Nakamura Shido. The 2 shadow clones, witnessing this, simultaneously unleashed their shadow/attacks towards Zhao Lei. Yamamoto Sushin, believing Zhao Lei had not noticed and smirking slightly, was stunned the next moment. The shadow/attacks left not a single scratch on Zhao Lei. In disbelief, Yamamoto Sushin watched the unfolding scene. Under the astonished gazes of Yamamoto Sushin and Nakamura Shido, Zhao Lei exerted a slight force with his arm. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resonated throughout the area. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! Killed 2 Lord-level supernatural beings, gained 1 million cultivation points, and received 2 Lord-level supernatural cards. Hearing the notification indicating the arrival of cultivation points, Zhao Lei's figure slowly ascended. He surveyed the entire fleet. And in an instant, the vast dominion of death enveloped the area. Zhao Lei siphoned the life force of everyone to its lowest point, leaving them barely alive, before raising his hand and reversing the flow of seawater, submerging the entire fleet without a ripple. After completing this, Zhao Lei stepped forward and vanished from sight. The next morning, at the Zhangzhou safe base, Hu Weiguo received news of the complete disappearance of the Little Fool's fleet. According to reports from intelligence personnel, Hu Weiguo learned that the Little Fools had vanished overnight. Coupled with Zhao Lei's previous statement about eliminating the Little Fools, Hu Weiguo surmised that this was undoubtedly the work of Zhao Lei. Contemplating this, Hu Weiguo retrieved the communication token. Having exchanged contact information during their meeting yesterday, he picked up the token and dialed Zhao Lei's number. As the token activated, Zhao Lei's figure appeared. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, Hu Weiguo immediately clasped his fists. Brother Zhao, I have already dealt with the Little Fools. Zhao Lei's voice interrupted before Hu Weiguo could inquire further. Hu Weiguo was astonished, realizing that it was indeed Zhao Lei alone who had annihilated the fleet guarded by two Lord-level supernatural beings. Such power was truly terrifying. With this thought, Hu Weiguo quickly expressed his gratitude. Brother Zhao, you have truly aided me immensely. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask. I do indeed have a matter that requires your assistance. Please, speak. Brother Zhao, did I wish to become a guardian of Huaxiad? Do you believe this is possible? Upon hearing Zhao Lei's intention to become a guardian of Huaxia, Hu Weiguo felt an immense joy and quickly replied. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, having eradicated all Lord-level zombies for our Huaxia and single-handedly destroyed the fleet of Little Fools, you already meet the criteria to become a guardian. Allow me to discuss this with a few of the elder gentlemen, and you shall truly become a guardian of Huaxia. Very well, I shall await your good news, Commander Hu. After disconnecting the communication, Zhao Lei arrived at the Linjiang safe base, where Li Yu, Lu Zhibing, and several members of the Shenglong Pavilion were gathered. It was hard to believe that Zhao Lei had eradicated all the Lord-level zombies in Huaxia in just 2 short days. During this period, Sun Shiqiang and the other supernatural beings had assisted Peng Yin in expanding the base. The Linjiang safe base now boasted considerable scale. As Zhao Lei approached the entrance, a soldier recognized him. Zhao Lei was the man who had caused the collapse of the Lord-level zombies, and within the Linjiang safe base, everyone knew of his exploits. Without further ado, the soldier led Zhao Lei directly to the conference room. At that moment, Peng Yin and Sun Shiqiang were present. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, both men clasped their fists in respect. Elder Zhao, Brother Zhao, Commander Peng, Captain Sun, has anything untoward occurred in my absence these past 2 days? Zhao Lei inquired. Sun Shiqiang laughed heartily. Brother Zhao, with so many supernatural beings among us, what could possibly go wrong? Indeed, now that the 6 guardians of Huaxia have intervened, the zombies will soon be eradicated. There is little purpose in your remaining here. Let us gather everyone and return. Zhao Lei spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Peng Yin immediately interjected. Brother Zhao, you are leaving so soon? I, Peng Yin, have yet to extend my hospitality. Commander Peng, you are too courteous. They have stayed here for 2 days, and we have many matters to attend to back at our base. We must gather everyone and return. Zhao Lei was resolute in his intent to depart, and Peng Yin found it difficult to obstruct him further. Once Sun Shiqiang gathered everyone, Zhao Lei opened a spatial passage and led a group of 200 people away. Within the Shenglong Pavilion's safe base, Zhao Lei took a seat at a table, and the members of Shenglong Pavilion lined up to present their crystal cores. The first to present was Sun Shiqiang. After tapping his spatial ring 3 times, a pile of crystal cores appeared on the table. With a thought, Zhao Lei made the crystal cores vanish in an instant. Sun Shiqiang, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel. However, he soon remembered that since Zhao Lei could even tear open space, this was hardly surprising. After collecting Sun Shiqiang's crystal cores, Zhao Lei stated, Captain Sun, please take charge of collecting the subsequent crystal cores. When you do, keep track of the merits. For every 50 second-level crystal cores collected by a level 3 or above supernatural being, record it as 3rd-class merit, 100 or above as 2nd-class merit, 150 or above as 1st-class merit. Those below these standards will be considered ordinary contributions. For supernatural beings of level 2 and below, 50 first-level crystal cores will count as 3rd-class merit, 100 as 2nd-class merit, 150 as 1st-class merit, with those not meeting the standards counted as ordinary contributions. Once this is organized, I will distribute the corresponding rewards accordingly. I will leave this matter in your capable hands. Captain Sunday, rest assured, Brother Zhao, I will handle it, Sun Shiqiang assured with a pat on his chest. Having given all instructions to Sun Shiqiang, Zhao Lei proceeded to the Lingtian district. Previously, he had sown a substantial amount of grain, sufficient for the base's needs. However, given the recent nationwide calamity, the nation's reserves would likely not last much longer. Since he could rapidly cultivate food, he felt compelled to contribute to the country. With this thought, Zhao Lei waved his hand, causing countless seeds to scatter into the rice fields. As the laws of wood were invoked, nearly 1,000 acres of rice fields began to turn green, then yellow as the rice gradually matured. When the golden hue enveloped the entire field, Zhao Lei made a horizontal motion with his finger, severing all the rice stalks in one swift motion. Zhao Lei skillfully separated the rice grains from the roots, employing spatial principles to detach the grains from their husks. After meticulously gathering the coarse rice into his system space, he utilized the principle of fire to incinerate the remaining roots, scattering the ashes across the fields. Zhao Lei repeated this procedure over 100 times. As he collected the final batch of coarse rice, the evening gradually descended. In total, he acquired an impressive 61.5 million kilograms of coarse rice, if distributed nationwide. This amount seemed but a drop in the ocean. However, the act of doing was far better than doing nothing at all. With this thought, Zhao Lei dismissed further contemplation. After departing from the rice paddies, he sought out Sun Shiqiang. Sun Shiqiang had already gathered all the crystal cores, arranging them in his abode like a small mountain. Zhao Lei greeted Sun Shiqiang and took all the crystal cores with him. With the cores in hand, Zhao Lei returned to his chamber and activated the system's synthesis function to commence the merging process. 5 hours later, after synthesizing all the golden cores 4 times, Zhao Lei obtained 200 level 4 crystal cores, 980 level 5 crystal cores, 640 level 6 crystal cores, and 34 level 7 crystal cores. Zhao Lei intended to forego exchanging these cores for cultivation points. Instead, he planned to create a set of spiritual equipment for everyone at the Shanglong Pavilion. At this moment, the clothing and shoes he had previously scavenged from the abandoned warehouse came into play. The garments, pants, and shoes were all of a similar style. Zhao Lei retrieved over 100 sets, laid them before him, and began the synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained level 7 defensive spiritual artifact, flowing light garment. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained level 7 defensive spiritual artifact, flowing light shoes. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained level 7 defensive spiritual artifact, flowing light pants. Ding! Synthesis successful. Amidst a flurry of delightful chimes from the system, the night swiftly passed. By the following dawn, Zhao Lei had meticulously arranged over 200 sets of synthesized spiritual artifacts, garments, shoes, and pants, before him. Gazing at the fruits of his labor from the night, Zhao Lei nodded in satisfaction. During breakfast, everyone headed to the military management area for their meal, and Zhao Lei proceeded directly there without lingering. Unsurprisingly, everyone was present. Once all had finished their breakfast, Zhao Lei requested them to remain, distributing the spiritual artifacts according to merit. First class merit. 1 set of level 7 artifacts. Second class merit. 1 set of level 6 artifacts. Third class merit. 1 set of level 5 artifacts, ordinary merit. 1 set of level 4 artifacts. After distributing the items, another hour slipped by. Everyone departed joyfully with their spiritual artifacts, eager to test their efficacy. Once everyone had left, Zhao Lei did not linger at the base. After bidding farewell to Sun Shiqiang and Li Yu, he departed. Previously, Zhao Lei had mentioned that upon clearing the Lord-level zombies, he would investigate the depths of the Black Dragon River to ascertain the existence of dragon bones. With a single step, he vanished from his location. Simultaneously, above the Black Dragon River, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized. Zhao Lei extended his vast consciousness towards the riverbed. Should he truly discover dragon bones, it would indicate the presence of cultivators before him. Zhao Lei concentrated, continuously probing. Deep down, he fervently hoped to find the dragon bones. Yet, often the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. After over an hour of fruitless searching, Zhao Lei found nothing. If a dragon had indeed fallen here years ago, how could it remain undiscovered until now? Truly, the naive youth would ultimately be harshly confronted by reality. Just as Zhao Lei was about to abandon his search and return home, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something shimmering at the riverbed. Zhao Lei focused his consciousness to investigate. Strangely, he found nothing. If something were reflecting light at the riverbed, it could not have evaded his perception. With this thought, Zhao Lei submerged into the water. As he approached the glimmering point, he gradually discerned its shape. It resembled a vortex. When Zhao Lei was still 100 meters away from the vortex, he again used his consciousness to probe. Yet, he still felt nothing. Zhao Lei was genuinely astonished. What on earth was this? Upon reaching the vortex, he discovered that it was a flat surface, emanating an unusual aura. Zhao Lei attempted to touch the vortex with his hand, but upon contact, he felt no sensation. His hand simply extended into it and did not emerge from the other side. After this remarkable discovery, Zhao Lei was struck with a bold idea. Could this possibly be a kind of portal? Zhao Lei circled the vortex, assessing it before finally deciding to extend his head into it. After all, he possessed the protection of 3,000 principles. He should encounter no mishap. With this thought, Zhao Lei leaned closer to the vortex, gradually inserting his head. The moment his eyes penetrated the vortex, a blinding light surged forth, rendering everything unclear. After approximately 2 minutes, the brilliance began to dissipate. As the light faded, Zhao Lei could finally perceive his surroundings. At that moment, his head floated within a vortex suspended in midair. Looking down, he beheld a desolate expanse of land, littered with countless corpses. Yet, these were not human remains. Some resembled wild boars, only magnified in size, while others appeared as water buffaloes, encased in a shell akin to stone. A bewildering array of bizarre animal corpses lay before him, leaving Zhao Lei utterly astounded. Chapter 64. The Elder of the Mysterious Space. Observing the myriad of animal corpses surrounding him, Zhao Lei stepped into this world. He casually examined the information panels of several animal corpses. Corpse of the Starry Sky Barbarian Bull, former cultivation, legendary level beast. Corpse of the Starry Sky Giant Python, former cultivation, legendary level beast. Corpse of the Starry Sky Wild Boar, former cultivation, Lord level beast. Corpse of the Starry Sky Demon Bear, former cultivation, Lord level beast. Gazing at the countless corpses of Starry Sky beasts, Zhao Lei suddenly recalled something. Last time, Zhang Zhenghua mentioned that the national protector of Huaxia was defending against foreign invasions in a hidden location. Could it be here? That seemed too coincidental, didn't it? Zhao Lei surveyed his surroundings with confusion. The sky here was a dark red, and combined with the corpses strewn across the ground, it evoked a sense of an apocalyptic world. Had Zhao Lei not possessed unwavering confidence in his 3,000 principles, he might have been compelled to flee. Zhao Lei spun around, realizing that apart from the corpses, there seemed to be nothing else in sight. Furthermore, he noticed a common trait among the Starry Sky beasts' corpses. Each bore wounds inflicted by a single massive claw, resulting in fatal injuries. Each claw mark was a grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone. A sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Lei discovered an extraordinary detail. The wounds on these Starry Sky beasts contained remnants of magical energy. Within this magical residue, he also sensed a power surpassing that of mere magic, celestial energy. Could there be cultivators present here who had even cultivated celestial energy? Zhao Lei speculated. His vast consciousness expanded outward, allowing him to perceive a radius of 1,000 miles in an instant. To his astonishment, Zhao Lei discovered that he was situated on a riverbed, long since dried up, leaving behind only yellow sand and rocky outcrops, along with a multitude of Starry Sky beast corpses. Zhao Lei could hardly believe that such a place existed on Blue Star. Were it not for someone having slain all these Starry Sky beasts, their release upon Blue Star would spell catastrophe. It must be noted that the lowest among them were legendary level beasts. Truly terrifying. With this thought, Zhao Lei soared into the sky, eager to discern the differences between this world and Blue Star. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the stratosphere. Continuing his ascent without pause, soon, Zhao Lei found himself in outer space. Before him lay a dark, lifeless planet. Peering closely, he observed, planet name, Blue Star. Note: the essence of Blue Star is on the brink of collapse due to invasion by extraterrestrial beings. Zhao Lei was momentarily captivated by the information panel before him. It seemed he had stumbled upon something of great significance. Just as Zhao Lei was pondering, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Hidden main quest triggered. Eliminate all invading creatures on the essence of Blue Star. System reward unknown. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei was utterly bewildered. Under his scrutiny, there appeared to be no living beings on this planet. What on earth was the system asking him to eradicate? As Zhao Lei grappled with confusion, a profound voice reverberated from all directions. Did you come from the outside? No sooner had the words been spoken than a golden-clad elder materialized before Zhao Lei, startling him. Instinctively, Zhao Lei utilized the spatial principle to teleport 100 meters away. After teleporting, Zhao Lei employed his Eye of Insight to scrutinize the elder. Name: Long Zhentian, Jiao Dragon, National Protector of Huaxia, Cultivation. Peak of Ninefold Tribulation, unable to break through due to world rules. Techniques: 10,000 Dragon Formula, Top-Tier Dragon Clan Technique. Skills: 5 Elements Principle, Spatial Principle, Lightning Principle, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep, 10,000 Dragons Soar to Heaven. After examining Long Zhentian's information panel, Zhao Lei's eyes widened in astonishment at the elder before him. He had not anticipated that this individual was the national protector of Huaxia. Moreover, he was a Jiao Dragon. Zhao Lei was left speechless in shock. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and approached the elder, respectfully stating, "Junior Zhao Lei pays his respects to Elder Long." This time, it was Long Zhentian's turn to be astonished. He had not expected that the person before him would recognize him. Although Long Zhentian was puzzled, he did not reveal it, merely responding with a calm demeanor. "You are from Huaxia, aren't you?" To my astonishment, even in the presence of the incomplete Blue Star laws, you have managed to touch upon this level. Although Long Zhentian can discern that Zhao Lei is a cultivator, he cannot ascertain the specifics of Zhao Lei's strength, prompting him to cautiously probe Zhao Lei's capabilities. Recognizing this, Zhao Lei understands that this national guardian must possess considerable secrets, and he has numerous inquiries he wishes to make. Thus, Zhao Lei speaks, "Esteemed elder, I am a citizen of the Huaxia nation. Currently, a zombie virus has erupted globally, turning the majority of people into the undead. By fortunate chance, I have embarked on the path of cultivation." Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention the zombie virus, Long Zhentian's expression shifts noticeably, though he quickly regains his composure and responds solemnly, "I see." Observing Long Zhentian's contemplative demeanor, Zhao Lei inquires further, "Elder, what exactly is happening in this world? How has it come to be in such a state?" Long Zhentian, with a heavy sigh, replies, "I am uncertain of this place's origins, but the starry beasts herein refresh daily, as if they are inexhaustible. I have been stationed here for 70 years, facing hundreds of billions of starry beasts every day, an unending slaughter. Should they be unleashed, it is likely that within a day, 9/10 of the nations in the outside world would face annihilation." Leading to untold suffering as he speaks, Zhao Lei perceives a sense of helplessness, solitude, and desolation emanating from the kind-faced elder. Despite guarding this realm for years, few outside are aware of his existence. Living amidst such carnage. Had Long Zhentian not possessed the unyielding resolve of a peak tribulation cultivator, he might have lost his sanity long ago. Zhao Lei genuinely admires such a person. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei offers, "Though I am but a novice, if the elder does not mind, I can assist you in eliminating the beasts." This proposal serves dual purposes: to rid the area of the beasts and to forge a closer bond with Long Zhentian, thereby obtaining more valuable information. Long Zhentian, upon hearing Zhao Lei's willingness to stay and accompany him, reveals a long-lost smile. With evident joy, he inquires, "Are you truly willing to keep this old man company?" "Of course, esteemed elder. It is a privilege to be able to assist you with my humble strength." Zhao Lei replies earnestly, "Ha ha ha, splendid." Long Zhentian exclaims with mirth. Approaching Zhao Lei, he pats his shoulder and declares, "From now on, we shall fight side by side, safeguarding this world together." Long Zhentian strikes a heroic pose, perhaps exhilarated by the long absence of conversation with another. In the ensuing discussions, Zhao Lei learns much from Long Zhentian regarding the nature of cultivators. According to legend, during ancient times, when the Blue Star laws were intact, prodigies were born as celestial beings. However, a cataclysmic war ensued, resulting in the demise of countless celestial beings and nearly obliterating the entire Blue Star. Ultimately, several celestial beings expended their life force to wield transcendent powers, severing the Blue Star into two parts. Although the Blue Star was preserved, the incomplete laws have rendered the path of cultivation inaccessible. Zhao Lei notes that these accounts, relayed by Long Zhentian, originated from his long-departed master, leaving their authenticity uncertain. It becomes apparent that when Long Zhantian claimed ignorance of this place's identity, he was misleading Zhao Lei. Reflecting on this, Zhao Lei asks, Elder Long, do you know whence these starry beasts originate? Long Zhantian replies with a grave tone, I do not know, but it is certain that whenever beasts appear, the corpses of those I have slain vanish. Zhao Lei contemplates this revelation, pondering the possibility that these beasts might be from the same cohort. Elder Long, could it be that these beasts are indeed the same ones, resurrected? Long Zhantian nods in agreement, stating, I have suspected as much, yet it remains unproven. Suddenly, the blue star beneath them begins to tremble violently. Long Zhantian immediately becomes alert. Be cautious. The beasts are approaching, he warns with intensity. Zhao Lei, too, directs his gaze downward. Through the lens of his broken illusion eyes, he observes the slain beasts transforming into wisps of black mist, exuding an eerie aura that suggests they do not belong to this realm. In Zhao Lei's sight, the black mist gradually coalesces into the forms of the beasts, shifting from illusion to reality. However, to Long Zhantian, who lacks the broken illusion eyes, these beasts appear to materialize from thin air. Roars echo as the blue star becomes engulfed by a swarm of beasts. It is time for us to take action, Long Zhantian states calmly before charging toward the horde, as if accustomed to such chaos. Zhao Lei, not hesitating, employs the laws of space to instantaneously position himself amidst the beasts. Channeling the principle of destruction, he unleashes a formidable force that obliterates a 1,000-meter radius of beasts into black mist. Attempting to eradicate the mist with his destructive powers proves futile, as it seems impervious to his efforts. Contemplating his next move, the system chimes in, Ding! Slain legendary starry beasts X530, gained 53.2 million cultivation points. Ding! Slain Lord-level starry beasts X103, gained 51.5 million cultivation points. Surprised by the unexpected reward for defeating the starry beasts, Zhao Lei realizes that even the weakest beasts yield substantial cultivation points, up to 100,000 each. Considering the hundreds of billions of beasts present, he exclaims, I might just ascend directly. His thoughts racing, Zhao Lei glances at Long Zhantian, transformed into a dragon. Long Zhantian's immense dragon form spans nearly 1,000 meters, and with a single swipe of his tail, numerous beasts fall. Zhao Lei winces at the sight. Each fallen beast represents untold cultivation points. Dismissing the black mist from his mind, he resolves that enhancing his strength is paramount. In an instant, Zhao Lei vanishes from his location, reappearing before Long Zhantian to intercept his descending claw. Elder Long, you've protected this realm for so long. Allow me to take the reins today, granting you a moment of respite. Zhao Lei implores. Long Zhantian raises an eyebrow in skepticism. Can you truly vanquish so many beasts? Rest assured, Elder. Though my cultivation may not match yours, I can certainly eliminate these beasts at a comparable pace. Even without your aid, I can manage, Zhao Lei assures him, demonstrating his prowess by unleashing a wave of destructive energy. As the black energy descends upon the horde, the beasts vanish instantaneously. Long Zhantian gazes at Zhao Lei in astonishment, exclaiming, You have comprehended the principle of destruction? Indeed, Elder Long, you can trust that I am more than capable on my own, Zhao Lei confidently asserts. Impressed by Zhao Lei's conviction, Long Zhantian concedes to his request for solo engagement against the beasts. Recognizing his own need for rest after so long, settling into a meditative posture, Long Zhantian seeks to recuperate. Despite the dragon clan's robust physique, years of relentless combat have exacted a toll. Watching Long Zhantian meditate, Zhao Lei plunges into the fray. The majority of the beasts are legendary, lord level, or war god tier, with only a few kings and no transcendent beings in sight. An adversarial landscape Zhao Lei feels equipped to handle. As he charges into the swarm, the principle of destruction is unleashed. Before the beasts can mount an offensive, they are consumed by the black mist. Unbothered by the mist's existence, Zhao Lei ascends, simultaneously wielding the laws of thunder, destruction, and space. The skies darken as crimson lightning churns within the clouds. With Zhao Lei's spatial manipulation, the lightning strikes down upon the beasts below. The ground trembles as thunderous roars resonate, creating a tempestuous bombardment. Those within the storm are reduced to black mist, leaving no room for resistance. Had an observer witnessed this spectacle, they might have believed it heralded the end of days. as Zhao Lei steers the storm forward. The notifications from the system continue to resonate. Ding, slain legendary starry beasts X173, gained 17.3 million cultivation points. Ding, slain lord-level starry beasts X32, gained 11.5 million cultivation points. Ding, slain legendary starry beasts X234, gained 23 for million cultivation points. The barrage of notifications causes Zhao Lei to grin widely, yet his actions remain unrelenting. With each lightning strike, the land becomes enveloped in a radiant display, as far as the eye can see. It appears as a vast sea of lightning. Within this storm, the starry beasts find themselves devoid of any chance to struggle, swiftly transforming into black mist. After 5 hours of relentless assault, Zhao Lei has eliminated 50% of the starry beasts plaguing the blue star. He estimates that with just another 5 hours, he will eradicate them all. At this moment, Long Zhontian had also managed to restore his body. The injuries accumulated over the years had largely healed. In truth, these minor afflictions could have been completely remedied with a mere wave of Zhao Lei's hand. However, Zhao Lei was solely focused on accumulating cultivation points and had not given this matter a second thought. Rising to his feet, Long Zhontian observed that the desolate land surrounding him had been charred black by lightning. Yet, he did not catch sight of Zhao Lei. Consequently, Long Zhontian expanded his divine consciousness to its peak. Causing the entirety of Blue Star to materialize in his mind, he swiftly pinpointed Zhao Lei's location. The laws of space activated. Long Zhontian traversed the boundless expanse and appeared not far from Zhao Lei. Boom, boom! The sky was thick with dark clouds, and flashes of lightning illuminated the heavens. The incessant rumble of thunder echoed around him. Black and crimson lightning wreaked havoc upon the earth. This apocalyptic scene left Long Zhontian trembling in fear. He marveled inwardly. The terrifying destructive power contained within that black-red lightning was likely beyond even his capacity to endure. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei, reveling in the thrill of battle, remained blissfully unaware that Long Zhontian was observing him. Ding! Killed legendary star beast X173, cultivation points gained, 17.3 million. Ding! Killed lord-level star beast X32, cultivation points gained, 16 million. Ding! Killed legendary star beast X234, cultivation points gained, 23.4 million. Ding! Killed legendary star beast. As the notifications of cultivation points accumulated resonated in his ears. A smile never left Zhao Lei's face. Under the astonished gaze of Long Zhontian, Zhao Lei continued to advance through the area devastated by lightning. After 5 hours had passed, Zhao Lei had eradicated all the beasts on the planet. Ding! Detected an excessive number of cultivation points, converting at a ratio of 100 million to 1 into heavenly Dao points. Just as Zhao Lei dispatched the last beast, the system notification echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Lei instinctively attempted to open the information panel to check. However, after several attempts, he found it impossible to access. Ultimately, he deduced that the system was busy converting his cultivation points, and he ceased his insistence on opening the panel. At that moment, Long Zhontian flew over. Zhao Kid, your destruction laws are impressive. If I ever comprehend the law of destruction, I must spar with you. Long Zhontian laughed heartily. Zhao Lei chuckled in response and said, if Senior Long wishes to grasp the law of destruction, I may be able to assist you. As he spoke, Zhao Lei condensed a black sphere of light in his hands and offered it to Long Zhontian. Long Zhontian gazed at the sphere with confusion. Zhao Kid, what do you intend to do with this sphere of destructive power? Are you planning to harm me? Quickly, Zhao Lei waved his hands. Senior Long, you misunderstand. This sphere of the law of destruction has had its destructive power erased. It is merely the essence of the law itself. If you ponder it carefully, you should be able to grasp the power of destruction in no time. Is this true? Historically, understanding the laws has always relied on one's own insight. This method is novel to me. Long Zhontian's eyes sparkled with interest, though a hint of skepticism lingered. Zhao Lei smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Senior Long, even if you cannot comprehend it, this sphere poses no threat as its destructive power has been nullified. This method is indeed recorded in the Pangu Creation Sutra, so it is certainly reliable. However, it is not a method anyone can employ. One must at least reach a level of cultivation akin to that of Long Zhontian, with a formidable physique. Clearly, Long Zhontian met these criteria. Although he was still but a dragon, he was a member of the dragon lineage, renowned for its formidable physical prowess. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's assurance that it would have no adverse effects on him, Long Zhentian gladly accepted the sphere of the law of destruction. Zhao Kid, now that the beasts have been vanquished, I shall endeavor to comprehend the law of destruction. Long Zhentian was eager to delve into the law of destruction. Senior Long, please wait a moment. As he spoke, Zhao Lei raised his hand and summoned the law of life. Long Zhentian felt the long-standing injuries he had endured begin to mend. Realizing his wounds were healing rapidly, Long Zhentian was once again astonished. Zhao Kid, you have also grasped the law of life. Truly monstrous. I have lived nearly 500 years, yet I find myself outshone by you, a rising star. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. I must humbly return to understanding the law of destruction. If the beasts reappear, I shall rely on you. Having uttered this, Long Zhentian activated the law of space and vanished from sight in an instant. He wished to avoid further humiliation. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. If he could not compete, he would simply retreat. After Long Zhentian departed, the system notification resonated in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! Conversion of heavenly Dao points complete. As the system notification sounded, Zhao Lei's information panel materialized before him. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, mid-stage transformation, 10 million heavenly Dao points can be consumed for enhancement. Heavenly Dao points, 10 million points technique, Pangu creation technique, increases with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, harmonization of man and ship, Pangu creation sutra, Pango heaven breaking decision, 3,000 laws of power. System space, infinite, automatically recycles crystal cores of slain zombies. Fusion function, current fusion limit, 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Ascension Dragon Pavilion, view member information here. Safe base, view base information here. Task function, main task, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them. Task reward unknown, hidden main task, exterminate all invading creatures on Blue Star. System reward unknown. Random task, become a guardian of the Huaxia Nation. System reward, Ancient Dragon Sutra. Note, Ancient Dragon Sutra is a uniquely crafted cultivation method for the people of Huaxia. Others cannot cultivate it. As long as one is devoted to the country and willing to contribute, they may awaken their abilities, with the nature of the talent and abilities varying by individual. Zhao Lei gazed at his information panel, a grin spreading across his face. 10 million heavenly Dao points. Moreover, he could earn 10 million every day. The sheer exhilaration was beyond compare. Zhao Lei felt that this place was a tailor-made avenue for him to acquire heavenly Dao points. With this in mind, Zhao Lei opted to enhance his cultivation. Ding! Would you like to consume 100,000 heavenly Dao points to elevate your cultivation to late-stage transformation? Yes. Ding! Consuming 100,000 heavenly Dao points to enhance cultivation. Chapter 67, Power of Creation. Ding! Consumed 100,000 heavenly Dao points to elevate cultivation to late-stage transformation. The moment the system notification fell, an intangible force surged into Zhao Lei's body. The capacity of his magical energy began to swell, expanding to hundreds of times its original volume, and even his divine consciousness grew several times stronger. Feeling the purity of the magical energy within him, Zhao Lei sensed a faint presence of celestial power, albeit not very pronounced. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei continued to expend heavenly Dao points to further enhance his cultivation. Ding! Consuming 1 million heavenly Dao points to elevate cultivation to the first level of tribulation. Tribulation in progress. The instant the system notification echoed, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Within minutes, a vortex of lightning formed above Zhao Lei's head. This lightning vortex was vastly different from the lightning he had previously summoned. The rolling thunder within this tribulation shimmered with a golden hue, exuding an aura of the divine. Observing the golden lightning vortex forming in the sky, Zhao Lei promptly settled into a meditative position. Although the laws of Blue Star were incomplete, this tribulation contained the essence of the Path of Thunder. Zhao Lei was determined not to miss the opportunity to comprehend the Path of Thunder. With his 3,000 laws to protect him, he was not concerned that this tribulation would harm him. Thus, he could focus his mind on understanding the profound insights of the Path of Thunder. As Zhao Lei pondered, the first bolt of lightning had already been brewed in the sky. Boom! The golden lightning struck Zhao Lei squarely, as he had anticipated. This tribulation posed no harm to him. Rather, it seamlessly integrated into his being. Zhao Lei felt the laws of lightning within him grow more robust. Without hesitation, he began to delve into the power of the path of thunder, boom. As Zhao Lei immersed himself in understanding, the second bolt of tribulation descended. As before, the tribulation lightning inflicted no harm upon Zhao Lei. Instead, it further refined the laws of lightning within him. Meanwhile, Long Zhantian, seated atop a nearby mountain, was startled by the commotion surrounding Zhao Lei's tribulation. He extended his divine consciousness to its peak and soon discerned Zhao Lei meditating within the lightning. Long Zhantian retracted his consciousness with a contented smile, only for it to shift to disappointment. He sighed heavily. In this realm, where the laws are incomplete, the path of cultivation is utterly severed. Although lightning tribulation can be summoned, it lacks the power of creation necessary for breakthrough. How arduous it is to ascend beyond tribulation. Long Zhantian shook his head in self-deprecation. He had lingered at the peak of the ninth tribulation for 300 years. In truth, he had already endured the ninth lightning tribulation, yet the world lacked sufficient power of creation to aid his breakthrough. With another heavy sigh, Long Zhantian closed his eyes, focusing on comprehending the law of destruction that Zhao Lei had bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei had reached the seventh level of tribulation. The intensity of the tribulation escalated with each level. However, aside from providing Zhao Lei with insights into the path of thunder, this tribulation posed no other threats. At this moment, Zhao Lei's mastery of the lightning principle had escalated several-fold compared to before. However, he was still leagues away from transcending to the next realm. With a thunderous roar, the final bolt of tribulation descended, and the ominous clouds began to dissipate slowly. After absorbing the last strike, Zhao Lei opened his eyes, gazing up at the fading tribulation clouds, his expression one of profound confusion. He sensed his body and realized that it was indeed stronger than before his tribulation. Yet, his cultivation remained at the late stage of the transformation realm, with no breakthrough in sight. Just as Zhao Lei pondered this perplexity, a notification from the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! The host has successfully weathered the tribulation. But due to the incompleteness of the principles, there is insufficient creative power for the host to transcend the tribulation period. Hearing this notification left Zhao Lei utterly bewildered. What does this mean? No creative power? Does this imply that he would remain stuck at the pinnacle of the transformation realm for eternity? Zhao Lei was completely at a loss. Although he was invincible among mortals, it did not mean he was content not to ascend to higher realms. Just as Zhao Lei grappled with disbelief, a sudden fluctuation in space caught his attention. He turned to see Long Zhantian stepping forth from the void. Do not be disheartened, young Zhao. I have been stuck at this level for 300 years, Long Zhantian reassured him. Zhao Lei took a deep breath upon hearing this. Is there truly no other way to acquire this creative power? Long Zhantian shook his head. I do not know. If I had a means to obtain it, I would have broken through long ago. Zhao Lei sighed in disappointment at Long Zhantian's words. Not wanting to further discourage Zhao Lei, Long Zhantian utilized the laws of space and vanished from sight. Watching Long Zhantian's departure, Zhao Lei rose to his feet, gazing at the charred earth, lost in thought. Ding! Due to the host's inability to break through due to the deficiencies of heaven and earth, the system has activated the creative power exchange function. Ding! Would you like to consume 1 million heavenly Tao points to exchange for the creative power needed to transcend the tribulation period? Just as Zhao Lei was in a daze, the continuous notifications from the system jolted him back to reality. When he heard that the system could exchange for creative power, he was momentarily stunned. After standing still for 2 minutes, Zhao Lei finally reacted and quickly responded. Exchange? Ding! Consuming 1 million heavenly Tao points to exchange for creative power. Cultivation enhancement in progress. As the system's notification concluded, Zhao Lei felt a surge of creative power rushing into his body. Quickly, he sat cross-legged and activated the Pangu creation technique. As Zhao Lei operated the Pangu creation technique, the creative power began to transform his body. In that moment, Zhao Lei sensed the capacity of his dantian rapidly expanding and his magical energy becoming increasingly refined. He felt a hint of celestial energy within him. Aware of the changes within, Zhao Lei did not pause and continued to cultivate the Pangu creation technique. After half an hour, Zhao Lei finally absorbed all the creative power. His cultivation had now reached the first level of transcending the tribulation. Zhao Lei felt as if he had undergone a sublime transformation. Exhaling a breath of impure air, he stood up. He could not fathom what this system truly was. Not only had it allowed him to comprehend 3,000 principles, but it also enabled him to exchange for creative power. The more powerful Zhao Lei became, the more he sensed the terrifying nature of the system. This system lacked independent consciousness, functioning merely as a fixed program. Zhao Lei had inquired about the system multiple times, but it had never responded. He felt as though his fate had already been predetermined. He did not understand what this system was or why it had chosen him. However, Zhao Lei was certain that the system was on the side of Blue Star. Otherwise, it would not have assigned him two main tasks focused on saving Blue Star. Besides the existence of the system, Zhao Lei had many questions. For instance, what kind of cataclysmic battle had led to Blue Star being divided into two parts, teetering on the brink of collapse? What was the nature of the dark energy enveloping the body of Blue Star? Chapter 68. Second level of transcending the tribulation beyond the system's existence. Zhao Lei was beset by many uncertainties. For example, what had transpired during the Great Wars that led to the fracturing of Blue Star? Furthermore, where did the source of the zombie virus lie? Just thinking about these matters made Zhao Lei's head ache. Each issue was not something that could be resolved lightly. There was no choice but to tackle them one step at a time. With this in mind, Zhao Lei calculated the time and realized that only a few hours remained before the next wave of cosmic beasts descended. Zhao Lei opened his information panel to review. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, first level of transcending the tribulation, can be increased by consuming 10 million heavenly Tao points. Zhao Lei noted that the next cultivation enhancement required 10 million heavenly Tao points. Along with the need to exchange for creative power, he estimated that he would conservatively require 20 million points. After defeating another wave of cosmic beasts, he believed he could elevate his cultivation further. With this thought, Zhao Lei settled down to cultivate, awaiting the arrival of the cosmic beasts. Time flew swiftly. The ground began to tremble violently, waking Zhao Lei from his meditation. He rose to his feet. Observing the dark energy around him transitioning from illusion to reality, readying himself for an attack, at that moment. In another realm where Long Zhantian was comprehending the principles, he also opened his eyes. Long Zhantian stepped forth, appearing beside Zhao Lei. Young Zhao, do you require my assistance this time? He inquired. Zhao Lei replied, no need. Senior Long, please continue your contemplation of the principles. This minor matter is well within my capabilities. Long Zhantian, pleased with Zhao Lei's confidence, thought to himself that with Zhao Lei present, he could afford to relax. After guarding this place for so many years, a few days of rest should be permissible. Right? With that in mind, Long Zhantian said, young Zhao, I shall leave this to you. Old Dragon is off to take a break. With a chuckle, Long Zhantian vanished from the spot amidst a wave of spatial fluctuation. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Long Zhantian departed, a multitude of cosmic beasts began to swarm around. Observing the surrounding creatures, Zhao Lei gathered the principles of lightning and destruction in his hands. In an instant, a vast sea of destructive lightning expanded from Zhao Lei's center, enveloping an area of 10,000 miles. Cosmic beasts struck by the divine lightning were instantly transformed into dark energy, dissipating into the air. Zhao Lei found himself unable to do anything further with the dark energy. So he paid it no mind. He unleashed his full power, and as he moved, countless cosmic beasts turned to dark energy. Ding! Killed legendary cosmic beasts X342. Heavenly Tao points gained, 3420. Ding! Killed Lord level cosmic beasts X23. Heavenly Tao points gained, 1150. Ding! Killed legendary cosmic beasts X243. Heavenly Tao points gained, 2430. Ding! Killed legendary cosmic beasts. Listening to the notifications of heavenly Tao points being credited, Zhao Lei grew increasingly exhilarated with each kill. Time sped by, and Zhao Lei noticed that this wave of cosmic beasts seemed to be far more numerous than the last. While curious, he did not dwell on it. Whether the number was greater or lesser mattered little to him. Under his relentless slaughter, the cosmic beasts were swiftly eradicated. These creatures had concentrated primarily on land, making it easy for Zhao Lei to clear them all with his area of effect attacks. During this massacre, Zhao Lei also made an intriguing observation. Despite the legendary and lord-level powers of these cosmic beasts, they could not fly. They appeared as if they were firmly anchored to the ground, struggling even to rise a meter off the surface. The vortex Zhao Lei had passed through on entry was floating in the air. This indicated that even if they were not defeated, these cosmic beasts would not escape. Moreover, Zhao Lei noticed that these beasts continuously attacked the ground, as if searching for something. Zhao Lei was uncertain what secrets lay within the body of Blue Star, but he was sure there was something significant. Otherwise, these cosmic beasts would not be present. With this in mind, Zhao Lei began to assess his recent gains. Heavenly Tao points, 23 million points. Zhao Lei sat cross-legged and chose to enhance his cultivation. Ding! Consumed 10 million Heavenly Tao points, elevating cultivation to the second level of transcending the tribulation, transcending in progress. As the system's notification concluded, the tribulation clouds began to gather overhead, ultimately forming a whirlpool of lightning. The second tier of heavenly tribulation consisted of 18 bolts of heavenly lightning, double that of the first tier. Just as before, Zhao Lei sat cross-legged, preparing to comprehend the principles of lightning within the tribulation. Thunderous roars echoed. Thunderous roars. 2 bolts of heavenly lightning struck in succession, without stirring a ripple upon Zhao Lei's form, entering his body seamlessly. Zhao Lei felt a thread of the lightning principle emanating from the electric energy and commenced his understanding, that moment. In a void where Long Zhantian was seated, deep in contemplation of the principle of destruction, he was startled awake by the sounds of Zhao Lei's tribulation. Long Zhantian's eyes snapped open, and his consciousness, honed to the peak of the tribulation, expanded outward. He quickly locked onto Zhao Lei, who was undergoing the tribulation. Long Zhantian sensed the tribulation clouds above Zhao Lei's head, filled with questions. Hadn't this young man just recently weathered a tribulation? How was he now facing another? Long Zhantian's form flickered, and with a flick of the spatial principle, he appeared not far from Zhao Lei. Thunderous roars. Thunderous roars. During Zhao Lei's previous tribulation, Long Zhantian had not scrutinized closely. Now, witnessing the consecutive strikes of heavenly tribulation, he immediately concluded that Zhao Lei was undergoing the second tier of the 29 heavenly tribulation, with the world's principles incomplete, preventing the generation of creative power. How had this young man managed to break through previously? Did he possess some treasure capable of generating creative power? It is incorrect. The last time I saw him, it was evident that this fellow had not made any breakthroughs. Moreover, he even inquired if there were any methods to acquire the power of creation. Could it be that he did not break through last time, and this is his second attempt at transcending the tribulation? Long Zhantian stood still, gazing at Zhao Lei, who was undergoing his tribulation, with a mind full of confusion. Unable to discern Zhao Lei's specific cultivation level, he had no way of knowing whether Zhao Lei had indeed made a breakthrough previously. At that moment, Zhao Lei was diligently comprehending the profound principles of thunder within the tempest, oblivious to Long Zhantian's scrutiny. Under the tempering of the thunder tribulation, the laws of lightning within Zhao Lei's body were continuously strengthening. After the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning struck, the dark clouds began to gradually dissipate. Upon witnessing that Zhao Lei had completed his tribulation, Long Zhantian immediately approached him. After absorbing the final bolt of tribulation lightning, Zhao Lei exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. The moment Zhao Lei's gaze locked onto Long Zhantian, who was approaching, he spoke. "Senior Long, why have you come again, Zhao Kid? You must honestly disclose how you managed to break through your cultivation." Long Zhantian pressed, his tone demanding. Zhao Lei was just about to concoct a story to deceive Long Zhantian when, at that instant, a notification sound from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation. Would you like to consume 10 million heavenly Tao points to exchange for the power of creation to break through to the second level of tribulation? Upon hearing the notification, Zhao Lei immediately sat down cross-legged, disregarding Long Zhantian entirely. Once seated, he silently chanted in his heart, "Exchange." Ding! The exchange for the power of creation was successful. As the system's notification faded, Zhao Lei felt a surge of creation energy pouring into his body, an amount that far exceeded what he had received previously, tenfold at least. Sensing the creation energy within him, Zhao Lei promptly began to cultivate the Panga creation technique. At the same time, Long Zhantian observed Zhao Lei, who was seated in meditation, with a head full of perplexity. He initially thought Zhao Lei was simply ignoring him. However, in the next moment, Long Zhantian suddenly sensed a presence of creation energy. He focused his divine sense on Zhao Lei. Although he could not perceive Zhao Lei's cultivation level, he was acutely aware of the creation energy that had inexplicably materialized around him. Once Long Zhantian confirmed that it was indeed the power of creation, he was utterly bewildered. He stood there, lost in thought. watching Zhao Lei absorb the creation energy, unable to fathom its origin. That moment, a thought suddenly sparked in Long Zhentian's mind. If he could also obtain the power of creation, could he not break through to the legendary realm of immortals? But how had Zhao Lei acquired such power? His mind was now consumed with thoughts of obtaining the power of creation. Watching the energy emanating from Zhao Lei ignited a sense of jealousy within him, and a fleeting thought of seizing it crossed his mind. Long Zhentian hurriedly suppressed his tumultuous feelings, centering himself and sitting down in meditation. An hour passed, and Zhao Lei finally finished absorbing all the creation energy. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Long Zhentian seated nearby, he recalled the elder's inquiry regarding the source of his creation energy. This energy had been exchanged from the system, but he wondered if he could share it with Long Zhentian. If he could, he would gladly do so, for this was a powerful protector of the Huaxia nation, and indeed, the entire Blue Star, for centuries. Yet, he was uncertain whether the power of creation could truly be shared. The system operated like a machine, offering no answers to his queries. Although the system would only prompt him to exchange for the power of creation after he completed his tribulation, Zhao Lei speculated that the system should possess such a function. With that thought, he decided to attempt it. If he could indeed transfer the power of creation to Long Zhentian, it was highly likely that the Huaxia nation would gain another immortal. The benefits of having an immortal were immeasurable. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei silently chanted in his mind. Consume 10 heavenly Tao points to exchange for the power of creation. Ding! Detection indicates that the host currently does not require the power of creation. Would you like to consume 10 heavenly Tao points for the exchange? Upon completing his silent chant, the system's notification immediately rang out. Hearing this, Zhao Lei's heart leaped with joy. Even if he did not need the power of creation, he could still utilize heavenly Tao points for an exchange. With that thought in mind, he promptly chanted, "Exchange." Ding! The exchange for the power of creation was successful. The system's notification concluded. A speck of light, no larger than a hair, appeared in Zhao Lei's hand. He carefully sensed the aura of the light and confirmed that it was indeed the power of creation, without a doubt. This meant that with the power of creation, Long Zhentian could potentially break through the realm beyond tribulation. That moment, Long Zhentian, seated nearby, sensed Zhao Lei's movement and opened his eyes. He immediately noticed the small white light in Zhao Lei's hand. "Zhao kid, where did you acquire this power of creation?" Long Zhentian exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Zhao Lei had already prepared a response. Upon hearing Long Zhentian's question, he quickly replied, "Senior Long, I am not sure where this power of creation came from, but it seems I still have some remnants. If I were to impart the remaining power of creation to you, I wonder if it could facilitate your breakthrough?" Long Zhentian, upon hearing this, looked at Zhao Lei in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Zhao Lei would offer him the power of creation. After a few moments of stunned silence, Long Zhentian spoke, "Zhao kid, are you truly willing to share the power of creation with me?" "Senior Long, there is no time to lose. I shall impart the power of creation to you now. If you can indeed break through to the realm beyond tribulation, it would significantly bolster our human race's strength against the unknown foes we may face." Zhao Lei said earnestly, "Zhao kid, if you genuinely intend to share the power of creation with me, from this day forth, I, Long, shall be in your service." Long Zhentian nearly knelt before Zhao Lei as he spoke. But Zhao Lei quickly stepped forward to support him. "Senior Long, there is no need for such words. I, Zhao, have never sought anything from you. Please do not utter such sentiments again." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's reply, Long Zhentian immediately clasped his fists in respect. Thus, the two exchanged no further words. Long Zhentian sat down cross-legged, while Zhao Lei positioned himself behind him, placing his hand on Long Zhentian's back, silently chanting, "Consume all heavenly Tao points to exchange for the power of creation." Ding! Detection indicates that the host currently does not require the power of creation. Would you like to consume all heavenly Tao points for the exchange? Exchange. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei chose to proceed with the exchange upon hearing the system's notification. Ding! The exchange for the power of creation was successful. The system's notification faded. A surge of creation energy manifested within Zhao Lei. With the guidance of his magical energy, the creation power flowed through Zhao Lei's arm and into Long Zhentian's body. As Long Zhentian felt the creation energy enter him, he immediately began to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons technique. As the technique operated, the creation energy was gradually absorbed by Long Zhentian. Once Zhao Lei had transferred all the creation energy into Long Zhentian, he withdrew his hand. Long Zhentian must have felt fortunate. Had he truly contemplated killing Zhao Lei to seize the creation energy when he first sensed it on him, he might have already dissipated into the ether. With no chance left to absorb that energy, this was not an exaggeration. After all, Zhao Lei was protected by 3,000 laws, his body a self-contained world. With Long Zhentian's peak tribulation cultivation, he could not have breached Zhao Lei's defenses. By the time Zhao Lei reacted, eliminating Long Zhentian would have been but a mere flick of his wrist. Chapter 70. Shadow Clone. Watching Long Zhentian begin to absorb the creation energy, Zhao Lei also sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, he pondered a question. If those with extraordinary abilities could not cultivate immortality, could cultivators practice extraordinary powers? He had never attempted this before, and since he had recently acquired 2 Lord-level extraordinary ability cards, it was the perfect opportunity to test this out. Zhao Lei believed that the Shadow Clone ability was exceptionally powerful. If he could create 2 clones with the same strength as himself, each wielding 3,000 laws, would that not be incredible? With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei retrieved the Lord-level extraordinary ability card for Shadow Clones from the system space. Since Lu Zhibing had awakened his extraordinary ability using an extraordinary ability card, Zhao Lei was quite familiar with the process. He concentrated a drop of his blood and dripped it onto the extraordinary ability card. Instantly, the card radiated with brilliant light. Just as Zhao Lei anticipated awakening his extraordinary ability, the system's notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has used the Lord-level extraordinary ability card, Shadow Clone. Automatic acquisition. Shadow Clone Technique. Note: the Shadow Clone Technique allows the simultaneous creation of 5 clones, each possessing the same strength as the host. Upon hearing the notification, Zhao Lei's heart soared with joy. Although he had not awakened an extraordinary ability, this Shadow Clone Technique sounded even more formidable. Without delay, Zhao Lei prepared to experiment with the Shadow Clone Technique. As he invoked the technique, 5 figures resembling Zhao Lei appeared before him. Zhao Lei sensed that he could control these 5 clones at will, as if they were extensions of his own body. This would quintuple his efficiency in eliminating the starry beasts. Originally requiring 9 hours, it now takes merely 2 hours to eliminate all the astral beasts across the entire planet. This remarkable reduction not only saves a considerable amount of time but also allows Zhao Lei to allocate more moments for other pursuits. Although the 5 avatars are indeed taxing on his magical energy, it is worth noting that Zhao Lei possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. Having attained the 2nd level of Tribulation Crossing, even without a continuous supply of magical energy, his reserves would still be virtually limitless under normal circumstances. Zhao lad, what are you up to? As Zhao Lei observed his avatars, Long Zhentian had completed absorbing all the transformative energy. Noticing Long Zhentian approaching, Zhao Lei inquired, "Have you made a breakthrough, Senior Long?" "Not yet. But my cultivation has indeed improved significantly," Long Zhentian replied with a smile. The mere advancement in his cultivation brought him great joy at this moment. He was likely only a step away from the realm of immortals. "Senior Long, perhaps when I undergo my next tribulation, there may still be some transformative energy left. I could then offer it to you, making your breakthrough a more attainable feat," Zhao Lei suggested earnestly. Upon hearing this, Long Zhentian's smile broadened. "I am already quite pleased with my progress this time. We shall discuss the next opportunity later." "Very well, we shall revisit the matter of any surplus transformative energy next time." With that, Zhao Lei continued, "Senior Long, I presume you have not ventured into the outside world for many years. Though we are both on Blue Star, this place feels lifeless. It is essential to explore beyond." Long Zhentian, upon hearing Zhao Lei's intent to depart, became animated. "Are you leaving, Zhao lad?" Zhao Lei corrected him. "It is not just I who will leave. We shall both depart." "We?" Long Zhentian's brow furrowed in confusion. "If we leave, who will deal with the astral beasts here?" "They will handle it." Zhao Lei gestured toward the 5 avatars nearby. Long Zhentian's expression shifted to disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am serious. Do not underestimate the strength of these 5. Each possesses power comparable to mine. Their efficiency in vanquishing beasts far surpasses what I could achieve alone, and yet you still harbor doubts I may not be well read. But do not deceive me, Zhao lad. If Senior Long remains skeptical, feel free to test their capabilities and witness their strength firsthand." "Very well, I shall indeed test them. Am I to fear these 5 dark figures?" With that, Long Zhentian assumed a combat stance. Senior Long, I shall commence now. As Zhao Lei's words fell, he controlled the 5 avatars to snap their fingers in unison. Instantly, the laws of strength and time activated simultaneously. Ensnaring Long Zhantian in place, one of the avatars unleashed the law of strength, delivering a powerful punch toward Long Zhantian. Fixed in place by the time laws wielded by 4 avatars, Long Zhantian had no chance to evade the incoming fist. The blow struck his chest with a resounding impact, sending him hurtling backward. Zhao Lei had not commanded his avatar to unleash its full strength. Otherwise, Long Zhantian might have lost half his life in that exchange. As the time laws dissipated, Long Zhantian was still dazed, suddenly acutely aware of the searing pain in his chest. With a casual flick of his hand toward Long Zhantian, Zhao Lei invoked the law of life, restoring him to peak condition. So, how do you find the strength of my 5 avatars, Senior Zhao? Realizing his injuries had healed, Long Zhantian's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Do your avatars truly wield the law of time? Indeed, Zhao Lei confirmed. Upon receiving Zhao Lei's affirmation, Long Zhantian gasped in awe, his mind racing to comprehend the implications. The law of time is one of the highest laws among the 3,000. Hence Long Zhantian's astonishment was entirely warranted. Fortunately, he remained oblivious to Zhao Lei's mastery over all 3,000 laws, lest he faint from shock. After a prolonged silence, Long Zhantian finally regained his composure. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Your 5 avatars possess such formidable strength." At that moment, Long Zhantian understood the folly of his earlier intentions to eliminate Zhao Lei and seize the transformative energy. Had Zhao Lei summoned these 5 avatars then, he would not have known how he met his demise. Observing Long Zhantian's shocked expression, Zhao Lei smiled and said, "Senior Long, you can now confidently leave with me. There is no concern about leaving these 5 avatars behind." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's reassurance, Long Zhantian's expression turned complex. After guarding this place for so many years, he could finally depart and explore the world beyond. "I have longed to venture outside, but the opportunity eluded me. I am profoundly grateful that fate brought you here to assist me in clearing out these beasts. Senior Long, you are too kind. It is merely my duty. In that case, let us be off. After spending so many years in this lifeless realm, I am eager to leave." Chapter 71. Arrival at Sangzhou Safe Base. As Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian departed from the core of Blue Star, Zhao Lei discovered that the vortex connecting the 2 realms was imbued with restrictions that only cultivators could traverse. However, to be cautious, he employed the 3,000 laws to establish a barrier around the vortex. The 3,000 laws are mutually reinforcing and ever-flowing. Unless one possesses dominion over the Great Path, it would be impossible to breach this barrier. Having completed these measures, Zhao Lei turned to leave with Long Zhantian, secure in the knowledge that even after departing from Blue Star, he could still monitor the situation through his 5 avatars. Furthermore, he realized that since exiting the vortex, he could no longer replenish his avatar's magical energy. Fortunately, the avatars embodied Zhao Lei's full strength and contained the 3,000 laws within them. With their magical energy flowing ceaselessly, they could sustain themselves without Zhao Lei's supply. Realizing this, Zhao Lei suddenly thought of a term: perpetual motion machine. By creating avatars, he no longer needed to provide them with energy. Instead, as they eliminated the astral beasts on Blue Star, Zhao Lei would accrue corresponding Dao points. It was akin to effortlessly enhancing his cultivation. Since leaving Blue Star, Zhao Lei's smile had yet to wane. Zhao Lei opened a spatial passage and brought Long Zhantian to the Sangzhou Safe Base. "It has been many years since I last ventured out. The external world has changed immensely," Long Zhantian remarked, observing the surroundings with awe. Zhao Lei smiled slightly in response. "In the past century, technology in Huaxia has advanced rapidly, ranking among the world's leaders. Had it not been for the outbreak of the zombie virus, it would be even more prosperous than it is now." Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention zombies, Long Zhantian's expression shifted noticeably. In a voice only Zhao Lei could hear, he remarked, "Zombies, you say? It seems that group remains undeterred." Zhao Lei, sensing Long Zhantian's knowledge of the zombie virus, inquired, "Senior Long, do you know where the source of the zombies lies?" "I do not know for certain, but I heard from my master that during that unprecedented war, all races participated, and the zombies were among them. Suspect the zombie virus was released by the survivors of that battle, but the specifics elude me," Long Zhantian explained. Zhao Lei was taken aback. He had assumed that the Great War was solely between cultivators, but now realized it was a conflict involving all races. implying that humanity was not the only race in the universe. Do you think they wish to incite another war among the races? I cannot say why knowledge is limited to what I heard from my master. I do not have a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. Indeed. During their conversation, the man and dragon arrived at the tea house where Zhao Lei had previously encountered Bai Wu. Upon entering, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Zhao lad, you certainly know how to choose a place. The tea here is quite delightful, Long Zhentian remarked, inhaling the fragrant tea. Zhao Lei chuckled in response. The two found a window-side table, and after ordering a pot of tea, they resumed their leisurely chat. They discussed numerous aspects of cultivators. Through their conversation, Zhao Lei learned that when Long Zhentian met his master, he was merely a small black snake who had just entered the 5th level of qi refining. At that time, his master was already at a level above that of immortals. His master often imparted a particular piece of wisdom. You have survived the great calamity. Henceforth, cultivate diligently to preserve the last flicker of humanity. At that time, Long Zhentian had just begun to awaken his intelligence and did not fully grasp his master's words. Eventually, his master taught him many skills, guiding him step by step along the path of cultivation. Long Zhentian grew stronger day by day, yet he noticed his master's health deteriorating, ultimately leaving him bedridden and unable to rise. Not long after, his master passed away, leaving behind the final words, "Though I possess myriad abilities and share longevity with the heavens, in the face of great calamity, I am as insignificant as dust." As their conversation deepened, Long Zhentian and Zhao Lei became even more familiar with each other. Time flies swiftly, and the two had nearly concluded their conversation, preparing to take their leave. However, at that moment, Zhao Lei's communication token suddenly illuminated. He retrieved the token, and Long Zhentian cast a curious glance in his direction. "Zhao boy, what is this?" "Long predecessor, this is a newly developed communication device." Zhao Lei explained. As he spoke, the communication token began to float before them, and a figure gradually materialized upon it. This figure was none other than Hu Weiguo, the head of the Zhangzhou security base and the highest leader of Huaxia. "Brother Zhao, do you have a moment? I've discussed your potential role as the guardian of Huaxia with a few elders. Please come to Zhangzhou security base tonight for a discussion." As Hu Weiguo's figure appeared, his voice resonated. Zhao Lei replied, "Yes, I am currently at Zhangzhou security base. Should I come over? That would be splendid. Brother Zhao, please head to the conference room. The elders will arrive shortly." After disconnecting the communication, Zhao Lei felt a surge of joy. He would finally be able to complete the system task. Long Zhentian, noticing Zhao Lei's elation, inquired curiously, "Are you about to become the guardian of Huaxia?" "Indeed, Long predecessor." Zhao Lei affirmed. "I seem to recall that I was also referred to as a guardian of the nation." Long Zhentian appeared to be deep in thought, and Zhao Lei, witnessing this, was filled with admiration. Perhaps only this elder could forget such matters. "Long predecessor, I must go to the conference room now. Would you care to accompany me?" "Of course, I wish to see the current capabilities of Huaxia's guardians," he replied. Thus, the two set forth toward the heart of the Zhangzhou security base. Both being tribulation stage cultivators, their speed was unquestionable. Soon, they arrived at the tallest building within the Zhangzhou security base. "Who are you?" "The command center of Zhangzhou security base is not open to just anyone. Leave immediately," a man in a black suit bellowed as they approached the entrance. Long Zhentian's expression darkened at the guard's rude demeanor, and Zhao Lei's countenance also soured. He had entered last time alongside Bai Shan. He had not anticipated such a situation to arise. Just as Zhao Lei and Long Zhentian were at a loss, a young man emerged from within. Upon seeing Zhao Lei at the entrance, he immediately shivered. Chapter 72. Completing the task. As the young man recognized Zhao Lei, he quickly regained his composure and rushed forward. Clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, "Zhao predecessor, thank you for sparing my life last time. I shall certainly mend my ways from now on." The guard, witnessing Bai Wu paying his respects to Zhao Lei, was left in disbelief. After all, Bai Wu was the son of the head of the Zhangzhou security base. The guard was perplexed about the identity of this young man. At that moment, Zhao Lei, noticing that the guard recognized Bai Wu, seized the opportunity to alleviate his predicament. "No need for thanks. It is good to correct one's mistakes, my companion, Long predecessor, and I have some matters to attend to. So we shall be going in now." Under the astonished gaze of the guard, Zhao Lei and Long Zhentian stepped inside. The guard dared not obstruct them any further. After all, if even by Wu, the son of the head of the base, called Zhao Lei predecessor, it would be tantamount to courting death for him to intervene. Without pausing, they proceeded directly to the conference room on the top floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by Hu Weigua. Brother Zhao, you are quite swift. The other elders won't arrive for a while yet. Hu Weigua remained as courteous as ever, while Zhao Lei chuckled, well, I've never been particularly polite. Hu Weigua, acknowledging Zhao Lei's remark, turned his attention to Long Zhentian, standing beside him. Brother Zhao, may I inquire who this esteemed elder is? Zhao Lei, puzzled by Hu Weigua's ignorance, replied, you don't recognize the guardian of the nation? You mean this elder is the guardian of the nation? Hu Weigua's face reflected disbelief as he sought confirmation. Zhao Lei had assumed that the high-ranking officials would be familiar with Long Zhentian, but it seemed they were only aware of the existence of a guardian without any photographs or detailed knowledge. Realizing this, Zhao Lei explained, this esteemed Long Zhentian is indeed the guardian of Huaxia. I stumbled upon him in a secret realm, and he has come out to explore the world. Upon hearing this, Hu Weigua's heart calmed slightly. He had learned about the guardian from the previous military commander. Now, seeing Long Zhentian, he was filled with astonishment. Yet, as the military commander, he maintained his composure. I see. I must pay my respects to the guardian of the nation. I apologize for not recognizing your status earlier. If I have inadvertently offended you, please forgive me. Zhao Lei had previously shared some basic information about Huaxia, including details regarding Hu Weigua. This moment, Long Zhentian's first impression of Hu Weigua was that he was quite respectful, unlike some who would resort to violence daily. With this thought, Long Zhentian waved his hand, saying, no need for formalities, Commander, I do not concern myself with such trivial matters, and as for any potential offense, there is no need for forgiveness. Just as Long Zhentian finished speaking, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the conference room. How lively! It seems I, Old Lei, have arrived late. The newcomer was Lei Lingxiao, the only war god-level ability user among the 7 guardians. Upon seeing him, both Hu Weigua and Zhao Lei greeted him warmly, and Lei Lingxiao reciprocated with clasped fists. After a round of pleasantries, he finally took note of the elderly figure beside them. The elder exuded an immense aura, and even as a war god-level ability user, Lei Lingxiao felt an innate fear emanating from the depths of his soul. May I inquire about this esteemed elder's identity? I have not encountered him before, he asked. This is Long Zhentian, the guardian of Huaxia, Hu Weigua promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Lei Lingxiao stepped forward to clasp his fists. Ah, so you are the guardian of the nation. He paused, suddenly realizing. The guardian of the nation was the one who had repelled foreign invasions in the secret realms. Lei Lingxiao gazed at Long Zhentian in disbelief. Indeed, that is I, Long Zhentian confirmed. Lei Lingxiao stood frozen, astonished to meet the legendary guardian of the nation. I am Lei Lingxiao, and I offer my respects to the guardian. I was unaware of your presence here. If I have offended you in any way, feel free to impose any punishment. I assure you, I will not flinch. Long Zhentian, amused by Lei Lingxiao's fervent speech, chuckled inwardly. This young man is quite entertaining. As time passed, the remaining 5 guardians arrived in succession, each taken aback by Long Zhentian's identity, promptly offering their apologies. After some commotion, Long Zhentian became acquainted with this new generation of guardians. Before long, the meeting commenced. Hu Weigua was the first to voice his opinion. As you all know, Brother Zhao wishes to become a guardian of Huaxia. He is here to discuss this matter with everyone. Brother Zhao has eradicated all Lord-level zombies in our nation and single-handedly destroyed an entire fleet of the small Baga nation. With these 2 accomplishments, he is more than qualified to be a guardian. I trust none of you oppose this. Upon hearing this, Lei Lingxiao was the first to express his support. I believe Brother Zhao possesses formidable strength, and as a guardian, he can better serve our nation. Hence, I do not oppose this matter. Following suit, Zhang Zhenghua echoed, indeed, Brother Zhao is quite powerful and wholeheartedly dedicated to our nation. Even if the entire world were to turn against us, they would need to think twice. Subsequently, Tian Xinghua, Su Guoping, Wu Rongguei, and Sun Jigua each voiced their agreement, with no one opposing Zhao Lei's ascension to guardian of Huaxia. Hu Weigua, witnessing the unanimous support, smiled. Since there are no objections, I shall present this badge representing the 8th guardian to Brother Zhao. As he spoke, Hu Weigua produced a red badge adorned with several golden stars, handing it directly to Zhao Lei. The moment Zhao Lei accepted the badge, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host. on becoming the 8th guardian of the Huaxia nation. The random task has been completed, and the system rewards you with the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra. Note: the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra is a specially crafted method of supernatural cultivation for the people of Huaxia. Individuals from other nations cannot practice it. This technique allows anyone who is wholeheartedly devoted to the country and willing to contribute to awaken their supernatural abilities. With the nature of their talents and powers varying from person to person. As soon as the system's notification echoed, the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra appeared in the system's space. Zhao Lei, upon seeing the ancient and elegant design of the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra, wasted no time in retrieving it. Commander Hu, I stumbled upon this extraordinary book by chance. The cultivation method inscribed within can enable anyone to become a supernatural being, provided they are wholeheartedly dedicated to Huaxia. For those who lack patriotism, this method would be utterly futile. As he spoke, Zhao Lei handed the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra to Hu Weiguo. Brother Zhao Lei, you cannot be deceiving me. How can such miraculous artifacts exist in this world? Hu Weiguo received the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra with skepticism and began to examine it. The other guardians gathered around, intrigued by the name Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra, which indeed sounded quite formidable. Is it truly as wondrous as Brother Zhao Lei claims? Hu Weiguo urged. Quickly, let us open it and see. The excitement spread among the crowd, each urging the other to uncover the truth. What if Brother Zhao Lei speaks the truth? Huaxia could gain numerous supernatural beings. As the anticipation built, Hu Weiguo slowly opened the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra. The moment it was unveiled, a mystical force filled the entire conference room. The sensation was extraordinary. Zhao Lei felt invigorated, his spirit restored to its peak. This content is profoundly arcane. I can feel my cultivation level rising slightly, my own abilities are also enhancing. If I were to practice this method, I would likely break through to the realm of the war god in no time, exclaimed another. Brother Zhao Lei was indeed not misleading us. This cultivation method is simply remarkable, truly an unparalleled treasure. The guardians exchanged words of astonishment, and Hu Weiguo stared at the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra in disbelief. I cannot fathom that such a cultivation method exists in this world. If merely viewing the first page results in an improvement, what would happen if one were to practice the entire text? Would breaking through not become as effortless as eating and drinking? The crowd was left in awe at the implications. Brother Zhao Lei, is it truly the case that only the people of Huaxia can cultivate this method? Lei Lingxiao inquired with a serious expression. Zhao Lei nodded confidently. Rest assured, even if individuals from other nations were to learn this technique, they would be unable to awaken their supernatural powers. It would be as useless as scrap paper. If Brother Zhao Lei speaks the truth, the potency of this cultivation method is beyond imagination. The individual who authored the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra must be an extraordinary genius. Someone remarked. The assembly had come to trust the authenticity of the cultivation method. Zhao Lei addressed Hu Weiguo earnestly. Commander Hu, we should take this cultivation method and make multiple copies to disseminate throughout the military. If the effects are significant, we can implement it nationwide. Now that Zhao Lei had become the 8th guardian of Huaxia, the purpose of this meeting had been fulfilled. Let us conclude this meeting. I shall arrange for the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra to be copied and circulated within the military without delay. Hu Weiguo instructed the attendees and departed the conference room with the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra. The other guardians recognized the importance of the matter and refrained from stopping him. After bidding farewell to Zhao Lei and Long Zhentian, each guardian left to address their respective territories, unlike Zhao Lei, who found himself with more leisure time. Once alone, a smile graced Zhao Lei's face, for just moments ago, the system's notification resounded in his mind. Ding! Defeated legendary star beast X947. Gained 9,470 heavenly points. Ding! Defeated Lord-level star beast X23. Gained 1150 heavenly points. Ding! Defeated legendary star beast X763. Gained 7630 heavenly points. Ding! Defeated legendary star beast. These notifications indicated that Zhao Lei's avatar left on Blue Star had begun to slay star beasts, accruing heavenly points. At this moment, only Zhao Lei and Long Zhentian remained in the conference room. Long Zhentian, noticing Zhao Lei's grin, patted him on the shoulder. What has you smiling, little Zhao Lei? Nothing much, just the thought that Huaxia will soon see a surge in supernatural beings. Which brings me joy, Zhao Lei replied dismissively. Soon after, Long Zhentian and Zhao Lei settled into the Shanglong Pavilion's secure base. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed. During this span, Zhao Lei's heavenly points had reached 50 million. Meanwhile, Hu Weigua's side had begun to popularize the ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra within the military. At present, even the lowest-ranking soldiers had attained at least the first level of supernatural abilities. While individual power enhancements were modest, most reaching only levels 3 or 4, the overall strength of Huaxia had ascended to an entirely new echelon. For instance, a regular soldier who could manage to run 10 kilometers in one go was now capable of covering hundreds of kilometers without breaking a sweat, provided their supernatural energy was in peak condition. This was a profound difference in capability. At this moment, Zhao Lei sat atop a mountain, accessing his information panel. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level. Transcending Tribulation Stage 2 can be increased by consuming 10 million heavenly points, 54 million cultivation method, Pangu creation technique, advances with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, insightful eye, ship and man unite, Pangu creation heart sutra, Pangath opens heaven decision, 3000 laws of power, shadow clone technique, system space, infinite, automatically recycles the cores of slain zombies, synthesis function, current synthesis limit, 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Shenglong Pavilion, can view member information here, secure base, can view base information here, task function, main task, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them. Task rewards unknown, hidden main task, exterminate all invading creatures on the Blue Star, system rewards unknown. Random task, none, gazing at the 50 million heavenly points, Zhao Lei's lips curled into a slight smile. Without hesitation, he selected to break through. Ding. Would you like to consume 20 million heavenly points to break through to Transcending Tribulation Stage 3? Confirm breakthrough. Ding. Consuming 20 million heavenly points, breakthrough in progress. The system's notification faded. Dark clouds began to gather above Zhao Lei's head, swiftly forming a vortex in the sky. At the Shenglong Pavilion's secure base, Long Zhentian sensed the changes outside and slowly opened his eyes. Could it be that little Zhao Lei is transcending tribulation again? Chapter 74. Cataclysmic divine thunder. Long Zhentian murmured to himself, and in an instant, his immense consciousness spread out, locking onto Zhao Lei's presence. Indeed, it is this prodigy once more. It's only been 3 days since his last tribulation, and he is already preparing for another. At this rate, he may soon catch up to me. With that, Long Zhentian utilized the spatial laws to vanish from his spot. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of tribulation lightning struck Zhao Lei in succession. As before, upon contact, the tribulation lightning merged seamlessly into Zhao Lei's body. After absorbing the lightning, his mastery of the lightning laws grew even stronger. An hour later, the storm clouds began to dissipate. Following the final absorption of the lightning, Zhao Lei exhaled a breath of stale air. Shortly thereafter, the system's notification resonated in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully transcended the tribulation. Would you like to consume 20 million heavenly points to exchange for the power of breakthrough to Transcending Tribulation Stage 3? Exchange. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei confirmed the exchange upon hearing the system's prompt. In an instant, a vast force of creation surged within him. Zhao Lei activated the Pangu creation technique to absorb this power. From a distance, Long Zhentian watched Zhao Lei in disbelief. He could distinctly sense the immense power of creation emanating from Zhao Lei, which was more than tenfold compared to the last time. If such power were bestowed upon him, he could probably break through to the immortal realm without needing to absorb it all. Though tempted, Long Zhentian recalled Zhao Lei's 5 avatars that had mastered the laws of time, sending a chill down his spine. The ability to freeze time was beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, after knowing Zhao Lei for this long, he was fully aware of the kind of person Zhao Lei was. Long Zhentian remained at a distance, quietly observing Zhao Lei as he absorbed the power of creation. After approximately an hour, Zhao Lei finally absorbed the last wisp of creation-powered. At that moment, his cultivation level had reached Transcending Tribulation Stage 3. Zhao Lei opened his eyes, and the consciousness of Transcending Tribulation Stage 3 radiated outward, immediately noticing Long Zhentian in the distance. Senior Long, the remaining power of creation I possess this time is several times greater than last time. I intend to impart it all to you, which should assist you in breaking through. Zhao Lei conveyed through his magical voice. As soon as Zhao Lei's words fell, a wave of spatial fluctuation emerged beside him. Long Zhantian immediately appeared before him. Young Zhao, are you willing to bestow the power of creation upon me once more? Senior Zhao, what are you saying? Did we not agree last time? I will give you any surplus of my power of creation. Upon hearing this, Long Zhantian's face brightened with a smile. I shall not be polite then. This is indeed the power of creation, a pivotal opportunity to transcend into the realm of immortals, and Long Zhantian was determined not to let this chance slip away. With that, he instinctively settled into a meditative position. Observing Long Zhantian's demeanor, Zhao Lei also smiled. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on Long Zhantian's back. Consume all heavenly points to exchange for the power of creation. Zhao Lei silently recited in his heart, Ding. The system detected that the host currently does not require the power of creation. Would you like to consume all heavenly points to exchange for the power of creation? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lei selected yes upon hearing the system's prompt, Ding. Consuming all heavenly points for the exchange of the power of creation. As the system's notification faded, a tremendous force of creation surged within Zhao Lei's body. The last time he exchanged the power of creation for Long Zhantian, the heavenly points he expended were less than 3 million. This time, however, he consumed a total of 14 million heavenly points. Previously, Long Zhantian was but a step away from breaking through, and Zhao Lei felt that this time, barring any mishaps, Long Zhantian would undoubtedly succeed. Zhao Lei guided the power of creation into Long Zhantian's body using his magical arts. Upon feeling the power of creation enter, Long Zhantian immediately activated the 10,000 Dragons decision to absorb it. As Long Zhantian absorbed increasingly more power of creation, the magical energy within his dantian gradually transitioned to celestial energy. Time passed slowly, and Long Zhantian finally absorbed the last trace of the power of creation, that moment. Zhao Lei noticed that Long Zhantian's information panel had also changed. Name: Long Zhantian, True Dragon. Envoy of the Nation of China, Cultivation. Early Earth Immortal Technique. 10,000 Dragons Decision, Top-Tier Dragon Clan Technique. Comprehended Laws. 5 Elements Law, Space Law, Thunder Law, Destruction Law in Comprehension. Skills: Divine Dragon Tail Sweep. 10,000 Dragons Ascending to Heaven. Long Zhantian's cultivation had ascended from the peak of tribulation to the early stage of Earth Immortal. Moreover, the laws previously listed under skills were now specified separately. More importantly, his title had transformed from Flood Dragon to True Dragon. At this moment, Long Zhantian also sensed the changes within himself. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. Senior Long, how do you feel? I feel. Just as Long Zhantian began to speak, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. Both man and dragon looked up in unison. The sky was thick with clouds. And faintly, one could see purple-black lightning rolling through the layers of clouds. Zhao Lei, gazing at the thunderclouds, exclaimed, What is happening? Why has the weather suddenly changed? Those rolling thunderbolts in the clouds are purple-black. Could it be the legendary annihilation divine thunder? Long Zhantian's voice was filled with astonishment. Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, carefully sensed the aura emanating from the thunder in the clouds. The annihilation divine thunder bears a striking resemblance to my destruction divine thunder, but it contains the essence of the path of annihilation. As he observed the thunderbolts closing in on them, a sense of crisis surged within Zhao Lei's heart. Thunder imbued with the path of annihilation truly deserves the title of annihilation. If the thunder in the clouds were to strike, the surrounding area would surely be turned to scorched earth. But why would such terrifying thunder appear here? Young Zhao, this is bad. Run quickly. This annihilation divine thunder is coming for me. Just as Zhao Lei was filled with confusion, Long Zhantian suddenly shouted, Senior Long, you say this thunder is coming for you? What do you mean? There is no time to explain. If this divine thunder strikes, the surrounding area will be reduced to ashes. How confident are you in withstanding this divine thunder? Confidence. At this level of divine thunder, touching it means certain death. How could there be any confidence? Long Zhantian smiled self-deprecatingly as he gazed at the purple-black lightning in the sky. This era has long made it impossible to attain immortality, yet young Zhao has aided me in defying the heavens. Today, this old dragon shall contend against the heavens' rumble. The moment Long Zhantian uttered these words, the thunderclouds churned even more violently, as if roaring and angered. A thunderous clap echoed, shaking the very heavens. Everyone on Blue Star heard this resounding thunder. Chapter 75. Annihilation Thunder Pearl. Look, what is that? a massive expanse of thunderclouds. Those thunderclouds are actually black and purple. Is the apocalypse upon us? What nonsense are you spouting? The zombies are nearly eradicated. Where would the apocalypse come from? But look at those purple-black thunderclouds. They are truly terrifying. The sound of thunder resonates deep within my heart. It is too frightening. Countless people gazed at the purple-black thunderclouds in the sky, chattering among themselves. At this moment, directly beneath the annihilation divine thunder, Long Zhentian was prepared to bravely endure the heavenly punishment, ready to face death. Rumble. Another thunderclap echoed, as if the very earth trembled. It seems I have just reached the earth immortal realm, only to perish here. Long Zhentian gazed at the rolling purple-black sea of thunder with a troubled expression. Beside him, Zhao Lei stared at the turbulent purple-black thunderclouds, rendered speechless. He was contemplating whether his 3,000 laws could withstand the annihilation divine thunder. After all, this is pure annihilation. Although Zhao Lei could guarantee his own safety with the 3,000 laws, once this annihilation divine thunder struck, the surrounding area would likely remain devoid of life for a century. One must understand that this is the ultimate path of annihilation. Even a cultivator like Long Zhentian would dissipate into thin air upon contact, let alone an ordinary person. Roared. A dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the heavens. As Zhao Lei pondered, Long Zhentian transformed into a colossal black dragon, soaring into the sky to confront the annihilation divine thunder. Look, a dragon. Is that truly a dragon? It really is a dragon. Has the thunder tribulation in the sky been summoned by that black dragon? How terrifying. Is this the legendary dragon? Its body is so immense. No one has ever seen such a sight before. It is the black dragon undergoing tribulation. One may not encounter such a scene even once in a lifetime. Quick, take out your camera. When many people saw the enormous black dragon in the sky, some cheered, some rejoiced, while others were astonished. Some even took out cameras to capture the moment. At this moment, the purple-black lightning in the sky was nearly fully charged. Rumble, a thick bolt of purple-black lightning tore across the sky, ripping apart the surrounding space. Long Zhentian summoned all his celestial energy, preparing to withstand the annihilation divine thunder. Long Zhentian gazed at the thunder imbued with the power of annihilation inside. As the purple-black lightning drew nearer, he braced himself for death. Come now, let me see just how formidable this heavenly punishment truly is, Long Zhentian bellowed. His celestial energy surged, forming a massive barrier that enveloped his entire being. Just as Long Zhentian braced himself for death, a spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated before him. A tall figure stepped forth from the void. Upon seeing the newcomer, Long Zhentian's eyes widened in astonishment. Young Zhao? What are you doing? This annihilation divine thunder is beyond our capacity to withstand. Run quickly, there may still be a slim chance of survival. The visitor was none other than Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei turned back to Long Zhentian with a grin. Senior Long, just because you cannot endure it does not mean I cannot. As he spoke, Zhao Lei summoned the laws around him, creating a barrier formed from 3,000 laws that enveloped Long Zhentian tightly. Young Zhao, why have you imprisoned this old dragon? Let me out quickly. This thunder is coming for me. Do not act foolishly. Long Zhentian collided against the barrier with his dragon form, but despite his utmost efforts, he could not even stir a ripple in it. Long Zhentian was taken aback. He had not expected Zhao Lei to merely cast a casual barrier that he could not break free from. Watching the purple-black lightning in the sky draw ever closer, Long Zhentian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, yet he was trapped within this barrier and could not escape. At this moment, Zhao Lei looked up at the impending purple-black lightning above him and murmured, "Let me test just how powerful this annihilation divine thunder really is." With that, Zhao Lei summoned back his avatar that remained on the main body of blue-starred. In an instant, 5 avatars resembling Zhao Lei appeared beside him. The 5 avatars, along with Zhao Lei, simultaneously wielded the 3,000 laws, condensing them into a massive bowl above Zhao Lei's head. The bowl formed from the 3,000 laws enveloped the entire sky. Rumble, rumble. The annihilation divine thunder seemed to sense Zhao Lei's actions. Several bolts of purple-black lightning struck the bowl in succession, leaving deep scorch marks upon its surface. Zhao Lei commanded 5 avatars, wielding the power of 3,000 laws. In an instant, the charred marks from the night were restored. Witnessing this, a smile graced Zhao Lei's face. It seemed that the apocalyptic divine thunder was not as formidable as he had imagined. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei directed his 5 avatars to operate the laws of power to their utmost potential. The large bowl was swiftly lifted into the sky by an immense force. Zhao Lei aspired to contain the entire sea of thunder within the bowl. Long Zhantian, witnessing Zhao Lei's actions, was rendered speechless with astonishment. He had not anticipated Zhao Lei to possess such strength. Even the apocalyptic divine thunder, which embodied the path of destruction, could not harm him in the slightest. The divine thunder continued to strike from the heavens, yet it merely left charred marks within the confines of the bowl. Zhao Lei and his 5 avatars relentlessly ascended with the bowl. Soon, they had encapsulated the entire sea of thunder. Even then, Zhao Lei did not cease his efforts, continuing to elevate the bowl beyond the atmosphere. The moment the bowl breached the atmosphere, Zhao Lei swiftly placed a lid upon it. The purple-black lightning raged within the bowl. Observing this, Zhao Lei exerted his control, compressing the contents. Through the efforts of Zhao Lei and his 5 avatars, the bowl ultimately reduced the black-purple sea of thunder into a small black-purple orb. Utilizing the 3,000 laws, Zhao Lei inscribed over 100 barriers upon the orb before finally dismissing the bowl formed by the 3,000 laws. Raising his hand in a firm grip, the black orb flew into his palm. Item name: Apocalyptic Thunder Pearl. Note: formed by the compression of apocalyptic divine thunder. Handle with care. Gazing at the black-purple apocalyptic thunder pearl, Zhao Lei was suddenly struck by a bold idea. He wondered if the system's synthesis function could combine it with other items. If such synthesis were possible, he would undoubtedly acquire a weapon embodying the path of destruction. With this thought, Zhao Lei stored away the apocalyptic thunder pearl, intending to experiment with it when time permitted. After securing the pearl, he dispatched his 5 shadow avatars back to his main body on Blue Star, a critical location for acquiring his Dao points, which must not be interrupted. Chapter 76. The Celestial Realm. Once the avatars were sent away, Zhao Lei stepped forward and vanished from his original position. Simultaneously, before Long Zhantian's colossal dragon form, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized. With a wave of his hand, the protective barrier surrounding Long Zhantian dissipated instantly. Young Zhao, it is astonishing that you have become so powerful at merely the 3rd stage of tribulation, to the extent that even the apocalyptic divine thunder cannot harm you. Long Zhantian remarked in disbelief, unable to fathom Zhao Lei's prowess. Feeling bashful at the praise, Zhao Lei scratched his head and returned an awkward yet polite smile. Senior Long, what did you mean when you mentioned that one cannot ascend to immortality in this era? Upon hearing Zhao Lei's inquiry, Long Zhantian sighed deeply. I once heard from my master that after the great war of the myriad races, the celestial realm was shattered. Since then, cultivators have been unable to tread the path to immortality. Otherwise, they would invite heavenly retribution. Zhao Lei was taken aback by the mention of the celestial realm. Senior Long, could it be that the legendary celestial realm truly exists? I have only heard my master speak of it. I have never seen it myself, Long Zhantian replied. Just then, the sky above suddenly illuminated with a kaleidoscope of colors. Both man and dragon looked up to see a portal formed by radiant hues appearing in the heavens. What is that? Zhao Lei inquired, puzzled. Could it be the celestial gate leading to the celestial realm? Long Zhantian's voice trembled with astonishment. Zhao Lei, intrigued by his words, exchanged a knowing glance with Long Zhantian. Then, in unison, they stepped forward and vanished from their position. Before the colorful portal, the figures of man and dragon gradually manifested. Zhao Lei reached out to sense the aura emanating from the portal, only to be astonished to discover that it was composed of the 3,000 laws. And its level surpassed even his own. Senior Long, this portal embodies the 3,000 laws and possesses a remarkably high level. Zhao Lei spoke solemnly. Long Zhantian paused for a moment, then replied gravely, could this be the legendary Celestial Path Law? Celestial Path Law? No wonder it surpasses my 3,000 laws in level. As he spoke, Zhao Lei attempted to step through the portal, but in the next moment, bang! Zhao Lei collided with an invisible barrier. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a faint sting. The fact that he, protected by the 3,000 laws, could feel pain indicated the terrifying nature of the Celestial Path laws contained within the portal. Taking a step back, Zhao Lei activated his inside eye to investigate further. Item name: Ascension Gate Projection, a portal from the Celestial Realm. Only those who undergo the 9-9 heavenly tribulation and achieve Earth immortal status may gain the Ascension Gate's recognition to pass through to the Celestial Realm. This Ascension Gate is rather remarkable. Zhao Lei murmured, gazing at it. Long Zhentian, hearing this, inquired, "Have you discovered something, young Zhao?" "Only those who have achieved Earth Immortal status can pass through this ascension gate." Upon hearing that only Earth Immortals could enter, Long Zhentian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he prepared to step through to investigate. "We should enter together. It will provide some mutual protection." Long Zhentian hesitated for a moment. "Isn't it only I who can enter?" "Young Zhao, how will you get in?" Hearing Long Zhentian's question, Zhao Lei grinned. "I have my own methods." With that, he approached the colorful portal and placed his hand upon it. Zhao Lei carefully attuned himself to the portal's aura, and in response, his own aura began to shift. Long Zhentian observed Zhao Lei's actions in silence. The Ascension Gate was composed of the Celestial Path's 3,000 laws, merely a notch above Zhao Lei's 3,000 laws. The essence remained the same, as long as Zhao Lei could replicate the aura of the Ascension Gate. It would accept him as part of itself, allowing him to pass through. Within 2 minutes, Zhao Lei had fully mimicked the aura of the Ascension Gate. This time, he made another attempt to step into the gate. Indeed, Zhao Lei's hand seamlessly penetrated the spot where he had previously collided. Turning to beam at Long Zhentian, he exclaimed, "See, I can enter." "You've done well, young Zhao. Let us proceed inside and take a look." With that, man and dragon stepped into the Ascension Gate. As they entered, a blinding light surged forth, rendering them unable to open their eyes. The brilliance lasted for approximately 5 minutes before gradually receding. Both man and dragon stood in a daze, their gazes fixed upon the scene before them. Entranced, before them lay an expanse of void, with only a few massive stones floating in the ether. Nothing else was in sight. Isn't it said that passing through the Ascension Gate leads to the Celestial Realm? Where is the Celestial Realm? Could this void be the Celestial Plane? The sight left both man and dragon bewildered. What a farce of a Celestial Realm! There's not a single strand of hair. "Young Zhao, do you think I might be developing cataracts? Am I seeing illusions?" Long Zhentian pondered aloud. "Senior Long, I believe you are not mistaken. There is indeed nothing before you. By the way, Senior Long, didn't you mention that the Celestial Realm was shattered? Could it be that it has collapsed into this?" Zhao Lei conjectured. "No wonder the laws of heaven and earth have sealed off the Celestial Realm. It can hardly be called a Celestial Realm. Not even a ruin." Long Zhentian nodded in agreement. "So we have come to naught, rather than to the Celestial Realm. Here, there is nothing but emptiness and a few stones. Shall we return?" Zhao Lei nodded, agreeing that there was little reason to linger in such a place. Thus, they turned and walked back through the Ascension Gate. As they stepped through, the Ascension Gate vanished. A flash of light enveloped them, and they returned to Blue Star. Upon their return, the colorful portal in the sky also disappeared. At the same time, in the Celestial Realm, after Zhao Lei and Long Zhentian departed, a wisp of black mist drifted to the location where the Ascension Gate had vanished. Gradually, the black mist began to take shape, coalescing into a peculiar creature resembling a tiger with wings. Roar, roar, roar. The strange creature bellowed towards the spot where the Ascension Gate had disappeared, before soaring into the distant void. Following the departure of the winged, tiger-like creature, a myriad of other bizarre beings began to appear in succession. There were colossal tortoises towering over 50 meters, foxes with 9 tails, tigers with 9 tails, 3-eyed bulls, serpents with 9 heads, and creatures resembling sheep with wings. An array of peculiar beings emerged, all sharing a common trait. They were formed from wisps of black mist. If Zhao Lei were to use his insight eye here, he would discover that the lowest of these beings possessed a realm above that of Earth Immortals. Chapter 77. Rapid Development. After Zhao Lei and Long Zhentian emerged from the Ascension Gate, they returned to the safety base of the Ascension Gate Pavilion. The following days saw the base continue its normal development. Upon becoming the guardian of Huaxia, the Hui nation intended to assign a portion of their military to Zhao Lei, but he declined. Zhao Lei simply requested that the squad led by Sun Shiqiang remain with him. The Hui nation, familiar with Sun Shiqiang, acquiesced. Previously, Sun Shiqiang had stayed with Zhao Lei because he could awaken their extraordinary abilities. However, with the command from the Hui nation's military headquarters, Sun Shiqiang and his fellow soldiers became Zhao Lei's subordinates, a development they embraced with enthusiasm. In the presence of Zhao Lei, one finds little to do but either dine or cultivate one's skills. Should one wish to refrain from cultivation, alternatives abound, making this tranquil environment irresistible to anyone. With the collaborative efforts of the 7 guardians of the Huaxia nation, the zombie threat has been nearly eradicated. Why nearly, you may wonder. This is due to the possibility that some individuals of the undead may be lurking in obscure corners, yet to be discovered. Despite the outbreak, apart from the failure of communication devices, most others remain operational. Currently, the populace of Huaxia is concentrated in various secure bases, ensuring their safety. However, due to limited agricultural land, the nation soon faces the specter of famine. Some may question why, with the zombie menace subdued, individuals still seek refuge in these secure bases. The answer lies in the fact that, although Huaxia has dealt with its own undead, the potential for advanced zombies from other nations to infiltrate remains, rendering the bases the safest sanctuaries. Upon learning of Huaxia's impending food shortage, Zhao Lei occupied his days awaiting notifications of the system's rewards while tending to the fields. With his cultivation at the tribulation stage, farming has become a remarkably effortless endeavor. A mere wave of his hand can yield hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain. Occasionally, he would also cultivate some vegetables. Although employing the power of laws for vegetable cultivation might seem excessive, it is indeed a unique time. Thus, over several days, Zhao Lei has produced over 100 million tons of grain, alleviating the nation's immediate food crisis. When he presented such an abundance to the Hui nation, they were taken aback, astonished by the sheer quantity of food Zhao Lei had amassed. Observing their surprise, Zhao Lei offered no extensive explanation, merely stating that these provisions were scavenged. Recognizing that he could not farm indefinitely, reliance on domestic production would be essential henceforth. With the food issue addressed, the Hui nation began disseminating the ancestral dragon scripture. Soon, the majority of the Huaxia populace had transformed into superpowered individuals. Those few who did not attain such abilities were either yearning for life abroad, harboring resentment towards Huaxia, or even acting as foreign spies. In response to these individuals, the Hui nation resolved to implement concentrated education. If they proved irredeemable, their existence would pose a threat to Huaxia, warranting execution. Following the issuance of this decree, numerous individuals faced execution, while many others embraced their newfound powers. Consequently, all citizens of Huaxia united in their dedication to the nation, leaving no room for betrayal. Thus commenced a period of rapid advancement for Huaxia. With the entire populace as superpowered beings, the nation witnessed astonishing growth in military strength, agriculture, and technology. Within the confines of the Shenglong Pavilion's secure base, even the likes of Lin Dais, Zhang Xiaowen, and other children reached the 4th level of superpowers. The most accomplished among them, Xue Xiaoran and Sun Shiqiang, attained the status of legendary superpowered beings. Zhao Lei could not help but marvel at the potency of the ancestral dragon scripture. As the cultivation levels of the pavilion's members soared, he felt that the ancestral dragon scripture and the Dao-E derivative scripture were complementary techniques, one elevating aptitude to the SSS level, and the other facilitating rapid cultivation advancement, together forming two unparalleled secret arts. As everyone's cultivation progressed, Zhao Lei did not lag behind. His cultivation now reached the 6th level of tribulation. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, 6th level of tribulation, 6,000 million Dao points required for enhancement, Dao points, 10 million points technique. Pangu creation technique, upgrades with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, unity of man and ship, Pangu creation scripture, Pango opening heaven decision, 3,000 laws of power. System space, infinite, automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies. Fusion function, current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Shenglong Pavilion, information on members can be viewed here. Secure base, information on the base can be viewed here. Task function, main task, eliminate all zombies on the blue planet and identify the mastermind behind them for eradication. Rewards unknown, hidden main task, exterminate all invading organisms on the blue planet. System rewards unknown. Random task, none. Upon examining the information panel, Zhao Lei smiled broadly. Zhao Guardian, a soldier had just returned with a rather peculiar zombie corpse. The corpse bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, yet was distinctly different. A burly, middle-aged man clad in military attire approached Zhao Lei to report. This man was none other than Sun Shiqiang, who, since being formally assigned as Zhao Lei's subordinate by the Hui nation, had altered his manner of address. It resembles a human yet does not. Where is the corpse? Lead me to it. Intrigued, Zhao Lei summoned Sun Shiqiang to guide him. Without hesitation, Sun Shiqiang escorted Zhao Lei to the military district S square. Upon arrival, they found the entire base S personnel congregated around the center. There lay a green humanoid creature, entirely covered in bone spikes. "What is this creature?" one inquired. "According to Captain Sun, it appears to be a zombie. How could such an oddity exist? Could it be a mutation?" "Indeed, it's quite possible. The world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps this is an extraterrestrial being. You might be onto something there. With such a severe outbreak of zombie viruses worldwide, it could very well be the work of aliens." "Easy there, don't spout such frightening nonsense." A crowd of individuals surrounded the spiked corpse, engaging in animated discussions. Make way, Zhao Guardian is here. Everyone step aside," called a shorter soldier. This soldier, known as Wang Yinwu, often spoke ill of Sun Shiqiang from behind his back. Upon hearing his declaration, the crowd parted to allow Zhao Lei passage. "Greetings, Zhao Guardian." Zhao Lei approached the grotesque corpse, scrutinizing it closely. Species: zombie star being, corpse, cultivation, level 5 zombie corpse. Note: this corpse can be utilized to manufacture zombie viruses. Zhao Lei observed the corpse, then glanced at its information panel. Suddenly, he recalled the extraterrestrial being he had pried information about from Jiang Yun. He remembered that the alien too was covered in spikes, albeit in blue, just as humans come in various races. Perhaps these zombies do as well, he pondered. Could it be that these zombies are preparing for an assault? Last time, Long Zhantian mentioned that zombies were among the factions in the Great War of Myriad Races. Zhao Lei speculated that these zombies might be gearing up to reignite that conflict, though he lacked concrete evidence. With this thought, Zhao Lei announced, "Attention, the spiked zombie may well be an extraterrestrial being. Remain vigilant. Should you encounter similar organisms, report to me immediately." "Understood, Zhao Guardian." After securing the spiked zombie corpse, Zhao Lei vanished from the scene. Once he departed, the crowd erupted into chatter. "What did I just say? That spiked zombie is indeed an extraterrestrial." Zhao Guardian only suggested it is highly probable. He did not declare it as fact. If Zhao Guardian says so, then it must be true. "I too believe it's likely to be an alien." "Captain Sun, do you think it's an alien? Did you hear? Even Captain Sun concurs that it's an alien. Though I suspect it's an alien, I lack proof." Everyone debated whether the corpse was indeed an extraterrestrial being. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei found himself in a private chamber. "Long, take a look at this." Zhao Lei presented the spiked zombie star being to Long Zhantian. Upon seeing the body before him, Long Zhantian's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible chill as he gravely remarked, "I fear those beings can no longer sit idly by." Long Zhantian referred to the spiked zombie star beings. During their time together at the Shanglong Pavilion, Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian had discussed Jiang Yun and the zombie star beings. Both surmised that those zombies were likely to make a significant move soon. The idea to keep the Huaxia populace within secure bases was also a joint decision by Long Zhantian and Zhao Lei. To avoid causing panic, they framed it as a precaution against advanced zombies crossing borders, though in reality, such a scenario was unlikely. For both Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian possessed the ability to extend their consciousness across the blue planet. Should any legendary-level zombies attempt to breach the borders, they would detect it immediately. After deliberating on the matter of the zombie star beings, Zhao Lei promptly contacted the Hu-Wei Nation. Upon learning of the potential extraterrestrial zombie invasion, the Hu-Wei Nation swiftly informed the other 6 guardians. They were instructed to prepare defensive measures and advised against allowing low-level superpowered individuals to leave the secure bases. Once all arrangements were in place, the Hu-Wei Nation breathed a sigh of relief, confident in Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian's judgment. 2 days later, as anticipated, the zombies indeed made their move. At this moment, Zhao Lei was seated cross-legged in the office building of the military management area. His eyes slightly narrowed. Just moments ago, he had suddenly sensed hundreds of spatial fluctuations manifesting on Blue Star. Because Zhao Lei's consciousness enveloped the entirety of Blue Star, he could perceive the spatial fluctuations. But the finer details remained somewhat elusive. As Zhao Lei prepared to narrow his consciousness's coverage to scrutinize the situation more closely, a sudden spatial fluctuation erupted beside him. Turning to look, he saw Long Zhantian stepping out of the void. "Senior Long, you sensed it too?" Zhao Lei inquired. Long Zhantian replied solemnly, "I have felt a large horde of zombies descending upon Blue Star from beyond. A great battle is imminent." Indeed, it was Long Zhantian who, upon sensing the spatial fluctuations, had hurried to find Zhao Lei. Though Long Zhantian's cultivation was that of a celestial being, his power, while not surpassing Zhao Lei's, endowed him with a consciousness that was 100-fold more potent. He had grasped the nature of the recent fluctuations with utmost clarity. Hearing Long Zhantian's report of the vast zombie horde approaching, a grave expression settled on Zhao Lei's face. It appears that what lies ahead is the true apocalypse. Zhao Lei stated gravely that no sooner had Zhao Lei uttered these words than his communication token began to glow. Brother Zhao, trouble is brewing. A massive influx of alien zombies has appeared outside the Zhangzhou safe base, conservatively estimated to number in the millions. Zhao Lei produced the token, and an anxious voice echoed through, that of Hu Weiguo, stationed at the Zhangzhou safe base. As Hu Weiguo's voice faded, Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian vanished from their location. Simultaneously, on the fortified steel wall surrounding the Zhangzhou safe base, the figures of Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian slowly materialized. Atop the wall stood Hu Weiguo, Wang Kaishan, Bai Shan, Bai Wu, and several high-ranking military officers. Zhao, you are here, they greeted, recognizing Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian's arrival. However, both Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian's gazes were fixed on the area beyond the base. The sight of a dense mass of alien zombies filled their faces with astonishment. As Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian scanned the horde with their consciousness, they realized the number of zombies had approached 100 million. Such a terrifying multitude could easily lay waste to the entire Zhangzhou safe base. Moreover, the lowest rank among these zombies was at least level 5. Currently, while the populace of Huaxia was composed of ability users, they had yet to reach such a horrifying level of power. Furthermore, this scenario was not isolated. Across the globe, there were over 1,000 similar occurrences. Following this surge of zombies, it was likely that 9 out of 10 nations worldwide would face annihilation. The crowd stood astonished. Both Zhao Lei's and Hu Weiguo's communication tokens suddenly illuminated. Zhao, a massive horde of zombies has appeared outside the Shenglong Pavilion's safe base. I estimate their numbers to be in the millions. Impossible to count, came the urgent voice of Lei Lingxiao through Hu Weiguo's token. Old Hu, we have encountered a vast swarm of zombies here. I suspect their numbers may have exceeded 1 billion. What should we do? Zhao Lei's token relayed the voice of Sun Shiqiang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei quickly responded, do not panic. There is a barrier I have set up at the base. Monitor the movements of the zombies closely. If they focus their attacks on the base, it will be manageable. However, if they begin to spread elsewhere, inform me immediately. Once I resolve the situation here in Zhangzhou, I will rush over. Hu Weiguo, hearing Lei Lingxiao's message, urged him to hold on, as the situation was indeed precarious. After Zhao Lei and Hu Weiguo concluded their communications, they exchanged a knowing glance, falling into a contemplative silence. Zhao Lei was deep in thought, devising a strategy. Despite the strength of both him and Long Zhantian, the vast zombie horde was beyond the capacity of just the two of them to handle. Although the population was now composed of ability users, the majority remained below level 5. Confronted by a horde of zombies, all of which were at least level 5, sending in lower-tier ability users would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. In a moment of inspiration, Zhao Lei recalled his clones. Summoning them back would certainly bolster their combat strength. Moreover, if he could establish the 3,000 laws barrier across all safe bases, no zombie would be able to breach it. Resolute, Zhao Lei's entire being surged with the power of the laws. In an instant, a vast barrier capable of enveloping the entirety of the Zhangzhou safe base descended from the heavens. Once the barrier was established, Zhao Lei declared, this barrier can withstand any attack from extraordinary beings and those below that level. With this barrier in place, the safety of the entire base is assured. Commander Hu, you may gather the troops to gradually wear down the zombies. Everyone, except Long Zhantian, wore expressions of shock. The concept of extraordinary beings was foreign to Blue Star, as there were no extraordinary level ability users. A barrier capable of repelling attacks from such beings was practically invincible. Unbeknownst to Hu Weiguo and the others, the 3,000 laws barrier could withstand more than just extraordinary level attacks. Even a full-force strike from a celestial being like Long Zhantian would not create a ripple against the barrier. As for the horde of zombies below extraordinary level, even if they were to assault the barrier for 1,000 years, it would remain entirely unscathed. Zhao, is this barrier truly that formidable? Someone inquired. Are you questioning Zhao's judgment? Another retorted. Since inquiries were made, Zhao Lei felt compelled to respond, if you doubt the defensive capabilities of this barrier, I suggest Commander Hu unleash his full strength to test it. As soon as Zhao Lei finished speaking, all eyes turned to Hu Weiguo. Very well, I shall give it a try, Hu Weiguo agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. After studying the ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra, all the guardians except for Lei Lingxiao, had experienced breakthroughs, and Hu Weigua had reached the level of a war god tier ability user. With a leap, Hu Weigua ascended into the air, channeling all his ability points into his right arm. With a thunderous crash, his fist struck the barrier. A powerful recoil surged from the 3,000 laws barrier, sending Hu Weigua flying backward over 60 meters, nearly losing his balance and falling. The soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment. They had not expected that Hu Weigua's war god-level prowess would leave no trace on the barrier. This barrier is indeed terrifying. As discussions ensued among the soldiers, Hu Weigua returned to Zhao Lei's side. Brother Zhao, this barrier is truly formidable. My full-strength attack did not even create a ripple. Zhao Lei smiled in response. With a wave of his hand, the ability points Hu Weigua had expended were instantly restored to their peak state. Hu Weigua, feeling the immediate restoration of his ability points, looked at Zhao Lei in disbelief. Yet, Zhao Lei did not wish to elaborate further. At this moment, alien zombies were descending upon Blue Star, and every moment wasted could mean the obliteration of a safe base. Thus, Zhao Lei spoke up. Commander Hu, Senior Long, I leave the situation here at the Linjiang safe base in your capable hands. I will now speedily proceed to various safe bases to establish barriers. I hope you can quickly resolve the zombie threat here and then provide support elsewhere. Rest assured, young Zhao. With me, old Long, here, not even a mere zombie stands a chance. You may proceed to set up the barriers. Long Zhantian assured with a nod, Go ahead, Brother Zhao. With Senior Long and me here, there is no cause for concern, Hu Weigua echoed in agreement. Acknowledging their reassurances with a smile, Zhao Lei nodded to both the man and the dragon before employing the spatial laws to vanish from sight. Upon departing the Cangzhou safe base, Zhao Lei immediately recalled his shadow clones from their positions on Blue Star. The 5 clones moved in unison with Zhao Lei. Utilizing the spatial laws, the 5 clones and Zhao Lei traversed between various safe bases. At this point, Zhao Lei arrived above the Kyoto safe base, where a multitude of zombies was assaulting the outer walls of the base. Observing the chaos, Zhao Lei summoned his magical energy. The force of the 3,000 laws surged forth like a tide from within him. In an instant, a colossal barrier enveloped the Kyoto safe base, protecting it from the onslaught above. The inhabitants of the Kyoto safe base, witnessing this unfolding event, erupted into panic. It's over. We are trapped by the zombies. Am I destined to perish here? But I have yet to marry. I cannot die here. Fear not, citizens of Kyoto safe base. I am the 8th guardian of Huaxia. This barrier is here to protect you. As long as you remain within it, you will be safe for the time being, Zhao Lei proclaimed. Upon hearing his words, the people of the Kyoto safe base looked up in unison at Zhao Lei. Their expressions shifting from despair to hope. At that very moment, a streak of lightning shot forth from within the Kyoto safe base, rapidly approaching Zhao Lei. Recognizing the flash of energy, Zhao Lei identified its source as none other than Lei Lingxiao. Brother Zhao, Lei Lingxiao shouted from a distance, eager not to miss Zhao Lei's presence. Seeing Lei Lingxiao, Zhao Lei smiled and nodded. Senior Lei, I must attend to other locations to set up barriers and cannot linger here. Brother Zhao, that is not my intention. I merely came to express my gratitude. I understand you are busy, so let us reconvene after this great battle. Very well, Zhao Lei responded before vanishing from sight. Watching Zhao Lei disappear in an instant, Lei Lingxiao sighed deeply as he turned to gaze at the Kyoto safe base. Despite being a formidable warrior-level superhuman, he felt utterly insignificant in the face of the billion-strong horde of zombies. Among the multitude of zombies surrounding the safety base in Kyoto, numerous had also attained warrior-level status. Lei Lingxiao understood that should he dare to breach the safety base, he would likely attract the assault of hundreds of warrior-level zombies, leaving no chance of survival. Ultimately, his own strength was too feeble. With a heavy sigh, Lei Lingxiao turned and departed. At this moment, Zhao Lei had already arrived above the Black Dragon safety base. Without hesitation, the power of 3,000 laws surged from within him, forming a colossal barrier that enveloped the Black Dragon safety base. After establishing the barrier around the Black Dragon safety base, Zhao Lei activated the spatial laws to teleport away. When he reappeared, he found himself atop the vast plains of the Zhengzhou safety base. The walls here were constructed of reinforced concrete, rendering it relatively fragile compared to other safety bases. Zhao Lei's consciousness spread out to scan the surroundings. Fortunately, no zombies had yet descended here. Otherwise, this safety base would likely be reduced to rubble in an instant. With that thought, Zhao Lei swiftly arrived above the Zhengzhou safety base. drawing upon his magical energy. The 3,000 laws surged forth from him. A kaleidoscope of colors converged in the sky, forming a massive barrier that shielded the Zhengzhou safety base. The barriers established by Zhao Lei across these safety bases were all one-way, allowing for outgoing attacks while preventing any intrusion. Thus, the inhabitants of the base could utilize ranged abilities to gradually wear down the zombies. Once Zhao Lei completed the barrier at the Zhengzhou safety base, his other 5 avatars had already set up barriers at all the safety bases across Huaxia. After securing all barriers, Zhao Lei returned his 5 avatars to his main body on Blue Star. Following this, Zhao Lei's figure vanished from the location. Meanwhile, within the Shenglong Pavilion safety base, all members stood atop the walls, gazing down at the zombies below while engaging in lively discussions. The barrier set up by Zhao was indeed formidable. Naturally, Zhao's cultivation level surpassed that of the other defenders. Look at those zombies in the sky. They seem utterly frantic. Haha, they won't be able to breach the barrier set by Zhao. Once Zhao returns, we shall charge out and slay them all. The discussions continued among those within the barrier. Outside, the zombies were becoming increasingly agitated. Captain, this barrier is simply too solid. Reports from other locations indicate that a few possess similar barriers. What should we do? A green-skinned, diminutive zombie inquired of a robust one. The muscular zombie furrowed his brow at the question. Teams sent to other states had already conquered several nations, yet here they struggled to claim even one. If word got out, how could he maintain his standing among the zombies? Resolutely, the muscular zombie instructed, notify all squads to intensify their firepower. We must seize this Huaxia. The members of Shenglong Pavilion remained vigilant atop the walls. Observing the zombies below, Sun Shiqiang had been monitoring the zombies' every move, ready to contact Zhao Lei at a moment's notice should they attempt to retreat. Just then, a sudden spatial fluctuation erupted beside Sun Shiqiang. Turning, he beheld Zhao Lei stepping forth from the void. Zhao, I have been adhering to your orders, and the zombies below show no sign of retreating, Sun Shiqiang reported. Zhao Lei nodded in response. The next moment, Zhao Lei's actions nearly dropped Sun Shiqiang's jaw in astonishment. The Shenglong Pavilion safety base was protected by 2 barriers, one set by the system based on Zhao Lei's own strength, and the other configured with the 3,000 laws. With a mere wave of his hand, Zhao Lei caused the 3,000 law barrier to vanish into thin air. Sun Shiqiang gaped in disbelief, but given Zhao Lei's authority, he refrained from voicing any objections. The zombies, who had been attacking the barrier, quickly noticed its disappearance and surged toward the Shenglong Pavilion safety base. Zhao Lei, sensing the situation, unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a peak 6th-layer tribulation, instantly flattening the foremost zombies to the ground. The zombies behind them halted in their tracks, too fearful to advance further. With a thunderous boom, the pinned zombies suddenly exploded. The remaining zombies recoiled in terror. Retreating several steps, all zombies present, summon your highest-ranking leader to come before me, or I shall obliterate every last one of you in an instant. This command reverberated in the minds of all the zombies. Those below legendary status were left dazed and disoriented by the sheer force of the proclamation. Moments later, realizing that no leader had come forth, Zhao Lei raised his hand to the sky and called out. Thunder strikes. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and lightning crackled ominously. The extraterrestrial zombies, sensing the impending doom, bristled with fear. As the lightning descended, 1/10 of the zombies perished in the storm. Zhao Lei recognized that among this horde, there must be a leader. Otherwise, they would not remain so concentrated near the Shenglong Pavilion safety base. Moreover, these zombies exhibited a level of intelligence far exceeding that of the mindless creatures born on Blue Star. Amidst the horde, the diminutive zombie exclaimed urgently, Captain, that human strength is terrifying. You should hurry and meet him, or we may perish before we even commence our assault. The muscular zombie furrowed his brow at the urgency. How could a human be so powerful? It was absurd to think that Blue Star was merely a level 0.8 civilization. With such a potent being present, it was clear that this planet was not even a level 1 civilization. The muscular zombie vowed that if he survived this encounter, he would ensure the one who claimed Blue Star was only a level 0.8 civilization faced dire consequences. Captain, the human is preparing to attack again. The diminutive zombie urged as he noticed the muscular zombie lost in thought. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the muscular zombie sprang into action, propelling himself toward Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, finger raised skyward and preparing to unleash another assault, caught sight of a zombie soaring toward him and focused his gaze on it. Name: Dalba, Zombie Legion Commander, level, King level zombie skills, limb regeneration, blade like a dragon, strength beyond mountains. Zhao Lei, observing the approaching commander, nodded slightly. This strength was indeed at the pinnacle among the zombies. With that thought, Zhao Lei reached out casually toward the flying commander, and instantly, the muscular zombie vanished from its spot. At the same moment, Zhao Lei found himself holding the zombie commander, who gazed back in terror. The commander could scarcely fathom the level of power possessed by this human, capable of such a terrifying display. You, Dalba stammered, rendered nearly incoherent by fear. Zhao Lei ignored his trembling and stated, "You shall answer my questions. Do not even think of resisting, lest you wish for a fate worse than death." A glint of defiance flickered in Dalba's eyes as he retorted, "You shall learn nothing from me. I will divulge nothing." Seeing Dalba's obstinacy, Zhao Lei responded by exerting a slight pressure on his arm, causing Dalba's expression to shift to one of agony. "How many zombie legions do you command? Why have you come to invade Blue Star? Speak truthfully, and perhaps I may allow you to leave." "You can forget it. I will not tell you anything," Dalba shot back defiantly. Zhao Lei, frustrated by Dalba's lack of cooperation, summoned the powers of lightning and destruction. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered. "What do you intend to do? Release me at once. Since you refuse to cooperate, your legion may as well be erased from existence." As Zhao Lei's words fell, a torrential downpour of lightning cascaded from the sky. With that single strike, at least 10 million zombies perished. Enraged, Dalba roared, "Do not go too far. Our zombie star possesses sovereign-level zombies. Beings like you could be snuffed out with a mere flick of a finger." Zhao Lei erupted into laughter. "You speak of excess? What a farce! When you invaded my nation, did you ever consider how excessive that was? Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for making you witness the demise of your forces." With that, Zhao Lei lifted Dalba and soared into the sky. He gestured with his hand. A colossal 3,000 law barrier materialized above, enveloping all zombies outside the Shenglong Pavilion safety base. With precise control, Zhao Lei began to constrict the barrier further. Once it had shrunk to a manageable size, he raised a hand, encasing all the zombies within a spherical barrier that then ascended into the AI art. As Zhao Lei clenched his fist with a single hand, the barrier began to compress relentlessly, and the anguished cries of the zombies echoed from within. Zhao Lei intentionally projected these sounds deep into Dalba's mind using his magical powers. As time dragged on, Dalba's expression twisted into one of grotesque terror. "Don't come near. This isn't my fault. Please, don't approach." Dalba struggled frantically in Zhao Lei's grasp, resembling a person driven to madness. At this moment, the barrier, composed of 3,000 laws, continued to constrict. The remaining zombies were all at least at the God of War level. Yet, Zhao Lei's face betrayed no hint of emotion as he tightened his fist. The space within the 3,000 laws barrier became increasingly distorted. Nearly 80 million zombies were ultimately compressed into a single sphere by Zhao Lei. The sheer magnitude of this power was terrifying beyond imagination. Observing Dalba, who was still writhing in desperation, Zhao Lei invoked the law of death, gradually siphoning away Dalba's vitality until he succumbed. Ding! Killed a king-level zombie. Gained 0.1 Heavenly Dao points, and acquired a king-level Crystal Core X1. Hearing that he had only earned 0.1 Heavenly Dao points for killing a king-level zombie, Zhao Lei promptly employed the law of destruction to obliterate Dalba entirely. Once he completed this task, he shook his hand dismissively. He then turned his gaze towards the massive sphere of flesh formed by the nearly 80 million zombies. Zhao Lei stared at it. Not even blinking, he raised his hand and unleashed a wave of destructive law. The moment the zombie mass came into contact with the law of destruction, it dissipated into thin air, scattering across the heavens and earth. After eradicating all the zombies, Zhao Lei teleported back to the safe base. At that moment, Sun Shiqiang and others atop the city wall were still in a state of shock, their mouths agape as they gazed at the desolation beyond the base. Following their gaze, Zhao Lei discovered that the once lush forest had been utterly ravaged. Observing this, he waved his hand, invoking the law of wood, and instantly, a vibrant lawn sprouted outside the base. Zhao Lei glanced at his handiwork, smiled faintly, and disregarded Sun Shiqiang and the others as he departed. Having slain over 100 million zombies, Zhao Lei was now busy. Upon returning to his room, he settled down in a meditative posture. He accessed the system's synthesis function and began a flurry of operations. This time, he had acquired a total of 43.2 million 5th-tier crystal cores, 23.6 million 6th-tier crystal cores, 18 million 7th-tier crystal cores, 14.8 million legendary crystal cores, 8.9 million Lord-level crystal cores, 4.5 million God of War-level crystal cores, and 1 King-level crystal core. Zhao Lei felt a pang of regret for the system for 3 seconds before embarking on a frenzied synthesis spree. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained legendary-level crystal core X1. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained Lord-level crystal core X1. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained God of War-level crystal core X1. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained 7th-tier crystal core X1. Ding! Synthesis successful. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Zhao Lei's mind, and the speed of his hands accelerated. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, Zhao Lei finally completed the synthesis of all the crystal cores. Ultimately, he acquired 1.35 million God of War-level crystal cores, 737,500 King-level crystal cores, 500 extraordinary-level crystal cores, 625 unparalleled-level crystal cores, 278, 125 unrivaled-level crystal cores, and 140,625 supreme-level crystal cores. Gazing at the multitude of crystal cores in the system space, Zhao Lei was momentarily transfixed. He first redeemed the God of War-level crystal cores. Ding! Redeemed God of War-level crystal cores, gained 1.35 billion heavenly Dao points. Listening to the system notification, Zhao Lei felt as if he could soar to the heavens. After a brief pause, he continued to redeem the crystal cores. Ding! Redeemed 737,500 King-level crystal cores, gained 7.375 billion heavenly Dao points. Ding! Redeemed 562,500 extraordinary-level crystal cores, gained 5.625 billion heavenly Dao points. Ding! Redeemed 4,625 unparalleled-level crystal cores, gained 2.3125 billion heavenly Dao points. Ding! Redeemed 278,125 unrivaled-level crystal cores, gained 27.8125 billion heavenly Dao points. Ding! Redeemed 140,625 supreme-level crystal cores, gained 70.312 billion heavenly Dao points. In just a few minutes, Zhao Lei had redeemed all the crystal cores. The numbers were indeed staggering, leaving him to wonder what heights he could reach. Zhao Lei opened his information panel to inspect. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation. 6-fold crossing tribulation can be increased by consuming 60 million heavenly Dao points. Heavenly Dao points, 114. 7 billion points techniques. Pangu creation technique increases with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, demon-slaying sword technique, insightful eye, unity of man and ship, Pangu creation heart sutra, Pango opening heaven decision, 3,000 laws of power. System space, infinite, automatically recovers crystal cores from slain zombies. Synthesis function, current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot be upgraded. Dragon Ascension Pavilion, view member information here, safe base, view base information here, mission function, main mission, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind it for elimination. Mission rewards unknown. Hidden main mission, exterminate all invading creatures on the body of Blue Star. System rewards unknown. Random mission, none. Chapter 82. The Terror of the Earth Immortal. After reviewing the information panel, Zhao Lei was taken aback. 114.7 billion heavenly Dao points, he pondered, rising to his feet and employing the law of space, vanishing from his location in an instant. Simultaneously, his figure gradually materialized over an expansive, boundless sea. Surrounding him was nothing but water. Zhao Lei walked across the surface of the sea, taking 2 laps before finding a random spot to sit down. He then opened the information panel to begin enhancing his cultivation. Ding! Would you like to consume 60 million heavenly Dao points to elevate your cultivation to 7-fold crossing tribulation? Yes. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei confirmed. Ding! Consumed 60 million heavenly Dao points. Cultivation elevated to 7-fold crossing tribulation. Undergoing tribulation. The system's notification faded. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky above. Moments later, a massive vortex of lightning formed directly above Zhao Lei. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the lightning vortex took shape, 6 bolts of tribulation lightning descended upon Zhao Lei. However, the lightning fused seamlessly with Zhao Lei's being, causing him no harm whatsoever. Meanwhile, outside the Tsangzhou safe base, hordes of zombies surged towards the 3,000 laws barrier Zhao Lei had erected. The sheer number of zombies was staggering, their momentum fierce, yet they left not a single trace upon the barrier. In contrast, the soldiers atop the city wall grew increasingly exhilarated. Some fired machine guns with wild abandon, while others hurled grenades downwards. Some even wielded rocket launchers, relentlessly bombarding the zombies. Hu Weigua and Long Zhantian stood atop the city wall, hands clasped behind their backs, observing the continuous collapse of zombies below with radiant smiles. Hu Weigua pointed to the fallen zombies and laughed heartily. Brother Zhao, this barrier is indeed terrifying. Over 10 million zombies attacking simultaneously have left not even a trace on this formation. Long Zhantian nodded in agreement, then praised, this barrier of Zhao's, I cannot fathom how it was constructed. Even my full force strike leaves no mark upon it. Upon hearing that even Long Zhantian could not leave a trace on this barrier, Hu Weigua was thoroughly astonished. If even the envoy of Long Zhantian could not breach this barrier, who else in this world could? While Hu Weigua was astonished internally, he maintained a calm exterior. Meanwhile, Long Zhantian noticed something intriguing. He observed a soldier nearby who was enthusiastically operating a machine gun. He felt an urge to try it himself, curious if it was as entertaining as it appeared. Subsequently, Long Zhantian patted Hu Weigua's shoulder and inquired, pointing at the machine gun, "Do you have any of those, Hu?" Hu Weigua, momentarily interrupted by Long Zhantian's inquiry, turned his gaze in the direction indicated at that moment. The soldier with the machine gun was furiously firing at the zombies below the city wall. Most of the zombies struck by the gunfire collapsed, while a few, possessing stubborn vitality, sustained several wounds. Watching this, Hu Weigua suddenly recognized a peculiar fact. These alien zombies seemed different from those on Earth. Earthly zombies, when shot by such a machine gun, would not die immediately despite being pierced. Rather, they would rapidly recover, epitomizing the pinnacle of regeneration. Noticing that Hu Weigua was lost in thought and had disregarded him, Long Zhantian slapped Hu Weigua's shoulder with a bit of irritation, saying, "Are you even listening to me?" "Who?" Startled by Long Zhantian's sudden action, Hu Weigua snapped back to attention and hurriedly responded, "Dragon Elder, you're talking about the machine gun, right?" "Yes, of course. We have plenty of those here at the military district headquarters. I'll have someone bring one over for you right away." After replying to Long Zhantian, Hu Weigua wasted no time and immediately summoned a soldier to fetch a machine gun. In a short while, the soldier returned, delivering the machine gun to Long Zhantian. Long Zhantian accepted the machine gun, positioned it atop the city wall, and then summoned his celestial energy, forming bullets that he loaded into the weapon. As Long Zhantian pulled the trigger, bullets forged from celestial energy shot forth at an astonishing speed. The disparity between the machine gun empowered by Long Zhantian's celestial force and the one wielded by the soldier was nothing short of monumental. The bullets, coalesced from Long Zhantian's celestial might, penetrated the horde of zombies, detonating instantaneously. Each bullet possessed a force akin to that of a miniature cannonball. This spectacle left Hu Weigua utterly astounded in Long Zhantian's hands. The machine gun transformed into a veritable artillery piece, its power terrifyingly formidable. As Long Zhantian's firepower intensified, the gaze of every soldier atop the city wall was irresistibly drawn to him. Goodness, this venerable senior must be the protector of the realm. This is utterly frightening. With such overwhelming firepower, I can't help but feel apprehensive for the zombies below. Is this the strength of a national guardian? If one day I could attain such a level, might I also be able to safeguard the common folk? I say, brother, you currently lack such power. Are you not also misleading the populace? You do make a valid point. I am indeed safeguarding the citizens of Tsangzhou's secure base. A group of soldiers gazed at Long Zhantian, engaging in fervent discussions. Observing that all soldiers had ceased their attacks to watch Long Zhantian, Hu Weigua immediately admonished, "What are you all staring at? Get back to fighting. Do you wish to let the zombies breach the barrier?" At his words, the soldiers hastily returned their attention, attacking the zombies below the city wall with renewed vigor. Ding! The system detected that the host has successfully endured the tribulation. Should 60 million heavenly points be consumed to exchange for the transformative power required to ascend to the 7th level of tribulation? At that moment, on the sea surface, Zhao Lei had just completed the final lightning tribulation. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei chose affirmatively. Ding. Consumed 60 million heavenly points. Transformation power exchange successful. As the system's announcement faded, a colossal surge of transformative energy manifested within Zhao Lei. Sensing the emergence of this energy, he immediately began to cultivate the Pangu creation technique. Time swiftly passed, and Zhao Lei soon absorbed all of the transformative energy, elevating his cultivation to the 7th level of tribulation. After absorbing all the transformative energy, Zhao Lei opted to continue advancing his cultivation. 5 hours later, Zhao Lei's cultivation had reached the 9th level of tribulation. Ding. Should 90 million heavenly points be consumed to elevate cultivation to the initial stage of Earth Immortal? As Zhao Lei continued to choose to enhance his cultivation, the system's prompt resonated once more in his mind. Affirmative. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei chose yes. Ding. Consumed 90 million heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the initial stage of Earth Immortal. Chapter 83. Rapid Cultivation Advancement. Ding. Consumed 90 million heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the initial stage of Earth Immortal. As the system's notification concluded, golden thunderclouds gathered in the sky. In a brief moment, a massive vortex of lightning formed, obscuring the heavens and earth. Thunder rumbled. The sound of thunder echoed within the clouds. Is this the 99 heavenly tribulation? Truly impressive. Zhao Lei murmured softly, gazing at the rolling thunder above. As time progressed, the might of the lightning above grew increasingly formidable. Zhao Lei could vaguely sense the ominous aura of destruction lurking within. However, compared to the previous world-ending divine punishment, this level paled in significance. Should an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of tribulation face such a formidable lightning tribulation, there would be a 60 chance of perishing. Yet for Zhao Lei, who had mastered 3,000 laws, the minuscule hint of destruction contained in this tribulation posed no threat whatsoever. Thunderous roars echoed, shaking the very heavens. Zhao Lei looked up to see 9 golden dragons, formed from lightning, emerging from the clouds. The sense of superiority and dominion over all living beings was unmistakable. Observing the 9 lightning dragons emerging from the clouds, Zhao Lei smirked disdainfully, then closed his eyes, awaiting the descent of the tribulation. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 lightning dragons emitted a series of resounding roars as they charged downwards towards Zhao Lei with overwhelming might. The space they traversed became distorted in their wake. Thunderous crashes resounded as the 9 dragons landed upon Zhao Lei, unleashing bolts of lightning and sending countless splashes into the sea, creating towering waves. Yet, for Zhao Lei, this was of no consequence. He sat cross-legged at the center of the colossal waves, unwavering as a mountain. Ding! The system detected that the host has survived the tribulation. Should 90 million heavenly points be consumed to exchange for the transformative power needed to break through to the initial stage of Earth Immortal? An hour passed, and the system's prompt arrived as anticipated. Exchange. Zhao Lei replied, and the transformative power materialized. He immediately began to cultivate the Pangu creation technique, absorbing the transformative energy. Another hour passed, and Zhao Lei successfully reached the initial stage of Earth Immortal. Ding! The system detected that the host has reached the initial stage of Earth Immortal. Pangu creation technique is now undergoing an upgrade. 30.60.90.100 Ding. Pangu creation technique has successfully upgraded to simplified version of the Great Tao creation record. Note: Great Tao creation record is the heart method closest to the essence of the Tao. When fully mastered, one can embody all things and create vast worlds with bare hands. As the system's announcement faded, Zhao Lei's heart surged with tumultuous waves, difficult to quell. The heart method closest to the essence of the Tao. The Tao does not refer to a specific entity but encompasses all things in existence. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. All things stem from the Tao. Although Zhao Lei had only grasped the simplified version of the Great Tao creation record, it was sufficient to render him invincible within the realm of immortals. With this thought, Zhao Lei opened his information panel to continue enhancing his cultivation. Ding! Should 500 million heavenly points be consumed to elevate cultivation to the mid-stage of Earth Immortal? The requirement of 500 million heavenly points to reach the mid-stage of Earth Immortal did not cause Zhao Lei to blink as he chose to proceed. Ding! Consumed 500 million heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the mid-stage of Earth Immortal. Feeling his cultivation breakthrough, Zhao Lei embarked on a frenzied ascent. Without the need to endure lightning tribulations, his his cultivation soared rapidly. Ding! Consumed 1 billion heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the late stage of Earth Immortal. Ding! Consumed 5 billion heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the initial stage of True Immortal. Ding! Consumed 10 billion heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the mid-stage of True Immortal. Ding! Consumed 15 billion heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the late stage of True Immortal. Ding! Consumed 50 billion heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the initial stage of Mystic Immortal. Ultimately, Zhao Lei's cultivation reached the initial stage of Mystic Immortal. To elevate to the next tier would require 60 billion heavenly points, leaving Zhao Lei with only 331 heavenly points remaining. At this moment, in Huaxia, there were likely still over 1 million zombies. After killing all of them, he might be able to elevate 2 more levels. With this in mind, Zhao Lei stepped forward, vanishing from the sea surface. Simultaneously, at the Cangzhou secure base, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized. As soon as Zhao Lei appeared, Long Zhantian sensed the spatial fluctuations, halting his actions of pulling the trigger and turning to face Zhao Lei. The two exchanged smiles, one a man, the other a dragon. Upon Zhao Lei's arrival atop the city wall, the soldiers greeted him warmly, yet their firing remained undiminished. Observing this, Zhao Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Long Zhantian, seeing Zhao Lei approach, eagerly showcased his machine gun, exclaiming, "Zhao, what do you think of my machine gun?" With that, Long Zhantian raised the machine gun and unleashed a barrage upon the horde of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. With each bullet striking the zombies, they erupted like small cannonballs. Zhao Lei nodded in approval, speaking gravely. "Senior Long, while your method is immensely powerful, it also consumes celestial energy. Allow me to make some modifications." With that, Zhao Lei snatched the machine gun from Long Zhantian's grasp. Surprisingly, Long Zhantian did not express anger but instead leaned closer to Zhao Lei. "Curious, Zhao, how will you modify this machine gun?" "You'll find out shortly," Zhao Lei teased, and then the machine gun vanished from his hands. Long Zhantian, noticing the machine gun's disappearance without any spatial fluctuations, inquired with curiosity, "Zhao, where did your machine gun go?" Zhao Lei smiled at Long Zhantian but did not respond. After all, he had placed the machine gun into the synthesis panel. He couldn't very well tell Long Zhantian that he had stored it in the system's synthesis panel. Noticing Zhao Lei's silence, Long Zhantian did not press further, as everyone has their own secrets, including himself. After placing the machine gun into the synthesis panel, Zhao Lei added a 7th-tier crystal core and commenced the synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 7th-tier spiritual weapon. After synthesizing the machine gun 5 times, Zhao Lei obtained a weapon of artifact-level quality. When Long Zhantian saw Zhao Lei retrieve the machine gun again, its appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Zhao Lei handed the refined machine gun to Long Zhantian, stating, "Senior Long, I have forged this machine gun into a superior artifact. If you channel your magical power into it, its power could increase several-fold." Long Zhantian, upon hearing this, gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Zhao, you mean this machine gun has been refined into a superior artifact?" Chapter 84. The large-scale purge of zombies. Long Zhantian, upon hearing this news, was struck with astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Zhao, you claim that this machine gun has already been refined into a superior-grade magical weapon?" He could hardly fathom the truth of Zhao Lei's statement. Long Zhantian was somewhat knowledgeable about magical artifacts, and even during the zenith of the cultivation era, the number of craftsmen capable of forging superior-grade magical weapons was exceedingly rare. Now, in just a matter of seconds, Zhao Lei asserted that he had crafted one. How could Long Zhantian not be astonished? Seeing Long Zhantian's surprise, Zhao Lei was not taken aback, for he knew that without the system's fusion capabilities, even he would find it challenging to create a superior-grade magical weapon. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei spoke solemnly, "Elder Long, you can take the machine gun and test it. We shall soon ascertain whether it truly qualifies as a superior-grade magical weapon." Upon hearing this, Long Zhantian found it reasonable and, seizing the machine gun, aimed it at the zombies below the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. As Long Zhantian infused his celestial energy into the superior-grade magical weapon, the machine gun automatically converted the celestial energy into bullets. When those bullets, transformed from celestial energy, struck the horde of zombies, they exploded with a force nearly 10-fold greater than before. Long Zhantian was utterly amazed by this spectacle. Indeed, it was a superior-grade magical weapon, and its power was undeniably formidable. As he caressed the machine gun in his hands, his affection for it grew stronger. This was a superior-grade magical weapon, a pinnacle artifact in this era of diminished magic. Observing Long Zhantian's fondness for the gun, Zhao Lei felt a surge of satisfaction, though he concealed it from his expression. Zhao Lei then strolled to the edge of the formation, waved his hand, and dispelled the barrier formed by 3,000 laws. What is happening? Why has the formation suddenly vanished? The zombies are charging at us, brothers. Increase the firepower. Even if the formation is gone, we must halt these zombies. That's right, brothers. Unleash the firepower and let us take them down. The soldiers, momentarily stunned by the disappearance of the formation, quickly regained their composure. Those with ranged abilities unleashed their attacks, while others wielded rifles, machine guns, and rocket launchers. The sheer volume of firepower was even more ferocious than when the formation was in place. A fervor ignited among the soldiers as they fought, eager to annihilate every last zombie beneath the city wall. At that moment, Huigua found himself among the soldiers. He had been astonished to see the formation vanish. Yet when he observed that not a single soldier faltered, a look of relief spread across his face. Meanwhile, Long Zhantian, perplexed by Zhao Lei's dispelling of the 3,000 law barrier, inquired, "Zhao, why did you remove the barrier?" "Simply because it is no longer necessary," Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly. Then Long Zhantian watched as Zhao Lei waved his hand, and the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Sensing the impending change, Long Zhantian surmised Zhao Lei's intentions and refrained from intervening. At this moment, under Zhao Lei's command, dark lightning began to churn within the clouds. Look at the sky. Why has it suddenly turned so overcast, with thunder and lightning? Could it be that alien zombies are preparing to unleash a devastating attack on us? What is there to fear? We have Zhao and Long Zhantian here, brothers. Keep firing. The sudden change in the weather caused a stir among the soldiers on the city wall, but they quickly regained their focus, continuing to fire at the zombies. At this point, the lightning in the sky had accumulated its power. Boom, 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 a torrent of lightning rained down upon the zombie horde. Look, the lightning seems to target only the zombies. I see it too. Each bolt is potent enough to slay hundreds of zombies. As the lightning continued to decimate the zombies, some soldiers began to notice the peculiar nature of the strikes. Unaware of the soldiers' expressions, Zhao Lei was engrossed in the notifications of zombie cores accumulating in his system. Long Zhantian, however, gazed at the dense lightning in the distance, sensing something extraordinary. In his perception, the celestial energy attached to the lightning was purer and more robust than his own. He cast an incredulous glance at the grinning Zhao Lei, pondering in silence. Could it be that this young man had undergone another breakthrough? That seemed implausible. He had only recently ascended to the 6th stage of tribulation. It was almost unfathomable to contemplate just how extraordinary this young man truly was. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei was oblivious to Long Zhantian's thoughts, engrossed in controlling the lightning and systematically eliminating zombies. Why now? He had already cleared approximately 60% of the zombies on the battlefield. Huigua and the soldiers, witnessing the ferocity of the lightning, were momentarily awestruck, halting their attacks. Approximately half an hour later, the zombie threat outside the Zhangzhou safe base had been nearly eradicated. After the cleanup, Zhao Lei exchanged brief farewells with Huigua and Long Zhantian before departing, intent on purging zombies from several other safe bases. Zhao Lei estimated that once all the zombies in Huaxiao were eradicated, he would have the opportunity to elevate his cultivation further. With that thought in mind, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he arrived at the next location infested with zombies. This time, Zhao Lei was determined to act decisively. As he emerged from the void, his initial pressure as a nascent celestial being radiated outward. The overwhelming pressure forced all the zombies to the ground. Look, all the zombies outside have suddenly collapsed. Look up. There seems to be a figure in the sky. It resembles Zhao. Zhao is incredibly powerful. He can instantly annihilate so many zombies alone. If I had Zhao's strength, I could soar through the skies. Dream on. With your Tier 3 ability, it would take you hundreds of years, if not lifetimes, to reach Zhao's level. The people within the safe base murmured amongst themselves as they witnessed the zombies exploding. After Zhao Lei had eliminated all the zombies, he stepped forward once more and arrived at the next safe base. Aside from Zhangzhou, the other safe bases generally had a higher concentration of zombies, primarily due to a lack of ammunition. Not every safe base had the extensive military supplies that Sangzhou possessed. Relying solely on ranged ability users was impractical, as there were not enough of them, and their energy points would eventually deplete. Consequently, in comparison to the ammunition-rich Sangzhou safe base, the other safe bases were comparatively weaker. Chapter 85. Advancing cultivation. Again, despite having reached the early stage of nascent celestial cultivation, Zhao Lei found it somewhat taxing to single-handedly purge the entire nation of zombies. After contemplating for a moment, he summoned 5 shadow clones, with 5 clones at the nascent celestial realm simultaneously deployed. A tremendous pressure enveloped the surroundings, leaving no zombies unscathed. Approximately 4 hours later, Zhao Lei had cleared every last zombie in Huaxia. After completing the eradication, he sent the shadow clones back to his main body on Blue Star. Following that, Zhao Lei ascended to a mountaintop and sat cross-legged. After clearing all the zombies in Huaxia, the cores in Zhao Lei's system space had piled up into a small mountain. Without hesitation, he began synthesizing the cores. Ding. Synthesis successful. Gained 1 Lord-level core. Ding. Synthesis successful. Gained 1 War God-level core. Ding. Synthesis successful. As the system's notifications chimed continuously, time flew by. Approximately 10 hours later, Zhao Lei had synthesized all the cores to their highest level. Looking at the small mountain of cores before him, a slight smile crept across Zhao Lei's lips. Ding. Recovering all cores will yield 56 billion Dao points. Do you wish to recover? Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei unhesitatingly chose to recover. Ding. Recovery of all cores yields an increase of 56 billion Dao points. After recovering all the cores, Zhao Lei opened his information panel and began to elevate his cultivation. Ding. Do you wish to consume 60 billion Dao points to advance to the mid-stage of nascent celestial? Yes. Ding. Consumed 60 billion Dao points, advancing to the mid-stage of nascent celestial. Upon receiving Zhao Lei's affirmative response, the system's prompt sounded immediately. Feeling his celestial energy becoming increasingly pure, Zhao Lei did not hesitate and continued to elevate his cultivation. Ding. Consumed 70 billion Dao points to advance to the late stage of nascent celestial. Ding. Consumed 140 billion Dao points to advance to the early stage of golden celestial. As the system's notifications concluded, a white lotus began to form above Zhao Lei's head, transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible. Instantly, a wondrous sensation enveloped Zhao Lei, as though he were submerged in an ocean of enlightenment. He felt as if he had attained a profound sublimation, an indescribable feeling lingering in his heart. Before long, the white lotus gradually faded, and Zhao Lei exhaled a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes. Noticing that there were still 300 billion cultivation points remaining, Zhao Lei opted to elevate his cultivation once more. Ding. Do you wish to consume 200 billion cultivation points to advance to the mid-stage of golden celestial? Yes. Consuming 200 billion cultivation points, his cultivation ascended to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. An ethereal sensation once again surged within Zhao Lei. He closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the moment. At this instant, the previously vanished white lotus reappeared above his head, accompanied by a silver lotus. With the emergence of the silver lotus, Zhao Lei's awareness of that indescribable feeling intensified. After approximately 20 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, sensing a profound transformation within himself. Compared to before, it felt as if he had truly become an immortal at last, having merely existed as a powerful mortal before. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei glanced at the information panel, which now displayed a mere 1,000 or so heavenly Dao points. Such a paltry sum. With a sigh of resignation, he reflected on the fact that it had been nearly 2 days since the widespread outbreak of zombies. Thanks to Zhao Lei's presence, the Huaxia nation remained temporarily safe. However, to prevent foreign zombies from breaching their borders, he needed to inform the border defense commander of the necessary precautions. With this thought, Zhao Lei took a step forward and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, outside the Sangzhou safety base, soldiers were busily gathering crystal cores. These cores, though not usable for cultivation like Zhao Lei's, served valuable purposes in crafting communication tokens and aiding researchers in their inquiries for additional applications. Atop the walls of the Sangzhou safety base, Hu Weiguo and Long Zhentian stood with arms crossed. Hu Weiguo gazed down at the soldiers collecting crystal cores and inquired, "Elder Long, do you know what realm Brother Zhao has attained? With a mere gesture, he can annihilate so many zombies. His cultivation must be terrifyingly advanced." Long Zhintian shook his head in response, stating, I, Old Long, am also uncertain. That kid is simply a prodigy. His cultivation has likely surpassed mine. Upon hearing Long Zhintian's assertion that Zhao Lei's cultivation exceeded his own, Huigua felt a twinge of shock. It was known that Long Zhintian had lived for nearly 1,000 years to reach his current level, while Zhao Lei was merely a rising star, yet his power was astonishing. Truly a prodigy, Huigua silently marveled. Just as he finished his thoughts, a sudden spatial fluctuation resonated behind him and Long Zhintian. Both turned to see Zhao Lei emerging gracefully from the void. The moment Long Zhintian laid eyes on Zhao Lei, an unusual sensation surged within him. Though he could not discern Zhao Lei's precise strength, he sensed that should a conflict arise, Zhao Lei could easily suppress him with a mere gesture. As Zhao Lei approached, this feeling intensified. In contrast, Huigua felt no such pressure. Long Zhintian speculated that this might be the natural pressure exuded among cultivators. Though he too was an immortal, he was merely a terrestrial immortal. In ancient times, his cultivation would have placed him at best as a local deity. Elder Long, Commander Hu, Zhao Lei greeted as he stood before them. Long Zhintian teased. When did you become so courteous, little Zhao? Old Long is still adjusting. Hana. Elder Long, please refrain from teasing me. I have come to discuss an important matter with Commander Hu, Zhao Lei replied with a light smile before continuing. Commander Hu, I have nearly cleared out all the zombies within Huaxia. However, to prevent foreign zombies from infiltrating, we should arrange for some personnel to guard the borders. Huigua frowned slightly at Zhao Lei's statement. He had considered this issue as well. However, the current lack of personnel in Huaxia made it impossible to deploy sufficient guards. Thus, he responded, Brother Zhao, I too have thought of this problem, but we are currently short-handed and cannot spare anyone. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. Although he had dealt with the zombies, there were still areas experiencing significant casualties, and the vastness of the borders made it challenging to dispatch adequate personnel. With this in mind, Zhao Lei solemnly declared, if there truly are no personnel available, I can take the initiative to guard for a while. How can one person defend such a large area? Huigua questioned. Puzzled, Zhao Lei remained silent, prompting Long Zhintian to clarify, with my current cultivation, I can sense the entire Blue Stars situation. How much more so for Zhao, whose cultivation surpasses mine? Huigua, upon hearing Long Zhintian's explanation, nodded in partial understanding. He had initially wanted to inquire how this was possible, but reconsidered, deciding against it. With Zhao Lei's purpose fulfilled, he bid farewell to Long Zhintian and Huigua before gradually fading from view. At this moment, aboard a spaceship somewhere in the cosmos, a green-skinned alien zombie reported to a blue-skinned counterpart, Commander, we have received reports from the front lines indicating the emergence of an unknown powerful entity on Blue Star, which has eliminated 1/10 of our forces within 2 days. Should we report this to higher authorities? The blue-skinned zombie frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, for now, hold off on that. Take a king-level squad to assess his strength. And remember not to engage in prolonged combat. Return immediately after gathering intelligence. Understood. The green-skinned zombie acknowledged before departing. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei had returned to the Shenglong Pavilion safety base. After he dealt with the zombies, tranquility had once again enveloped the Shenglong Pavilion. In the following days, Zhao Lei spent time with his parents, conversed with Li Yu, and played with the younger children, leading a relatively pleasant life if possible. He wished to maintain this peace indefinitely, yet many tasks awaited him, and numerous mysteries remained to be unraveled. At this moment, Zhao Lei reclined atop a mountain, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. He reminisced about the time when he was nearly frightened to the point of losing control by zombies, feeling a strange urge to laugh. Now, as someone who stood invincible in this world, he recalled how timid and cowardly he once was, prompting a self-deprecating smile. When he originally founded the Shenglong Pavilion, it was with the intention of combating zombies alongside others. However, as his strength grew, his companions had become unable to assist him. While lost in thought about life, his communication token suddenly illuminated. As he grasped the token, it floated before him, conveying an urgent message. Brother Zhao, where are you? A batch of divine-level zombies has appeared at the Zhangzhou safety base, and Elder Long has already engaged them in battle. I'm on my way. Zhao Lei replied casually before severing the communication and vanishing from sight. Moments later, his figure materialized within the Zhangzhou safety base. Huigua, seeing Zhao Lei appear beside him, displayed no surprise, accustomed as he was to such occurrences. Brother Zhao. Those divine-level zombies have specifically come to seek out the strongest among us. Upon witnessing this, Elder Long rushed into battle, and I am uncertain if he can handle them, which is why I urgently contacted you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei turned his gaze towards the distant sky, where roughly 100 zombies surrounded Long Zhintian in combat. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei utilized his insightful eye to scan the situation. The moment his insightful eye swept over the battlefield, all information became clear. He discerned that among the horde of zombies, one was an extraordinary level zombie, while the rest were king level. Zhao Lei surmised that the extraordinary level zombie was likely the leader of this group. Seeing that Zhao Lei remained silent, Hu Weiguo urged, Brother Zhao, are you not going to assist? Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively, calmly asserting, no need for concern. They are merely a bunch of clowns. Elder Long can handle them very well. Hu Weiguo, though still confident in Long Zhintian's abilities, felt more reassured with Zhao Lei's response. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei contemplated the extraordinary level zombie, realizing it had the capability to command so many king-level zombies, indicating a significant status. Perhaps capturing it for interrogation could yield valuable information. With this in mind, Zhao Lei returned his focus to the ongoing battle in the sky. At that moment, the 100 zombies had completely encircled Long Zhintian, who showed no sign of retreating. In an instant, he transformed into a black dragon, his colossal form casting a shadow over the battlefield. The onlookers at the Zhangzhou safety base witnessed this spectacle, pointing at the sky in astonishment. Look, is that a dragon up there? I can confirm, that's a dragon. A black dragon. My goodness. It's my first time seeing a dragon. Quick, quick. Does anyone have a camera? We must capture this moment. Is that black dragon fighting the zombies? It's incredibly impressive. If only he could come down and give me an autograph. Perhaps you should wash up and go to sleep early. Everything you desire awaits you in your dreams. The crowd continued to chatter excitedly, their eyes fixed on the magnificent sight above. At this moment, standing beside Zhao Lei, Hu Weiguo gazed in awe at the colossal figure of Long Zhintian, momentarily rendered speechless. Despite spending numerous days in Long Zhintian's company, he had never realized that Long Zhintian was a true dragon, a long-standing belief in the rich tapestry of Chinese heritage. Hu Weiguo resolved that upon Long Zhintian's return, he would certainly request an autograph. After all, he was in the presence of a genuine dragon. Even Hu Weiguo, the supreme commander of the military in China, found it difficult to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Observing Hu Weiguo's expression, Zhao Lei merely turned his head away, unperturbed, and continued to watch Long Zhintian combat the zombies. At that moment, in the sky, Long Zhintian unleashed a powerful tail swipe, sending half of the zombies flying hundreds of meters away. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating through the heavens. Following that, Long Zhintian executed the 10,000 dragons paying homage. In an instant, a myriad of dragon-shaped phantoms filled the entire sky. The sound of dragon roars was incessant, disorienting the zombies, causing their heads to spin and their eyes to see stars. As Long Zhintian observed the staggering zombies in the sky, he seized the opportunity to concentrate a fragment of destructive power in his tail and swept it through the air. With a resounding crash, the space warped where Long Zhintian's tail passed, and the zombies struck by the tail were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the ether. The remaining zombies, witnessing this, fled in all directions towards the expanse beyond Blue Star. However, Long Zhintian would not grant them such an opportunity. With another sweep of his tail directed at the sky, dozens more zombies were reduced to mist. Yet, 2 zombies, moving with remarkable speed, narrowly evaded Long Zhintian's lethal strike. Chapter 87. Traces Long Zhintian swept his tail once more towards the sky, resulting in several more zombies becoming mist. Even so, 2 zombies managed to evade his deadly blow with astonishing swiftness. Long Zhintian intended to pursue them and eliminate them entirely, but at that moment, Zhao Lei's voice reached him. Senior Long, no need to chase further. Let one go and wait to catch the bigger fish. Upon hearing this, Long Zhintian found it reasonable. Otherwise, the relentless cycle of extermination would undoubtedly become tiresome. Contemplating this, he pointed at the 2 zombies that had already fled and inquired, Zhao Kid, didn't 2 manage to escape? Zhao Lei grinned at this remark, replying, isn't that simple? As he spoke, Zhao Lei raised his hand and grasped at the air towards the fleeing zombies. In an instant, one of the zombies materialized in Zhao Lei's grasp. This particular zombie was the most formidable among them, an extraordinary level creature. Who are you? Release me at once, or I shall unleash my wrath. The zombie, realizing it was on the verge of escape, suddenly found itself in the clutches of this man. Clearly unaware of its dire predicament, it continued to bluster. Zhao Lei, observing the zombie in his grasp, wore a slight smirk. With a swift motion, he exerted pressure, and the sound of bones cracking echoed as the zombie's neck broke. Upon feeling the immense force, the zombie ceased its bluster. Noting the zombie's sudden compliance, Zhao Lei began, I will ask, and you will answer. Should you refuse to cooperate, you shall suffer a fate far worse than death. Who are you? Release me, the zombie protested. Zhao Lei, seeing the creature's defiance, activated the law of death, gradually siphoning the zombie's life force. As Zhao Lei extracted the zombie's vitality, Long Zhentian returned. Zhao Kid, what are you doing? Long Zhentian asked, puzzled by the sight of Zhao Lei gripping the zombie's neck. Die in his world. Zombies were meant to be killed outright. What purpose did sparing them serve? Zhao Lei responded casually, Senior Long. Dante, you find it curious? Curious about what? Long Zhentian was engulfed in confusion. Zhao Lei continued, aren't you curious about why these zombies are invading Blue Star? What their true intentions are? Where's their headquarters? Who is their strongest member? Is Senior Long not intrigued by these inquiries? Zhao Lei's barrage of questions left Long Zhentian momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, he replied, what their intentions are matters not. We shall eliminate them all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei chuckled, surprised by Long Zhentian's response. Senior Long, the great war among the myriad races could not have erupted without cause. There must be a reason behind it. I seek to extract valuable information from these zombies. However, it is evident that this particular zombie lacks such knowledge, so I intend to inquire about their lair. Once I ascertain their location, I shall dispatch them all in one fell swoop. Zhao Lei spoke earnestly. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Long Zhentian recognized the validity of his argument. Then, Zhao Kid, once you unearth their location, remember to take this old dragon along. After all, I am a celestial being. Dispatching these lowly minions will be as easy as slicing through vegetables. As he spoke, Long Zhentian gestured animatedly in the air. Zhao Lei regarded the elder before him, increasingly perceiving him as a mischievous old man. With a smile, Zhao Lei replied, very well, I will certainly call upon Senior Long. Haha, this old dragon eagerly awaits your good news. Long Zhentian laughed heartily upon hearing Zhao Lei's assurance. Meanwhile, the zombie in Zhao Lei's grasp seethed with indignation. These two humans treated him, their adversary, with utter disdain. Yet, he could do nothing but watch, for he was now akin to a withered corpse. Subsequently, Zhao Lei bid farewell to Long Zhentian and departed with the zombie. Using the space law, he materialized at the seashore where he had previously attained a breakthrough. The zombie in his grasp was barely clinging to life, however, as long as Zhao Lei wished for it to live. It would not perish. Looking at the half-dead zombie, Zhao Lei stated, I will ask, and you will answer. Otherwise, it will not merely be a matter of extracting your life force. With that, Zhao Lei restored a fragment of the zombie's vitality, allowing it to speak. Concurrently, he posed his first question. Why have you come to invade Blue Star? With a slight restoration of life, the zombie responded with a hint of compliance, Master. I do not know the reasons for the invasion. It is merely the will of those above us. I am but a pawn, following orders. Seeing that the zombie appeared truthful, Zhao Lei shifted to another question. And where is your headquarters? Not far beyond this planet. In a place called Mars. Our cosmic battleships are stationed there. Near Mars, is it? Very well. Since you seem to lack further knowledge, you can meet your end now. Zhao Lei, upon learning of the headquarters location, smiled broadly. Just as the zombie anticipated that Zhao Lei would release it, the ensuing words chilled its heart. You. The zombie barely began to speak when Zhao Lei harnessed the power of destruction, instantly reducing it to mere air that dissipated into the cosmos. After completing this act, Zhao Lei brushed the dust from his hands. Once finished, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, as if his sight could pierce through the veil of existence to distant planets. After though the power of his laws still fell short of the Grand Tao, it was nevertheless sufficient compared to its incomplete form. Zhao Lei set up this immense barrier not only to effectively eradicate the zombies on Blue Star, but also to withstand assaults from extraterrestrial undead. With this barrier in place, even if all the zombies from the zombie planet were to converge, it might not be breached. With this thought, Zhao Lei began to manipulate the 3,000 laws barrier to cleanse Blue Star of its zombies. The simplest method to eliminate all the zombies on Blue Star was to use the law of death to transform them all into desiccated corpses. Initially, Zhao Lei had considered employing the law of destruction, but after some contemplation, he realized that such an approach would likely devastate 8/10 of Blue Star's land. Thus, he deemed the law of death to be the more convenient option. With this in mind, Zhao Lei, along with 5 clones, commenced the execution of the law of death. A tremendous force of death continuously surged into the 3,000 laws barrier. Except for the realm of Huaxia, the life force of all beings in other areas began to be siphoned away. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of death enveloped the entirety of Blue Star. Countless extraterrestrial zombies wailed in agony. Some of the more powerful extraterrestrial zombies attempted to flee beyond Blue Star. But they soon discovered that the higher they ascended, the more rapidly their life force was drained. Upon realizing this, all the extraterrestrial zombies frantically burrowed underground. Yet, their efforts were in vain in the face of absolute power. They were as insignificant as ants. Zhao Lei observed all their futile attempts without a flicker of emotion. He resembled a reaper from the depths of hell, devoid of any sentiment. Time flew by. And approximately 2 hours later, Zhao Lei had thoroughly cleared Blue Star of its zombies. Even the remaining survivors from the Beautiful Nation and the Northern Nation were dealt with by Zhao Lei. After accomplishing this, a smile finally graced Zhao Lei's lips, and with a single step, he vanished from his location. After annihilating all the zombies on Blue Star, Zhao Lei obtained a substantial number of crystal cores. He intended to first combine these crystal cores and then convert them into heavenly Tao points. For precautionary measures, Zhao Lei decided to enhance his cultivation level first. With this thought, he arrived at a vast grassland. Now, apart from Huaxia, there were no living beings in any other location. Zhao Lei casually selected a spot and sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a mountain of densely packed crystal cores began to accumulate. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei commenced the synthesis of the crystal cores. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired War God level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired extraordinary level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Amidst the continuous sounds of the system's notifications, 2 days swiftly passed. During this period, Zhao Lei finally synthesized all the crystal cores to their highest levels. Ding. Detecting a large number of crystal cores for recovery. Just as Zhao Lei completed the synthesis of all the crystal cores and had not yet taken a moment to rest, the system's prompt sounded once more. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei chose to recover. Ding. Recovering a large number of crystal cores, acquired 56,700 billion heavenly Tao points. Listening to the notification of heavenly Tao points being credited, a smile blossomed on Zhao Lei's face. After 2 days and nights of hard work, he finally reaped the rewards. The next moment, Zhao Lei opened the information panel. Host. Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, mid-stage golden immortal, can increase with 3,000 billion heavenly Tao points, 57,700 billion points cultivation method. Simplified version of the Great Tao creation record, improves with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, human vessel unity, Pango creation heart sutra, Pango opening heaven decision, power of 3,000 laws. System space, infinite, automatically recovers crystal cores from slain zombies. Synthesis function, current synthesis limit 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Ascendant Dragon Pavilion, can view member information here. Safe base, can view base information here. Task function, main task, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them to eliminate them. Task rewards unknown. Hidden main task, exterminate all invading creatures on the body of Blue Star. System rewards unknown. Random task, none. Ding. Would you like to consume 3,000 billion heavenly Tao points to elevate your cultivation to late-stage golden immortal? Yes. Observing the information panel indicating that 3,000 billion heavenly Tao points could enhance his cultivation, Zhao Lei unhesitatingly chose to proceed. Ding. Consumed 3,000 billion heavenly Tao points, cultivation elevated to late-stage golden immortal. As the system's prompt faded, 3 lotus flowers materialized above Zhao Lei's head. A white human flower, a silver earth flower, and a golden heaven flower. The convergence of 3 flowers at the crown and the quintessence of 5 energies heralded the achievement of golden immortal status. In ancient times, upon ascending to the celestial realm and attaining golden immortal status, one could often secure a position or title in the celestial realm. However, these were not ancient times. Possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal was enough for Zhao Lei to look down upon the world. Facing no rivals. Feeling that his cultivation had reached the late-stage golden immortal, Zhao Lei unhesitatingly chose to elevate his cultivation once more. Ding. Would you like to consume 5,000 billion cultivation points to elevate your cultivation to early-stage Tai Lus Immortal? Yes. Ding. Consumed 5,000 billion cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to early-stage Tai Lus Immortal.as. The system's prompt concluded. Zhao Lei felt a peculiar energy manifest within him. This power was extraordinary, propelling Zhao Lei's cultivation to soar rapidly. Moreover, Zhao Lei discovered that this energy's elevation was even more stable than his self-cultivation, as if he had been born into this realm, without any discomfort whatsoever. Chapter 89. Seeking the zombie's whereabouts, it felt as though Zhao Lei was innately suited to this realm, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. During the earlier breakthrough in cultivation, Zhao Lei had never encountered such a force, he quietly speculated. Could this power be that of the system? If so, could he also reach such a level? However, all of this was mere speculation. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly elevate his cultivation. Zhao Lei ceased pondering and opened the information panel to continue his ascension. Ding. Would you like to consume 6,000 billion heavenly Dao points to elevate your cultivation to mid-stage Tai Lus Immortal? Yes. Ding. Consumed 6,000 billion heavenly Dao points, cultivation elevated to mid-stage Tai Lus Immortal. As the system's prompt faded, the mysterious force that aided Zhao Lei's cultivation re-emerged. Uncertain of what this force was, Zhao Lei no longer sought to understand it. It was enough to know that it posed no harm to him. Feeling the celestial energy within him grow increasingly pure, Zhao Lei realized he had now reached mid-stage Tai Lus Immortal. Without hesitation, he chose to elevate his cultivation once more. Ding. Would you like to consume 7,000 billion heavenly Dao points to elevate your cultivation to late-stage Tai Lus Immortal? Yes. Zhao Lei decisively affirmed. Ding. Consumed 7,000 billion heavenly Dao points, cultivation elevated to late-stage Tai Lus Immortal. Ding. Consumed 10,000 billion heavenly Dao points, cultivation elevated to early-stage Tai Golden Immortal. Ding. Consumed 15,000 billion heavenly Dao points, cultivation elevated to mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. Amidst the system's continuous notifications, Zhao Lei's cultivation surged directly to mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. Zhao Lei carefully assessed his current power, which was indeed several thousand times stronger than before. Coupled with his mastery of 3,000 laws, who in this world could rival him? When one possesses the strength to look down upon the entire world, there is nothing to fear. This farce of zombies must come to an end. After completing his cultivation enhancement, Zhao Lei rose and murmured softly. With a single step, he vanished from his location. Simultaneously, within the Zhangzhou safe base, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized. His immense spiritual consciousness spread forth, instantly locking onto a room where Long Zhantian sat leisurely sipping tea in a grand chair. Zhao Lei employed the spatial law, gradually fading from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already beside Long Zhantian. Poof! Zhao Lei's sudden appearance startled Long Zhantian, causing him to spill hot tea everywhere. Elder Long, what are you doing? Were you trying to ambush me? Zhao Lei teased, noting Long Zhantian's flustered state. Upon hearing this, Long Zhantian immediately retorted, Zhao kid, you're always appearing and disappearing without a sound. If it were someone else, they would probably have a heart attack from your sudden arrival. Long Zhantian had been savoring his tea and had not sensed Zhao Lei's spatial fluctuations, which led to his surprise. After exchanging playful banter, Zhao Lei shifted to the main topic. Elder Long, weren't you supposed to accompany me to eliminate the zombies? We can set off now and catch them all in one fell swoop. Zhao kid, have you located their position? Of course, do you not see who I am? One of the only two immortals in this world today. Is there anything I cannot inquire about? Keep boasting. Don't you know there are still many things you don't know? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Long Zhantian's words held a grain of truth. There were indeed many matters he was oblivious to. Theo put it simply, for instance, the cause of the Great War among the myriad races in ancient times. Zhao Lei could not uncover it. He had pondered several times, but could not grasp the reason, and in the end, he could only conclude. Could it be that Blue Star is a coveted gem, a land of fortune that everyone desires? To fully comprehend the specifics, one must seek the informed individuals. Zhao Lei speculated that since the zombie star beings were attacking Blue Star, There must certainly be survivors from that ancient battle still remaining on Zombie Star. Thus, a journey to Zombie Star could not be delayed. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei spoke. Senior Long, time is of the essence. We must set forth immediately to eradicate the zombies. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Long Zhantian's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their location. Young Zhao Lei, you are rather impetuous, whisking me away through such vast spaces without so much as a word. Upon their arrival, they heard Long Zhantian's grumbling voice. Ignoring Long Zhantian's complaints, Zhao Lei focused on the expanse before them. They found themselves amidst a starry sky, surrounded by various celestial bodies and meteors, yet the most striking feature was a colossal red sun. Before them lay a planet, roughly the size of Blue Star, yet entirely enveloped in red. Long Zhantian gazed at the crimson orb in bewilderment, asking, Young Zhao Lei, did you not intend to lead me in the extermination of zombies? Where exactly are we? We are adjacent to Mars. Surely you are aware of Mars. Senior Long, of course I know. Who claims otherwise? Long Zhantian began to feign ignorance. In truth, he was woefully uninformed about Mars, having resided on Blue Star for decades, with Mars being a discovery of later generations. Zhao Lei merely found amusement in teasing Long Zhantian. Upon hearing Long Zhantian's assertion of knowledge, Zhao Lei offered a knowing smile, the jest evident in his expression. Noticing Zhao Lei's smug demeanor, Long Zhantian turned his head away, refusing to meet his gaze. With Long Zhantian's gaze averted, Zhao Lei chose to remain silent. He unleashed his divine sense, emanating from the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, to probe the surrounding space. Based on the description of the zombie he had captured, the alien spacecraft should be anchored in this vicinity. However, despite his extensive search with his divine sense, he could not detect any trace of the ship. Perplexed, Zhao Lei scratched his head. Could it be that the zombie had deceived him? Or perhaps the extraterrestrial zombies had sensed his approach and fled in advance? After considerable reflection, Zhao Lei concluded that the latter was more probable, for he was certain that the alien zombie he had captured would not lie. Faced with the inability to detect the ship, Zhao Lei decided to employ some special methods. He produced a zombie crystal core and snapped his fingers. In an instant, countless threads of causality connected from the crystal core to the distance. Zhao Lei surmised that this direction might lead to Zombie Star. With this thought, he greeted Long Zhantian and initiated their spatial traversal once more. After several transitions through space, Zhao Lei realized that the point indicated by the threads of causality remained quite distant. Consequently, he was forced to halt. Zhao Lei speculated that Zombie Star was likely hundreds of light-years away. At this pace, they would not arrive for many years to come. Why have you stopped, Zhao Lei? Long Zhantian inquired, puzzled by the sudden pause. Senior Long, the zombies are likely positioned several hundred light-years from us. At our current speed, it would take decades to reach there. By then, the opportunity may well have passed. Zhao Lei replied solemnly. Long Zhantian was taken aback by this revelation. Although he was unaware of the exact distance of a light-year, he understood that Zhao Lei's spatial traversals could cover billions of kilometers in one leap. If such a distance required decades to traverse, the enormity of the gap was indeed staggering. What shall we do now? It cannot be that we truly must travel for decades, Long Zhantian queried. In response, Zhao Lei began to pace thoughtfully through the void, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Long Zhantian, sensing Zhao Lei's deep thought, refrained from interrupting and observed quietly. After a considerable time, Zhao Lei suddenly recalled that he had previously been rewarded with a cosmic battleship by the system, which he had yet to utilize. It lay at the bottom of his system space, untouched. With that thought in mind, Zhao Lei promptly summoned the battleship. He remembered that this vessel possessed a spatial jump function. Unlike Zhao Lei's own spatial traversals, which were limited by the range of his divine sense, the battleship's spatial jumps could cover any distance, provided there was sufficient energy. When Long Zhantian beheld the ship, comparable in size to the moon, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He hurried to Zhao Lei's side and inquired, "What wondrous object is this, with such an unusual shape?" Having lived for centuries, it was the first time Long Zhantian had encountered such an artifact. Igniting his curiosity, Senior Long, this is a cosmic battleship, capable of allowing even those without any cultivation to navigate and fight in the cosmos. It can also serve as a means of transportation. However, this particular battleship is too large for use on Blue Star, Zhao Lei explained patiently. As Zhao Lei detailed the capabilities of the ship, Long Zhontian inspected the colossal structure with growing curiosity. They proceeded directly to the cockpit of the vessel. This ship was specially crafted by the system, requiring magical energy for its operation. Zhao Lei's celestial power exceeded that of magical energy, thus he replenished the battleship's energy with minimal expenditure of his own power. Once the energy was fully replenished, Zhao Lei merged with the ship, and the controls became second nature to him. Before long, he activated the cosmic battleship. Without hesitation, he initiated a spatial jump toward the point indicated by the threads of causality. In an instant, the battleship shimmered with light and vanished from its location. Young Zhao Lei, this cosmic battleship is truly remarkable. Its speed surpasses yours by several million times. Long Zhontian marveled at the ever-changing scenery outside the ship. Zhao Lei, pleased by Long Zhontian's admiration, felt a sense of satisfaction. This was a battleship gifted by the system, and as the saying goes, products from the system are guaranteed to be exceptional. The spatial jump proceeded rapidly, and after approximately half an hour, the duo arrived at their destination. However, as Zhao Lei beheld the threads of causality leading into a vast expanse of stars, he was taken aback. "What is going on?" Zhao Lei exclaimed in astonishment. Long Zhontian, observing Zhao Lei's incredulous expression and the scene outside the ship, surmised the situation. "Young Zhao Lei, could it be that we have taken a wrong turn? Impossible. I am certain this is the correct location," Zhao Lei asserted, dismissing Long Zhontian's suggestion. He was convinced that his threads of causality could not possibly be mistaken. Zhao Lei hypothesized that the zombies must have employed some nefarious means to conceal the entire planet. With this reasoning in mind, he swiftly activated his Eye of Disillusionment, and in an instant, a murky green planet materialized before him. Simultaneously, on the surface of the murky green planet, a blue-skinned zombie adorned with bony spikes reported to a golden-skinned zombie. "My lord, an unknown powerful entity has emerged on Blue Star, annihilating our entire zombie legion with ease. What shall we do next?" The blue-skinned zombie's voice trembled, recalling the harrowing sight of their legion being drained of vitality. The golden-skinned zombie, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression and retorted, "What a pack of useless fools! 1/10 of our empire's forces were sent, yet you could not conquer a mere 0.8 level civilization like Blue Star. What purpose do you serve?" As he spoke, the golden-skinned zombie struck the blue-skinned zombie across the face, sending its head flying off in an instant. After executing this act, the golden zombie's countenance softened slightly as he turned and strode toward a hidden chamber. Inside the chamber, an elderly black-skinned zombie sat cross-legged upon a dais. "My lord, we have received word from Blue Star that our deployed legion has been entirely annihilated. Reliable intelligence suggests that it is due to the emergence of an unknown powerful entity. What should be our next course of action?" Upon entering the chamber, the golden-skinned zombie bowed respectfully before the elder zombie seated above. The elder zombie slowly opened his long-closed eyes. "An unknown powerful entity, you say?" His voice was raspy, as though he were on the verge of expiring. At this moment, the golden-skinned zombie bowed deeply, averting his gaze from the elder zombie. In this tense atmosphere, the elder zombie suddenly spoke. "He has arrived." The golden-skinned zombie, perplexed, inquired, "My lord, who has arrived?" The elder zombie did not respond to the question but instead gazed toward the distant horizon. Just as the golden-skinned zombie was about to voice his confusion, a resounding and magnificent voice echoed across the sky of Zombie Star. "Denizens of Zombie Star, I grant you 1 minute to summon your highest leader before me. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre." This voice belonged to Zhao Lei, who, upon discerning the ruse of Zombie Star, had amplified his voice across the entire planet with his magical power. At this moment, within the confines of the Zombie Star's secret chamber, the golden-skinned zombie suddenly shuddered. Chapter 91. Capturing the ruler-level zombie. At this moment, inside the secret chamber of the Zombie Star, the golden-skinned zombie, upon hearing Zhao Lei's voice, quivered in anxiety. "Master, what should I do?" The golden-skinned zombie spoke nervously, fearing that the elder zombie would command him to act. "You shall go." The voice of the elder zombie echoed in the ears of the golden-skinned zombie. Upon hearing this, the golden-skinned zombie's heart sank to the depths of despair. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. With no choice but to obey the elder zombie, he steeled himself and prepared to proceed. Outside the Zombie Star, Zhao Lei and Long Zhontian stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, suspended in the void. Zhao Lei employed his divine sense to scrutinize the planet, discovering that its technology far surpassed that of Blue Star. After all, they could construct cosmic battleships, while Blue Star had only managed to produce rockets thus far. Zhao Lei planned to return with some advanced technology from the zombie star, hoping to send it back with Hu Wei-Guo for thorough research, striving to elevate Blue Star's civilization to the interstellar age. While Zhao Lei pondered the development of Blue Star, Long Zhentian stood dumbfounded beside him. Although he had heard Zhao Lei's call to the zombie star, he had not seen a single hair of the zombies. He inquired of Zhao Lei, who explained that the zombie star was right there, and they simply needed to wait for the zombies to arrive. Long Zhentian too was unsure from where the zombies would emerge, so he merely mirrored Zhao Lei's stance in anticipation. After Zhao Lei's call, approximately 40 seconds passed before a golden figure shot forth from the zombie star. However, Long Zhentian could not perceive the scene of the zombies' emergence. To him, the zombie seemed to materialize in an instant. The moment Zhao Lei laid eyes on that figure, he activated his inside eye. Name: Palahati, Zombie, Cultivation, Peerless Level Zombie Skills, Necromancy, Limb Regeneration. Observing that the newcomer possessed only Peerless Level Cultivation, Zhao Lei shook his head in disappointment. He had previously heard that the zombie star was home to ruler-level zombies. Yet they had sent a mere minion to confront him. In his heart, Zhao Lei had already condemned the zombie to death. Before long, the zombie arrived before Zhao Lei. Without a word of greeting, Zhao Lei abruptly raised his hand and grasped the zombie, pulling it into his grasp. Human, what are you doing? This is our territory. With a mere command, countless armies will surround you. The golden-skinned zombie, still reeling from the situation, was seized by Zhao Lei's grip, terrified and flustered, attempting to threaten him with its armies. Hearing this, Zhao Lei's lips curled into a smirk, and he tightened his grip further. Do you truly believe I fear your armies? Even if your entire zombie star were to mobilize, I would not bat an eye. Indeed, Zhao Lei referred to himself as this sovereign, believing it added a touch of grandeur. The zombie's neck, now contorted in Zhao Lei's grasp, emitted no sound. Yet, Zhao Lei paid no heed to its silence and continued. You, an insignificant ant of the peerless realm, dare to boast before me. I seek the highest authority of the zombie star. Not you. With that, Zhao Lei unleashed the power of his laws, hurling the zombie back towards the zombie star. With a resounding boom, a mushroom cloud erupted from the zombie star, illustrating the devastating power of his attack. It was evident that the golden-skinned zombie would not survive. Having completed this deed, Zhao Lei shouted once more towards the zombie star. Aren't you planning to make an appearance? If not, I shall commence my assault. This proclamation was directed towards the elder zombie on the high platform within the secret chamber. No sooner had Zhao Lei finished speaking than a wave of spatial distortion rippled before him. An elder zombie draped in a black robe stepped forth from the void. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhao Lei immediately activated his inside eye. Name: Sang Daoji Air, Zombie Ancestor, Cultivation, Ruler-Level Zombie Skills, Principles of Reincarnation, Creation Gate, Eternal Ages. Observing the information displayed, Zhao Lei nodded in satisfaction. Now, this was more like it. At this moment, the elder zombie, clad in a black robe, scrutinized Zhao Lei. The youth before him appeared unremarkable, yet exuded an eerily familiar sense of oppression. State your reasons for sending your minions to invade Blue Star. You had best confess your intentions, or not only will you perish, but the entire planet behind you shall share your fate. Zhao Lei's tone was frigid as he interrogated I in response. Sang Daoji Air chuckled coldly, yellow-haired whelp, do not presume that a modicum of power grants you the audacity to be so arrogant. I was already this formidable long before your grandfather was born. What qualifications do you have to boast before me? Qualifications, you ask? Absolute power is my qualification. As he spoke, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, summoning 5 shadow clones that encircled Sang Daoji Air. Realizing he had been deceived, Sang Daoji Air sensed the danger but found escape impossible at this point. The 5 figures struck simultaneously, erecting a 3,000 law barrier that ensnared Sang Daoji Air completely no matter how he attacked. The barrier remained unscathed. Sang Daoji Air seethed with anger. This young man was insufferably infuriating. Release me, and let us engage in a fair battle. Do not waste your breath. Even if I were to release you, you would still be no match for me. It is best for you to remain there quietly while I deal with your descendants. With that, Zhao Lei ignored Sang Daoji Air further and disappeared with Long Zhentian. In his confinement, Sang Daoji Air pounded against the barrier's interior. "You coward! Release me!" he bellowed, but the surrounding void remained empty, leaving no one to heed his cries. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei had transported himself and Long Zhantian to the skies above the zombie star. "Long, this is the zombie star, where every zombie is our enemy. We can kill indiscriminately. Zhao, today I shall revel in slaughter, ensuring these wretched beings never dare invade Blue Star again. No, I shall eradicate them entirely from this world." Long Zhantian exclaimed with excitement, having long harbored disdain for these zombies. With that, the two commenced their purge of the undead from different directions. To prevent any zombies from escaping, Zhao Lei erected an enormous 3,000 law barrier in the skies above the zombie star. Unlike the barrier established on Blue Star, this one lacked offensive capabilities but possessed unparalleled defensive strength. Zhao Lei was confident that no zombie could escape from this confinement. After setting up the barrier, Zhao Lei summoned 5 shadow clones once more. With 6 beings of Tai Golden immortal strength at his disposal, exterminating the zombie star was a trivial task. This time, Zhao Lei intended to refrain from using widespread attacks. Fearing damage to the advanced technology he sought to preserve, as he cleared zombies, he simultaneously searched for high-tech products from the zombie star. All the zombies, upon seeing Zhao Lei, fled in panic, some even attempting to escape in spacecraft. Yet, with the entire zombie star sealed off, there was nowhere for them to flee. Those zombies piloting spacecraft met their demise upon crashing into the 3,000 law barrier. After 3 days and nights of relentless slaughter, Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian finally eradicated every last zombie. During the massacre, Zhao Lei collected numerous valuable items, including several spacecraft and a handful of cosmic battleships. Although these battleships paled in comparison to his own, they were equipped with space-jumping capabilities. Zhao Lei deemed it essential to bring them back for thorough examination, aiming to develop Blue Star's own spacecraft and battleships at the earliest opportunity. Once he had gathered all that could be salvaged, Zhao Lei and Long Zhantian departed from the zombie star. Outside the zombie star, Sang Daoji Air remained trapped within the 3,000 law barrier, looking utterly dejected. Despite attempting thousands of methods, he found none effective against the barrier before him. Ultimately, he resigned himself to remaining within its confines. At this moment, Zhao Lei, seeing Sang Daoji Air in such a state, felt a twinge of amusement, though he maintained a facade of authority. Standing before Sang Daoji Air, Zhao Lei declared solemnly, "Sang Daoji Air, tell me, why did you send your minions to invade Blue Star? What is your true purpose?" Upon hearing his name spoken directly, Sang Daoji Air's heart raced in shock. It had been over 1,000 years since he had last heard his name mentioned publicly. How could this young man possibly know it? Though puzzled, he was an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years and would not easily reveal his true thoughts. Thus, he calmly replied, "If you wish to know the answer, you must release me. Otherwise, I will not divulge anything." Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, revealed a peculiar smile. His goal was precisely to provoke Sang Daoji Air into silence. Otherwise, if the elder zombie spoke freely, how could Zhao Lei continue to torment him? At this moment, Sang Daoji Air also noticed the smile on Zhao Lei's face, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. However, he resolved to maintain his composure, even in the face of death. "Have you truly made up your mind not to speak?" Zhao Lei inquired in a low voice. "Go ahead and unleash whatever tricks you have. Do you think I would fear a mere child who hasn't even fully matured?" Sang Daoji Air retorted defiantly. "Since you are so uncooperative, allow me to introduce you to a newly developed technique of mine." With that, Zhao Lei infused the 3,000 law barrier with the principles of thunder and destruction. Instantly, a swarm of black lightning appeared around Sang Daoji Air. Zhao Lei controlled the intensity of the destructive power, ensuring that Sang Daoji Air experienced pain without facing fatal consequences. Even if an accident occurred, Zhao Lei had means to revive him. Crackle. Crackle. The black lightning coursed through Sang Daoji Air's body, instantly reducing the black robe draped over him to ash. The disappearance of the robe revealed that Sang Daoji Air's physique was devoid of bone spines, resembling a human entirely. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Lei expressed surprise. Could it be that the progenitor of the zombie race was originally human? Zhao Lei pondered in confusion. At this moment, within the 3,000 law barrier, Sang Daoji Air was charred black, with wisps of smoke rising from his skin. Zhao Lei couldn't help but admire Sang Daoji Air's resilience. Even as smoke billowed from his body, he still gritted his teeth and endured. Hiss. Long Zhentian, witnessing Sang Daojier's contorted face yet still holding on, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Although the destructive power within the surrounding lightning had been diminished by Zhao Lei, it was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. Observing Sang Daojier's demeanor, Zhao Lei surmised that he would likely not divulge any secrets in the short term. Thus, he decided to return to Blue Star and secretly torment Sang Daojier. With a wave of his hand, the cosmic battleship from earlier materialized before the trio. One man, one dragon, and one zombie. Elder Long, our business here is concluded. Let us return, Zhao Lei signaled to Long Zhentian, and together they boarded the cosmic battleship. The journey was silent, as Zhao Lei initiated the spacecraft's spatial jump, transporting them back outside Blue Star. Once the battleship was retracted, Zhao Lei and Long Zhentian returned to the safety base of Shenglong Pavilion. Upon arrival, Zhao Lei specifically excavated an underground chamber to confine Sang Daojier, leaving behind a shadow clone to incessantly torment him until he was willing to reveal the information Zhao Lei sought. Zhao Lei was convinced that Sang Daojier possessed knowledge regarding the Great War among the myriad races that had occurred years prior, and he suspected that Sang Daojier might be one of its survivors. In the following days, Zhao Lei sought out Hu Weiguo, providing him with some advanced technologies from Zombie Star and urging him to conduct thorough research, particularly on spacecraft and spatial jump technology, both critical to master. After all, true ownership lay in one's thorough understanding of these advancements. Additionally, during his exchange with Hu Weiguo, Zhao Lei learned that the communication devices on Blue Star were rendered inoperative due to a complete signal blockade, undoubtedly the handiwork of the Zombie Star inhabitants. Now that Zombie Star had been obliterated, the signals would naturally be restored. After a few more days, Zhao Lei returned to the safety base of Shenglong Pavilion, informing everyone that he would enter seclusion for several days and requested not to be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. In truth, Zhao Lei isolated himself to continuously synthesize crystal cores. Having cleared out all of Zombie Star, he had amassed no less than hundreds of billions of crystal cores. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired extraordinary level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired Lord level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired War God level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired King level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. The system's notification sounds echoed incessantly in Zhao Lei's mind, causing him to feel nauseated. However, he bore with it, knowing that enduring such minor inconveniences was necessary for the enhancement of his cultivation. Chapter 93. Stepping into the semi-saint realm after several days and nights, Zhao Lei finally synthesized all the crystal cores to their highest levels. Gazing at the vast array of cores before him, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. Ding. A large quantity of crystal cores detected. Would you like to recycle them? Without hesitation, Zhao Lei opted for recycling. Ding. Recycled a substantial number of crystal cores. Heavenly Tao points increased by 250 trillion. As the notification of the Heavenly Tao points being credited arrived, Zhao Lei opened his information panel to check. Host. Zhao Lei, human. At this moment, the total amount of Heavenly Tao points he had accumulated exceeded 260 trillion. Combining the newly acquired with the previous balance, the next enhancement of his cultivation required 20 trillion Heavenly Tao points. Zhao Lei was uncertain how many points would be needed for the subsequent enhancement, but he believed he could at least ascend 3 minor realms. With that thought, Zhao Lei stepped forward and vanished from his location. Simultaneously, in a vast desert, Zhao Lei's voice gradually emerged. Arriving in the desert, Zhao Lei promptly seated himself in mid-air. Ding. Would you like to expend 20 trillion Heavenly Tao points to elevate your cultivation to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal? The system's confirmation notification appeared, and Zhao Lei unhesitatingly chose to enhance his cultivation. Ding. Expended 20 trillion Heavenly Tao points. Cultivation elevated to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. As the system's notification concluded, Zhao Lei immediately sensed the mysterious force aiding his breakthrough. Before long, Zhao Lei's cultivation reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Observing that ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal required 50 trillion Heavenly Tao points, Zhao Lei opted to enhance his cultivation. Ding. Expended 50 trillion Heavenly Tao points. Cultivation elevated to the initial stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ding. Expended 60 trillion Heavenly Tao points. Cultivation elevated to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ding. expended 70 trillion heavenly Tao points, cultivation elevated to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Amidst the continuous notifications of the system, Zhao Lei's cultivation surged to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. With his current level of cultivation, he would rank among the upper echelons of the celestial realm in ancient times. After completing his cultivation enhancement, Zhao Lei activated the Great Tao Creation Record to familiarize himself with the powers that had surged within him. Once he fully comprehended his newfound strength, Zhao Lei rose to his feet and stepped forward, vanishing from his location. When he reappeared, Zhao Lei found himself in the underground chamber of Shenglong Pavilion where Sang Daoji Air was confined. Upon entering, he discovered that Sang Daoji Air was barely clinging to life. "How are you faring, Sang Daoji Air? Is the taste of lightning to your liking?" Zhao Lei's voice rang out with a tone of mockery. Sang Daoji Air, upon hearing this, turned his head with what little strength remained, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Seeing this, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, and a wisp of life force emanated from his fingertips, entering Sang Daoji Air's brow. With the infusion of life force, Sang Daoji Air pressed his face against the 3,000 law barrier, almost pleading, "Ask me whatever you wish to know. I will divulge all I know. I only request a swift end afterwards." Zhao Lei's eyes brightened at this response. He had expected the old man to remain obstinate, but it seemed he had underestimated the power of the destruction divine thunder. With this in mind, Zhao Lei asked, "You were once human, weren't you?" "Indeed," Sang Daoji Air promptly replied. Zhao Lei continued, "Then how did you become a zombie? And why did you invade Blue Star?" "I was infected by a strange virus 5,000 years ago, transforming me into a zombie. As for the nature of that virus, I am uncertain. I invaded Blue Star because I heard rumors of a miraculous treasure there that could render one invincible in the world." Hearing this, Zhao Lei chuckled derisively. "Invincible in the world? If such a thing truly existed, do you think I would be unaware of it? Where did you acquire this information?" "I learned of it during the Great War among the myriad races 10,000 years ago. I heard that the war was fought over this treasure. Later, the powers of the myriad races clashed, resulting in the world's collapse, and the treasure subsequently vanished. I survived only by sheer luck due to my low cultivation at the time." Zhao Lei furrowed his brows in contemplation. He recalled the information obtained from Long Zhentian, indicating that a zombie race had indeed participated in the war among the myriad races. However, Sang Daoji Air had transformed into a zombie only 5,000 years ago, suggesting that he was not the true progenitor of the zombie race. The peculiar virus he contracted was likely the zombie virus. Having pieced this together, Zhao Lei inquired, "Where did you encounter the virus that transformed you into a zombie?" "I encountered it on Zombie Star. After becoming a zombie, the virus enhanced my cultivation, which is why I settled there. The other zombies on Zombie Star were also transformed by that virus." Zhao Lei immediately pressed further. "Is the virus still present?" "No, I have completely absorbed and refined it," Sang Daoji Air replied. Hearing that Sang Daoji Air had entirely refined the virus, Zhao Lei sighed deeply. From their conversations, it became clear that Sang Daoji Air was not a participant in the Great War among the myriad races. He was merely a tiny insect that had slipped away during a celestial battle. His current cultivation was solely the result of the residual virus from Zombie Star. Realizing this, Zhao Lei concluded that Sang Daoji Air had outlived his usefulness. With a surge of the power of death, he sent Sang Daoji Air down to the underworld. Ding! Slaying a sovereign-level zombie grants 100,000 Tao points and rewards a sovereign-level Crystal Core X1. However, this 100,000 Tao points failed to pique Zhao Lei's interest in the slightest. Ding! Main quest: eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them. The mission has been completed, and the system rewards an elevation in cultivation level. Just as Zhao Lei was about to employ the spatial laws to leave the basement, the system's notification suddenly echoed in his mind, followed by an enigmatic force surging into his body. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Lei's cultivation reached the quasi-saint realm. Before he could revel in the joy of this sudden breakthrough, the system's alert rang out once more. Ding! Triggered main quest. Investigate the causes and consequences of the myriad races war and eliminate all instigators. System reward, unknown. Hearing this system prompt left Zhao Lei bewildered. How was he to proceed with such a search? It seemed utterly without direction. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Zhao Lei realized that he was now a quasi-saint in cultivation. If nothing else, he had an abundance of time to seek answers. Perhaps those involved would come to find him in due course. With this thought, Zhao Lei felt a sense of relief and ceased to dwell on the matter, stepping forward and vanishing from the basement. Chapter 94. The dark energy. In the ensuing years, communication devices were restored, and Blue Star's technology advanced at an astonishing pace. Drawing inspiration from extraterrestrial spacecraft, the nation of Huaxia Star, successfully developed its own cosmic battleship. The Phoenix. While the Phoenix, compared to the battleship awarded to Zhao Lei by the system, still fell short in various aspects, it operated on the energy derived from ability points, making it considerably superior to the battleships of the Zombie Star. The technology of spatial jumps had also been fully mastered. The term ability users became widespread, and ability points were now harnessed as a form of energy. A unique method had been devised to condense ability points into crystals similar to zombie cores. These crystals served as energy sources for spacecraft, vehicles, and other devices that could be powered by ability points. Unfortunately, these crystals could not be converted back into Dao points. Zhao Lei stood atop the walls of the Shenglong Pavilion's secure base, hands clasped behind his back, reflecting on the passage of time. After several years, even the weakest among the Shenglong Pavilion members had attained the status of divine-level ability users. Sun Shiqiang and Xue Xiaoran had both reached unparalleled levels of ability, gaining some renown in the outside world. Following the resolution of the zombie crisis, Huaxia Star established schools where the curriculum included subjects such as mathematics and science, albeit with physical education transformed into practical combat training. Even first-grade students, after receiving patriotic education from their teachers, swiftly became Level 1 ability users. Due to the prevalence of ability users, the police officers who once maintained public order now ranked as legendary-level ability users at the very least. The rapid advancement of Huaxia Star's technology was closely linked to the presence of ability users, who enjoyed numerous advantages over ordinary individuals. Not only did they possess enhanced physical capabilities, but some could even conjure food, bricks, iron blocks, and firearms, while others could summon aircraft and artillery. An array of extraordinary abilities emerged, dispelling any notions of depleting Blue Star's resources. During these years, Zhao Lei remained diligent in his training, achieving the late quasi-saint stage through relentless effort. Despite this progress, he still grappled with the enigma of the Myriad Races War, feeling utterly at a loss. "Zhao kid, why are you dawdling here again?" As Zhao Lei gazed into the distance, the voice of Long Zhantian resonated from behind. Turning to face him, Zhao Lei saw Long Zhantian stepping onto the wall. "Long Senior," Zhao Lei greeted him, "I say, Zhao kid, are you standing here lost in thought about life?" Long Zhantian smiled. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei refrained from responding to Long Zhantian's remark and instead said, "Long Senior, there hasn't been much happening lately. I'm going to check over there." With that, Zhao Lei vanished from his spot. Long Zhantian looked on in bewilderment at the spot Zhao Lei had just occupied. Simultaneously, after Zhao Lei disappeared, he found himself hovering above the core of Blue Star. The place he referred to as over there was, of course, the core of Blue Star. Zhao Lei expanded his consciousness, discovering that this location resembled a sealed mini-world, unlike the outside realm where one could soar beyond the galaxy. Zhao Lei surmised that this core of Blue Star had likely been deliberately placed here to contain the dark energy within. Even with the current fractured laws of Blue Star, Zhao Lei realized that moving the entire planet was beyond his capabilities. The entity capable of separating Blue Star into two parts must possess unfathomable power. A thought that sent shivers down Zhao Lei's spine. As Zhao Lei pondered, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. The dense dark energy coalesced into various starry beasts. Witnessing this, Zhao Lei felt the laws of death surging forth from within him like a tidal wave. However, the next moment, he was horrified to discover that these starry beasts were devoid of life. It was well understood that every living creature possessed vitality. The absence of such vitality indicated that these starry beasts were, in fact, lifeless entities. Zhao Lei had always utilized the laws of destruction to transform starry beasts into dark energy. This time, employing the laws of death revealed their true nature. Realizing this, Zhao Lei withdrew the laws of death and instead invoked the laws of destruction, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy that enveloped the entire core of Blue Star. In an instant, all starry beasts disintegrated into dark energy, swirling in the air. Zhao Lei extended his hand, grasping at the void, and a mass of dark energy appeared in his palm. He focused his consciousness and examined it closely but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Zhao Lei speculated that the system's task of eliminating all invading creatures from the core of Blue Star was aimed at eradicating this dark energy. However, This dark energy was enigmatic, and Zhao Lei felt utterly at a loss as he contemplated. The dark energy in his hand suddenly surged up his arm and into his body with such speed that he had no opportunity to react. Alarmed, Zhao Lei quickly sat cross-legged to introspect. At that moment, the dark energy coursed through his meridians, seemingly following a specific route. Zhao Lei calmed his mind and observed closely. The more he scrutinized the path of the dark energy, the more peculiar it appeared. To his astonishment, he discovered that the route it followed resembled the great Tao Genesis. Confounded, Zhao Lei noted that this dark energy was clearly devoid of autonomous consciousness. Yet it seemed to possess an understanding of the great Tao Genesis's operational pathway. After further observation, Zhao Lei discerned that while the dark energy indeed mirrored the great Tao Genesis, it was incomplete. With this thought, Zhao Lei began to channel the great Tao Genesis. As he did so, the dark energy within him erupted violently, as if sensing a terrifying presence. Before it could execute any significant action within Zhao Lei's body, it was swiftly refined by the great Tao Genesis. Just as Zhao Lei grappled with the bewildering turn of events, the system's notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Refining unknown primordial source increases cultivation. Upon hearing this notification, Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. He immediately opened his information panel to check. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, late quasi-saint, consume 49,582,300,000 Tao points to increase. The information displayed on the panel left Zhao Lei speechless in astonishment. Just by absorbing this small amount of dark energy, he had significantly reduced the Tao points required for his cultivation increase by at least 100 million. Zhao Lei felt as if he had discovered a new world. His face breaking into a smile, he lamented not having discovered the miraculous properties of this dark energy sooner. With this thought, Zhao Lei began to channel the great Tao Genesis and absorb the surrounding dark energy. Just as he believed his cultivation would rapidly ascend, the dark energy around him seemed to sense some great terror and scattered in all directions. Chapter 95. The River of Time. Although these dark energies lacked consciousness, their ability to flee was remarkable. However, Zhao Lei quickly found himself at a loss. The speed of the dark energy was akin to that of light. In the blink of an eye, they had all vanished without a trace. Zhao Lei looked around, bewildered. Am I truly so terrifying? He murmured softly. He then ceased his channeling of the great Tao Genesis. As he did so, he was astonished to observe that the fleeing dark energies began to return en masse. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Lei instantly grasped the reason behind it. These dark energies were afraid of the great Tao Genesis. With this realization, Zhao Lei set about capturing the dark energy. Raising his hand to grasp at the void, he summoned a mass of dark energy into his palm. Much like before, the moment it came into contact with Zhao Lei, it burrowed into his body, activating the great Tao Genesis. Although the dark energy entered Zhao Lei's body, it posed no substantial harm to him. However, for someone untrained in the great Tao Genesis, the moment this dark energy entered their body, it would likely result in a catastrophic reversal of their meridians, leading to death. Thus, Zhao Lei captured a wisp of dark energy, refined it for 2 minutes, captured another wisp, and refined it for another 2 minutes. During this interval, Zhao Lei contemplated employing a 3,000 law barrier to confine the dark energy before refining it. Yet, the 3,000 law barrier proved utterly ineffective against the dark energy. It passed through the barrier as if it were insubstantial. Zhao Lei was left astounded, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Subsequently, he diligently continued to capture dark energy and refine it gradually. After a day had passed, a radiant multicolored glow enveloped Zhao Lei. Accompanying the vibrant display of colored lights, an innumerable array of golden lotuses blossomed around Zhao Lei. A faint resonance of the Grand Tao echoed in his ears, lingering long after. After a considerable time, the radiant glow dissipated, and the golden lotuses retreated as Zhao Lei slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his gaze, it seemed as if the vastness of the starry sky was contained. He accessed his information panel to examine his status. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, primordial great Luo golden immortal, saint. Consuming 100 trillion Tao points can enhance. Zhao Lei had successfully ascended to the realm of saints. As he felt the transformations within himself, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Immediately, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of the host's breakthrough to primordial great Luo golden immortal. Dow Genesis record automatically completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the complete version of Dow Genesis record, automatically acquired. All paths return to 1. Ding. Acquired all paths return to 1. Understanding of the Tao of Insight. Ding. Acquired all paths return to 1. Understanding of the Tao of Fire. Ding. Acquired all paths return to 1. Understanding of the Tao of Space. Ding. Acquired all paths return to 1. Understanding of the Tao of Time. Ding. Acquired all paths return to 1. Understanding of the Tao of the Sword. The incessant chimes of the system echoed in Zhao Lei's mind, as vast information arranged itself systematically. After approximately 5 or 6 hours, the notifications finally ceased. Once the system's alerts concluded, Zhao Lei had intuitively grasped 3,000 DAS. Yet, surprisingly, he felt no astonishment at that moment. He realized that he could now conceal his emotions with ease, perceiving this as a rather ordinary occurrence, as if these 3,000 DAS had always belonged to him. With a grand gesture, he summoned a colossal barrier formed by the 3,000 DAS, enveloping the essence of Blue Star within. As Zhao Lei's hand gestures shifted, the barrier composed of the 3,000 DAS compressed all the dark energy surrounding him. As the complete Tao Genesis record began to operate, those dark energies, left with no escape, were entirely absorbed and refined by Zhao Lei. Ding. Refining the ominous primordial essence, cultivation breaks through to the mid-stage of primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ding. Refining the ominous primordial essence, cultivation breaks through to the late stage of primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ding. Refining the ominous primordial essence, cultivation breaks through to the initial stage of the Tao realm. Ding. Refining the ominous primordial essence, cultivation breaks through to the mid-stage of the Tao realm. Under Zhao Lei's fervent refining, his cultivation rapidly ascended to the Tao realm. Now, with his cultivation, he could create a world with bare hands, wielding the power to obliterate the heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Mastering the 3,000 DAS, Zhao Lei surpassed even the primordial deity Pangu. Feeling the magnitude of his current cultivation, Zhao Lei exhibited no emotional fluctuations. Rising to his feet, he stepped forward into another realm in the boundless expanse of the starry sky. A silver river flowed languidly, its rich aura of time almost palpable. This silver river was none other than the river of time. Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized above the river of time. As he sought to uncover the origins of the great war of myriad clans from 10,000 years prior, stepping onto the river of time, Zhao Lei commenced his search for that historical episode. He traversed the river of time, the flow of time racing alongside him. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Zhao Lei found himself at the river's end. Though he had attained the Tao realm and could maintain an impassive demeanor, he now frowned in concentration. He discovered that there was no historical record pertaining to the great war of myriad clans upon the river of time. It was as if it had been deliberately erased. Leaving no trace behind, Zhao Lei paced back and forth along the river of time. Deep in thought, he pondered how, despite his formidable strength, he could still find no evidence of the great war of myriad clans. Zhao Lei began to speculate on what existence could possess the power to erase the causal connections of such a monumental conflict from the river of time. After an indeterminate duration, Zhao Lei finally emerged from his reverie. Having failed to uncover the answers he sought, he turned and vanished from the river of time. Upon the essence of Blue Star, Zhao Lei's figure gradually reappeared. Ding! The task of eliminating all invading entities from the essence of Blue Star has been completed. System reward. Restoration of the laws of Blue Star essence. Zhao Lei manifested upon the essence of Blue Star. The system's notification sounded forth. He paused momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. Had it not been for the system's voice, he might have entirely forgotten about this matter. As the system's notification subsided, the once desiccated rivers of Blue Star instantly resumed their flow, and all living things began to awaken. Within mere seconds, the surroundings transformed into a vibrant green landscape, accompanied by the occasional sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. Observing the scene around him, Zhao Lei's earlier disappointment from failing to find information about the great war of myriad clans lifted considerably. He meandered to the edge of a small river, peering down to discern a few small carp swimming about, as if searching for something. Upon seeing this, Zhao Lei waved his hand, manifesting a golden portal at an elevated section of the river. The portal was intricately adorned with dragon motifs. When the small carp in the river caught sight of the golden portal nearby, their eyes shimmered with a golden light, and they joyfully swam towards it. Chapter 96. The carp leaps over the dragon gate. As the small carp in the river beheld the distant golden portal, their eyes seemed to gleam with excitement. With a splash, a golden-red carp joyfully leaped from the water, creating a cascade of droplets upon its return. The golden-red carp swiftly swam towards the golden portal. Zhao Lei, intrigued by the spectacle, followed the golden-red carp with his gaze. The golden portal was an illusion conjured by Zhao Lei using Tao Genesis record. Indistinguishable from reality, one might even say it was genuine. However, Zhao Lei remained uncertain whether the dragon gate he had conjured truly possessed the capacity to assist the carp in transforming into a dragon. Yet he was still curious to see whether the carp could leap over the dragon gate in Zhao Lei's line of sight. The golden-red carp accelerated, pursued closely by several red carp. Soon, a group of small carp reached the base of the dragon gate. Zhao Lei assessed the distance, noting that the water's surface where the carp swam was approximately 1 meter away from the dragon gate. Among the small carp, the largest was the golden-red one, measuring about 10 centimeters in length. Zhao Lei began to wonder how these small carp would execute their leap. At that moment, all the small carp paused beneath the dragon gate, as though they had conspired together. Surrounding the golden-red carp in the center, the golden-red carp circled in the water before swimming to the surface, peering out to gauge the height, contemplating if it could successfully leap over. After a few glances, the golden-red carp returned to the depths. It positioned itself at the bottom of the river, propelling itself upward with a powerful flick of its tail, shooting towards the water's surface. Splash! As the golden-red carp burst forth from the water, its tail struck the surface with force, sending it hurtling towards the golden dragon gate due to inertia. Splash! Just as the golden-red carp approached the dragon gate, its body suddenly began to sink. The little carp desperately flailed its tail, striving to ascend further, yet its tail was not a wing. No amount of vigorous thrashing bore fruit, and ultimately, it fell back into the water. Zhao Lei shook his head in disappointment at this sight. Just as he was about to turn away, the golden-red carp gathered strength once more, launching itself towards the surface. Zhao Lei, intrigued, halted his departing steps. The little carp, mirroring its previous attempt, surfaced before forcefully slapping its tail against the water, propelling itself skyward. The other red carp floated to the surface, watching in awe as the golden-red carp soared into the air. Boom! At the moment the golden-red carp ascended, a harmonious sound of the Tao resonated in Zhao Lei's ears. He focused his gaze, witnessing the little carp now hovering above the dragon gate. Rumble. As the little carp crossed the dragon gate, a deep rumble echoed from the heavens. Zhao Lei looked up to see a golden beam of light descending from the firmament, striking directly upon the golden-red carp that had leaped over the dragon gate. The moment the golden light enveloped the golden-red carp, its form began to transform. Its once gold and red body gradually morphed into pure gold, and it grew to nearly 1 meter in length. Zhao Lei couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. He had not anticipated that the dragon gate he casually conjured could indeed aid the carp in its transformation. In that instant, as the golden beam descended from the heavens, Zhao Lei not only noticed the changes in the little carp's body, but also sensed something profound. He realized that this realm was not merely a restoration of laws. It had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The original Blue Star had been composed of 3,000 laws, yet now, the essence of Blue Star was built upon 3,000 Daos. Though the difference between 300 Daos and 3,000 laws was just a couple of words, the distinction was monumental. For instance, if one comprehended the power of laws, they could merely manipulate the existing laws around them. However, upon grasping the Tao, one could create laws from thin AI or IT. Was precisely for this reason that those who comprehended the Tao could create worlds, while those who only grasped laws could not. If this realm were indeed composed of 3,000 Daos, then it could be aptly termed the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm surpassed ordinary worlds in terms of heavenly laws by an unfathomable magnitude. Even cultivators like Zhao Lei, who had attained the Tao realm, would likely invite cataclysmic retribution should they provoke the will of the heavenly laws within the Chaos Realm. I am deeply grateful to the celestial deity for granting me the opportunity to transform into a dragon. As Zhao Lei pondered over the memories of the chaotic realm, a youthful voice resonated beside him. Turning his head, he beheld a small koi fish that had leapt over the dragon gate, its fins pressed together in a gesture of reverence towards Zhao Lei. Observing this, Zhao Lei slightly raised his hand, and the little koi floated gracefully before him. This fish, once utterly ordinary, had now awakened its intelligence, refined its essence, and was capable of speech. Zhao Lei gazed at the koi before him, a hint of surprise flickering across his features, though he masked it well as the first being in this realm to embark on the path of cultivation. "Do you possess a name?" Zhao Lei inquired solemnly. The small fish, having just gained consciousness, replied respectfully, "I do not yet have a name. In that case," Zhao Lei proposed, "I shall name you Long Bing from this day forth." "To receive a name from the celestial deity is an immense honor," the fish responded. "I am grateful. Long Bing it shall be." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's bestowed name, Long Bing performed a bow in midair. Zhao Lei smiled at this display and waved his hand, sending Long Bing back into the water. "You may inform your companions. They too can leap over the Dragon Gate and commence their cultivation." Zhao Lei's voice echoed in Long Bing's ears, even as he vanished from the spot. Upon hearing this, Long Bing bowed again in the direction Zhao Lei had disappeared, then hurried to share the news with the group of koi that had accompanied him to the Dragon Gate. Shortly thereafter, several koi attempted to leap over the Dragon Gate. Simultaneously, after Zhao Lei had vanished, he did not depart from the Blue Star's core but instead found himself in a forest. Although this realm had only recently come into being, the trees here were remarkably substantial, each thick enough for two adults to encircle hand in hand. As Zhao Lei wandered through the woods, he could faintly hear the scattered calls of birds. Immersed in the rich spiritual energy of the surroundings, he felt his spirits lift considerably. Before long, he arrived at the base of the largest tree. At that moment, a variety of birds frolicked among the branches of this giant tree. Chapter 97. The birds mocking the phoenix. Before Zhao Lei, a multitude of small birds played among the branches, yet he noticed a solitary sparrow that seemed out of place. Chirp, chirp, chirped. A flock of birds flew over to the sparrow and began chattering incessantly, their words incomprehensible to him. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Lei swiftly transformed into a more common bird and took to the branch. His transformation was not merely superficial. He had fully become a bird. The Great Path Genesis record allowed Zhao Lei to embody all forms, and no one could perceive any discrepancies. Perched upon the branch, Zhao Lei listened to the bird's conversation. "Look at that bird. It is so ugly. Indeed, such an unsightly creature does not deserve to share our tree. Yes, drive it away, quickly. You do not belong here. Leave at once." A chorus of birds began to shoo away the little sparrow. The sparrow, unperturbed by their hostility, simply spread its wings and flew away. Witnessing this, Zhao Lei couldn't help but smile, recognizing that these birds' narrow-mindedness would ultimately deny them this opportunity. Upon noticing the little sparrow, Zhao Lei utilized his insightful eye to examine its essence. To his astonishment, he realized that this was not a mere sparrow, but a phoenix. How fitting that the birds mock the phoenix, Zhao Lei mused quietly, before following the departing figure. Before long, Zhao Lei trailed the sparrow to a paulownia tree. As the sparrow landed upon its branches, a faint red light flickered from the tree. Zhao Lei employed his insightful eye once more and discovered that this tree was, in fact, a spirit tree associated with the phoenix. He marveled at the sight before him. The phoenix, sensing Zhao Lei's gaze, spoke, "Are you here to mock me as they do?" Zhao Lei did not answer the phoenix directly but countered, "Do you not harbor resentment towards them for their mockery? Their disdain, their isolation?" "Of course not," the phoenix replied, "for had I been beautiful, I too would have ridiculed those less so. Their derision and isolation are, therefore, to be expected." Truly a phoenix, your perspective is commendable, Zhao Lei thought to himself, silently admiring its wisdom. "Would you desire to become both beautiful and powerful?" Zhao Lei inquired earnestly. "Of course. Who would not wish to be beautiful? Very well, if you vow to perform good deeds henceforth, I shall grant you beauty," Zhao Lei declared. As he spoke, Zhao Lei transformed back into his human form. The phoenix, upon seeing this, exclaimed, "Are you a celestial being?" In a manner of speaking, Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly, "But you have yet to answer my previous question." "I would gladly accept," the phoenix asserted solemnly. "Even if you, esteemed one, were to deny me beauty, I would still strive to aid other beings to the best of my ability." "Good. I hope you shall not disappoint me." Zhao Lei laughed heartily, then with a wave of his hand, a surge of white energy flowed into the phoenix. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead as the energy coursed through the phoenix's being. In an instant, a golden light pierced the clouds, illuminating the phoenix. What had once been a small, drab sparrow began to expand, its feathers shimmering with brilliance. Ultimately, the phoenix transformed into a resplendent five-colored bird radiating a radiant aura. Turning to the now transformed phoenix, Zhao Lei asked, "Did you possess a name before?" "I have always been isolated, referred to only as the ugly bird, and thus have never had a name of my own." The phoenix replied with a hint of sorrow. "Then henceforth, I shall name you Fengjiu," Zhao Lei proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the phoenix joyfully approached Zhao Lei, bowing deeply, "Thank you, revered deity, for bestowing upon me a name." The phoenix's change in address was due to the legacy of memories that accompanied the golden light that had descended from the heavens. According to the lore contained within that memory, the aura emanating from Zhao Lei was that of a celestial being. Just as Long Bing had instinctively referred to Zhao Lei as a deity, so too did the phoenix now acknowledge him as such. "Focus on your cultivation and strive to transform swiftly," Zhao Lei advised before vanishing from beneath the Paulownia tree. After departing, Zhao Lei found himself in a vast grassland. At this moment, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own powers. Although Zhao Lei possessed only the cultivation of the Great Path, his mastery of the Great Path Genesis record and comprehension of the 3,000 paths elevated him above this chaotic realm. Thus, any beings he recognized would similarly gain the approval of this realm, ensuring that their cultivation would yield swift results. The former celestial realm had crumbled, and Zhao Lei envisioned the possibility of constructing a new celestial domain within this realm. The world constructed upon the principles of the Great Path would far surpass the former celestial laws, and Zhao Lei believed this endeavor to be entirely feasible. His current objective was to expedite the development of this realm. While it could progress without his intervention, Zhao Lei deemed such a pace far too sluggish. With merely a gentle nudge from him, the development of this realm could be accelerated by at least a millennium. As Zhao Lei wandered aimlessly across the grassland, he sought to facilitate the early cultivation of its inhabitants. Whenever he encountered a suitable being, he would intervene to assist them in stepping onto the path of cultivation. As he ambled along, he suddenly spotted a herd of creatures in the distance. With his keen eyesight, he identified them immediately. A herd of cattle. Unhurriedly, Zhao Lei approached the herd. At that moment, a group of cows gathered closely, mooing incessantly, seemingly engaged in some discussion. Go better observe. Zhao Lei refrained from using his divine sense, instead transforming into a large yellow bull and approaching. As he neared the edge of the herd, he overheard their conversations. "This calf is quite peculiar, covered entirely in scales. Could it be a monster? Such an odd appearance might bring misfortune to the herd. Perhaps we should eliminate it." Upon hearing that some of the cows wished to harm the newborn calf, the mother cow, fiercely protective, exclaimed, "I shall not allow you to harm my child." She stood defiantly beside the calf, glaring fiercely at the surrounding herd. Should any cow dare approach, she would undoubtedly use her formidable horns to send them flying. Chapter 98. The fire Chielin, the mother cow, remained vigilant by her calf's side, glaring fiercely at the surrounding herd. Should any cow dare to advance, she would not hesitate to use her horns to defend her offspring. Zhao Lei approached the herd. Leaning in to get a better look there, on the ground, lay a calf adorned with vibrant red scales, possessing the head of a dragon, the tail of a cow, the back of a tiger, and the physique of a bear. Instantly, Zhao Lei reached a conclusion. He then employed his insightful eye once more. As he had suspected, this peculiar scaled calf was, in fact, a legendary beast known as a Chielin. According to lore, Chielins were said to be the offspring of dragons and cattle, yet this particular Chielin clearly did not fit that description. Thus, there exists but one possibility. The Chielin before him is a manifestation birthed from the primordial forces of heaven and earth, which has resulted in its impure bloodline. Zhao Lei, through his spiritual perception, discerned that this Chielin was on the verge of collapse. He speculated that its compromised lineage was likely the cause of its dire state. However, for Zhao Lei, this predicament was merely a trivial matter that could be resolved with a mere wave of his hand. Moo, moo, moo. Just as Zhao Lei was poised to intervene and rescue the young calf, the herd of cattle behind him erupted into frantic mooing and scattered in disarray. At that moment, transformed into a formidable yellow bull, Zhao Lei clearly understood the urgency of their cries. Run! The lion pride has come to hunt. Everyone, flee! "Do not linger here." With the sound of their alarm, the herd immediately dispersed. Despite their swift retreat, 5 of the cattle fell prey to the powerful male lions. Pinned to the ground, faced with a dozen lions, nearly 40 cattle displayed no inclination to resist. Ultimately, only Zhao Lei, the cow, and the calf remained on the spot. Roar, roar, roar. 3 lions bellowed a few times before charging toward the trio. The mother cow, upon witnessing this, fiercely shielded the calf behind her, glaring defiantly at the approaching lions. 2 of the lions lunged at the mother cow and calf, while one advanced toward Zhao Lei. One lion leaped, aiming to pounce on the mother cow. Just as the lion was 2 meters away, the mother cow suddenly kicked off with her hind legs and charged. The lion, taken by surprise, was sent flying 4 to 5 meters by the force of the impact. In that fleeting moment, as the lion was hurled away, another lion seized the opportunity to sink its teeth into the mother cow's neck. The immense strength instantly toppled the mother cow to the ground. Simultaneously, the lion charging toward Zhao Lei reached him. Unfazed by the menacing lion before him, Zhao Lei remained composed. With a subtle shake of his head, the lion collided with an invisible barrier, instantly dissipating into a cloud of crimson mist. Boom. Just as Zhao Lei dealt with the lion, a resounding explosion echoed nearby. Turning to investigate, he witnessed a figure engulfed in flames. A crimson silhouette that swiftly crushed another lion into mist. The young Qilin, who had just seen its mother felled, glimmered with ferocity in its eyes. The flicker of flame within it surged to a peak. And in an instant, the flames enveloped the frail calf, which rose to its feet. The lion gripping the mother cow turned to flee, but the enraged young Qilin was not something it could provoke. With flames blazing, the young Qilin stepped forward, appearing before the lion. The lion had no chance to react before being pinned to the ground and crushed into blood mist beneath the young Qilin's foot. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any discord. Zhao Lei, witnessing this, could not help but inwardly commend the young creature. Though its bloodline was tainted, it was still an auspicious beast. A mere ordinary lion was no match for it. Thud! Just as Zhao Lei finished his silent praise, the young Qilin collapsed, its flames extinguishing. Observing this, Zhao Lei vanished from his location, reappearing beside the young Qilin in human form. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he began to meticulously assess the young Qilin's condition. Upon thorough examination, Zhao Lei swiftly grasped the situation. The young Qilin, already on the brink of death due to its impure lineage, had forcibly ignited its bloodline power in a desperate attempt, resulting in its current lineage purity plummeting to below 5. If Zhao Lei did not act promptly, the young Qilin would surely not awaken. Realizing this, Zhao Lei raised his hand, conjuring a white orb the size of an egg. This orb was a manifestation of the creative power he harnessed from the Great Path Genesis record. The same force he had previously infused into Fengjiu was now at his disposal. This power could transmute the essence of all things in existence, and everything birthed from it would possess true substance. Should Zhao Lei desire, he could even create various forms of life, including ancient divine beasts. However, the beings he created would inevitably bear flaws. Their intelligence would be limited, and their cultivation would remain static unless nourished by further creative energy. At this moment, Zhao Lei infused the creative power into the young Qilin, which would manifest a complete Qilin bloodline within it. Once the young Qilin acquired the authentic Qilin lineage and received the recognition of the heavenly will, it would be resurrected. Boom. Just as Zhao Lei contemplated this, a rumbling thunder cracked in the sky. A golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the young Qilin. Bathed in this golden radiance, the young Qilin ascended, its flames reigniting, its form solidifying and robust, no longer resembling the frail creature it once was. As the golden light dissipated, the young Qilin had successfully transformed into a red fire Qilin, ablaze with flames. Upon landing, the fire Qilin immediately knelt before Zhao Lei. "Thank you, divine being, for bestowing upon me the gift of rebirth. This young Qilin shall forever be grateful." Zhao Lei, acknowledging this gesture, accepted the homage. He then slightly raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted the fire Qilin back to its feet. "Divine being, I know what you wish to convey." Just as the fire Qilin began to speak, Zhao Lei interrupted, gesturing toward the mother cow lying on the ground. A white radiance surged forth, merging with the mother cow's form. Boom. At the instant the white light entered the mother cow, Another rumble of thunder reverberated from the sky. In an instant, a golden beam penetrated the clouds, illuminating the mother cow. Like the fire Qilin before her, the mother cow floated in the air, her appearance undergoing a transformation. Green scales sprouted from her body, followed by the emergence of a dragon's head. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, the mother cow had ultimately transformed into a green wood Qilin, slightly smaller than the fire Qilin. Chapter 99. Returning to Blue Star, time flies by. I bow before the divine being. Thank you for saving my life. The now transformed green wood Qilin knelt before Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei raised his hand slightly, an invisible force lifting the wood Qilin to her feet. You and your offspring have shed your mortal forms, becoming auspicious beasts. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate and strive for ascension. Zhao Lei spoke gravely. The Qilin mother and son nodded earnestly in agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Lei bestowed upon them names. The fire Qilin was named Fuse, and the wood Qilin was named Fengchun. I shall leave this golden Qilin here. Henceforth, it shall serve as the guardian of your Qilin clan. After naming them, Zhao Lei conjured a golden Qilin using his creative power, leaving it by the side of the Qilin mother and son. Although one was at the golden core stage and the other at the nascent soul stage, the world was newly formed, brimming with opportunities and treasures. It was possible that some being might seize an opportunity and attain ascension in an instant. Thus, for the safety of the mother and son, this was Zhao Lei's method. After imparting all necessary instructions to the Qilin mother and son, Zhao Lei vanished from their presence. At this moment, dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins had all embarked upon their paths of cultivation. As they grew stronger, they would establish a tripartite balance. This equilibrium among the three clans would deter significant conflicts, allowing the beings of this world more time to cultivate. Moreover, with Zhao Lei preparing guardians for all three clans, their safety was further assured. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei arrived beneath the phoenix's wudong tree. Fengjiu, I bow before the divine being. Upon seeing Zhao Lei's arrival, Fengjiu promptly flew to greet him. Zhao Lei gestured for her to rise. He then utilized his creative power to conjure a phoenix, of equal strength to the golden Qilin left with the Qilin mother and son. After completing this task, Zhao Lei imparted a few words to Fengjiu before departing. Once Zhao Lei left, Fengjiu deeply bowed in the direction he had vanished, then returned to the wudong tree. After parting with Fengjiu, Zhao Lei arrived at the bank of a small river. This was the very place where he had created the dragon gate. Long Bing, I bow before the divine being. Sensing Zhao Lei's presence, Long Bing revealed himself to At this moment. Long Bing was no longer the small koi he once was. He had developed limbs with 2 small protrusions on his head. Zhao Lei, observing this transformation, nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, sending a beam of white light into Long Bing's form. Previously, Zhao Lei had merely created the dragon gate, allowing Long Bing to embark on his cultivation journey without endowing him with any bloodline. He believed that both Fengjiu and Fuse had acquired their respective Phoenix and Qilin bloodlines, and Long Bing should not be deprived of this as well. As the power entered Long Bing's body, a remarkable transformation occurred. His once 10-meter frame surged to nearly 30 meters, and the small protrusions on his head blossomed into a pair of exquisite dragon horns. Spiraling through the air, Long Bing, filled with joy, promptly approached Zhao Lei to pay his respects. Following this, Zhao Lei offered him a few words of guidance, leaving behind a 5-clawed golden dragon as the guardian of the dragon clan before departing. Zhao Lei hovered above the main body of Blue Star, marveling at its size, which had grown tenfold since his last visit. This time, he not only restored the foundational laws of Blue Star, but also found a suitable substitute for the eventual restoration of the celestial realm. However, he still had no leads regarding the impending multiracial war. Reflecting on this, Zhao Lei took a step forward and vanished from sight. What is this situation? Standing on the banks of the Black Dragon River, Zhao Lei gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Before Zhao Lei, countless small spacecraft darted across the sky, and numerous buildings floated in mid-air. In the distance, towering beams of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Gazing at the familiar yet alien scene before him, Zhao Lei was taken aback. It seemed that he had only been away for a brief moment. Yet how had Blue Star transformed into this? In disbelief, Zhao Lei scrutinized the unfolding spectacle, his immense consciousness radiating outward, enveloping the entirety of Blue Star in an instant. Under the scrutiny of his awareness, a torrent of information surged into Zhao Lei's mind. Upon reviewing all the data, he was astonished to discover that a staggering 25 years had elapsed since his departure. During these years, Blue Star had experienced rapid technological advancement, fully entering the interstellar age. Even ordinary practitioners of abilities now possessed their own spacecraft. The small interstellar vessels had become as ubiquitous as automobiles once were, with nearly every household owning one. Zhao Lei stood entranced by the scene before him, unable to fathom that 25 years had slipped by so swiftly. Reflecting on the events that transpired after he arrived at the core of Blue Star, he recalled spending several days absorbing the source of the unknown, followed by a journey through the river of time. The river of time. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he traversed the river of time. He had been unaware of how much time had truly passed. Now, it dawned on him that he had likely traveled through 25 years along that very river. With this realization, Zhao Lei promptly transported himself to the Black Dragon Security Base. Wait, it should no longer be called the Black Dragon Security Base, but rather, Black Dragon City. In the span of 25 years, Blue Star had evolved remarkably. Although the original walls of the security base remained, the gates now stood wide open. The periphery of the security base had been transformed into a sprawling metropolis, estimated to be 4 times the size of the original Black Dragon Security Base. As Zhao Lei wandered through Black Dragon City, he observed the bustling streets filled with people and the spacecraft soaring above. He couldn't help but marvel, considering how the outbreak of zombies, while having claimed countless lives, had simultaneously catalyzed the rapid development of Blue Star. Strolling along the street, though he concealed his presence entirely, his aura as a powerful being attracted the curiosity of many onlookers. Whispers began to circulate among the survivors. Look at that man. Doesn't he resemble a celestial being from the movies? You must be delusional. There are no celestial beings in this world. Exactly, this is the era of ability users. Only someone as foolish as you would believe in immortals. Indeed, we now trust in science and abilities. Let's not propagate such misguided notions. But look at him. I can't sense any ability fluctuations from him. In a world where everyone possesses abilities, how could he possibly be an ordinary person? If he's not a celestial being, could he be just an ordinary person? You know, it is quite possible he could be an ordinary person. Have you heard? Rumor has it that extraterrestrial beings have infiltrated Blue Star, and they can disguise themselves as ordinary people. Do you think? Stop talking nonsense. The zombie crisis has been resolved. Where would extraterrestrials come from? Spreading rumors could land you in trouble, so watch your words. Chapter 100. The Short Skirt Girl, the fox-eared maiden listening to the chatter of the passers-by. Zhao Lei remained indifferent. However, upon hearing the mention of extraterrestrials, curiosity piqued within him. He had been anxious for news regarding the interspecies war. If extraterrestrials truly had invaded, he could investigate further. Wandering aimlessly through the city, he meticulously observed his surroundings. The realization that 25 years had passed since his departure still left him somewhat dazed. He decided to explore and adapt to this changed environment. Thus, Zhao Lei began to meander through Black Dragon City, occasionally drawn to the vendors' calls or the conversations of bystanders. If circumstances allowed, Zhao Lei yearned for a simple, untroubled life. Yet, alas, with a deep sigh, he reflected on his past. Before the zombie virus outbreak, he had been an ordinary office worker. Though he had worked as a security guard during college, his monthly salary barely exceeded $3,000, and after accounting for rent and daily expenses, little remained at that time. He envied the wealthy, who could live freely without financial worries. When the zombie virus erupted, he embarked on a journey of cultivation. Yet, he had never aspired for immortality. He only wished for a few days of peaceful existence. Alas, life rarely unfolded as one hoped. You hear the latest? What about? There are reports of extraterrestrials invading the school, and people have reportedly died. Please don't scare me. I have a weak constitution. As Zhao Lei lamented, he overheard a group of students, approximately 15 or 16 years old, discussing extraterrestrial matters, instantly piquing his interest. What are you afraid of? Didn't a senior from Shenglong City visit us recently? Now that you mention it, I remember. That senior is a core member of Shenglong Pavilion. Exceptionally gifted and already a peerless powerhouse, that's obvious. Shenglong Pavilion is renowned for housing the most Dominion-level ability users in the world. Though they number only a little over 1,000 combined, the rest of the ability users worldwide would hardly compare. Indeed, It's said that the founder of Shenglong Pavilion is a being of eternal caliber or higher. Whether it's true remains uncertain. Speaking of which, my grandfather mentioned that the founder of Shenglong Pavilion seems to have ascended to the celestial realm. Your grandfather must be pulling your leg. There's no such thing as a celestial realm. If it existed, the government would have discovered it by now. And you know how advanced technology is today. That's true. I've heard that people are already residing on Mars, which has a decent environment. If given the chance, I'd love to see it. You should wake up. To go to Mars, one needs at least a 7th level ability. With your C-grade talent, you'll probably never reach that level. With laughter echoing in the air, the group of students headed toward the school. Observing this, Zhao Lei leisurely followed behind, eager to uncover the truth about these formidable extraterrestrials wreaking havoc on Blue Star. Within minutes, he arrived at the school's entrance. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, unnoticed by anyone, slipping silently inside. Upon entering the school, Zhao Lei's vast consciousness enveloped the entire premises. After a thorough investigation, he ultimately found nothing. Confused, Zhao Lei pondered whether the students were merely spreading baseless rumors. Something felt amiss. After all, he had also heard talk of extraterrestrials from passers-by. Could it be that these extraterrestrials were undetectable even to him? Zhao Lei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If that were the case, things could become quite troublesome. With this thought, Zhao Lei transformed into the guise of a student, even donning a matching uniform. In this form, even an eternal level ability user would be unable to discern anything amiss about him. Once transformed, Zhao Lei began to wander the campus, hoping to uncover any clues. That moment, it was noon. The sun shining brightly, and students were free from classes, crowding the playground. Zhao Lei settled beneath a camphor tree, observing his surroundings. Just then, a girl in a short skirt approached him. Most students were clad in uniforms. So this girl, wearing a black short skirt, stood out strikingly. Hey, I've been watching you for a while. You keep looking around. Tell me, are you an extraterrestrial? Though the girl was quite attractive, her opening line struck Zhao Lei as foolish. What extraterrestrial would openly admit to being one? Zhao Lei cast a sidelong glance at the short-skirted girl before turning away, ignoring her. The girl, seeing his indifference, grew agitated. You think you can ignore me? Do you know who I am? Even the principal wouldn't dare disrespect me here. Just a pampered rich girl. What's so special about that? Zhao Lei replied coolly. It was evident that this girl had been spoiled by her family. The short-skirted girl, incensed by his words, retorted, I am not a spoiled rich girl. I am a level 5 ability user, quite powerful, and not at all pampered. With that, the girl prepared to unleash her abilities upon Zhao Lei. However, he remained unfazed. As a formidable being of the Great Path, he had no reason to fear a girl who had yet to fully mature. The girl wasted no time. She immediately activated her ability. Celestial Fox Transformation. In an instant, she sprouted a fox tail and ears, her figure becoming alluring. Fortunately, she was facing Zhao Lei. Otherwise, anyone else might have been captivated. Zhao Lei turned to see the girl's eyes radiating hearts in a pink hue. This pink glow was the manifestation of her ability, charm. Yet, targeting Zhao Lei with such a technique was nothing short of inviting disaster. Sure enough, before Zhao Lei could make a move, the transformed girl coughed up a mouthful of blood. What did you do to me? Why did my charm fail to work on you? The girl wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Zhao Lei. In this school, the number of 6th-level supernatural beings like her could be counted on one's fingers. He never imagined that the youth before him would surpass him in cultivation. Zhao Lei, upon hearing the girl's words, chose to ignore her and turned his head away. The girl in the short skirt, witnessing Zhao Lei's attitude, was infuriated to the point of nearly grinding her teeth. In that moment, she clenched her small fists, preparing to rush at Zhao Lei and retaliate. However, before she could make a move, a resonant voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed from a distance. Sweki, stop causing trouble and apologize to this classmate at once. Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this voice, and then turned to look in the direction from which it came. Chapter 101. An old acquaintance. The instant Zhao Lei recognized the voice, he froze for a moment, then turned to see a middle-aged man, nearly 60 years of age, approaching him and the girl. Upon seeing the newcomer, the girl in the short skirt disregarded her injuries and dashed to the man. Pouting adorably, Father, that guy bullied me. You must teach him a lesson. The girl tugged at the man's hand, shaking it incessantly. The middle-aged man, witnessing this scene, shook his head in resignation. His daughter was becoming increasingly unreasonable. He then addressed Zhao Lei, saying, "It is Lu Mao's lack of guidance. I kindly ask you, young brother, not to hold it against my daughter. But father, how could you apologize to a student? He was the one who hurt me first." The girl retorted defiantly, "Stop this nonsense, we are outside, not in Shenglong City. Just because we possess great power does not mean we can act recklessly. Have you forgotten what I instructed you when we set out?" The middle-aged man admonished sternly. The girl's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, clearly unaccustomed to such reprimands, which only intensified her resentment towards Zhao Lei. Seeing his daughter on the verge of tears, the middle-aged man softened and turned to leave. Just then, Zhao Lei spoke up, "Zhibing, it seems you are quite indulgent with your daughter." The person before him was none other than Lu Zhibing and his daughter Lu Sueki. Upon hearing Zhao Lei directly address him by name, Lu Zhibing was filled with confusion. He could not fathom how this youth knew him. However, Lu Zhibing quickly composed himself and spoke in a low voice. "You, lad, are the first to address me so casually in Heilong City. Are you seeking trouble?" "Oh, is that so? It appears I have set a record today." Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly, slowly approaching Lu Zhibing. Seeing this, Lu Zhibing furrowed his brows, and no matter how he observed this youth, there was not a hint of supernatural energy emanating from him, deepening his confusion. Could it be that this person was an ordinary human? Or perhaps an extraterrestrial? Lu Zhibing's mind raced with conclusions. In a society where everyone possessed supernatural abilities, the sudden appearance of someone without any discernible powers could only mean they were an alien. As Zhao Lei stood before Lu Zhibing, the latter prepared to subdue him. However, something entirely unexpected occurred. Thud. Lu Zhibing met Zhao Lei's gaze for less than a second before collapsing to the ground. Utterly drained of strength, Lu Sueki rushed forward to support him. Lu Zhibing, incredulous, looked up at Zhao Lei as the terrifying pressure from moments before still lingered in his mind. Zhao Lei approached Lu Zhibing and stated firmly, "Your daughter is overly pampered. Had she encountered someone else today, her life might have been in jeopardy. Such incidents must not occur again. Stand up." As he spoke, Zhao Lei waved his hand, and a surge of green energy flowed into Lu Zhibing, allowing him to rise. Once Lu Zhibing felt the oppressive force dissipate, he hastily stood up. Staring blankly at Zhao Lei, he found himself at a loss for words, with his own cultivation being among the top tier across the blue star. He could not believe that a mere youth could bring him to his knees with just a glance. He felt utterly defeated. Noticing Lu Zhibing's expression, Zhao Lei realized he might have overstepped and conveyed through his thoughts. "Zhibing, it is I, Zhao Lei. I have taken on this appearance as I am currently investigating an alien invasion." Lu Zhibing was taken aback as Zhao Lei's voice resonated in his mind. He stared at the youth in disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Zhibing finally responded mentally, "Zhao Guardian, is it really you? You're alive." Zhao Lei smirked and replied, "What do you mean by that? Is it so easy to get rid of me?" "Zhao Lei? That's wonderful. Do you know that we at the base have been searching for you for over 20 years? An important matter delayed us, and I thought it would be resolved quickly. But it has been 25 years. We will discuss this later. For now, let us get to the point. You are here to investigate the alien invasion, correct?" Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention aliens, Lu Zhibing's demeanor turned serious. "Indeed, I am here specifically to investigate the matter. However, I have been at a loss for leads. Now that Zhao Guardian is here, capturing these aliens should be a straightforward task." "All right, enough flattery. Tell me what findings you have." Zhao Lei interrupted. Lu Zhibing, recognizing the gravity of the alien situation, began recounting his investigation. "Zhao Guardian, it is as follows. A few days ago, I received reports that there have been alien invasions occurring globally. These aliens are elusive, undetectable by either supernatural abilities or advanced technology. In the end, all members of Shenglong Pavilion mobilized, and I brought Sueki to Heilong City. After several days of investigation, I discovered that there are at least a dozen aliens within this school. However, they vanish immediately after committing their attacks, leaving us with no way to pursue them. Sueki and I have been searching for clues here every day." The two exchanged thoughts rapidly, though the exchange took mere seconds in reality. At that moment, Lu Sueki was still aiding her father to his feet. Now fully recovered, Lu Zhibing broke free from her support and cupped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Zhao Lei. This spectacle left Lu Sueki utterly astonished. She quickly intervened to halt Lu Zhibing's actions. After all, her father was among the world's elite, and it was astounding for anyone to command his respect. Lu Sueki might have believed her father was simply acting out of character, yet she could not fathom that Zhao Lei's cultivation surpassed that of Lu Zhibing. But reality often defies expectations. Lu Zhibing promptly delivered a light smack to Lu Sueki's head. "You silly girl, this is your father's superior. Hurry and pay your respects." Lu Sueki was left dazed by her father's action. Yet, under Lu Zhibing's insistence, she reluctantly performed a respectful gesture towards Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, witnessing this, could only shake his head in exasperation. Lu Zhibing was nearly 60 years old. Couldn't he exhibit a bit more wisdom? Zhao Lei felt that his earlier mental communication had been in vain, as Lu Zhibing had seemingly disregarded it. Pondering this, Zhao Lei discreetly scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Chapter 102. Extraterrestrial Enemies. A great battle approaches thus. Throughout the day, Zhao Lei, Lu Zhibing, and Lu Sueki roamed the school, keenly observing for signs of extraterrestrial presence. Nightfall, on the rooftop of the teaching building, Zhao Lei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Lu Zhibing and Lu Sueki stood behind him. "Zhao Guardian, it has already been a day, and we have yet to uncover any clues. I wonder if the aliens will even show themselves," Lu Zhibing remarked. Lu Sueki remained silent beside him, still grappling with the fact that this youth, who appeared to be her age, was her father's superior. She dared not voice her confusion. "They will appear," Zhao Lei replied calmly, observing the surroundings. In truth, he was extending his consciousness across the entire school. Any unusual occurrence would be immediately discerned by him. Suddenly, amidst the silence, a scream erupted from the distant dormitory building. "There's trouble. Aliens have appeared." The moment the voice rang out, both Zhao Lei and Lu Zhibing sensed the urgency. Zhao Lei vanished in an instant, while Lu Zhibing swiftly made his way towards the source of the sound. Lu Sueki, seeing the two disappear, hurriedly followed suit. Zhao Lei's teleportation was remarkably swift. He had just vanished from the rooftop when he arrived at the dormitory where the scream had originated. However, upon his arrival, the place was already deserted. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei set up a 3,000 Great Dao barrier, enveloping the entire dormitory. He was certain that the alien responsible for the attack within the school possessed low cultivation. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to hide. Before Zhao Lei, all was but an ant. After establishing the 3,000 Great Dao barrier, Zhao Lei wasted no time and invoked the power of time. A vast force of temporal energy blanketed the entire dormitory. In an instant, time within the building began to reverse. Moments later, 5 figures materialized before Zhao Lei. He snapped his fingers, and time froze at that moment. Among the 5 figures, 4 were ordinary students, while one exuded a menacing red glow from their eyes. Zhao Lei was convinced that the pair of eyes gleaming with a crimson light undoubtedly belonged to an extraterrestrial being. In the next moment, he swiftly seized the neck of the figure emanating that eerie glow. With a single step, Zhao Lei and the entity vanished from their original location. After their disappearance, the 3,000 great barriers he had established dissipated instantaneously, causing the flow of time within the entire dormitory building to return to normal. Once time resumed, the previously afflicted students found themselves unharmed. The 4 students exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the events, before each returned to their respective beds to resume their slumber. At that moment, Zhao Lei found himself in a realm of void. After employing the 3,000 great laws to ensnare the figure with the glowing eyes, he lifted the temporal restrictions that had bound it. Released from the confines of time, the entity within the barrier appeared utterly dazed, still grappling with the events that had transpired. However, upon noticing Zhao Lei standing before it, arms crossed behind his back, panic surged through the extraterrestrial, which began frantically colliding against the barrier in an attempt to escape. Yet, the barrier forged by the 3,000 great laws was not something it could hope to breach. "From whence do you hail, alien?" Zhao Lei inquired in a grave tone, observing the creature's frantic demeanor. Despite his inquiry, the extraterrestrial paid him no heed, continuing its desperate attempts to break free. Zhao Lei, growing increasingly impatient, waved his hand, invoking the power of spatial laws. With a resounding cry, Zhao Lei unleashed his spatial blade, instantly severing the lower half of the trapped extraterrestrial, leaving only its skeletal remains. The creature let out a horrific scream and collapsed within the barrier. Finally subdued, Noticing its compliance, Zhao Lei pressed further. Who are you? Where do you come from? How many of you have arrived in total? Speak truthfully, or I shall make you regret your existence in this world. Terrified by Zhao Lei's earlier display of power, the extraterrestrial promptly responded, I am a member of the Dark Hidden race, having traversed from a higher dimensional world. We numbered 700 million in total, but due to a formidable barrier surrounding this planet, only over 500 of us have been sent here. Listening intently to the Dark Hidden being's account, Zhao Lei examined its information panel. This Dark Hidden race possessed a mysterious ability, a celestial gift that allowed them to meld with shadows, rendering them undetectable. However, such a talent would prove ineffective against Zhao Lei. Surrounded by strands of causality manifesting around him, Zhao Lei observed countless intricate threads connecting to various points on Blue Star, though the majority extended beyond its confines. He chose to disregard the threads leading outside Blue Star, as his immediate priority was to eradicate the dark hidden beings present on the planet. With a single stride, Zhao Lei vanished once again, tracing the strands of causality to locate each dark hidden entity concealed within the shadows, swiftly dealing with them one by one. Within the span of an hour, he had eliminated all dark hidden beings on Blue Star. Having resolved the matter, Zhao Lei reinforced the barrier outside Blue Star, upgrading it to a 3,000 Great Laws barrier. After completing these tasks, he leisurely set out to find Liu Zhibing. Meanwhile, beyond Blue Star, countless spacecraft traversed the cosmos. It was not solely the dark hidden beings that had come. A significant number of races involved in the Great War of the 10,000 had also arrived. At that moment, the 9 most powerful emperors of the myriad races convened. After 10 millennia, we must seize Blue Star this time, one declared. You made the same assertion a millennium ago, yet you still failed? Another retorted. This time is different. Had it not been for the interference of the unfathomable, we would have already grasped the essence of the Tao. Anyone can boast, another chimed in. The unfathomable is also a part of the Tao. Attempting to seize its essence would provoke it into action. Silence. A commanding voice cut through the clamor. After 10 millennia of dilution, the unfathomable has nearly dissipated. The Tao cannot directly intervene in worldly affairs. This is our opportunity. If we fail to seize the essence of the Tao this time, we may all perish here. Indeed, another affirmed, we have gathered the combined might of all races. Conquering this insignificant Blue Star will undoubtedly be within our grasp. A peculiar assembly of beings debated aboard a colossal spacecraft. Just then, an urgent voice echoed from afar. This is not good. The barrier surrounding Blue Star has inexplicably intensified, now far exceeding its original strength. We may find it impossible to send anyone inside, declared a man known as Dark Hidden Emperor. Upon hearing this, the other 8 emperors furrowed their brows in concern. The 10 great emperors consisted of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, the Wrathful Sea Emperor, the Undead Emperor, the Celestial Wolf Emperor, the Dark Hidden Emperor, the Angel Emperor, the Radiant Emperor, the Slaughter Emperor, the Undying Emperor, and the Reincarnation Emperor. They had expended considerable resources to send 500 dark hidden beings inside. And the news of the barrier's enhancement shocked them all. The one who had previously criticized the Dark Hidden Emperor for his impatience, the Heavenly Demon Emperor, remained silent upon hearing this alarming news. A blue-skinned alien, seeing no one speaking, turned to a purple-skinned figure beside him. Undead Emperor, did you not leave a contingency plan in this universe 10 millennia ago? Have you any updates? The Undead Emperor's expression grew somber. Indeed, I left a contingency here, but for reasons unknown, I lost contact with my subordinates several years ago, and I have yet to locate their whereabouts. The others realized the Undead Emperor could not be relied upon, and they would need to seek alternative solutions. By the way, Dark Hidden Emperor, have there been any messages from the 500 subordinates sent to Blue Star? Inquired the Angel Emperor, who sported a pair of golden wings. The Dark Hidden Emperor shook his head. Since the barrier was strengthened, I lost contact with those subordinates. However, they did send word a few days ago. What news? The assembly inquired, curiosity piqued. The Dark Hidden Emperor, showing no intent to prolong the suspense, replied, they reported that through their investigations, they discovered that the strongest beings on Blue Star are a group of ruler-level entities. Ruler level? How can that be? If the strongest beings were merely ruler level, then who established the barrier surrounding Blue Star? A blue-skinned man with gills, known as the Wrathful Sea Emperor, raised a question. The 9 great emperors fell silent at his words. In that moment of tension, the wolf-headed emperor spoke. Do you think it possible that the Tao intervened? Impossible, the reincarnation emperor swiftly countered. The Tao cannot interfere with the development of the world. If it did, the forces of the unfathomable would only grow stronger, potentially leading to the destruction of the universe. It would not take such a risk. The reincarnation emperor, being the strongest among the 10 great emperors, was not to be contradicted. He continued, the celestial realm has already been obliterated by the unfathomable, which now permeates that space. Though it has been diluted over 10 millennia, it remains a force we cannot provoke. Our primary objective must be to breach the barrier around Blue Star. The Tao cannot take direct action. As long as we concentrate our forces to dismantle the barrier, the essence of the Tao will be ours to claim. The Radiant Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need only await the arrival of the remaining races. Once we concentrate our power for a simultaneous assault, no matter how formidable the barrier, it cannot withstand our might. Agreed. With both the Radiant Emperor and the Reincarnation Emperor voicing their support, the other 8 emperors followed suit. After concluding their discussions, the 10 great emperors returned to their respective vessels, awaiting the arrival of the remaining forces from the myriad races on Blue Star. After eliminating the dark hidden beings, Zhao Lei sought out Lu Zhibing. At that moment, he had reverted to his original form. Lu Sueki gazed at Zhao Lei, now appearing as if he were in his 20s, feeling an overwhelming sense of wonder. Though she was immensely curious about how Zhao Lei had achieved this transformation, she refrained from asking, considering Zhao Lei's position as her father's superior. Zhao Lei inquired about the recent developments within the Shenglong Pavilion before he and Lu Zhibing traversed space back to the Shenglong Pavilion. The establishment had since been renamed Shenglong City, with towering skyscrapers replacing the once familiar woods surrounding the city walls. The interior and exterior of the city were distinctly separated. Due to the defensive barrier established by the system based on Zhao Lei's power, non-members of Shenglong Pavilion found themselves barred from entry. Consequently, only the original 1,000 members who had joined Shenglong Pavilion prior could move freely within the secure base. Even the families of later members were confined to reside outside the city walls in Shenglong City. Zhao Lei perceived that this might not be such a bad thing, as it prevented the chaotic mingling of various beings within the Shenglong Pavilion. Upon returning to the base, Zhao Lei first sought out his parents. At this moment, both of Zhao Lei's parents were nearing the age of 80. However, due to the fact that they were both unparalleled level supernatural beings, they remained vigorous and full of life. Although high-level practitioners of supernatural abilities do experience an extension of lifespan, the increase is almost insignificant when compared to that of immortal cultivators. For instance, when Zhao Lei reached the Yuaning stage, his lifespan extended by 3,600 years. Conversely, a Lord-level supernatural being at a similar stage would only see an increase of a little over a century. Mom and Dad, I'm back. As his parents caught sight of Zhao Lei's return, their eyes instantly brimmed with tears. For the past 25 years, they had searched for him countless times, yet to no avail. After Zhao Lei had been missing for more than a year, Long Zhantian had attempted to locate the entrance to the main body of Blue Star in hopes of finding Zhao Lei, only to discover, to his astonishment, that the entrance had vanished. Upon realizing this, Long Zhantian returned with the distressing news of Zhao Lei's disappearance, leading to the Shenglong Pavilion holding a burial ceremony for him at that time. You little rascal, you actually remembered to come back. Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been? The elderly couple embraced Zhao Lei, and in that moment, 25 years of longing was released. At that instant, Zhao Lei resembled a wayward child who, faced with the reproaches of his parents, could only nod in hurried acknowledgement of his mistakes. Under the loving education of his parents, Zhao Lei, a powerful practitioner in the realm of the great Tao, dared not offer even the slightest offense in this world. The only individuals capable of making Zhao Lei bow his head were undoubtedly his parents, who had painstakingly raised him. In the subsequent period, Zhao Lei remained at the Shenglong Pavilion. Presently, the youngest individuals there were Lin Dais and his companions, who were already nearing 40 years of age. When Liu learned of Zhao Lei's return, she immediately sought him out. Now in her 50s, Liu appeared to be in her 30s. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, she leaped into his arms like a young girl, bursting into tears. Zhao Lei, taken aback, was at a loss for how to respond. He'll be honest. Despite their long acquaintance, the time they had spent together was relatively brief. Furthermore, Zhao Lei had already ascended to the realm of the great Tao, rendering him nearly immortal. Yet, what of Liu? Even if she reached the dominion level, her lifespan would at most span a few hundred years. There was indeed reason behind the saying that immortals and mortals walk different paths. As Zhao Lei continually comforted her, Li Yu's emotions gradually calmed. Once her distress subsided, Zhao Lei broached the topic of their separation. Although Li Yu was now in her 50s, being a Dominion-level powerhouse made it relatively easy for her to find a suitable partner. However, contrary to expectations, the separation did not succeed, as Li Yu adamantly refused to agree. Moreover, Zhao Lei felt a sense of guilt for Li Yu's years of waiting. Ultimately, the separation ended in failure in the following days. Zhao Lei remained within the Shanglong Pavilion, where several guardians from Huaxia visited to welcome him back. After everyone had departed, Long Zhentian stayed behind at the Shanglong Pavilion. "Kid, why didn't you come to find me after returning? I searched the entire world for you back then, yet you were nowhere to be found. Where on earth did you go?" Long Zhentian, an old rascal, surrounded Zhao Lei with a barrage of questions. Zhao Lei found it relatively easy to get along with this old trickster and answered all his inquiries one by one. Upon learning that Zhao Lei had been in the main body of Blue Star all along, Long Zhentian was astounded. It should be noted that he had been unable to locate the entrance at that time. Now, hearing that Zhao Lei had been there all along, how could he not be shocked? Regarding the disappearance of the entrance to the main body of Blue Star, Zhao Lei was equally perplexed. Nevertheless, he had traversed there by locking onto spatial coordinates and directly crossing over. So the entrance's disappearance did not affect him in the slightest. Without Zhao Lei's guidance, it would likely have been impossible for anyone else to reach that place. Long Zhentian and Zhao Lei engaged in extensive discussions about the events of the past years. Though they were mostly trivial matters, despite their insignificance, both man and dragon relished the exchange. Before long, another day had slipped away. On that particular morning, Zhao Lei reclined in a grand chair, eyes closed for meditation. When suddenly, a vivid image flickered through his mind. In the vision, Zhao Lei stood amidst a starry expanse, gazing at a colossal aquamarine planet, surrounded by a multitude of cosmic warships traversing through space. The tightly packed vessels nearly enveloped the planet, leaving no room for escape. Observing the scene, Zhao Lei was reminded of two similar visions he had experienced previously. Consolidating the three images, he realized that the warships were of the same fleet. Only his perspective had shifted. The first time, he had viewed the scene from a first-person perspective. The second time, he had observed himself from a godlike vantage point. This time, Zhao Lei experienced the entire sequence from a 360-degree perspective. Within the vision, he discerned 10 figures floating in the void. These 10 figures issued commands in unison. All the warships launched their assaults. With a deafening explosion, the Blue Star was obliterated. Witnessing this catastrophic scene, Zhao Lei's eyes shot open as he sprang to his feet from the grand chair, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. With a single step, he vanished from his location. Simultaneously, outside the Blue Star, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized. He did not reveal himself directly, but instead activated the Great Tao Genesis record, melding himself into the void. If he did not choose to manifest, no one could detect his presence. Surveying his surroundings, though devoid of matter, Zhao Lei faintly sensed an aura that did not belong to this universe. Even if his eyes deceived him, his perception could not be mistaken. Zhao Lei was convinced that something was amiss in the vicinity. Perhaps it was the shadowy extraterrestrial beings that had previously caused havoc on Blue Star. With this thought, Zhao Lei promptly activated his Eye of Disruption. Instantly, a multitude of cosmic warships materialized around him, their variety overwhelming. If the scene in his mind played out as he envisioned, the 3,000 Great Tao barriers he had established around Earth would likely be shattered in an instant. Zhao Lei would never allow such a calamity to unfold. His mid-level consciousness in the realm of the Great Tao expanded outward, enveloping the entire starry expanse. Under the scrutiny of Zhao Lei's perception, all extraterrestrial entities became conspicuous. Observing the situation, he noted that the strongest among the warships were merely a handful of peak-level eternal beings. After assessing the enemy's strength, Zhao Lei felt confident he could handle the situation alone and thus did not hide any longer. He manifested his form and strode towards one of the warships. From his earlier investigation, he identified that the eternal being aboard this particular ship was the strongest among the fleet. He planned to subdue this formidable opponent first before systematically eliminating the others. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, the reincarnation Immortal Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind him. A man dressed in a uniform resembling that of a human spoke. "Immortal Emperor, Should we investigate the unknown life forms approaching us for potential attack? Do not rush to attack. Display the footage for me. I wish to see who it is. The reincarnation immortal emperor's voice resonated slowly. Understood, replied the uniformed man, proceeding to manipulate the controls on the console before him. In a short while, the large screen displayed an image. The footage revealed a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, gradually approaching their warship. Immortal Emperor, this does not seem to be a member of the 10,000 Races Alliance. The uniformed man remarked, uncertainty lacing his voice as he gazed at the figure on the screen. At this moment, the reincarnation immortal emperor scrutinized the image, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He recognized that the figure before him was indeed a member of the human race from Blue Star. After a moment's thought, the reincarnation immortal emperor commanded, "Initiate the attack." The uniformed man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded and began operating the console. Fire the plasma laser cannon. As the uniformed man pressed a red button, a massive blue beam surged toward the distant figure. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei became aware of the laser cannon aimed at him. Observing the colossal beam, which measured nearly 10 meters in diameter, Zhao Lei exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a slight smirk graced his lips, a manifestation of disdain. As the beam approached, Zhao Lei's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Boom! In an instant, the beam engulfed Zhao Lei. The reincarnation immortal emperor fixed his gaze upon the unfolding scene, intent on discerning whether Zhao Lei had perished. Once the beam dissipated, he stared in horror at the figure on the screen. For at that moment, Zhao Lei walked forward, seemingly unscathed, toward the warship. Although the reincarnation immortal emperor had fired the laser cannon merely as a test, he had not anticipated that Zhao Lei would emerge unscathed. It should be noted that the weaponry aboard his warship was among the most advanced in their realm. Even he would have to exert considerable effort to withstand such an attack. Yet the young man before him had effortlessly neutralized it. How could this not astonish him? Immortal Emperor, that young man has suddenly vanished, just as the reincarnation immortal emperor was lost in thought. The uniformed man suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the reincarnation immortal emperor immediately turned his gaze to the large screen. Indeed, the Blue Star human had disappeared. Just as the reincarnation immortal emperor assumed Zhao Lei had fled, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation. As the cool breeze enveloped him, the reincarnation immortal emperor felt an overwhelming urge to flee from his position. However, in the next moment, a colossal hand emerged from the void. Seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground, a surge of terror coursed through the reincarnation immortal emperor's heart. Yet the immense strength emanating from that arm quashed any thoughts of resistance. Release the immortal emperor at once, or I shall summon others, and you will meet a fate worse than death, shouted a man in uniform, witnessing the emperor being choked. Clearly, this uniformed individual was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. How could he muster the audacity to reprimand Zhao Lei when even the peak of the eternal realm, the reincarnation immortal emperor, was at the mercy of another? Zhao Lei, taken aback by the boldness of the man before him, resolved to respond in kind. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and, in an instant, the uniformed man was reduced to mere ashes. The reincarnation immortal emperor's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. It was important to note that this man had just recently entered the eternal realm. Although he was significantly weaker than the emperor, he was still a formidable opponent. Suddenly, the emperor grasped the implication. The man before him could easily take his life if he so desired. A cold sweat broke out on the emperor's forehead as he contemplated this reality. You are the strongest among the myriad races. You must be privy to much knowledge, correct? Zhao Lei inquired, regarding the man he held. The reincarnation immortal emperor nodded vigorously, recognizing the terrifying might of the individual before him, which left him no room for defiance. Zhao Lei, perceiving the emperor's straightforward response and lack of struggle, deemed him a suitable subject for interrogation. He relaxed his grip slightly and asked, "Why do you seek to invade Blue Star?" The reincarnation immortal emperor was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Lei's inquiry, not anticipating such a question. The fact that Blue Star was the source of the Tao was common knowledge throughout the universe. Yet this formidable being appeared unaware of it. The essence of the Tao resided on Blue Star. Despite his confusion, the reincarnation immortal emperor answered Zhao Lei's question obediently. What is the essence of the Tao? Zhao Lei probed further, his curiosity piqued by the emperor's reply. The essence of the Tao was a concept he had never encountered. The reincarnation immortal emperor, sensing Zhao Lei's puzzlement, continued, "The essence of the Tao is a mysterious force generated by the Tao itself. It is said that once one acquires the essence of the Tao and refines it, they can obtain power that surpasses the limits of the universe, compelling even the Tao to bow at their feet. Such a wondrous thing exists on Blue Star. How could I?" Zhao Lei instinctively began to express his ignorance, but then recalled the mysterious force that had aided him in enhancing his cultivation. At this moment, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. Could that mysterious force potentially be the essence of the Tao? Yet, another question arose. How could the system possess the essence of the Tao? What exactly was the system? The reincarnation immortal emperor, held captive by Zhao Lei, noticed the contemplative expression on Zhao Lei's face and refrained from interrupting. After a brief period of contemplation, Zhao Lei remained perplexed about the nature of the system. Unable to unravel the mystery, he resolved to set it aside, knowing he would eventually discover the truth. With that thought in mind, Zhao Lei turned his gaze back to the reincarnation immortal emperor. The emperor met Zhao Lei's eyes and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Did you wage war among the myriad races solely to acquire the essence of the Tao? With so many of you, how could you possibly fail?" Zhao Lei inquired, his tone laced with a hint of curiosity. The reincarnation immortal emperor, feeling the weight of Zhao Lei's piercing gaze, dared not harbor any insidious thoughts and responded candidly. "A millennium ago, our myriad races united to seize the essence of the Tao. Just as we were on the brink of success, the celestial gate